You're clearly just a fool who only knows how to collect bottles. Yet the yandere young mistress sees you as the treasure in her eyes. Every glance from her tells you she regrets it. Yet not long ago, she abandoned you because she recovered from her illness. Later, I realized she had already fallen in love with you, and it was too late for regrets. She began searching for you frantically, as if possessed. Inside the alley at that moment, you were being bullied by a group of thugs. Perhaps heaven couldn't bear to watch as a downpour began, driving the thugs away. As you ran under the eaves with a moldy steamed bun, about to stuff it into your mouth, someone suddenly slapped it out of your hand. You look at the woman protected by 2 bodyguards in front of you and shrink back in fear. Su Mingyue's voice was icy cold, "Take him away." You still wanted to pick up the steamed bun, but the 2 bodyguards grabbed you by the arms, tied you up, and shoved you into the car. An hour later, Su Mingyue sat by the floor-to-ceiling window watching the rain outside, while her assistant Lin Xiaoxiao handed her a medical examination report. "He's in good health, no issues at all. He's a wanderer, taken in by you." Su Mingyue's expression remained cold as she said, "Perfect. Clean him up and bring him to my room." Lin Xiaoxiao flashed a knowing smile. At this moment, you're soaking in the bathtub, surrounded by 2 bodyguards. Fearfully, you bury your mouth underwater, leaving only your nose exposed to breathe. A bodyguard holds a brush, while another says, "Isn't this a bit too rough? The young lady said we need to clean him thoroughly, not a speck of dust can remain. Then be gentle, don't scrub his skin off. Don't worry, I'll make sure he's nice and fragrant when we're done." The bodyguard rolled up his sleeves, holding a brush toward you with a villainous grin. Scrub-a-dub-dub, you finally couldn't take it anymore and grabbed the brush. "I can wash myself." The bodyguard laughed. "Can fools even talk?" Another one sighed in exasperation. "Obviously, he's just dumb, not mute. If you don't wash him properly, I can't report the job as done." The bodyguard tried to wrestle the brush from you but lost the tug of war, nearly getting pulled into the large bathtub in the process. He chuckled in exasperation. "You're stronger than you look. Fine, wash yourself then, especially that. Make sure to clean it properly." You lowered your head and muttered, "It's not small." The 2 bodyguards were hiding outside the bathroom, smoking. "Is he done washing? Why is it so quiet in there? Go take a look." Pushing open the bathroom door and stepping inside, "I saw you already dressed in a bathrobe. Honestly, just from the back view, your posture was impressively upright." As you turned around while tying the belt, the 2 bodyguards were genuinely startled by your appearance. The aura was downright intimidating. This was no fool, this was unmistakably a domineering CEO radiating an aura of authority. But before the 2 bodyguards could drop to their knees in submission, you flashed them a silly grin. What a waste of such a face and height. The bodyguard brought you, freshly cleaned, to the master bedroom door and said, "Go in." You looked puzzled, as if you didn't understand why you had to go in. The bodyguard coaxed you, "There's something delicious inside." You recall the delicious food you enjoyed in the evening, your eyes instantly lighting up, and without a second thought, you push the door open and step inside. The room is unlit, pitch black, with only a faint female voice from the bed, carrying a bewitching sensuality. "What's your name?" You remember nothing, yet you remember your own name, Gu Chenshi. "Gu Chenshi, come here." You don't know what's come over you, but you find yourself irresistibly drawn toward the bed. Su Mingyue reclines against the pillows, her long hair cascading down. The thin blanket covers her legs, which have lost all sensation. Yet her entire being radiates such breathtaking beauty. The touch of illness lends her a fragile, broken quality, yet her stunning features command reverence, deterring any thought of disrespect. As you approach, you stand by the bedside, looking down at her with a handsome face tinged by confusion and helplessness. "This sister is so beautiful." Su Mingyue tilted her head slightly, gesturing toward a glass of water by the bedside. "Drink." You weren't actually thirsty, but you couldn't resist her, so you picked up the glass and drank quite a bit. "Sit down." You don't understand, but you're obedient. When Su Mingyue tells you to sit, you sit on the edge of the bed. Then you start feeling a burning sensation after drinking the water, growing hotter and hotter. So hot, so hot. You tug at your clothes, standing up to go outside for some cool air, but a slender, slightly cold hand grabs your wrist. You turn back to look at the beautiful sister on the bed, swallowing uncontrollably. Su Mingyue pulls you toward herself. "Where are you going so late?" As the distance closes, this aloof and stunning beauty cups your face in her hands. You tilt your head slightly, because the warmth of her palms against your skin feels so comforting. Su Mingyue smiles faintly. "Puppy." It looked just like the golden retriever she had raised in her youth. At that moment, she lowered her gaze, her expression tinged with sorrow. She reached out and wrapped her arms around your waist. "Don't be nervous, I'll teach you. It's very simple." Flustered, nervous, learning, getting the hang of it, and then handling it with ease. You had no idea how you made it through that night, but it wasn't unpleasant. It was as if you were born to master all of this. The daylight is bright, you wake up from hunger. Opening your eyes, you find yourself alone in bed. Sitting up, you glance out the window, the sun is already high in the sky. You need to hurry to the nearby trash bins, or you'll miss the chance to scavenge for food. You hurried downstairs, flung open the door, rushed into the villa garden, and ended up rummaging through the trash can.
Lu Yen couldn't watch from the sidelines and reached for the fishing rod. I'll do it. Qin Yang once again pushed Lu Yen away with his arched buttocks and said in a serious manner, "Don't mess around. Wife, this is no joke. Think about it. Have you ever caught a fish before? Do you think reeling in is by brute force? Fishing is skillful. You don't even know the number of fishing line I use. In case you break the line with a tug, then won't the box sink into the river again?" Lu Yen felt that Qin Yang was taking advantage of the situation. She raised an eyebrow, was about to tell Qin Yang not to be too arrogant. Luo Jun also spoke on the side and said, "That's right, Lu Yen. Listen to Mr. Qin in this matter. You are not a professional. Don't intervene. Stand aside." Qin Yang glanced at Lu Yen in triumph. "You're crazy. Why don't you stop being crazy? Humph. Tigress nesting." Usually there was no shortage of bullying, and now it was finally his turn to raise his eyebrows for once. Lu Yan's teeth itched when she saw Qin Yang's beaten look. "This stinking man, just fool around. I'll show you what it means to go home tonight." Qin Yang fished the suitcase to the shore, and 2 forensic scientists immediately came forward to take pictures for evidence. 5 minutes later, Gao Ming, a forensic scientist in a white coat, walked over. "Team Luo, through our technical comparison, this suitcase is the suitcase Lu Biao used to dump the body. There are bloodstains, flaked skin tissue, and hairs inside the suitcase. But whether or not they are the victims, we still need to take them back to the General Bureau for technical tests." Luo Jun was very anxious. "Where's the body? There's no body inside the box?" Gao Ming shook his head and said with great regret, "After our initial judgment, Lu Biao did stuff the victim into the suitcase in a curled-up position. But the undercurrent in the river is too turbulent, and the riverbed has a lot of raised sharp rocks. We could see that the zipper of the suitcase had come off, and the body was presumably dislodged from the suitcase by the action of the undercurrent, which means that the body should still be in the river." Gao Ming's words caused everyone's hearts to sink. The netizens in the live room followed with anxiety. "My God, a river this wide with undercurrents. The bodies would probably have been washed away long ago, right? Our village used to have a child who fell into the river, and in 3 hours had drifted to another village, and some of the river bottoms have fast undercurrents. Then it's over, looking for a needle in a haystack. I guess the body will definitely not be found. Now we'll see if we can use this suitcase to convict Lu Biao. You didn't even find a body, and there's just some skin tissue and hair in the suitcase. What does that tell you?" So angry. "Why is it so hard to find evidence when you know Lu Biao is a murderer?" Seeing that everyone was silent, Luo Jun adjusted his emotions and then opened his mouth to boost his morale. "Gentlemen, at any rate, the case has taken a turn for the worse, and at least the presence of this suitcase shows that our reasoning was not misdirected. All right, everyone cheer up and continue the search as we assigned earlier." Luo Jun looked at Lu Yen. "Since the suitcases are in the river, the odds are that the bodies are also in the river, so talk to the fishing team and have them focus on searching the area." Halfway through his words, Luo Jun's attention was suddenly attracted by Qin Yang. Only to see Qin Yang carrying the fishing rod, panting, he ran to another rock and made another cast. Lu Yen followed Luo Jun's gaze and immediately held her forehead with her hand, feeling very humiliated. "Leader, I'll drive him away." Lu Yen aggressively walked towards Qin Yang after saying this. Qin Yang, who had just finished casting, had a cold back and the hairs on his body stood up. "Something's wrong. There's a murderous aura." Qin Yang turned his head to look, just in time to meet Lu Yan's angry eyes. "Qin Yang, I'm warning you for the last time. Put away your fishing rod and go home immediately." Qin Yang skimmed his lips and said, "Wife, I'm not inside your cordon here either. Do you care if I fish outside here?" Lu Yen was so angry that her brain hurt. "Are you sick? There could be corpses in this river. Corpses, do you understand? So what if you catch dozens of pounds of big fish here? Do you dare to take the fish back and eat it?" Qin Yang said in a low voice after holding back for half a day. "You don't have to eat it yourself. You can take a picture to commemorate it, and then take it to the food market to sell it." Lu Yen. Website. "Hey, you're a ing genius." Lu Yen sneered. "Can't understand you in human language, can you? So I'll just have to use body language to communicate with you." Lu Yen clenched her hands into fists, and her knuckles made a crackling burst of sound, which could give the netizens a fright. "I have a female boxing champion. You're also too sassy, sis." Seeing that his little life was about to be lost, Qin Yang shouted, "Hold your horses, wife. I think I caught something again." Chapter 4. Don't you want to throw another rod? Caught something again? Lu Yen fixed her eyes and realized that Qin Yang had actually fished up a black plastic bag. This black plastic bag was large and heavy, and it looked like it contained a bunch of something. Qin Yang had a bad feeling in his heart after fishing this bag up. He wasn't curious enough to take the initiative to open the bag, but instead looked to Ryu Yen. Honey, I think there seems to be something in this bag. Lu Yen spoke up. If there's something, open it and see what's inside. Qin Yang said with a bitter face. I don't dare. What if it's a people's fragment? The netizens in the live stream laughed out loud. Goddamn people shards. This dude is killing me with laughter. It's possible to buy debris in a food market, so how come this plastic bag can't contain debris? It makes sense, no problem. Salvage team. No dude. You're making me look nerdy. Is there anyone who can kowtow to me what level this dude is at? And can anyone really manage to fish this well every time? Lu Yen blankly glanced at Qin Yang, not expecting him to be so timid. Get up, I'll do it. Seeing that Lu Yen wanted to get on with it herself, Qin Yang hurriedly stopped it. Don't, wife, if this bag is really the people's fragments, how dirty it is. If you touch these things outside and then come home and touch me at night, won't I be the one who suffers in the end? Lu Yen was so angry that she couldn't wait to kick Qin Yang to death. What nonsense in front of so many people. What do you mean you have to touch you when you go back at night? It was also at this time that Luo Jun also walked over from the side. Lu Yen, Mr. Qin is right. Leave the professional things to the professionals. Gao Ming, take a look at what's in this bag. Yes, leader. Gao Ming walked over with 2 forensic scientists and opened the black plastic bag. As soon as the bag was opened, a foul odor immediately came out from inside, almost failing to make the people present faint directly. When it became clear that the bag contained all internal organs, Sun Jia couldn't help but cover her mouth and run to the side to vomit. Many male police officers also blanched and hurriedly averted their gaze, not daring to look more. Only Lu Yen didn't change her face and quietly waited for the results of Gao Ming's examination. The netizens in the live stream were also frightened enough by the contents of the bag. No dude. I'm a member? You just show me HD footage. It's disgusting. Mud. The fat sausage noodles I had for breakfast. I spit it all out. Pay for it. Well, I didn't think it was really the people's shard. This dude is going to be on fire. Those forensic scientists are so fierce. How do they manage to keep their faces still? I'm the forensic science major, and all I can say is that these are small scenes, and do you know what it means to be a giant viewer? Gao Ming said with a sullen face after a round of inspection. This bag is filled with human internal organs. Heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys are all together. The cutting is very complete, and the technique is very professional. Criminal police officer Yen Peng added from the sidelines. I remember that Lu Biao used to be a pig killer. Yen Peng's words made everyone's face even more gloomy. Using his pig-killing techniques on this Lu Biao is simply heartless. Luo Jun said in a deep voice, save this bag of evidence. The most important thing now is to salvage the body. After Luo Jun said this, everyone's gazes couldn't help but fall onto Qin Yang's body. Qin Yang froze. What are you looking at me for? I didn't do it. Lu Yen was exasperated and laughed and said in a conspiratorial manner, that's not necessarily yo. Usually the murderer will return to the scene of the crime after committing the crime. Qin Yang was startled. Wife, don't joke. I don't even dare to kill chickens. How can I kill people? Luo Jun hurriedly consoled. Mr. Qin, you misunderstood. We are not saying that you killed someone. What we mean is, do you want to fish for a while longer? Dump another rod. Huh. Qin Yang was a bit confused. I wanted to throw a rod and you wouldn't let me. But now that I'm catching people's debris, you expect me to throw more? Truth be told, Qin Yang refused inwardly. Originally, I thought that I would be able to get some kind of great reward for completing the system mission. It's disgusting what you end up catching when you fling yourself 2 rods in a row. Qin Yang shook his head and said, no more fishing. It's too disgusting. Go home and eat, sleep and play beanies. Qin Yang felt that this system didn't seem right and didn't intend to continue completing the mission. Who knew that just as he was about to reel in his pole and leave, Lu Yen grabbed his hand. Fishing. Qin Yang cried and laughed. No, wife. Fishing requires emotion. I'm in a bad mood right now. I can't catch anything if you force me to fling a rod. Lu Yen increased the force on her hand, and Qin Yang felt like he was caught in a vice, and hurriedly opened his mouth to beg for mercy. There's emotion. Just let go of me and I'll fish okay. Seeing Qin Yang soften, Sun Jia covered her mouth and laughed. The other men all cast sympathetic glances at Qin Yang. This dude is wasted. This life is considered to be subdued by this Chuanyu Tyrannosaurus Rex wife. The netizens in the live broadcast room saw this before and after change in Qin Yang, and they also spat on him. Ha ha ha. How dare you talk to your wife about your emotions, bull. Reminds me of a slapping TV show where the woman had no emotions at first either, but ended up having them after giving 2 slaps. Fan love. And that stinking man in my house is a dead out. Can't understand a good talk. Have to do it to get the hang of it. Following the system's instructions, Qin Yang took the fishing rod to the last fishing platform location. Only this time everyone gathered around and looked at Qin Yang with expectant eyes, making him uncomfortable. Qin Yang hung up the bait and said very awkwardly, "Don't look at me like that. It will affect my play." Luo Jun said, "Don't be nervous, Mr. Qin. Just fish like you usually do. We're just idly looking around. I'll believe the hell out of you. You guys were in a frenzy to conduct a search for evidence, and now you're telling me you have nothing to do?" Qin Yang said as he straightened out the line, "Leader, you can just call me Xiao Qin. There's no need to be so polite. My fishing level it is actually an amateur. The first 2 rods can catch something to be completely luck. This 3rd rod is certainly not much harvest. You cannot be superstitious." Hearing Qin Yang say this, Luo Jun only smiled slightly and didn't say anything. With 2 consecutive rods catching key evidence, who's to say you won't be rewarded on this 3rd rod? Seeing that Luo Jun and the others had no intention of leaving, Qin Yang could only fling out the 3rd pole stiffly. As a result, not long after this pole was thrown out, Qin Yang felt that he had hung up on something. Qin Yang tugged tentatively and his heart tightened. So heavy. It's over. This is a straight troll to the people. Chapter 5. Are you satisfied now? The ones present were all old criminal police officers. One look at Qin Yang's expression, they knew they had taken the bait. Luo Jun hurriedly opened his mouth and inquired, "How is it? Did you catch it? Are you sure you can pull it back yet? If you can't pull it back, you keep it like this. I'll let someone go down to fish it out." Luo Jun's words made a crowd of netizens envious. "Listen, what kind of treatment is this? You fish and the big criminal police officer goes down to fish for you. Air Force guys can't even dream of this kind of treatment." Qin Yang weighed the fishing rod and then spoke, "I caught it, but it's a bit heavy. I'll try pulling it back." Luo Jun just about slapped his thighs when he heard it. The point is good, the point is good. The heavier it is, the more it shows that there is value and hope. Under the gaze of the crowd, Qin Yang slowly closed the line. As the object approached the riverbank, the sharp-eyed Sun Jia exclaimed, "It's the body! I saw hands floating." A group of criminal police and won the lottery like eyes glowing. A few forensic pathologists even came to the forefront early, ready to fish the body. Qin Yang's heart was disgusted. "You're messing with me, aren't you? You promised me a big reward, and you're letting me fish for this? It's over, I can't have this fishing rod. I won't dare to catch a big fish even if I can catch a big fish again after catching a corpse." Seeing Qin Yang's face turn white with nausea, Lu Yan, who had always been grumpy, suddenly felt some heartache on the sidelines and spoke gently, "I'll do it." It was the first time Qin Yang had seen Lu Yan being so gentle. He was very touched and said, "What are you coming to? What are you coming to? Fishing is a matter for old men. Can you figure it out? Stay aside." Lu Yan. Website. I finally know why this dude gets beat up so often. That's a real mouth to feed. 3 days without a fight. It's said that the anchor is this kind of unpunished goods. I now seriously suspect that his wife is so grumpy and it's entirely because he's angry. You know why mosquitoes get swatted? It's ruined by that mouth. Forcing himself to endure the nausea, Qin Yang finally hooked the entire corpse to the shore. A group of forensic examiners went forward to conduct an examination, and before long Gao Ming said excitedly, "Leader, this is the victim we are looking for. The clothes on her body are relatively well preserved, and there are bruises and finger marks on her neck, initially judging that she was strangled before she was born." Luo Jun was thrilled. "Good. Immediately bring the body back for autopsy. Notify the office. Now that the case has a major discovery, Lu Biao must be detained for me, not allowed to release." After explaining the specific work, Luo Jun came over and patted Qin Yang's shoulder, saying very appreciatively, "Little Qin, your fishing technique is very good. It just so happens that I also like fishing. Let's make a date sometime in the future." The surrounding people looked at Qin Yang with envious eyes. This kid is a real traitorous luck. Luo Jun is an expert in the task force, specializing in major and important cases in the city. Many people tried their best to get close to Luo Jun, but Luo Jun was upright and never gave others a chance to go through the back door. Now Luo Jun took the initiative to make a fishing date with Qin Yang. What was this if not a great fortune from heaven? However, Qin Yang covered his mouth and waved his hand and said, "No more fishing, never again. Today can give me a bad nausea. In the future I fish will not eat." Luo Jun laughed out loud in the face of Qin Yang's true nature. He looked at Lu Yan and said, "Lu Yan, you have a good husband. You should cherish him. Don't move and be mean to him." Lu Yan hummed and didn't say anything. Only that haughty little look still revealed the pride in her heart. "This is the man you chose. Can he not be good?" Although he was a bit of an underachiever most of the time, he was generally nice, or else he wouldn't have pursued him backwards in the first place and had to get him to marry him. Luo Jun exchanged a few more pleasantries with Qin Yang before leading the people away. Lu Yan, as a participant in this case, was naturally going to follow her back. Only before leaving, Lu Yan looked Qin Yang up and down and put her hand out. Qin Yang was frightened. "Wife, don't punch me in the face." Lu Yan was furious. "What nonsense? When did I hit you in the face? Don't you go out there all day long blabbering and tarnishing my image. Okay? Come here. I'll straighten your collar." Qin Yang let out an oh-so-subtle sound and came over to Lu Yan's face. Lu Yan was 5 feet 2 inches, which was considered tall for a girl. But she was still a bit shorter in front of Qin Yang. Lu Yan tilted her head to help Qin Yang straighten his collar, a scene that netizens watched with envy. A police officer helping to straighten his collar. Oh my god. Did he save the galaxy in his last life? This is too cool. 3 polls to help the police wife get key clues to solving the case, which is to say that you can only straighten your collar outside, and when you go back there may be what kind of reward. What else is the reward? Big deal, get in the house. Sister Lu, this body I really like. Brothers. How can I marry the police flower? Kneeling for teaching. Coach. You want to learn? I still want to learn. Seeing Lu Yan so intently arranging her collar, Qin Yang suddenly heatedly smiled and held her waist with both hands. Lu Yan's eyes glared, and her pretty face reddened. "You're going to die. Let go. So many people are watching." Qin Yang roguishly said, "What's wrong with watching? It's so slippery here. I'm worried that you'll fall. Is it a problem to help you? You're my wife, we're licensed, it's honorable." Yan Yan was angry and amused. Taking advantage is taking advantage. Where do you get such crooked reasoning? Hurry up and let go. I'm gonna follow back to the center. Qin Yang reluctantly said, "Then wife, what time do you get off work tonight? What do you want to eat at night? I'll do it in advance and wait for you." Lu Yan said in a nonchalant manner, "I don't know. No need to wait for me, you go to sleep." Qin Yang said righteously, "That won't do. How can I sleep if you don't come back? Have you forgotten the mission Mom and Dad gave us? Within a year to add to the family. I sleep alone, how to add to the family. Cannot complete the task in the new year and will be reprimanded. Ms. Lu Yan, the task given by the elders, I hope that you will take it seriously, not perfunctorily, but with full emotion." Seeing that Qin Yang was starting to talk with his mouth full again, Lu Yan hurriedly called for a halt. "Okay. Annoying or not, if I can come back I will call you in advance. When this case is finished I will take a vacation for 2 days and finish the task with you properly. Okay? Hurry up and let go. I'm leaving." Qin Yang still pulled Lu Yan from leaving, dejectedly putting his face over. Lu Yan looked into the distance to make sure that her co-workers hadn't noticed this side, and then flew to give Qin Yang a kiss on the cheek. "Satisfied? Let go or I'll cuff you." Qin Yang quickly made a scared expression to let go. Lu Yan grunted and walked like a haughty swan toward the police car, valiantly. The netizens' back teeth were clenched when they saw this scene. Chapter 6. Better Learn Pinyin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and receiving a cash reward of $1,000. Congratulations to the host. He has acquired the skill Upside Down. Congratulations to the host. Acquisition of skill Global Positioning. Seeing the reward given by the system, Qin Yang froze for a moment. The cash reward is quite good. You get $1,000 for dumping 3 rods by yourself, which is much faster than working part-time to make money. But what the hell are these 2 skills? Upside Down. When the host activates the skill, it will create psychological suggestion to the people around him, thus achieving the host's desired outcome. Global Positioning. When the host knows the nickname and cell phone number of the other party, he or she can locate them globally. Qin Yang couldn't tense up. He had worked so hard for so long, and the system had given him 2 wasted skills? It's outrageous. Before Qin Yang could slow down, the system released a new mission. Your next part-time job is courier. Part-time job. Complete 2 home delivery services. Countdown to mission. 24 hours. Seeing this new quest given by the system, Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, this time the limit is a full day, so it looks like I can go home and take a shower and get some rest today first. When he thought that he could interact passionately with his police wife tonight, Qin Yang's heart was happy. He put his fishing gear away and was heading back with his bag on his back when a few fishing guys downstream, still unaware of what had just happened, greeted him. Little Qin, why are you leaving so early today? Not fishing? Qin Yang smiled faintly. Going back. Fishing isn't much fun. Getting ready for a new part-time job. The fishing guy chuckled in a come-hither tone. Young people, they just don't have a little patience when it comes to doing things. Fishing is just like anything else you do. Beginners don't get loaded so easily, you have to wait. Look at this fish I just caught, alive and fresh. I'm gonna take it back so my wife can clean it up and eat fish this week. Qin Yang looked at the angler's fish guard and found that there were indeed several big fish in it. So spirited that he knew at a glance that they were well fed. Qin Yang couldn't help but think of the female corpses that he had caught. And when he thought that these fish might have opened up as well, Qin Yang felt a little sick to his stomach. Qin Yang said as he handed his fishing rod to the fishing man. Uncle Zhou, I have no use for this fishing rod, so I'll just give it to you. Zhou Hai received the fishing rod with a confused look on his face. You boys really aren't fishing? I thought you were messing with me. Qin Yang smiled faintly without saying anything more. He just made a gesture signaling that he would leave first. Looking at Qin Yang's back as he left, Zhou Hai, who was holding the fishing rod, sighed with a somewhat despondent expression. Well, there's another youngster missing from the angler's ranks. Qin Yang came to the parking lot and put the fishing gear into the trunk. The netizens in the live broadcast room all couldn't help but exclaim in shock when they saw the car. Bentley Timothy? This car must be several $1 million. The anchor drove this car to fish. Do you understand the gold content of the first flunky in Shanghai City, Bentley how, and not rely on their own ability to earn money to buy? Driving up is not much feeling. Goddamn, it doesn't feel right. If you're not used to driving it, give me the keys and I'll take the car for a spin. This dog deserves to die. It's okay to marry such a beautiful and pretty policewoman, but his mother's family even gave him such a nice car? I want to make money lying down too. No need to ask. This dude must have a skill after all. He's less than 1/10 of my face alone. Qin Yang was already used to the bragging pop-ups of the netizens in the live broadcast room. After all, these netizens nowadays can't move without saying that they are some kind of West Side Azusa or Dongandahua. Every time he saw these pop-ups, Qin Yang couldn't help but laugh out loud. If you're Joe, who am I? After putting his things away, Qin Yang had just sat on the car when his cell phone received a message alert. Qin Yang clicked on it and realized that it was from his aunt. Auntie, your cousin always says he's very tired these days. Don't you have a few jars of American ginseng? Why don't you bring it over to your cousin? Qin Yang frowned. Cousin Dujang is still just a high school student. What to drink at this age? Western ginseng, fault. However, when he thought of his aunt's difficult nature, Qin Yang was too lazy to explain more and could only hurry back. Okay, Auntie, I just finished fishing. I'll be right over. Auntie, Mom's virgins, be safe on the road.
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang had a bit of a headache and couldn't help but reply anyway. Auntie, why don't you learn Pinyin? And if you really can't send a voice, don't write it by hand. Auntie, Mom's a virgin.
Qin Yang.
Netizens all burst out laughing when they saw this scene. Same as my mom. Can't type and doesn't like voice, just handwriting. You guys are afraid you don't know that in the older generation's thinking perception, it doesn't matter if you don't know Pinyin, but as long as you know how to write, you're not illiterate, and handwriting is also a skill, all right. My mom isn't used to voice either. Her brain gets stuck after she presses the voice button, and often the voice goes blank for the first 10 seconds or so before she starts talking. Not so with my parents, who now speak to me quite succinctly, never typing 2 words for something that can be understood in one. Use micro-expressions. My mom is now fluent in a range of micro-expressions such as smiley faces, arching hands, and worshipping Buddha. Auntie has a request. Qin Yang can only drive by the way to her home. Anyway, live not far, just 2 streets away. 15 minutes later, Qin Yang arrived at his aunt and uncle's door with the Western ginseng. He was just about to ring the doorbell when his aunt Inxia opened the door from inside. Xiaoyang is here. Hurry in, just in time for dinner. They're all waiting for you. Qin changed his shoes at the door and walked into the living room to find that his aunt had indeed made a table full of good food, and his cousin Du Jiang sat expressionlessly at the table, looking at Qin with extremely unfriendly eyes. Uncle Du Weigua was sitting on the sofa watching TV, holding a thermos cup in his hand and constantly blowing on it. Uncle, Qin greeted. Dewey nodded in response. Yin Xia put the 2 boxes of American ginseng into the cabinet and said to Qin with a smile, "You kid? Just come. What gifts are you bringing?" Qin was confused. "Didn't you tell me to bring American ginseng?" Before Qin could speak, Yin Xia turned her head to look at Du Weigua and slapped her face. "Why are you still sitting there? Do I have to invite you for a meal? You don't know to stand up to greet Qin when he comes? You're acting like an asshole without moving." These 2 words from Yin Xia directly scolded Du Weigua for breaking his defense. Originally, he was still trying to maintain his majesty as an uncle in front of his nephew, but now, well, it's broken. Du Weigua hurriedly stood up and cleared his throat somewhat awkwardly. "Oh, Xiaoyang is here, ah. Since you're here, then let's eat." Chapter 7, Milk Tea, I Drink It Every Day. Seeing Yin Xia operate in such a way, Qin then realized that his aunt was doing this for her own good. "Let yourself send Western ginseng over. I'm afraid that is just an excuse. The main still want to have a family dinner. Just now took the initiative to say that they are their own door-to-door gift, but also said to the Uncle Du Weigua, listen." The 4 of them sat at the table, and just as his Uncle Du Weigua was about to pick up his chopsticks to clip the food, Yin Xia served the shredded beef with green pepper to Qin. "Xiaoyang, come on. This is your favorite shredded beef with green pepper. I specially went to buy fresh chili peppers to pop." Qin nodded. "Thanks, Auntie." Du Jiang skimmed his mouth and was about to clip the braised pork when it was served to Qin again by Yin Xia. "Didn't you say you had a bad appetite 2 days ago? I think you should have run out of gas in your stomach. You can eat this pot of red meat for now, and if you like it there's more in the pot. I'll pack it away for you later." Du Jiangyi couldn't hold back. "Mom, are you kidding me? Are you still letting people eat? What are my dad and I going to eat if you serve all the food?" Yin Xia put a plate of bitter melon scrambled eggs in front of Du Jiang's face with a stern face. "Haven't you been talking about fire lately? Eat this."
Du.
Well. Qin also knew that there must be a reason for Yin Xia to be so enthusiastic. He spoke up and said, "Auntie, we're family. So if there's anything you want to say, just say it." Yin Xia was instantly a little embarrassed. "Huh? You can see that, Yang. It's not really a big deal. It's just that our factory, I guess, has not been doing well lately, and the factory owner laid me off. You also know that I'm so old that no one wants me to find a job now. The most important thing is that I can't break my social security, or my pension will definitely be affected. That's why I want you to ask Yen for me, if there's any work for me at her place, the kind where I can pay 5 insurance and 1 gold, I'm very capable of hard work." As soon as he heard Yin Xia say that, Qin instantly lost his appetite. "Auntie, you also know my character, you this favor. I cannot help." Qin has a backbone. Although he became a backslider, a backslider, had dignity. First of all, the first child must follow his surname Qin. There is no doubt about it. The King of Heaven is not good enough to come. Secondly, he and Lu Yen had married based on love, not his own coveting of the Lu family's financial and material resources. This was also why Qin Yang's heart had no ripples when he drove the Bentley single-handedly, and was even a bit depressed. After all, it's not his car and he only has a right to use it, so what does he have to fool around with? Du Jiang looked as if he had expected Qin to say this, and got up in a gloomy manner. "Mom, what did I say? It's useless for you to be so nice to him. I'm your own son. If I say you've been laid off, then you've been laid off. It's a good time to rest at home. I'll take care of you after I go to college. It's not just a pension. I'll pay you double." Yin Xia was so angry that she slapped Du Jiang on the head. "What the hell do you know? All you do is brag all day long. How much do I know about you? We're waiting for you to feed us. You're lucky to be able to feed yourself." Du Jiang was very unconvinced, but due to Yin Xia's strong force he couldn't say anything. He could only hatefully glare at Qin, as if the beating he received was entirely because of Qin. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Qin opened his mouth and said, "Auntie, I definitely can't open my mouth on Xiaoyan's side, but I can ask my friend there for you, and you should be able to pay for the 5 insurance policies and 1 gold, just that the work will be a bit hard." Upon hearing this, Yin Xia hurriedly gave Qin some food. "You kid, It's okay to pay 5 insurance and 1 gold. What's wrong with working hard? I can suffer. Xiaoyang, eat the food. This table was specially made for you today. Eat more. Qin Yang still knew this aunt of his quite well. She certainly wouldn't have asked herself if it wasn't really difficult. Only Qin Yang's connections were not good, and the ones he could hold were those classmates from his college days. This meal Qin Yang heart hanging and in xiaothing, so the appetite is not very good. Du Weigua and Du Jiang, not to mention, completely became a background plate, bitter gourd scrambled eggs, dry rice people. After a meal, the 3 men sat on the sofa and rested while In Xia smiled and cleaned up the dishes. Du Weigua looked at the news channel on the TV and showed a worried expression, and those who didn't know thought that he was some kind of high-ranking official in a key position. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost over, Du Weigua then opened his mouth and said, Xiaoyang, what have you been busy with lately? What kind of work are you doing? Qin Yang ate a mouthful of fruit and replied, I was fishing before, but I'm going to try courier delivery next. Du Weigua frowned, his expression somewhat displeased. You are at least a graduate of a prestigious school? How come you don't do your job all day long? Either fishing or delivering. Those things can be done by an individual. Do you need to sell your physical strength? Qin Yang laughed in his heart. Fishing can bring up corpses. Can you? He fished straight through the salvage team today, and you're telling me it's a guy who can do it? Too much underestimation of Air Force guys. Air Force guys can catch everything but fish. Du Jiang also said in a conspiratorial manner, Yes, cousin. It's already humiliating enough for you to go backwards, and now you're eating soft food. TSK. I really despise you. Du Jiang directly pissed off the netizens with this statement. This cousin talks quite a beating, the same beating nature as my cousin. Dude, put yourself in your shoes. You have a cousin who graduated from a prestigious school, married a police wife, has no worries about food and clothing and drives a Bentley. How do you feel? Why am I inexplicably so angry? I suddenly despise anchors too. That's what jealousy does to a person's face. Normal. Cousin, I'm with you. The netizens could empathize with their cousin, but Qin Yang couldn't empathize a bit. You guys only see me and my police wife being happy and fulfilled. Has anyone ever seen me get up in the middle of the night and smoke and drink alone on the balcony? Qin Yang decided to teach Du Jiang a lesson. Ding. The skill, black and white, has been activated. Qin Yang froze. He hadn't even thought of how to teach Du Jiang a lesson yet. So how come the skill itself was unleashed? Just as Qin Yang was puzzled, In Xia walked out of the kitchen with a cup of milk tea. Du Jiang, this cup of milk tea is yours, right? Didn't I tell you not to drink this mess outside? Du Jiang said nonchalantly. What's not to like about milk tea? I only drink it once in a while. Qin Yang also felt that there was nothing wrong with Du Jiang's answer, who knew that the scene would change in the next second. Du Jiang is standing in a chemical lab with milk tea. All behind him are all kinds of chemical hazards. He said with a cheap smile on his face, What's not to drink about milk tea? I drink it every day.
Qin Yang.
Hallucinations? Chapter 8. Another one to experience life. Qin Yang rubbed his eyes and realized that Du Jiang was still sitting on the sofa in the living room and was not in the chemistry lab. Could it be that he had just hallucinated? The most amazing thing was that not only did Qin Yang see the outrageous scene just now, the netizens in the live broadcast room also saw the image just now, only that they all thought it was a special effect made by Qin Yang. Qin Yang carefully glanced at In Xia and realized that her face was also very ugly. Du Jiang hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. He took the milk tea from In Xia's hand and said playfully, Mom, this milk tea is a new model that's been on lately. It really tastes quite good. Take a sip and try it. No sooner had Du Jiang said this than the scene changed again. I only saw Du Jiang sneak up to In Xia's side with milk tea in his hand and a big red flower on his head, smiling sorrowfully. Come on, Delang, drink the medicine. Qin Yang was shocked. Milk tea is toxic. In Xia couldn't stand it anymore and yanked Du Jiang by the collar and headed for the bedroom. Soon the bedroom was filled with Du Jiang's miserable screams and pleas for mercy. Drink milk tea, right? I'll let you drink milk tea. I'll beat you to death. Qin Yang shivered in fear and fidgeted. Is this the effect of the skill upside down? This is too good. Seeing Du Jiang being sanctioned, the pop-ups in the broadcast room followed suit. In my mom's eyes, I'm the same way. I say something to her in a very serious way, but to her it's treason. Picture of me, Mom. I want to learn how to cook. My mom's picture. Mom. I want to blow up the kitchen. Ha ha ha, this contrasting image is too real. The anchor used this special effect well. The program's effect is pulled full circle. I before in order to study for the exam every day to order takeout to eat. In the eyes of others I am a diligent and hard-working graduate school student. In my mother's eyes I am the hands and feet are waste of the game dead nerd. My mom and I recommended a great stir-fry place, and my mom just gave me a bland look and asked if I liked stir-fry Steeler oil grannies. Stereotypes in the minds of people are a big mountain, and no matter how successful you are on the outside, you'll always be a loser in mom's eyes. Qin Yang also finally knew how this upside down should be used at this time. Previously, he thought it was a wasted skill, but now it seemed simply fierce. Seeing that it was almost time, Qin Yang spoke. Uncle, if there's nothing else I'll go back first. Du Weigua glanced at Qin Yang and nodded. Help take the trash down when you leave. Okay, uncle. As soon as Qin Yang walked out of the door carrying the garbage, he received a text message from Lu Yan. Hubby, a new case has popped up in the office. I won't be going home for the next 2 days for a while in the dormitory, so go to bed early. Love you. Qin Yang skimmed his lips and returned a good word. Another big case. How come Zhanghai City is full of big cases all day long? The next day, early morning, Qin Yang woke up from his 4-meter bed and opened the live broadcast in the meantime. When the netizens took a good look at the environment where Qin Yang lived, they were not calm. The anchor lives in a villa? This gold and blue, it's too luxurious. What kind of family situation is that, where the home comes with its own swimming pool? Sure it's not a rented house? I've only seen this kind of mansion in TV dramas before. I didn't think it really existed in reality. Guys, I admit I'm a red eye. I'm at the peak of my jealousy, and I'd love to be a house son-in-law too. Netizens initially focused on Qin Yang because they found him to be very grounded, whether he was fishing for the Air Force or doing anything else that resembled the life experiences of them, the cows and horses. But now after seeing Qin Yang living in this kind of mansion, netizens broke the defense. Sure enough, people are different. After simply washing up, Qin Yang left home without looking back and drove to the nearest courier station. Qin Yang got off the bus and walked into the courier station. Before he could speak, the boss with a cigarette in his mouth threw a face sheet in front of him. Mail delivery, right? Fill out the info yourself and put what you're sending on that scale over there. Qin Yang froze for a moment and explained, Boss, I'm not sending a courier. I'm here to apply for a job as a courier. Qin Yang pointed to the recruitment billboard next to him and revealed a bright smile. The owner glanced at the Bentley parked down the street and couldn't help but smile. People do laugh a little when they are speechless. Dude, you're telling me you drove a Bentley to my place and applied for a job as a courier? Qin Yang nodded very seriously. Yes, boss. I'm very tolerant of hard work. I can start with some casual labor or something. As soon as he heard Qin Yang say this, the boss quickly waved his hand and said, all right. I've seen a lot of people like you, who have the money to come out and experience life, right? The boss rummaged around in the drawer for a while and handed a manual to Qin Yang. It's no problem if you want to work part-time, buy a set of vests, and you'd better rent a battery car as well. Many of our delivery addresses here are old neighborhoods. You can't drive in with this Bentley. If there's nothing wrong with it, pay the deposit first, $600. When you don't want to work for me anymore, I'll return all $600 of the deposit to you. Seeing that the boss was so skillful with this set of processes, Qin Yang was a bit surprised. As he paid his deposit, he asked, Boss, are there many part-time jobs like mine? The boss sneered, pointing to a few people who were sorting the courier next to him. See the guy in the black vest? Company white collar used to sit in the office. Then because his back was bad, so he ran to me to do part-time work, working 3 hours a day and earning $40, and now his back doesn't hurt anymore. You look at the one with the hat, the boss of 5 hotels, previously diagnosed with diabetes, blood sugar, how can not go down? In my place for 6 months insulin do not have to play. The more Qin Yang heard, the more outrageous he felt. Boss, do you mean to say that doing it with you will also cure you? The boss took a drag on his cigarette and smiled. Young man, you're still too young to have life experience. Let me put it this way, people nowadays are just too well off to get any kind of air conditioning disease or diabetes. Not to mention the past. Even if you go to the countryside now and look around, which of those old men picking manure and planting fields are not carrying dozens of pounds of buckets as if they were walking? If you work part-time with me, the pay is small, but at least you're getting a workout and an income for the day. Isn't it more cost-effective than you paying to go to the gym? Qin Yang listened in awe. You can still play like this? Qin Yang pointed at a bald man in the distance and said, What about him? Is he part-time too? The boss glanced at the man before saying, Oh, He's the programmer who just got laid off. Our regular employee here.
กินหยัง
Chapter 9. Close Encounters with Wanted Criminals. The netizens were taught when they heard the boss say that. No dude, you're being too real. Just a bald regular employee or a programmer? No wonder the boss is so calm. I'm sure he's seen all colors. So that's how rich people play it, working out at all that instead of going to the gym. They get themselves a part-time job? That's how our company's president plays, running to the branch to guest security guards when he's not doing anything, so he can get a handle on the specifics of the branch and get some exercise at the same time. The cleaning aunt in our work area is the boss's mom. Every time we spit out where the company is bad, it won't take long for the company to rectify the situation. Ha ha ha. Qin Yang also finally understood why he couldn't get rich. The average person works out and pays to go to the gym. Rich people work out and make money to spend on the side. Crushing. Absolute mind crushing. After Qin Yang paid the money, the boss helped him download a part-time job software. Qin Yang opened this part-time job software to take a look, and it was like opening the door to a new world. The homepage of the software is densely packed with part-time jobs, tutoring, cleaning, security, delivery, and even auxiliary police. Qin Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and inquired, "Boss, how come there are still auxiliary police jobs up here? Is your software reliable?" The boss gave Qin Yang a blank look and said, "Auxiliary police can't have temporary workers? Then let me ask you, if there are no temporary workers for this kind of position, who takes the blame when something goes wrong?"
กินหยัง
The boss had a good point, and Qin Yang was surprisingly speechless for a while. The more Qin Yang studied this software, the happier he became in his heart. This software is good. The requirements for different part-time jobs are all clearly stated here. The best part is that a lot of the necessary gear needed for a part-time job can also be rented or purchased on this software. For example, the heat preservation box, vest, battery car, and helmet needed for delivery, all of these can be rented or purchased on the software, and it can be done with a single click, and there is no need for Qin Yang to even make a special trip to the site like he is doing now. After registering as a temporary courier, Qin Yang put on his vest, and the software automatically assigned him a task. "Do you have a new order? Please check." Qin Yang clicked on it. Parcel number 9978, delivered to number 301, Unit 1, Building 5, Jinxing District. Please deliver the package on time and sign for it in person. The owner handed Qin Yang a package from the shelf. "Take another one so you don't have to go back and forth." Qin Yang took another order from Goodwill. Parcel number 2966, delivered to Chonghu Industrial Park. Please deliver the package on time and sign for it in person. Qin Yang took out his map and searched it, and immediately the man went numb. The delivery addresses for these two packages are 15 kilometers apart, which is too far. The boss smiled and patted Qin Yang's shoulder. "Young man, don't look at the distance of these two packages, but the unit price is high. Delivering one order you'll make at least $10. 2 orders is $20, very good." Hearing the boss say that, Qin Yang was silent. It's only $20 for a dozen kilometers. It's a pure cow horse. However, in order to fulfill his mission, Qin Yang didn't have time to pick and choose. Loading the package and riding the rented electric bike, Qin Yang headed directly to the first location. Gold Star Subdivision, street level. A van with a black film was parked on the side of the road. Luo Jun and a group of old criminal police sat in the car, looking at the picture in the monitor with a serious expression. "How's it going? Did you find Yang Dong's exact location?" Soon, the sound of a scout's voice came over the headset. "Leader, the target entered the neighborhood and disappeared. We suspect he may have other hidden passages in this neighborhood." Hearing the scout say this, Luo Jun fell silent. "Then let's follow the original plan of holding a few intersections first, and then we'll make our move when Yang Dong shows up." Only after the detectives were all on standby did Luo Jun call a few criminal police captains over and talk about the mission in detail. "The target of our operation this time is a vicious fugitive robbery and murderer, Yang Dong. He was involved in bank robberies in several cities, including Weijiang, Nanshan, and Balsam, killing 3 innocent citizens. According to the Skynet system, we have initially locked the suspect Yang Dong in this neighborhood, but the exact location is still unknown. What you guys need to do is to take the plainclothes policeman to monitor all the entrances and exits of this neighborhood, and once Yang Dong appears, arrest him immediately." Luo Jun re-emphasized with a serious expression after finishing. "All personnel are armed for this operation, and in the event of danger, they are allowed to shoot Yang Dong first." Once they heard Luo Jun say this, Everyone realized how dangerous this operation was. After assigning the tasks, Lu Yen, a few criminal police captains in plain clothes, led the team to ambush in this neighborhood. Lu Yen and Sun Jia teamed up, pretending to be residents of the neighborhood just sitting on a bench in the small plaza sunbathing, seemingly casually surveying the passing passers-by. It was also at this moment that Sun Jia suddenly widened her eyes and hurriedly bumped Lu Yen with her elbow. "Sister Xiaoyan? Is that brother-in-law?" Following Sun Jia's gaze, Qin Yang was at that moment parking his electric car at the entrance of the neighborhood, holding his cell phone and calling according to the number on the package. Lu Yan's eyes instantly became complicated. Only because she was on a mission, there was no way for her to directly walk towards Qin Yang. Sun Jia said on the side, "Sister Xiaoyan, how did brother-in-law deliver on the courier? How dangerous is this neighborhood now? Why don't we give brother-in-law a call to let him leave in a hurry?" Lu Yen didn't say anything with a sullen face. This arrest was a secret mission, and other than them, the plainclothes criminal police, no one else even knew there was such a mission. If Lu Yen called him to leave, it would be equivalent to violating the discipline of secrecy, and would most likely lead to the failure of the mission. It's okay. He's probably just part-time, he should just make his delivery and leave. As soon as Lu Yan's words left her mouth, the sound of the scout's voice came through the headset. "Tits tits tits. Report to Eagle's Nest. Rooster is showing up in Building 5, Unit 1, but with a hen next to him, are we going ahead with the operation?" Hearing the detective's voice, Lu Yen subconsciously looked toward the 5 building and 1 unit. Sure enough, he found the sharp-tongued Yang Dong walking slowly out of the unit building with his arm around a little teukai. Yang Dong was very experienced, surveying the surroundings as he walked, sticking close to the little teukai, as if he was using the other party as a shield. If they acted rashly at this time, this little sister would most likely become Yang Dong's hostage. Luo Jun's voice came from the headset. "Don't act yet. Wait for your chance to avoid accidentally injuring the others, and see what he really wants." As time passed by, the plainclothesmen were surprised to find Yang Dong walking towards Qin Yang. Lu Yen instantly became very nervous. She subconsciously tried to stand up and was held down by Sun Jia. "Sister Yen, don't be impulsive." Chapter 10. Is delivery so dangerous? Yang Dong was a robber and murderer, and he might be carrying a lethal weapon on his body. How could Lu Yen not be nervous as she watched him walk towards Qin Yang at this moment? Luo Jun in the command car also froze. How can I run into this kid Qin Yang everywhere? Everyone stay put and wait for my orders to avoid accidental injuries. Yang Dong came in front of Qin Yang and said dully, "Get the express." Qin Yang picked up the package and inquired, "Please confirm what the cell phone tail number is." Yang Dong, 9978. "What is the name of the recipient?" Yang Dong frowned. "Isn't it enough to have the right cell phone tail number? What's the point of asking so many questions?" Qin Yang said somewhat helplessly, "I'm sorry, sir. There are rules over at the courier station. The recipient's name and tail number must be okay before I can hand the package over to you." Yang Dong opened his mouth and wanted to curse, but once he thought of the people coming and going in this neighborhood, he still patiently said, pleasantly, puffing. The little teukai on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Brother Yang, I didn't realize that you usually look so cold and your receiving name is so cute. Then I'll have to change my nickname from now on, so you can call me Mei Yang Yang from now on." In the face of the little sister's flirting, Yang Dong just sneered and did not say anything more. "Can I have the package now?" Qin Yang took a face sheet out and put it on the package. "Yes, Mr. Yang, you just need to sign this face sheet." Yang Dong took the water-based pen and was about to sign the face sheet when suddenly he noticed something was wrong. At first Yang Dong thought it was his own illusion, and he pretended that he couldn't write with a water-based pen and shook it twice with force. He took the opportunity to take another silent survey of his surroundings. As a result, this look Yang Dong realized that his feeling was not wrong. Whether it's a woman sitting in a chair sunbathing in the neighborhood, a couple hugging in the distance, or a janitor cleaning up after themselves, they were always looking their way every now and then, not concentrating on what they were doing at all. Yang Dong immediately realized that he was exposed. Seeing that Yang Dong was hesitant to sign, Qin Yang was about to change a pen to him, who knew that Yang Dong suddenly and violently yanked the little Taiyu, picked up the package and ran back. Qin Yang was confused. "What's the deal? It's not like this is a pay-as-you-go package, this can be skipped." Qin Yang didn't think much about it and chased after him with the face sheet. "Mr. Yang, sign it. You can't take the package away without signing." Qin Yang just chased forward not 2 steps. Yang Dong suddenly pulled out a pistol and raised his hand to shoot. Bang bang. 2 bullets grazed Qin Yang's ears, hitting a man behind him, covering his chest and falling directly to the ground. Before Qin Yang could react, Lu Yen directly rushed over from the side and pounced him to the ground. The netizens in the live stream were also shocked by this scene. Holy, really? Just delivering a courier and you still get into a gunfight? Aren't guns banned in the country, and there's no one else who can meet luck with this. It's true that no job is good nowadays, and you have to risk your life to deliver a courier. Qin Yang, who was pounced on the ground, only felt that his body was soft, and there was a good-smelling aroma that went straight to his nose. He fixed his eyes and realized that Lu Yen was lying on top of him, her heavy white rabbit almost suffocating him. Honey, what are you doing here? Lu Yen glared at him and said without a good mood, I should be the one to ask you that. What are you doing dressed like that if you're not going fishing? Qin Yang said with some embarrassment. There are dead bodies in that river, and the fish caught can't be eaten. That's why I switched to a part-time job and made a temporary delivery. Lu Yen was infuriated. This husband of his didn't stay at home and play games. He had to run out and do some messy part-time jobs and almost lost his life. Just then Luo Jun's voice came from Lu Yan's headset. Yang Dong has retreated to Building 5. Immediately activate Plan 1. Group 1 and Group 2 go into search. Group 3 pull a cordon and clear the scene. No one had expected Yang Dong to suddenly storm out, and now things had gone in the most uncontrollable direction. The 5 apartment buildings were all filled with ordinary homebound citizens, and Yang Dong, armed with a gun, could easily take hostages and confront them. Lu Yen stood up and said to Qin Yang, hurry up and get out of here. Don't go near the cordon. Ryu Yen finished pulling out her pistol and followed the other plainclothesmen into the apartment building. Honey, you have to be safe. Qin Yang also wanted to follow along and go in, but was stopped by Fong Fong, who was responsible for maintaining order. Brother-in-law, it's dangerous here, you go out first. Qin Yang didn't listen to Fong Fong. His wife was still charging around the apartment building. That Yang Dong had a gun in his hand. Could he as a husband leave in peace? Qin Yang was worried when a gunshot suddenly rang out in the apartment. The panicked voice of the scout came over Fong Fong's intercom. Heavy firefight on the 4th floor, requesting SWAT backup. As soon as the detective spoke, 2 teams of SWAT officers immediately entered the apartment building at gunpoint. The netizens in the live stream followed suit and worried. That's too much. A shootout directly in a residential building? It's too magical. I guess the dude has something on his back and getting caught is a death sentence. That's why he's resisting so fiercely. Alley fighting is the easiest way to get hurt, especially when you have to take into account the hostages, and trying to catch gunmen in a residential building, that's too hard. Don't hurt my Lu Police Flower, ah. I'm following the anchor because of Lu Police Flower. Don't raise my electronic girlfriend, ah. With trepidation, Qin Yang waited downstairs for a full 15 minutes. Surprisingly enough, there were no more sounds of any shooting coming from the residential building, and Lu Yen and several criminal police captains walked out of the apartment building safe and sound, only with very serious expressions on their faces. Seeing that Lu Yen was fine, Qin Yang hurriedly came up and took out a tissue to wipe her sweat. Wife, are you all right? It's been hard work, wife. Why don't you rest for a while? Don't work so hard. Lu Yen leaned her face back and frowned as she took the tissue from Qin Yang. I thought I told you to go back. What are you still staying here for? Before Qin Yang could open his mouth to speak, a few old criminal police officers beside him snickered. Why else? Of course I can't worry about you. Xiao Qin, you don't worry. Later, when the second round of the search brother stand, Xiao Lu front will not let your wife hurt. No wonder the little girls in the institute talk about you all day long. Team Lu's husband is indeed a warm man. Which one of you chased after whom in the first place? Yen Yen glared up at a few people. Old Zhou, you guys have no ass to do, is it? The suspect are not even caught here to joke. Believe it or not, I beat you. Knowing that Lu Yen was grumpy, the few people didn't care. It was also at this time that Luo Jun opened the door of the command vehicle and walked towards them. Chapter 11. Sign here, please. Leader. Several people saluted Luo Jun in unison. How is the situation? Luo Jun inquired. Zhou said in a deep voice. We searched from the 1st floor to the top floor, but found no trace of Yang Dong. Our initial judgment is that Yang Dong should have hidden in one of the tenants' homes. Leader. I suggest that a temporary task force be formed to conduct a door-to-door search starting on the 1st floor. Such a search would be more time-consuming, but it would maximize the safety of the occupants while not allowing Yang Dong to take advantage of the situation and run away. Luo Jun didn't make the first decision, but thought about it. The option of searching door to door while solid takes too long. For an outlaw like Yang Dong, the longer he was given a buffer, the more likely he would do something irrational. Just as Luo Jun hesitated, Qin Yang suddenly spoke, "Leader, I have a way to determine Yang Dong's location." As soon as Qin Yang opened his mouth, Lu Yen glared up at him. "What are you doing over here? Get out of here. Go outside the cordon." Lu Yen was very angry. To know how they should act next is entirely their internal matter. Qin Yang is at best considered a police family member. What is he running over to make a scene? Lu Yen was about to drive Qin Yang away when Luo Jun stopped her with a wave of his hand. "Lu Yen, don't be in a hurry. Xiao Qin, do you really have a way that you can determine Yang Dong's location?" Qin Yang nodded. "I do have a way to locate Yang Dong, but I have one request." Ryu Yan's grumpiness came back and she elbowed him. "If you have any bad ideas, just say so, and you're making demands." Qin Yang smiled bitterly and said, "Wanting to let the horse run again and not giving the horse grass to eat, wife, there is no such thing in the world. And you talk back." Lu Yen was about to go up and grab her ears when Luo Jun laughed. "Little Qin, tell me what you want first. As long as it's not too much, I can fulfill it." Seeing that Luo Jun was willing to back himself up, Qin Yang quickly spoke up, "Leader, my request is very simple. As long as I can help you guys find Yang Dong's location without any problems. Then after you guys catch him, let him give me a signature. Can you do that? This single courier must personally sign for, he took something to run, just now also did not give me a signature. I go back to bad delivery. Luo Jun. Lu Yen. Website. No dude. You're pulling my leg. This is a request a normal person could come up with? Leader. I was prepared to be blackmailed by your kid for the bounty. And this is it? What do you know, it's called doing a job and loving it. Looking for a gun-toting tough guy to sign? If there's one thing you can say, a serious person like the anchor can succeed in anything." Luo Jun slowed down for a moment. He even thought he had heard wrong. "Little Qin, repeat your request?" Qin Yang said in a serious manner, "Leader, I think that if I catch Yang Dong later, you should ask him to sign this signing sheet, so that I can also complete my distribution task." Luo Jun's expression instantly became brilliant. It seemed he had heard correctly, and the boy was really asking for this. Luo Jun immediately said very seriously as well, "Okay, I promise you, as long as you can help us lock down Yang Dong's location, I'll definitely make him sign for you." With Luo Jun's assurance, Qin Yang was instantly relieved. At the very beginning when Yang Dong shot at him, Qin Yang's first reaction was not fear, but the thought that he might not be able to complete his system mission. Now well, the situation has completely revitalized itself. The next thing one needs to do is just find Yang Dong. Qin Yang picked up the courier slip and looked at the recipient's name and cell phone number on it. Ding. Skill Global Positioning activated. As the system beep sounded, a three-dimensional map of the entire neighborhood appeared in Qin Yang's mind. Soon, Yang Dong's entire body outline appeared in the map, and it was also imaged in real time. Seeing that Qin Yang closed his eyes and didn't say anything, Lu Yen was a bit anxious at the side. "Qin Yang, can you do it or not? If you can't, then forget it, don't try to be strong." Qin Yang opened his eyes and gave Lu Yen a very confident look. "Honey, what are you talking about? Men, never say no. Come with me." In the darkness, Yang Dong held the gun in his right hand, turned his cell phone into silent mode with his left hand, and sent a message over to his accomplices, asking them to drive to meet him in 6 hours. It had to be said that Yang Dong's psychological quality was very strong. If other suspects were surrounded by a group of SWAT officers, the suspects themselves might have collapsed without the SWAT officers even having to shout at them. But Yang Dong did not panic at all, and even wanted to laugh a little. This neighborhood he has spent most of the month in advance to familiarize himself with the terrain, can be said to be more than the residents of this neighborhood are aware of which routes can be escaped from. For example, where he was hiding now, Yang Dong was confident that even if he gave those SWAT officers a whole day, they would definitely not be able to search. All that's left to do is sleep and wait for Asako and the others to pick me up. Yang Dong put his cell phone into his pocket and closed his eyes in preparation to rest for a while. Who knew that just then, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside. Yang Dong was instantly alerted, his heart alarmed. Can't be, can it? This place where I hid myself is so secretive, and the police found it so quickly? Calm down, must be calm. It might just be whoever happens to be passing by, and one must not get carried away with oneself. Yang Dong had just finished consoling himself when the lid of the dumpster was violently pulled open from outside, and a dozen blackened gun muzzles were aimed at him at the same time. Yang Dong, put the gun down. Put your hands on your head and stand up slowly. Looking at the circle of SWAT officers surrounding him, Yang Dongren was dumbfounded. How did this find him? In order to stay alive, Yang Dong could only obediently follow the words of the SWAT officer and do as he was told. But he still hadn't recovered from his dismay. The netizens in the live broadcast room all laughed out loud when they saw this scene. Yang Dong, turn it off, it's no fun. Yang Dong, no officer. I hid in the garbage can. How can you find this? Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. Yang Dong's dumbfounded expression doesn't look like an act. It's too funny. I was trying to live in a trash can for a while, but the next second I was being aimed at by a dozen guns. It was just desperate. Not only was Yang Dong himself dismayed, even the SWAT officers involved in the operation were very dismayed. When Qin Yang said that Yang Dong was hiding in the trash can, everyone was actually half believing it. But at this moment, when Yang Dong was really caught, the eyes of the SWAT officers looking at Qin Yang were suddenly different. This kid, he's got something. Yang Dong was pulled out of the trash can by SWAT and handcuffed. Just as Yang Dong bowed his head in resignation, a face sheet appeared in front of him. Qin Yang held a water-based pen and said with a smile, Mr. Yang, your express needs to be signed for in person, so please sign here. Yang Dong? Chapter 12, The Magnificent Stripes. Yang Dong looked deeply at Qin Yang, wanting to speak, but knowing that there was nothing more he could do, he picked up a water-based pen and signed the receipt. After Yang Dong was escorted to the police car, Lu Yen looked at Qin Yang. How did you know where he was hiding? Those who were able to participate in this arrest operation were all professional criminal police officers, and they were absolutely top-notch in both trace tracing and criminal searching. But how did Qin Yang guess that Yang Dong was hiding in the trash can when so many criminal police thought he was hiding in the apartment building? Qin Yang rubbed the back of his head and said, Honey, I guessed blindly. When I was a kid, I liked to play hide and seek too, and there was a little fat kid in our countryside who hid in strange places every time. Wells, gutters, trees, rivers, he was close to hiding in the outhouse. So I just made a random guess based on my experience with hide and seek when I was a kid. Lu Yen looked at Qin Yang suspiciously. Really? Qin Yang nodded his head repeatedly. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you, wife? Qin Yang's words made netizens call out outrageous. If Yang Dong knew that his hiding place was guessed out like this, I wonder how he would feel. It turns out that people who are good at games as kids are just as good at everything else when they grow up. My hair little play slingshot is very good, the result of growing up to become a sniper, once a year to return to their hometowns. Ask what all say do not know. This is nothing, our village is just below the snowy mountains. The village people do not have to go out to work every year to bring foreign tourists to climb the snowy mountains to take pictures to play cards on the line. As long as the money to the place, Carrie can also carry the tourists to the top of the mountain. The netizens were still discussing childhood anecdotes, and Qin Yang and Lu Yen chatted for a while before picking up the parcel and starting the second single delivery. As long as he was able to deliver this order successfully, he would be able to collect the system reward again. An hour later, Long Lake Industrial Park. Previously, when Qin Yang took the order, he felt that something was strange, and now after coming to the location according to the navigation, Qin Yang realized that something was wrong. This industrial park is quite large, and outside the park is an 8-lane road, with various green belts and trees on both sides, empty and without any human habitation. There's not even a ghost here. Where's he gonna find someone to sign for it? Qin Yang took out his cell phone and called according to the number on the package. It didn't take long for a middle-aged man's voice to come over the phone. Hey, who are you looking for? Qin Yang spoke. May I ask if you are Mr. Huang Pu Huang? I'm a courier from Flying Bird Speed Delivery. I have a package for you here. Please come out and sign for it. Huang Pu said after an oh-so-quiet sound. Sure it's my package, right? Qin Yang checked the information on the parcel again and nodded. That's right. The address and information are correct. Sure it's your parcel. Hump. Then help me open the package and take a look. Qin Yang directly refused. I'm sorry, Mr. Huang. Our courier station has a clear rule that we don't have the right to open the customer's package. You need to open it yourself. Huang Pu said impatiently. You have said is my package? I now authorize you to open. You help me see what is inside cannot? If you are afraid to take responsibility, you can open the phone recording. Qin Yang still refused in a serious manner. No, that's out of order. Huang Pu. I said, why are you so stubborn? Brother, I'll be honest with you. This parcel of mine contains gold bars. If you don't believe me, just shake it and feel it. You'll see for me now if it's a gold bar, and if it is I'll come right out. Qin Yang picked up the parcel and shook it. He could indeed feel the heavy weight of the bar-shaped items inside. Could it really be gold bars? However, Qin Yang quickly denied this possibility. Who in their right mind would courier gold bars? In case they get lost in the middle of the journey, wouldn't that be more troublesome? Thinking of this, Qin Yang said in a serious tone, Mr. Huang, don't joke with me. Regardless of whether the parcel contains gold bars or not, this parcel needs to be opened by you personally. Please come out and sign for it as soon as you can. I'll be here for up to 10 minutes. Thanks for your cooperation. After Qin Yang finished speaking, he stopped talking nonsense and directly hung up the phone. He has been in the society for so many years, it is very clear to deal with people like Huang Pu. You cannot be polite with him, directly give him a final time limit and then hang up the phone is the most efficient. Sure enough, after Huang Pu realized that he had made several phone calls to Qin Yang without answering, he ran out of the park panting not even 10 minutes later. Huang Pu wore a brown striped Paul's shirt with suit pants underneath and a luxury belt around his waist. Huang Pu walked over to Qin Yang with his briefcase in his hand and said after taking a hard drag on his cigarette, Your kid is quite a character, not answering my calls. Qin Yang didn't pick up the conversation and directly handed a face sheet to Huang Pu. Mr. Huang, right? Please sign here. Huang Pu took the courier from Qin Yang's hand and pulled out a knife to unwrap the package. What's the rush? I need to see if there's anything wrong with the stuff first. In front of Qin Yang, Huang Pu took 4 heavy gold bars out of the package from inside. The netizens in the live broadcast room were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. It's really gold bars. I thought the dude was joking at first, but it turns out he's really rich. Sure enough, rich people, and we are not living in a world. My father, if I put a gold bar out that have to be armed, personally escorted. This buddy is good. Directly go express delivery. If you don't know, is it true that gold bars can be couriered? The big brand express station is allowed to express to buy insurance. Small brand express, even if you forget it, shipping 100 times is not enough to compensate you once. Kneel down and ask for Stripe's contact info. I'm just short of a daddy boyfriend. Even though they had already seen the big villa that Qin Yang lived in before, these 4 gold bars still gave the netizens quite a shock at this time. After confirming that there is no problem with the gold bar, Huang Pu readily signed for it. A system beep was immediately heard in Qin Yang's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the mission and receiving a cash reward of $2,000. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill Top Magic. Congratulations to the host. He has gained the skill Master of Speech. With the system rewards arriving, Qin Yang's mind suddenly had 2 more techniques, speech and magic. This one gave Qin Yang a bit of a daze. Not the system, brother. What is the use of these 2 skills you gave me? You can't make any money with those 2 skills either. Just as Qin Yang was puzzled, Huang Pu suddenly looked him up and down and spoke. Young man, I see you are also quite a talent, long quite handsome. How to run to deliver the courier. How much can you make in a day delivering couriers? Why don't you follow me and I'll pay you 10 times your salary? How's that? Chapter 13. The little girl who doesn't have stage fright. After completing the mission, Qin Yang originally wanted to go home directly, who knew that Huang Pu would have to give him 10 times his salary as soon as he opened his mouth. Qin Yang was happy. Don't joke, Mr. Huang. Although I can only earn 300 a day delivering couriers, I'm still satisfied with my salary. The netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud when Qin Yang said this. This dog thief. So sinister, ah? On the first day to do courier can earn $300? Abacus beads are crashing down on my face. It's clear that the anchor is planning on pitting Brother Stripes hard. Wouldn't 10 times 300 be 3,000? $3,000 is more to others, but it shouldn't be anything to Brother Stripes. Ha ha ha. The Stripes are dumbfounded, obviously bluffed by the number 300. Stripey. Is delivery so profitable now? Huang Pu really didn't expect Qin Yang to earn 300 a day even though he looked so amateurish. But one's big words had already been put out. Wouldn't it be very dishonorable not to show them at this time? Huang Pu opened his purse and pulled out a wad of money from it and handed it to Qin Yang. I came out in a hurry. I didn't have that much cash on me. Here's 1,500 for you to take first. Qin Yang took 15,000 from Huang Pu's hand. Next to each other with a hand test. Surprisingly, they are all real banknotes. Mr. Huang, what do you mean by that? You don't get paid for nothing. Why are you suddenly giving me 15,000? Huang Pu smiled and said, to tell you the truth, brother, I'm in the business of doing great things. See this large park behind me? This is all my property. The main reason why I, as a person, have been successful and have been able to make such a big career is because I have a good eye for seeing what's going on. The first time I saw you, I thought you had extraordinary talent and were a makeable talent. As long as you're willing to follow me, we'll both make a fortune. Take this 1500 as my red packet for you, and by a few hours of your time, follow me inside and I'll introduce you to my industry. How's that? Ooh, it's quite bold. Giving $1,500 as a red packet just to introduce the industry to Qin Yang? Qin Yang was already short of money, and now that someone was rushing to give him money, he naturally had no reason not to want it. Only Qin Yang still pretended to be difficult and said, I can follow you in for a stroll, but it can't be for too long. My wife is still waiting for me to go back and cook for her. Seeing that Qin Yang agreed after accepting the money, Huang Pu immediately came over and patted him on the shoulder, saying in an overly familiar manner, Dude, that's where you're wrong. Men, take your career as your priority. Don't just think about women all day long, you have to get money. As long as you have money, can you still lack women? Haven't you heard the saying, if you bloom, butterflies will come? Huang Pu spoke with a set of words, leading Qin Yang inside the park as he spoke. The security guards at the entrance also took the initiative to greet Huang Pu when they saw him, and 2 assistants in suits took the initiative to run over to him without going far, with a mouthful of Mr. Huang, very respectful. The more the netizens in the live broadcast room watched, the more they felt something was wrong. Brothers, why do I feel that this Mr. Huang seems to be weird somewhere, and doesn't give me the feeling of being an old boss? Good news. He's wearing all this branded stuff. Bad news. He's got a fake glance at all this branded stuff. It won't be a mistake to enter some strange organization, right? You guys see these 2 assistants, one on the left and one on the right? It seems like they've blocked all of the anchor's retreat. This Mr. Huang gave 15,000 red envelopes when I felt strange, which someone meets to give so much money. Now I kind of understand, although the money into your pocket, but you can't go away, it's the same as not giving. Not only were the netizens strange, but Qin Yang also found something wrong. At first, Qin Yang just wanted to earn this 15,000 red packet money, but when he followed Huang Pu into a meeting place, he then realized that he had mistakenly entered a strange sales organization. This big meeting place is more than 1,000 square meters, and at a glance you can tell that it is converted from a factory building. The large meeting place was separated by partitions on the sides, and all the back was covered with a cooler floor, various toiletries and clothes. Outside the cubicle, near the main stage of the large venue, hundreds of men and women in cheap suits and white shirts were currently listening to the man on stage. Huang Pu brought Qin Yang to a seat in front and sat down, saying with a smile, Brother, what's your name? Qin Yang. Huang Pu said with a smile, Brother Qin, as you can see, these present are the elite management of our head office, the backbone of the company. You're lucky today, you've stumbled upon a gathering of the backbone of our head office, and a senior lecturer has come to give us a lecture. Here, this is our company's brochure, you can take a look at it first. With that, Huang Pu handed over a creased brochure and wondered how many people had flipped through it. On the cover of the brochure are the words, The Golden Light Program, written in large letters. Qin Yang casually flipped through a few pages and quickly determined that this organization was indeed irregular. According to the Golden Light Program, the product that Huang Pu and the others sell is a bone-strengthening powder for all ages. This kind of bone powder children eat after being able to grow taller, young people eat will not be back pain, middle-aged people eat a dragon and tiger, the elderly eat even a second spring. These bone-strengthening powders are also divided into many grades and levels, with the cheapest being $300 a bottle and the most expensive being $30,000 a bottle. In a word, this bone-strengthening powder can make people stay young forever, bring the dead back to life, and cure terminal diseases when eaten. The netizens in the live broadcast room all felt very outrageous after reading the manual publicity. Would anyone really believe such a thing? As soon as the words cure cancer are printed, you know it's a fake. There is a saying about being sick and dying. People who are healthy can never realize what it is like to be terminally ill. For healthy people, money is important, but for the terminally ill, money is far less important than the hope of living. My second aunt is the terminal stage of liver cancer, was fooled into buying a piece of what $300,000 of 7 precious stones, saying that it is a cure for all diseases, but the results took to the test found that the 7 precious stones not only do not cure, there are a lot of harmful radiation. Hey! My great aunt was also cheated out of her family's savings, and couldn't accept the fact that she was cheated and jumped to her death. These crooks deserve to die. Call the police. Call the police to arrest them immediately. Just as the netizens were filled with righteous indignation, a youthful voice suddenly came from the main stage. Hello everyone. My name is Liang Ka-yi. The applause from the stage was sparse, and most people couldn't understand why a teenage girl was allowed to appear at a party like this. But Kid Sister doesn't have the slightest stage fright, but instead takes the microphone and opens it with confidence. It seems that not enough people know me. Let me introduce myself. I'm from the Southern Border Branch, and I'm now the president of the Southern Border Golden Light Branch.
Kin Yang.
Netflix? Chapter 14. The Fascinating Toastmaster. Liang Jai's words directly caused the pop-ups in the live broadcast room to instantly fill the screen. Did I hear her right? She said she was the president of the branch? Damn. This kind of plot I thought I could only see in novels. I didn't think I could actually encounter it in reality. It's so magical that a teenager stands on stage and says she's the president of the branch. And not only does everyone else not think it's weird, but they're actually applauding? This kind of organization must be terminated. It's really horrible. It's like brainwashing people. Qin Yang also felt that it was very strange for a small girl like Liang Jai to stand on the stage and give a speech, but the people around her were all showing fervor and cheering and applauding. Qin Yang could only continue to listen to it in order to fit in. Liang Jai said confidently while controlling the scene, "My leader is Liang Yun, my father. I was like everyone else before. I was brought over by my dad to play, and then he let me join the company and made me a part of it. After my unremitting efforts, it didn't take me long to be promoted to the president of the company, and what I'm wearing now is all my own money. My father said that I am now both a rich generation and a rich second generation." Liang Jai's words made everyone go completely crazy and all cheered. Huang Pu also said very proudly on the side, "How about Shao Qin? I didn't lie to you, right? I'm in big business, and our company's development prospects are also very good. As long as you are willing to join us, actively learn advanced sales theory knowledge, and recommend our company's good products to your family and friends, I guarantee that you can also become the president of our company and realize wealth freedom in a very short period of time, just like Liang Jai." Obviously, Huang Pu felt that the padding is almost done. He intends to pull Qin Yang into the gang, let him buy some products to try first. The two assistants also leaned over towards Qin Yang. If he did not cooperate, it was estimated that the two would come directly to the hard way. Money Qin Yang was not prepared to pay out. He had managed to complete the system task's hard-earned $3,000. How could he easily give it to others? In order to stall for time, Qin Yang made a look of excitement and said, "Mr. Huang, I definitely want to join this company of yours. But before I do, can I go up to the stage and say a few words?" Huang Pu froze. "This is out of order, isn't it? It's usually only senior management that can go up and give speeches. Rules? If I really followed your rules, would I still be able to walk out of here?" Without waiting for Huang Pu to react, Qin Yang rushed onto the stage with an arrow step and took the microphone from Liang Jai's hand. Everyone was shocked by Qin Yang's move. Ding! Skill Speaker Masters launched. Getting the microphone, Qin Yang's temperament suddenly changed, just like a real master of success, full of confidence between hands and feet. Half an hour later, the main entrance to the park. Lu Yen led hundreds of police officers to surround the entire park, blocking all entrances and exits. Sun Jia glanced at the positioning provided by the technical department and spoke, "Sister Yen, we've locked on to brother-in-law's location." Lu Yen waved his hand. Everyone, move as planned. Hundreds of police officers acted at the same time, with Lu Yen leading the charge at the front. How could she not expect that only just separated from Qin Yang not long ago, this kid was abducted into a pyramid scheme? What made her most angry was that in order to rescue Qin Yang smoothly, they had deployed hundreds of police officers this time and coordinated personnel with several precinct police stations. If their crackdown didn't yield any great results this time, she would have to break Qin Yang's legs. Just as they were getting closer and closer to the large venue, Qin Yang's impassioned voice suddenly came from inside. "I'll send $1 million to anyone who betrays me. Those who are loyal to me in the future, that's hundreds of millions. Hear the applause. How much wasted money you have spent, decide how much temperament you have. Wrongful money on spending 200 million, that do practical things when taking 10 billion, that is not a laughing matter. Understand applause. I am the only one in heaven and the world. I want to universalize all beings. Hear the applause." A series of highly inflammatory statements came out of the assembly grounds and were heard by the police outside the door. The netizens in the live stream were also happy. Anchor. Talk about billions and billions of dollars. But if you're short of me by $10 or $100, I will you. I hear you, so what the anchor is saying is that all I have to do is keep betraying him and I'll get rich, right? Hear applause. So it's so easy to be a lecturer. Then I will too. Me. You'll do whatever job makes money. Hear the applause. The anchor's speech is quite magical. But these clapping people are even more talented. Why clap and shake your head? It's too uptight. While the netizens felt uptight, Sun Jia was embarrassed. Sister Yen. This seems to be brother-in-law's voice. Lu Yan's lungs were about to explode. He coordinated so many police forces to come in a hurry to save him, and he ended up giving a speech? Later, you guys rush in and hold him down with you. Ha! Sun Jia looked embarrassed. This isn't good. Brother-in-law called the police. What's wrong with us holding him down? Lu Yan said with a cold face. Just because he reported it to the police doesn't mean he's not suspected of breaking the law. Not to mention that he's so excited on the podium right now. So who knows if he's involved in it as well? Seeing that Lu Yan was serious, Sun Jia didn't dare to say anything more. With Lu Yan's order, dozens of police officers rushed into the venue at the same time. Nobody move. Put your hands on your head and crouch down. The sudden turn of events scared everyone into screaming in shock. Some of them tried to escape and were held down by the police and handcuffed on the spot. More were instantly honest at the sight of the batons, following orders to crouch on the ground with their hands on their heads. Seeing Lu Yan arrive with her team, Qin Yang instantly breathed a sigh of relief. He was about to walk towards Lu Yan, only to have Sun Jia walk up and try to cuff him. Qin Yang was startled at the sight. Jia, what are you cuffing me for? I called the police. Sun Jia hurriedly gave Qin Yang a wink. Brother-in-law, cooperate a little, or you'll suffer even more if Sister Xiaoyan does it herself. As soon as Qin Yang looked up, he saw Lu Yan walking towards him with frost on her pretty face. Qin Yang shivered in fear and hurriedly and obediently cooperated to put on the handcuffs, not forgetting to show it to Lu Yan to fight for leniency. Jia, take command of the scene. I'll take him out first. Lu Yan yanked on Qin Yang's handcuffs and brought his entire body outward. Netizens shook their heads at the sight. It's over, we're going to have to pull out and settle the score. Within a day, 2 consecutive major operations had something to do with him, and before that, he was almost killed by a gunshot, so it's normal to get scolded. In the morning there was a gunfight, and in the afternoon there was a pyramid scheme, so be careful, old Qin. It's not good to be a geeky flunky at home. You have to run out and work part-time. Your wife is angry. Chapter 15 Lu Yan's Fortunate Star. Qin Yang was dragged into the hallway by Lu Yan, and then directly pushed against the wall. Put your hands up and spread your legs. After giving the order, Lu Yan directly started searching her body with a stern face. Lu Yan searched her body very carefully, searching everywhere that should and shouldn't be searched. Qin Yang was made to cry and laugh. Honey, there's no need to be so serious. I'm the victim. Yen glared up at him. Who's your wife? You're serious. Qin Yang had no choice but to change his words. Okay, Officer Lu, I called the police. I'm the victim. You don't have to treat me like a suspect, do you? Lu Yan poked her hand on Qin Yang's chest and said with a hum, You're the victim? I clearly saw you having a great time giving your speech on stage just now. All those people applauded you, and there were women whistling and cheering at you. Qin Yang, are you enjoying this feeling of being touted? Qin Yang hurriedly explained, Old officer, unjustly accused. I went on stage to give a speech solely for the purpose of stalling for time, waiting for you guys to come and rescue me. That surnamed Huang is all set to have someone forcefully pull me in. If I don't think of some way to stall for time, maybe I won't even be here by the time you guys arrive. You should know the tactics of those people. Don't look at Huang Pu, who was quite civilized on the surface, but if he realized that he couldn't fool Qin Yang, he would immediately have someone confiscate Qin Yang's cell phone, forcibly transfer him away, and lock him up in a small black room. The scariest point of this kind of organization is actually not in brainwashing, but in restricting your personal freedom and making you lose contact with the outside world completely. You're not given food or water, you're assigned 24-hour surveillance, there are mentors who come to brainwash you from time to time, and there are female coworkers who offer themselves up. Let's just say these tactics are given to you for a month and you yield or not. A lot of people don't do it because they're stupid, they do it simply because they can't help it. Lu Yen had worked as a criminal police officer for so many years, and was naturally very clear about the tactics of Huang Pu and these people. Seeing Lu Yan's expression easing, Qin Yang continued, "Wife, not only did my speech buy you guys time, but I also snared important information. That one surnamed Huang thought my speech was good and said he wanted to promote me to senior management and gave me a list of names. The list is in my phone. I'll forward it to you. It'll definitely help you solve the case." Seeing Qin Yang take out his cell phone and forward the file to her, the anger on Lu Yan's face slightly subsided. Looking at the courier vest on Qin Yang, Lu Yan said in a gentle tone, "Qin Yang, didn't my mom give you a bank card? It gives you $50,000 pocket money every month. If you think it's not enough, you can talk to me. I can give you my salary. Why do you have to come out to deliver? How dangerous. Netflix. How much? $50,000 a month? Our mom still lacks a son-in-law. Not sister. Do not love brain ah. What exactly do you see in this anchor ah? Why give him $50,000 a month ah? He can do I can also ah. Is there still a law? Is there still a law? Even if the police flower as a wife, there are still $50,000 of pocket money every month. As solid as my own poverty is, the success of my anchors breaks my defenses even more. That's why people still can't live too comfortably, and once they do it's easy to find things to do for themselves." Seeing that Qin Yang didn't say anything, Lu Yen even started to pout in a rare manner. She said with spring in her eyes, "Husband, listen, you just stay home, play games when you need to play games, order takeout when you want to, and if you can't you can hire a babysitter. Is it okay if you just stay home during the day and I come back and play with you at night?" A screen full of bloody choppers floated up in the live room. Apparently this wave of dog food has pissed off a bunch of netizens. Qin Yang said in a serious manner, "What are you talking about? I'm a big man with arms and legs. Can I let you raise me? Wouldn't that be a waste? Don't bring this up again. I'm going to make my own money and work. I'm going to be on my own." Seeing Qin Yang's softness, Lu Yen was furious. Just as she was about to go ballistic, Sun Jia's excited voice came over the intercom. "Sister Yen, are you there?" Willowface, "I can hear you. What is it?" "Sister Yen, we've gotten credit. We've gotten a big credit this time. We found a large amount of cash and gold bars in Huang Pu's office, and the illegal funds in his account have been frozen by us. According to our preliminary estimates, the amount involved in this one is at least $1 billion. Hiss. Hearing Sun Jia say this, Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cool air and Lu Yen froze. $1 billion. Economic crime cases of this scale are definitely big and important cases for any region. Netizens were also shocked beyond belief. It seems that Boss Huang didn't lie. He does have money and the company is really big. Fake, right? Just this kind of garbage meeting place to gather a bunch of big smarts? The amount of money involved can reach $1 billion? Young man, you're looking down on Boss Huang, aren't you? Do you know that a pyramid scheme targeting healthcare products for the elderly was busted last year, with the amount of money involved being as high as $3.6 billion? The reason why this kind of thing is cracked down on is because it's quick money. Imagine your parents worked hard all their lives and managed to save up $200,000 for their retirement, and they were cheated out of it all at once by these big smart people you look down on. Do you still think it's hard for them to make money? These big smarts may not be highly educated, but they always have relatives, right? There are always friends, right? They never rely on brains to scam money. They rely on connections. That's true, my second aunt was dragged into the business by her best friend in the first place, and everyone around her advised her not to go, saying that it was a pit of fire, but she still jumped into it with determination. Holy! So it seems like the anchor is a lucky star. On the first day of delivery, he helped his wife make 2 big achievements in a row. It's so awesome. Lu Yen looked at Qin Yang with complicated eyes, wanting to speak. Say he is not doing his job, right? The body dumping case, the arrest case, the distribution case are all assisted by Qin Yang. His own promotion this year has been stable. But to say he was doing the right thing was more than Willowface could say. Which normal person put the family Bentley not to drive, riding a small electric donkey out to deliver this is not purely sick. Knowing that Lu Yen was definitely no longer angry, Qin Yang gave her a hefty smile. Honey, look at the list of executives I sent you. Are you going to help me get out of the handcuffs? Lu Yen grunted coldly, but pulled out the key to help him unlock the handcuffs. Don't you dare make fun of me here. No more wandering around today. Go home now. Do you hear me? Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. There's no point in going back. You're not coming back at night. Lu Yan's pretty face reddened, then spoke. Who said I won't come back? Yang Dong has already been caught, and I have to hand over this pyramid scheme case to the Economic Investigation Brigade. So I'll be back after work tonight when there's nothing else to do. Qin Yang was overjoyed, his eyes glowing. Chapter 16. Encountering the two brothers of divine oil. Wife, keep your word, yo. If you're coming back tonight, then I'll prepare a candlelight dinner at home first. Lu Yen hummed and didn't say anything, but that petulant expression was clearly acquiescence. The thought of spending a wonderful and happy time tonight was so refreshing to Qin Yang's heart. After unlocking the handcuffs, Qin Yang left the park and rode his own small electric donkey back to the courier station. He refreshed the system and realized that it hadn't sent him a new quest. It's good to have a break, too. People aren't cows and horses, they can't work all the time without resting, right? After changing his clothes, Qin Yang took out his car keys and was just about to go home, only to find a large group of people surrounding the neighborhood square. Take a look, take a look. The secret oil from our ancestors. It revitalizes blood and removes blood stasis. And it won't make you fall down. The foot is twisted and coated. The waist is flashed and coated. The man must never serve old age. The gun will not fall down once coated with the divine oil. This word of the tiger and the wolf. It's kind of fun. Thinking that there might be a big battle tonight, Qin Yang couldn't help but walk towards the stall. As a result, as soon as he walked over, he saw a fat and a thin man selling their ancestral sacred oil. The fat man was wearing a navy blue short sleeve, and it was obvious that he was a practitioner, and he kept arching his hand to the person next to him with a sharp look in his eyes. With a microphone at his mouth and a megaphone at his waist, the skinny man solicits passersby while describing the miracle oil he holds. Seeing that the crowd was almost gathered, the thin man cut to the chase. Folks and fathers, the two of us brothers are passing by your precious land, selling some ancestral divine oil to make up for the traveling expenses, and we hope for more support from everyone. Then someone must have asked, what is the use of this divine oil of yours? Does it really work or does it not? As I said just now, this ancestral divine oil of our family is versatile and can be applied to many places on the body. It revitalizes blood and removes blood stasis, and it can also keep you golden. The thin man finished patting the fat man on the shoulder. Everyone saw that, didn't they? He's my younger brother, and he's been practicing martial arts since he was a child. As the saying goes, medicine and martial arts are not separate, especially since my brother practiced hard qigong. The potion to activate blood circulation and remove blood stasis is even more important to him. Brothers who know the trade know that whether hard qigong kung fu is good or not depends 3 parts on practice and 7 parts on medicine. If the medicine is good, the kung fu is deep and the realm is high. So I'll cut the crap and just let my brother show you all a wave of golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt. The thin man picked up a 5-fingered stick next to him and told the fat man to take his shirt off. The fat man took a deep breath, bellowed twice, opened his stride and zigzagged, and crouched his whole body downward. In front of everyone, the thin man shouted and the stick in his hand slammed into the fat man's back. Click! The wooden stick snapped with a sound. The onlookers applauded. Qin Yang skimmed his mouth and didn't feel that this was anything remarkable. This kind of trick is on the level of juggling, and as long as you've mastered the skill to tolerate the pain, ordinary people can do it, no big deal. Obviously, the thin man knew that this performance wasn't exactly spectacular. He only saw that he opened a bottle of divine oil, poured a little bit into his palm, and then applied it directly onto the fat man's back. Remember what I just said to everyone? Our family's ancestral divine oil is the best at revitalizing blood and removing blood stasis. Everyone, look carefully, only to see the thin man casually wipe a few times. The red stick marks on the fat man's back actually did disappear. The effect drew gasps of amazement from onlookers, and netizens posted pop-ups to discuss it. There's something about this divine oil. Can it really revitalize blood and remove blood stasis? Fighting hard against a stick is nothing, but being able to casually rub it a few times to get rid of the redness and swelling only means that the medicine is really good. It's true that the masters are in the people. Kneel down and ask for a substitute. I want to buy a bottle of this medicinal oil too. Slim's words are not wrong. Most of those practitioners who used to practice hard qigong had their own secret recipes for medicinal oils. My second uncle is a practitioner of iron sandpalm, and his master passed down a prescription to him specifically for him to practice with. Without that prescription, you'd have to waste your hands practicing hard qigong. So the golden gun is not down is true? How come all the good things let Qin Dog encounter I'm so angry Seeing that the display was so good, the thin man was very proud. At this point, there are already people asking for prices. But Skinny obviously knows how to do business. He didn't make the first offer but smiled and said, "Everyone, maybe there are still people who didn't find it enjoyable to go down with that stick just now. And there are still people who question that my brother and I were putting on an act. So I've decided to ask a friend to come up next and beat my brother with this stick. And after that, I'll show you how effective the divine oil is in removing bruises. How about that?" The thin man raised the other stick up and everyone sucked in a breath of air. "Dude, is that a ing stick?" It was almost as thick as a tree stump and could not be grasped with one hand. The onlookers all took a step back, no one daring to go up and cooperate. They say they're inviting you to fight, but who's responsible if something happens? Just when everyone was reluctant to go up, Qin Yang was very excited and took the initiative to raise his hand. "I'll do it." Seeing that there was finally a brave person, the thin man hurriedly invited Qin Yang over and handed him the thick wooden stick. "This handsome man, we didn't know each other before, did we?" "Not recognizable. You're my trustee, aren't you?" "No." The thin man immediately swore to God. "I swear to God, if I know this handsome man, I'll walk out of this neighborhood and let my car run me over." The thin man had sworn like this, and the onlookers immediately believed him for a few moments. After laying the groundwork, the thin man looked at Qin Yang and said, "Handsome guy, do it. Don't hesitate, just hit harder. The harder you hit, the more obvious the marks on his body will be, and the better the effect of the divine oil will show later." Qin Yang let out an oh-so-slight sound and raised the thick wooden stick to take an early aim. Fatty had already started to get lucky when he suddenly felt how the back of his head was cold. He turned his head only to realize that Qin Yang was aiming at the back of his head. This gave the fat man a shiver of fear, and he stood up to stop it in a hurry, very angry. "Where are you aiming, kid? Hit the back. Who told you to hit the head?" "Mud, that was close. If he hadn't sensed it ahead of time, he could have been sent away by this kid with a stick." The onlookers also finally believed at this time that Qin Yang and the two brothers absolutely did not know each other. Taking a stick that thick to the back of the head, someone you know can't do that. The thin man was also scared enough by Qin Yang. Martyr, he almost lost his own brother in pain when he wasn't paying attention. After making sure his instructions were in place, the fat man resumed his horse stance for luck. Qin Yang thought for a moment, also felt that he had just gone a little too far, so he put down the thick stick in his hand and picked up a willow from the ground in his hand. "The wicker is thin enough, I think, that this shouldn't hit anything." The thin man's face suddenly changed at the sight. Before he could utter a word to stop him, all anyone could hear was a whirring sound as the willow whipped hard on the fat man's back. Chapter 17. Rough hit the head, willow hit the back. Snap! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, the fat man covered his entire back and jumped up, and all of the surrounding people's faces showed expressions of intolerance. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly filled the screen. "Tough, too tough. The anchor is really a living hell. Actually thought of using a willow to whip his back. Ha ha ha. Roughly beating the head and the back. The gods come and kneel. The golden bell shield, right? The iron cloth shirt, right? There's no shroud, right? Sticks smothered. Willow pumped back. Gods come ouch. Ha ha ha. Laugh me to death. I wanted to perform my hard qigong, but my clothes got smoked." Fatty's expression of pain. Willow whipped back that kind of sour feeling for a moment, let him find the feeling of childhood. Directly give him pain into a grandson. The thin man said very angrily, "You kid came to pick a fight on purpose, didn't you?" Seeing that the thin man was about to make a move, Qin Yang hurriedly said innocently, "What do you mean by that? It was you who told me to hit randomly. I was worried about hitting, so I switched to willow. If he can't even stand willow, then wouldn't he stand it even more if I switched to a stick?" "Skinny. This is ing sick." Skinny's mind blew up. How can you come across a psychopath when you're out selling drugs properly? Just when the two brothers were ready to give Qin Yang a little lesson, a police car stopped at the entrance of the neighborhood, and a few police officers got out of the car and walked over this way. The two brothers knew at a glance that they had come to collect them, and the two of them glared fiercely at Qin Yang, packed up their things and hurriedly ran towards the back door. Why are you leaving? How do you sell your medicinal oils?" The two brothers didn't pay any attention to Qin Yang at all, and in no time at all, they had already run away without a trace. The two brothers had just left not long ago when a system beep suddenly came from Qin Yang's mind. "Ding. Your task has been updated. Your next part-time job is pinning. Part-time job. Please make the sales of the products you promote exceed $10 million by your own efforts. Countdown to mission. 2 days. How much? Sales over 10 million? You're ing kidding me. Seeing this task given by the system, Qin Yang man numb. His day's salary was not even more than $100, and as a result, the system was now asking him to complete a $10 million sales task. Something was wrong with the system, wasn't it? Calm down first. Since the system had given such a task, there must be a possibility of realizing it. Qin Yang thought carefully. If he wanted to complete such a high amount of sales in a short period of time, it seems that the only way to do so is to sell houses and cars. After all, a car is hundreds of thousands of dollars and a suite is over $1 million. But on second thought, it's not right. How can anyone buy a car or a house in the current recession? Thinking about it, Qin Yang had already arrived at the supermarket. Boss, a pack of white sand. The owner smoothly took out a pack of white sand from the counter and put it on the table, but his eyes were always looking at his cell phone without leaving it. 20. Qin Yang pulled out his cell phone to scan the code to pay, and inadvertently glanced at the live broadcast content on the boss's phone. Live in the room, the two anchors a comic, while introducing the efficacy of the product while shouting on the link. Just a moment of time, surprisingly hundreds of thousands of things to sell out. Qin Yang froze for a moment and opened his mouth to inquire, "Boss, which anchor is this that can sell hundreds of thousands of goods in a second?" The boss took a drag on his cigarette and said, "You don't even recognize Zhou Jia? The hottest anchor with goods in the country. People can sell at least tens of millions of dollars of goods in a live broadcast. Very powerful." Tens of millions. Qin Yang immediately brightened up. Yeah. Live bandwagon ahoy. Why hadn't he thought of this path before? Although the price of the things sold on the air is not very high, but the main one is a thin profit, large quantities of food. You might actually be able to sell enough for $10 million if you work on it yourself. As soon as he said he would do it, Qin Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone to call his good brother Yu Hao. "Old Qin? I'm not dreaming, right? You kid even have time to call me? You're not busy with your part-time job." As a good brother, Yu Hao knew Qin Yang very well. Before the marriage of Qin Yang also often called him out to dinner and barbecue, but after the marriage of the two rarely meet, usually private chat contact. Qin Yang said with great excitement, "Old Yu, hasn't your cannery always wanted to open up sales before? I have a good idea to help you with publicity." Yu Hao said lazily, "What's a good idea, tell me? I'll open a live broadcast to help you bring in goods. And I'm sure I can help you bring your factory's products to fire." Yu Hao was silent for a moment and then said, "Not old Qin, you're not a fresh idea. I have also found people live with goods before, and they are also more flow of famous anchors. I can only say that the effect is not very good and we lost a little money on that batch of goods. Live banding seems to be quite popular, but it's not optimal for small manufacturers. The more famous the anchor, the more they demand. Not to mention that you need to pay a high appearance fee for asking people to help you carry your products. They will also ask you to give them the lowest price on the market for their products when they help you carry your products. For example, a box of canned goods sells for $15 at market price and makes a profit of $5. But when you get these anchors to carry your goods, you're stuck selling them for $11, and they're selling them for $12 to the fans on the air. So did not get a few times after Yu Hao figured out that this is in fact the wholesale of thin margins. This kind of live bandwagon is not useful for their factory sales. Qin Yang said in a serious manner, "That's because you didn't find the right person. What's the use of looking for those little anchors to bring you goods? You have to look for me. Tell you what, where are you now? I'll drive over first and we'll meet and talk more." Yu Hao was not optimistic about this matter that Qin Yang was talking about. As a good brother, he still knew very well how much weight Qin Yang had. This kid was nervous when he was studying and even stood up in class to answer questions, but also talk about what live bandwagon are. However, on second thought, the two did not see each other for a long time. Yu Hao simply gave him an address, just as two brothers get together. An hour later, downstairs at Starlight Entertainment. After Qin Yang parked his car according to the address given by Yu Hao, he directly took the elevator to the 15th floor. As soon as Qin Yang stepped out of the elevator, he was dazzled by a pair of long legs in front of him. Since it was a live entertainment company, the entire company was full of beautiful female anchors with different styles. These beautiful female anchors were not the least bit uncomfortable with the sudden appearance of strange men, and there were even female anchors who graciously took the initiative to greet Qin Yang and throw winks at him. Qin Yang froze in place for a moment, having the illusion that he had accidentally entered the coiled silk cave. Chapter 18. All hard workers in the beatings. "Old Qin, this way." Yu Hao's voice brought Qin Yang back to his senses. He looked up and found Yu Hao wearing a black shirt standing in the far corridor waving at him. Qin Yang hurriedly walked over, And in the meantime, he also rubbed shoulders with several female anchors. After meeting Yu Hao first hugged Qin Yang and then patted his shoulder. Look at you. You've never seen the world. It's your first time in this kind of media company, isn't it?
Qin Yang nodded.
There are quite a lot of female anchors here. Is it so popular to do live broadcasts? Yu Hao handed Qin Yang a cigarette and said, "Bull popularity. Most of the female anchors here are tricked to come here. Decent people who do this Just think of it this way. There will always be high achievers and low achievers in a class, right? It goes without saying that students with good grades naturally go to college, do more impressive jobs after graduation, and become elites in all walks of life. But what about those with poor grades? Men moving bricks, do a little physical labor. Women slightly good-looking can only come to do live. Don't look at the female anchors here who are all dressed up. The clothes they are wearing are probably all rented, living a life of eating the first and not the next. In addition to a very few very hot female anchors, most of them want to climb out of this pit. But it's just a pity that it's not easy to find a big brother on the list." Listening to Yu Hao's explanation, Qin Yang then realized why so many female anchors took the initiative to greet him just now. Together they took him as a rich man. The netizens in the live stream also lamented. "Hey, it's all about life. Otherwise who would do this kind of work again? To put it nicely, it's called an anchorwoman, but to put it bluntly, isn't it the geisha of old? One can only say that times have changed, but some professions remain unchanged. These media companies are all pitfalls. I have a friend who has signed with these media companies before, and the contracts are all traps. Now she not only has to broadcast more than 10 hours a day, but if she can't bring in revenue for the company, they have to compensate the company with a large sum of money. It's miserable. Why think so much? Who lives easily? Anyway, the road is chosen by yourselves. You have to finish it even if you are on your knees. Don't tell me that you usually don't brush female anchors." Qin Yang looked at Yu Hao and asked, "Speaking of which, why are you here? Shouldn't you be at the cannery?" Yu Hao heatedly laughed. "Didn't I ask the anchor to help us bring goods to the factory before? It just so happens that there is a female anchor who looks quite pretty. So well." One look at Yu Hao's lewd expression. Qin Yang instantly understood what he meant. No wonder he had to make the meeting place here, so it was because he had his eyes on someone else's anchorwoman. But when you think about it, it makes sense. The anchorwoman and the factory owner, they are a perfect match. The two of them walked forward along the corridor, and Qin Yang realized that the left and right sides of this long corridor were all exquisitely decorated small rooms. These rooms are usually only a dozen square meters. Each small room is decorated in a different style. Through the doorway to look inward, also able to see a variety of female anchors and live audience interaction. Some female anchors are dancing, some are playing games, and some are holding feathers in their hands and are helping their fans with massages to help them sleep. So it can be said that there are 100 different kinds of flowers. Yu Hao led Qin Yang to push the door into a room, just in time to meet the female anchor Xiao Feng, who he had previously said was live streaming with goods. The first moment he saw Xiaofang, Qin Yang understood why Yu Hao fell in love with her. In the face value, anchor Xiaofang may not be anything, but in the carry, anchor Xiaofang is definitely considered to be in the category of good-looking and can look good without turning on the beauty face. At this time, Xiaofang was helping Yu Hao's products with goods. Qin Yang, they sat on the sofa next to them, just able to see the background data. Just see Xiaofang and her assistant cooperating with each other very well. Golden Flying Eagle canned fish in soy sauce. Knowledgeable family members should know that this is an old brand in canned fish. Big brand. Quality is guaranteed. The market price is $15, but today in our live room, we are giving benefits to our families. Don't $15, don't $13. We're limited to 200 orders at $11, and we're giving benefits directly to everyone. Come on. It's limited to 10 seconds. Family members grab it. 3, 2, 1, on the link. With a shout from Fong, 200 orders of canned fish went straight up, taking less than 30 seconds for the link to be taken down again. Xiaofang and the assistant cooperate with each other acting, said everyone is really too enthusiastic and too hot. 200 single link in a flash, all robbed. Only Qin Yang was able to clearly see 200 canned fish from the background data, of which only 15 were real and effective transaction data. The others were all fake data from their insiders. Qin Yang froze. Only 15 orders sold? That bad? Yu Hao said somewhat helplessly. This is already considered good. Only by doing this can you give people the feeling that there are people buying things in your live room at all times. Not all of those 15 orders are necessarily sold. Some people buy them and then return them when they look back. As soon as Yu Hao's words fell, 3 more orders were indeed cancelled. Old Qin, now you know why I said you're unreliable in selling goods live, right? Xiao Fong is at least a female anchor. She's pretty. Even if she's carrying goods, there are people willing to watch her. Look at yourself again. What do you have going for you? Qin Yang said after a moment of silence. I still want to go up and try. Yu Hao rolled his eyes. Fine, whatever. There aren't many people on the air anyway. So go up there and try it. Yu Hao is very clear that relying on mouth persuasion is useless. Many things other people just go to try will immediately know that this thing is not as simple as he thought, naturally give up. Yu Hao made a gesture to pause, and Xiaofang immediately let her assistant take the top, then walked towards Yu Hao. What's up, ho? Yu Hao pointed to Qin Yang and said, this is my brother Qin Yang. He also wants to try live streaming with goods. Let him go up and have some fun later. Xiaofang was a very smart girl, and although she felt that Qin Yang's live streaming with goods was definitely an amateur, she didn't show it. After all, Qin Yang is Yu Hao's brother. He wants to hug Yu Hao's leg cannot offend his brother, right? Thinking of this, Xiaofang smiled and said, that's fine, brother Qin, you can go over and play anytime you want. I don't have any fans anyway. I'm just a small anchor. It's just the right time to take a break. Yu Hao's hands were not honest on Xiaofang's body. Hey. Let my brother go up and broadcast for a while, and I'll take you to a barbecue later. Xiaofang's face suddenly showed an expression of desire. Aya, you hate it. I don't want to eat any barbecue. How unhealthy. I want to eat seafood. Chapter 19. Brother-in-law can do magic tricks? Seeing the two of them, Yu Hao and Xiaofang, Qin Yang got goosebumps. Yu Hao is also really hungry. This kind of female anchor can go down. But if you think about it, it's understandable. After all, not everyone can find a police wife like Lu Yan. Do you have playing cards here? Fong froze. Yes, there is. Are you going to use playing cards to bring in the goods? Qin Yang nodded. Get me a couple boxes of playing cards and get me a couple tubs and drinks. Qin Yang said a series of his own requests, and although all of these things he said were common, Xiao Fong still felt that Qin Yang was a bit much. Just bring the goods properly, and prepare so many messy things to look as if you are very professional. Yu Hao laughed at the side and reminded, Old Qin, you don't mess around. In this live broadcast, you can only bring goods or factory cans. If you bring goods Coke Sprite or something like that, you will be accused of copyright infringement. Qin Yang nodded. Don't worry. I know all these things. After the props were all ready, Xiaofang gave a wink to her assistant, who wisely moved out of the way, and Qin Yang also made his appearance at this time. Hello fans of the live broadcast, I'm your new friend. My name is Qin Yang. The truth was just as Yu Hao had predicted earlier. As soon as Qin Yang appeared in front of the live broadcast camera, the fans in the live broadcast room were instantly dissatisfied. Who the hell is this? I came to see Xiao Fong. Why did a man suddenly appear? Is Xiao Fong coming back? I'll leave if Xiao Fong doesn't come back. Who wants to see a big man carrying goods? What a no-brainer. Getting a guy to carry a shipment of canned fish. I don't think they want to sell this canned fish. Seeing so many abusive pop-ups in the live broadcast room, Yu Hao frowned and was a little unhappy in his heart. No matter what, Qin Yang is also his brother. These fans in the live broadcast room usually do not spend a penny to see Xiaofang, even if, and now even scolded Qin Yang, really give face. Just as Yu Hao was about to ask the management to ban these cursing netizens, who knew that Qin Yang was not affected by these pop-ups in the least, but instead said very naturally, I understand everyone's impatience with the hot weather, except that after watching the bandwagon for so long you all must be feeling bored as well, right? Tell you what, I'll perform a little magic trick for you all. Ding. Skill top magic activated. Qin Yang was seen taking out an empty cup and showing it in front of the camera, followed by showing that he didn't have anything in his hands. Then under everyone's gaze, Qin Yang wrapped his left hand around the outside of the glass and slowly moved it upwards. As Qin Yang moved his palm upwards, a large cup full of cola unexpectedly appeared in the glass. The netizens in the live room were all shocked. Even Yu Yang and Xiaofang looked dumbfounded. This is how it's done. Qin Yang placed the cup of cola in front of the camera, then shook his palm over it and an ice cube fell directly into the cup. As the ice fell in, those netizens who had just looked down on Qin Yang instantly changed their words. How do you do this magic trick? This is too good. No need to ask. It must be a thumbtack. Dude, speak through your head. How do you use a thumb set for such a large cup of Coke? Can your thumb set hold a large cup of Coke at home?
好好好，为了带货，甚至开始表演魔术了是吧？有点意思，有种就再来一次。我倒要看看你是不是真的毫无破绽。
I'm just a student of magic, but I'd say this dude's tricks are beyond me. And I can't imagine at all what he's hiding this whole glass of Coke in. It was just as Qin Yang expected, although Qin Yang is not a female anchor and cannot rely on face value to eat, but he can rely on strength to eat. Seeing that the fans in the live broadcast room were already interested in him, Qin Yang renewed his efforts and took out another empty pot to show everyone. Meanwhile, Dongsan Police Station. Sun Jia stretched out in her chair and let out a big yawn. Finally finished sorting out, this pyramid scheme has too much information. The rest can only be handed over to the comrades of the Economic Investigation Department. I really can't do it. It wasn't just Sun Jia, the others also had tired faces. In the past, their Dongshan police station could not encounter any big or important cases all year round. As a result, various cases came one after another in the past 2 days, and all of them were busy as hell. Sun Jia looked at Lu Yan, who was still organizing information in front of the computer, and couldn't help but speak up. Sister Xiaoyan, didn't you say that you're going to get off work on time and go back to accompany your brother-in-law tonight? Now that it's already time to get off work, aren't you going home? Lu Yan said after moving her neck. The leader temporarily wants me to hand over a collation of information to go up. This information is more important. I'll go back after I've finished. As soon as Sun Jia heard that, she knew for sure that she wouldn't be able to return tonight either. Lu Yan is a well-known workaholic in the institute. Luo Jun arranged for her to organize that information. Sun Jia also know several hundred pages of information need to see it. It is estimated to get finished in the early hours of the morning. Sun Jia sighed and said, "Come on. It looks like we still have to work overtime tonight. I'll order a takeout for everyone. What do you all want to eat?" Even though we had to work overtime, everyone was happy in their hearts. After all, after the 2-day case was reported, they were all considered meritorious and had a bright future. Just as Sun Jia took out her cell phone and prepared to order takeout for everyone, her eyes suddenly widened. "Holy, really? Sister Yen. Look, is this brother-in-law?" Lu Yen came over to take a look and her brows furrowed. Only to see that in a live broadcasting room, Qin Yang was wearing a white short sleeve and holding a hand of cards in his hand. "Look carefully, my family. This is the only deck of playing cards I have in my hand right now. And now that I've thrown them all away, is there nothing left in my hand? No. I can still conjure up a hand of cards out of thin air. A lot of people can't read it, they don't know how it changes. Come on, I'll slow play another change for you guys, you watch closely." Everyone, including Sun Jia and the girls, were staring at Qin Yang's hand in death, wanting to see exactly how he had changed. Who knew that the next second a can of fish appeared in Qin Yang's hand? Hey, the cards aren't there, but I turned out a can of fish. Haonan Can Fish, a classic old-school brand with a saucy, classic flavor that deserves to be savored. Now the little yellow bikes are only $11 a can, so grab them fast. Lu Yen, Sun Jia. The police station was all quiet for a while. Sister Yen, brother-in-law, will also do magic. Lu Yen only felt her face burn a little, and she was so angry that her teeth were itching. This asshole told him to wait for himself at home properly. How come he went to live magic tricks to bring goods again? Chapter 20. Overachievement. Seeing the data of orders placed in the background skyrocketed, Yu Hao could no longer sit still. He had tried all the marketing techniques before, and his best figure was just 600 cans sold in a day. But at this time, Qin Yang had only done a few small magic tricks in the live broadcast, and the sales volume in the background had already reached a staggering 30,000 cans. Taking advantage of Qin Yang's midway break, Yu Hao hurriedly came up to him and pummeled his legs and squeezed his shoulders. "I go, old Qin, you can. How come I didn't know you could do magic tricks before? You're too good at this." Qin Yang sipped his water and glanced at Yu Hao lightly. "I know a lot of things. Do I have to show them to you one by one?" "Well, stop kissing ass. I reckon I can sell 5 million cans of fish if I keep it up like this. Can your factory afford it?" Yu Hao calculated the production capacity of his own factory, and then clenched his teeth and said to Qin Yang, "You hold on to some publicity. 2 million cans or less is certainly no problem. More than 2 million cans will have to give me a little more time." Yu Hao's factory wasn't big, and most importantly, he hadn't taken so many orders in such a short period of time before, so the sales of 2 million cans was already the limit for him. Qin Yang simply calculated that according to the current sales price of canned fish, 2 million cans of himself would be able to complete the system task. After thinking about this point, Qin Yang spoke, "Then go and prepare a few more magic props for me. Hurry up. I'm worried about the live broadcast dropping." Qin Yang wrote down the various magic props he needed on a piece of paper. Yu Hao read it and said it was no problem and immediately had someone go out and buy them. It wasn't long before the door to the small room opened from the outside. A few suited bosses came over this way, smiling and taking the initiative to shake hands with Qin Yang. This is the Qin Yang Qin anchor, right? Nice to meet you, I'm Su Yang, the owner of Green Mountain Beer. First time meeting. Anchor Qin really does have an impressive appearance. I'm Shu Mylan, the owner of Mylan Home Appliances. Hello. Seeing all these bosses running to greet him, Qin Yang did not react for a while. Well, Yu Hao immediately whispered and explained to Qin Yang, Old Qin, these bosses are often looking for people to live broadcast with goods. They need a good publicity sales channel just like me. You've got a chance to have a good talk with them about working together. And it's definitely going to be good for you. As soon as he heard Yu Hao say that, Qin Yang's eyes immediately lit up and he hastily took the initiative to greet a few people. The netizens in the live broadcast room also sighed when they saw this scene. The anchors are also getting better, so much so that they are able to take on business partnerships. I laughed at the anchor before when he said he was going to make a career out of it, but now it seems that I was short-sighted. It turns out that magic can still be combined with live broadcasting. This idea is bull. I also studied magic. Why haven't I thought of this before? It's not just magic. Now you can even say comedy right on the air. Okay? I think the anchor is still too drifting, not just change a hand of playing cards. Many magicians actually will. This is the basic skills, no big deal. Just when the netizens felt that Qin Yang's magic was nothing new, Qin Yang took over the products they needed to promote from several bosses, and then had someone change the table and took a stainless steel basin to the stage. Fellow fans, I'm back. Sorry to keep you guys waiting. Let's go ahead with the magic opening, can we? Qin Yang originally wanted to give everyone a poker change, who knew that he saw a pop-up group of magic trick peers playing reveal, in saying that his magic tricks were cheap. If any other magic anchor saw these pop-ups, he would have chosen to ignore them. After all, magic's biggest fear is having a peer tear down the show. Something like magic is mysterious and fascinating when others don't know the principal tricks. Once someone already knows how you do it, the next trick you do will just be uninteresting. Facing the challenge of his peers in the live broadcast, Qin Yang chose to take it head-on. All that talk about card tricks not being fun, right? That's fine. Then I'll do a new magic trick for you. Qin Yang picked up the stainless steel basin and showed it before and after, and also knocked the bottom of the stainless steel basin with a spoon, and with a flip of his wrist, he directly began to operate. No problem with the basin. No problem with the bottom. I'll just turn out canned fish. Pissed. Yu Hao and a few of the bosses who were standing nearby watching didn't hold back for a moment when they saw this scene. No dude, you call that magic? Isn't this pure fraud? Qin Yang's basin was just out of the painting when it was flipped, which was in the blind spot of the netizens' field of vision that none of them could see, and the assistant threw the can of fish that needed to be promoted into the basin, and when the stainless steel basin was in the painting again, it naturally created this feeling of sudden appearance. This technique is so simple and crude that it could be considered kindergarten-level thinking. A group of peers in the biased live broadcast room were dumbfounded by this operation of Qin Yang. No. How did this kid do it? This can of fish just turned out so watery. It shouldn't be. There shouldn't be no problem with this basin. There must be a mechanism at the bottom of this one. You can't change it even if there's a mechanism, and a can of fish this big isn't a playing card. There's no place to hide it. Magic. This must be magic. There's no way to explain this scientifically. The group of peers who had first questioned Qin Yang in the live broadcast room had by now fallen into a deep self-doubt that could not be extricated. This is the power of inertia. It's because these fellow magicians use all kinds of prop tubs, thumbtacks and the like all the time, so they ignore the simplest and crudest methods and instead think in terms of difficult magic tricks. And as a result, the more they think about it, the more they don't understand it and they're directly amazed by it. The average netizen on the live stream didn't feel the same way. Seeing a group of fellow magicians who wanted to tear down the stage, scratching their ears and calling out impossibilities in the live broadcast room, the ordinary netizens all burst out laughing. Breaking down the stage, why don't you guys keep breaking it down? Is it because you don't like it? How do peers explain a tub, a hand, and a bunch of drinks straight out of it? Peers. Can't explain it at all. Some people look like magicians, but they're really pinheads. You can never imagine how a real salesman sells a product. You're telling me that this pin-up pushes a product that has both an excessively long forward swing and a zero frame start at the same time? How is that even possible? Just as the netizens were marveling, a system beep suddenly sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The mission has been successfully completed. Congratulations to the host. He has received a cash reward of $3,000. Congratulations to the host. Gained the skill physical enhancement. Congratulations to the host. You've acquired the skill old horse knowledge. Chapter 21, The Fierce Bald Heads. Mission accomplished. Hearing the beep in his head, Qin Yang's entire body froze for a moment. He looked at the backstage data and realized that he had been live streaming continuously for several hours, and several of the big bosses had sold several million copies of their products, and their sales had even exceeded 30 million. Qin Yang was a bit shocked even seeing this data. No wonder those slightly more famous anchors will choose to live with goods. Really come to money fast, ah. Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Yang greeted the fans in the live broadcast room and directly went off the air. Yu Hao was the first to rush over and give Qin Yang a big hug. Old Qin, you are too bullish. You a live broadcast directly to my factory, half a year sales are dry out. You are simply my righteous father, ah. The happiest thing for people in business is to be able to sell the products they make in consistent and large quantities. A steady flow of orders not only keeps the entire factory at peak efficiency, but also keeps the workers in the factory feeling motivated and provides a constant flow of cash to the factory. Several other bosses also came over and congratulated Qin Yang. They had already signed a cooperation agreement with Qin Yang, and as long as Qin Yang was willing to help them with an advertisement every day, they would pay him a considerable amount of advertising fees. Qin Yang had been live streaming for several hours in a row, and now his head was also a bit dizzy. He originally wanted to go back and take an early rest, who knew that Yu Hao bumped him with his elbow and then said, "Old Qin, it's rare for us to see each other. Let's go. I'll treat you to a late-night snack, and let's have a good time getting high tonight. Both of us brothers." Without giving Qin Yang a chance to refuse, Yu Hao directly took him to the car. Hostess Xiaofang is also very understanding, letting Qin Yang sit in the co-pilot, while she herself very attentively ran to the back to sit. At this moment, the way Xiaofang looked at Qin Yang could simply be described as sparkling. Before, she was being polite to Qin Yang because of his brotherly relationship with Yu Hao, but now it was different. Qin Yang was able to sell so much goods overnight as a newcomer anchor. Didn't that speak volumes about his strength? So in Xiaofang's opinion, as long as she can flatter Qin Yang and often hang around in front of him, she might be able to get a little bit of fan traffic from Qin Yang to her own live room. 10 minutes later, the car slowed to a stop. Qin Yang realized that something was wrong just as soon as he got off the bus. "Old Yu, didn't you say we were having a late-night snack? But you brought me to a foot bath?" Looking at the glorious foot bath store in front of him, Qin Yang froze. Yu Hao's family has always been relatively rich. Studying that moment, he often invited Qin Yang and a few better connected brothers to go to a variety of foot baths. We do a massage together, a good relaxation. It was only that Qin Yang hadn't come to this kind of place since he got married, mainly to avoid suspicion, worrying that Lu Yen would think too much. As if knowing what Qin Yang was thinking, Yu Hao patted his shoulder and said in a serious manner, "What are you afraid of? We are here to have a proper foot massage. You can just enjoy it. I often come to this store, don't worry, it's very formal. Besides, I still have my girlfriend here. Can I harm you?" Qin Yang looked at Xiaofang and felt that Yu Hao had a point. Although this kid changed his girlfriend more often than he changed his clothes, but it's not so bad that he brought his girlfriend to this kind of place to make a mess, right? After thinking about this point, Qin Yang then followed Yu Hao and continued to walk forward. As soon as they walked in, netizens were shocked by how luxurious the foot spa was. "I'll go. Where is this, a foot bath store? This is clearly a top luxury grand hotel. Is this height serious? Even if it's more than 10 meters high, there's even a sightseeing elevator at the back. Outrageous, just outrageous. Is this the foot bath that rich people go to? Why is the foot bath I go to not so luxurious? Wow. The receptionist lady in charge of reception is wearing a cheongsam. These long white legs. This is too good looking." Not only did the netizens feel shocked, even Qin Yang, who had seen the world, felt very surprised. Not only was the entire foot bath store clean, hygienic and gilded, but all the waitresses wore high-grade cheongsams. Not the cheap ones that could tell at a glance that the fabrics were bad. These waitresses were all straight and very good looking, and it felt like they were all flight attendants. Qin Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire, "Old Yu, how much does it cost to wash your feet here?" Yu Hao said unconcernedly, "Not much, more than $3,000. Hiss. Once he heard Yu Hao say that, Qin Yang immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. $3,000? What a loser. It's just a foot wash, you don't need more than $3,000 even if you take milk to soak it. Seeing Qin Yang's face of flesh pain, Yu Hao laughed out loud from the sidelines. Old Qin, look at you, you're still so stingy after so many years. Today is my treat. So you don't have to go worrying about how much you're going to spend, can you? Anyway, you can experience all the programs here properly. They are guaranteed to be green and healthy, and they will make you super comfortable. Go, get changed. Yu Hao took Qin Yang to the locker room, ready to change into a set of loose clothes to relax properly before saying anything. It was obvious that Yu Hao often came to this kind of place, so changing clothes and whatnot was a breeze, and after changing his clothes he went straight out, saying that he would wait for him at the hot spring pool. Qin Yang has to move a little slower. He had just changed and grabbed his cell phone, only to see a tattooed bald guy with an expressionless face walk past him as soon as he stepped outside. If the average person sees this kind of tattoo, brother can certainly avoid it. However, Qin Yang just took a glance at this bald head and immediately felt something strange. This guy looks familiar. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and searched, and his eyes widened. A wanted man of the first degree. Lu Yan is a criminal police officer. Other people usually like to catch up on dramas or watch the news during dinner, but Lu Yan likes to look at various photos of wanted fugitives on the internet. Even when others were idle, they were holding their cell phones and brushing Jane. But when Lu Yan was idle, she was holding her cell phone and variously brushing the net to escape. This is why many police officers instantly recognize various online fugitives who have been on the run for years. It's not because they are born with a good memory, it's just that they put in more time than the average person to do it. Qin Yang did not move after recognizing that this bald man was an online fugitive and followed him up to the second floor, ready to further confirm the identity of this bald man. The netizens in the live broadcast room all tensed up after seeing this scene. The anchor's guts are really big. It's not just calling the police. Surprisingly, he still dares to follow it. This kind of thing must be confirmed. Otherwise the police come to hold down the wrong person. How embarrassing. Why is it that every time the anchor can encounter this kind of thing? Born to seize the holy body. This bald guy is kind of awesome. Tattooing Guangong on his back? Chapter 22, We're a regular massage. Hello VIP. Welcome to Paradise on Earth. Are you alone? As soon as Qin Yang walked up to the second floor, several waitresses wearing low-cut hot cheongsams took the initiative to greet him. The netizens' eyes were wide open. Is this the quality of the second floor? This figure is too topsy-turvy. No wonder my dad always goes up to the second floor when he goes out to wash his feet. It's so wonderful. Kids only wash on the first floor. Adults go up to the second floor. You didn't know that, did you? Looking at the anchor's expression, I guess it's also the first time I've been on the second floor. This expression is exactly the same as the one in front of the screen. This must not kowtow to bald big brother? If it's not bald big brother, it's estimated that the anchor will never know what the second floor looks like for the rest of his life. Seeing Qin Yang standing still, the waitress took the initiative to walk over. Sir, this is your first time here, right? I'm Vivi, the waitress on the second floor. What program do you mainly want to experience? It was only after Wei Wei's reminder that Qin Yang came back to his senses. He cleared his throat and said in a calm manner, "What's the program of the big brother in front? I'm coming to the same one as him." Wei Wei didn't think much of it, and only thought that Qin Yang was a bit nervous about coming for the first time, and that's why he would even ask for the same project as everyone else. For Wei Wei, a new client like Qin Yang was the best to slaughter. Slightly giving him a little intensity, he could make a lot of money himself. "Yes, sir, this way." Wei Wei picked up the toolbox that belonged to her in passing, then led Qin Yang into a private room. There were 2 beds in the room with a screen covering the center. Qin Yang thought for a while and thought that he should be lying on the other bed enjoying the services of the bald head later, and then he would have the chance to get close to him and see if he was an internet fugitive or not. Just as Qin Yang was thinking this, Wei Wei closed the door and turned on the ambient light at the same time. By the time the ambiguous pink lights came on, the netizens were on the verge of pressing on. No. Is this broadcastable? Sure, this is broadcastable. Wow. When this ambient light turns on, that little atmosphere, that little feeling tickles. Wei Wei's body is too good. Isn't it? The front and back are so curvy. My mouth is watering just looking at it. Does anyone know where this store is? Beg for an address. The anchor's guts are getting bigger and bigger. As a flunky, he still dares to come to a place like this. Don't be ridiculous. The anchor is all about chasing netrunners, all right? He has absolutely no selfishness. Just as the netizens were discussing, Wei Wei took out a clean set of clothes and handed it to Qin Yang. "Mr. Qin, these are the clothes you need to wear for the massage later. Please change." Qin Yang didn't think much about it and took the clothes and was ready to change into them. Only he just held it in his hand and felt something was wrong. Why did this shirt have rows of buttons in the front and back? "Hi. I'm asking about..." Qin Yang had just raised his head and was about to ask, When he saw Wei Wei tying up her hair and changing into a pair of good-looking flesh-colored stockings in front of him, the scene made Qin Yang's eyes go straight. The action of a woman changing stockings is absolutely lethal for men, especially when illuminated by the ambient lighting. All of Vivi's movements looked so much more seductive. Gollum. Qin Yang subconsciously swallowed his saliva. Seeing that Wei Wei was still ready to change her clothes in front of him, Qin Yang hurriedly covered the cell phone camera and said, "Miss, this is not good. I'm here for a massage. I'm a decent person." Seeing this youthful appearance of Qin Yang, Wei Wei laughed. "I know you're a decent person. I'm also a decent mechanic. Mr. Qin, what did you want to ask just now?" Qin Yang opened his mouth and inquired, "Did you get me the wrong clothes? How come all the buttons on this are rows of buttons?" Vivi explained, "That's how the dress is designed. You'll see it later during the massage." Wei Wei had explained it this way, so Qin Yang couldn't afford to keep asking. "Then please excuse me while I change." Seeing how shy Qin Yang was, Wei Wei smiled brightly like an old driver and actively turned away from looking at Qin Yang. After Qin Yang changed his clothes, Wei Wei officially started the massage process. At first the massages were all pretty normal, simply relaxing the muscles. But soon Qin Yang noticed that something was wrong. He suddenly felt that the row of buttons on his back was being pulled apart. Qin Yang just wanted to speak. Wei Wei's 2 hands smeared with essential oils were placed on his back. That cool and soft feeling went straight to his head. Qin Yang had a feeling of opening the door to a new world. "Mr. Qin, is the intensity appropriate?" Qin Yang was so happy that he directly closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. It fits perfectly. You really are a professional, what a skill." Netizens are painfully aware of this. "Anchor, wake up. Have you forgotten what you're here for?" "Holy phantom. This woman is definitely a phantom. Look at the anchor's confusion. She can't even speak clearly. No wonder I see so many big brothers who were only released like massages. It seems like massages are really cool. It's not that much of a stretch, I just go up to the 2nd floor all the time, and it's not as outrageous as the anchor is acting. Can that be the same? The anchor is a flunky. He certainly hasn't enjoyed this kind of service at home before. Suddenly being pressed on the back, that kind of feeling naturally needs no introduction." Although the massage was comfortable, Qin Yang still did not forget the purpose of his trip. Qin Yang opened his mouth and inquired, "Please ask, when will that bald big brother come in just now? He's doing the same project as me, right?" Vivi said, a little puzzled. "Yeah, you have the same program, but it's all private, so he's getting a massage in the room next door and won't come here." Wei Wei said here, ambling her body down, and said in a seductive tone, "Don't worry, Mr. Qin. Our services are all very formal, and there won't be anyone to disturb us during the service." The Qin Yang people were dumbfounded. What the hell? Brother Baldhead is next door? Then what's the point of pressing when you're lying on your back? Qin Yang was about to get up when he suddenly felt a heavy weight on his waist. It turned out to be Wei Wei, who at some point even sat directly on his waist with her. "But, Mr. Qin, you lie back. Next is the massage program. Nudging? Did you shoot it in the nudging program?" Just as Qin Yang was puzzled, the voices of the bald man and the woman were coming from next door in a very wrong way. It was only at this time that Qin Yang realized that this massage was not formal at all. "No, I have to hurry, or I won't be able to tell even if I jump into the Yellow River." Just as Qin Yang was about to forcefully push Wei Wei away, the door of the room was kicked open from outside. "Sweeper, all fidgety. Crouch on the ground with your hands on your head. Quick!" Sun Jia and the other policemen were holding a shaking stick and a flashlight in their hands, and at a glance, they saw Qin Yang, who was sitting under Wei Wei's butt. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Chapter 23: The Bossy Flower with the Powerful Stance. "Sister. Brother-in-law, are you doing this to stand up to Sister Xiaoyan?" Sun Jia was really angry and anxious. She had never thought that Qin Yang, who usually seemed so decent, would come to such a place to engage in such things. Qin Yang was so frightened that he hurriedly got off the bed to explain. "Misunderstanding. Sun Jia. It's really a misunderstanding. I'm here to chase the netrunner, and everything you just saw isn't what you think it is." As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, Lu Yan walked out from behind Sun Jia with a sullen face. For a moment, the atmosphere of the room became murderous. The netizens in the live room tensed up across the screen. "I've never seen such pure killing intent. It's too terrifying." It turns out that police wives, though pretty, can be much scarier than the average woman when they get really angry. Could it be that we are fortunate enough to get to see the true form of the Chuan Yu Tyrannosaurus Rex? It's over. Today is probably the anchor's last live broadcast. Guess how many legs he'll get broken? How many legs will be broken, I don't know. But he certainly won't be able to keep his third leg. Click. Instead of pulling out handcuffs this time, Lu Yen simply drew out her throwing stick. Sun Jia saw this and hastened to stop it. Sister Yen, calm down. Things aren't necessarily like what we think. Brother-in-law is still relatively upright. I don't think he would do anything to wrong you. Qin Yang hurriedly nodded his head, his face full of desire for survival. On the contrary, at this time Wei Wei also spoke up and said, "Yes, this officer. I didn't know that he was your husband. If I had known, I definitely wouldn't have received him. I thought it was his first time to come and want to experience a thrilling program."
Qin Yang.
No sis, if you can't talk, can you shut up? I'm ING here to chase netrunners. What to experience a thrill ride. Sure enough, Vivi's words caused Lu Yen to completely storm off. Willowface sneered. Experiencing a thrill ride, huh? I can't satisfy you, can I? Okay. I'll let you get your kicks today. It's broken. It's out of control. As he watched Lu Yen walk up to make a move on himself, suddenly the voice of another police officer came from the next room. Someone jumped out the window and escaped. Notify your colleagues down there and block off the street. Qin Yang turned his head to take a look, and indeed found that the bald head wearing a bath towel directly jumped out of the window and fled. And his calves were also cut out by the glass ballast debris to many small mouths. Without the slightest hesitation, Qin Yang pushed open the window and jumped down with him. The netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. No dude, really jumping? Is that much of a survivalist? It's just the second floor. It's not dangerous. Dude, a floor is at least 3 meters high. Can you usually jump down from 3 meters high? If you don't find a 3-meter high step to jump down and try it, you'll break your foot. Don't you believe me? Mainly depends on the age. When I was young, I could jump at any height of 3 meters, but when I got older, not to mention 3 meters, I could fall half of my body even if I stepped on 2 steps of the staircase. The question of whether to jump off and chase the net runner or stay in the room and get crippled by your wife, cutie, both will be chosen. Before rushing out of the window, Qin Yang was confident. But after really jumping out of the window, Qin Yang had some regrets. 3 meters may not seem like much, but whoever jumps knows. If it wasn't for the system helping him enhance his physique, Qin Yang could have been wasted when he landed. But Qin Yang didn't forget what his purpose of jumping out of the window was. Baldhead ran ahead and he chased after him. Stop! Don't run! Behind the massage parlor is an alley that is convoluted with dirty boarding houses, so it's hard to do a full blockade. The bald head probably took this into consideration, which was why he chose to run here for a massage. Bald head is also very familiar with the environment here. He can't run fast with his bare legs, but every time he was about to be caught up by Qin Yang, he was able to make a U-turn to temporarily distance himself from Qin Yang. The two of them chased after each other for a while, and Qin Yang finally blocked the bald head in a dead end. Qin Yang panted and looked at the bald man with a very smug face. "Run, why don't you run?" the bald man said with a sullen face. "Brother, we don't seem to know each other. What are you chasing me for?" Baldhead felt that Qin Yang was simply sick. Everyone is out for a massage, and this kid is as dead as a rabid dog all the time. Qin Yang grunted and said, "If I don't catch up with you, how am I going to explain to my wife? Hurry over here. Don't force my hand, and honestly go back with me yourself." The bald man said in a cold voice, "So you refuse to let me go? Nonsense? Or you think I'm chasing you around?" The bald head snapped his fingers, and suddenly the doors of the boarding houses on both sides of the alley all opened, and a dozen or so punks with weapons in their hands walked out from inside. They looked at Qin Yang with cold eyes, as if they were looking at a wild dog on the roadside. The bald guy took a fruit knife from his little brother and said coldly, "You like to be a lone hero, right? Fine, I'll fulfill you. Let's all go and waste him." With a command from the bald head, all the punks swarmed up. The netizens were so scared that they popped up to protect their bodies. It's over. The anchor is really wasted this time. It's hard to fight with 2 fists, let alone with so many people rushing over now. It's safer to fish. What's the point of running out to press a motorcycle when you have nothing else to do? Qin Yang smoothly grabbed the wooden board next to him to block, but even so he was still kicked several times in a row, and it looked like he couldn't top it. It was also at this moment that a bellowing cry came from behind him. "Police! Nobody move!" Before Qin Yang had time to react, he only felt a black shadow flashing past his face. and then the two punks who had surrounded him were kicked out. Wife! Qin Yang was pleasantly surprised. Lu Yen grabbed Qin Yang's collar and pulled him behind himself, backhanding the two in front of him with a fling and knocking their teeth to the ground. Lu Yen hadn't been a criminal police officer for all those years for nothing. She was able to become the head of the criminal police, relying on her fiery personality and her powerful hands, and a few idle people were not her match at all. These punks at first saw that Lu Yen was a woman and tried to attack together. But it was instantly honest after a few shakes. Other people might just have more force with a shaking stick, but with Lu Yen you could only see a shadow and only hear the sound of breaking air. Seeing that Lu Yen had put down a few more people, the others instantly wimped out. The netizens were dumbfounded. Lemony. Lemony flower. Nyoa. No wonder every time the anchor sees Sister Lu she is so abashed. Sister Lu is really kung fu-ah. There's a policewoman in our unit who's an army transfer and can split 3 bricks with her bare hands, you taste you fine. A punk against a professional cop. Isn't that a giveaway? People good-looking body is good. Security is bursting. Qin Yang why can marry so well I'm not willing. Seeing that he had subdued the punks, Lu Yen said in a deep voice. Put down any weapons in your hands. All of you hold your heads and crouch down. Chapter 24 The Captured Yu Hao. Lu Yen had a serious expression and sharp eyes. The other punks had all been beaten into submission, so naturally they didn't dare to resist, and could only honestly do what she said. The only one with a case on him is Baldhead, and he knows he can never be taken in. Thinking of this, the bald guy shouted. Taking advantage of Lu Yan's inattention, he took the fruit knife and stabbed it directly towards her. Unlike the other punks, the bald head had seen blood, so this knife was quite fast, directly towards Lu Yan's vitals. Reacting, Lu Yen first violently kicked the bald head, trying to stop the bald head from continuing forward. However, the bald man's body is relatively sturdy. Hard against Lu Yen, this kick is only the body briefly paused for a moment. The hands of the fruit knife is still toward Lu Yen stabbing. Bitch, die for me. Seeing that the fruit knife was about to stab Lu Yen, just at this moment Qin Yang suddenly leapt out from behind. A shoulder crash directly knocked the entire bald head flying. His left hand grabbed the fruit knife in death. The bald guy felt like he had been hit by a big truck. His whole body was falling apart. Before he could react, Qin Yang raised his hand and punched him. Mud. Give you face, you still dare to stab my wife. Let you be mad. Let you be mad. Qin Yang punched the bald man's face with punch after punch, directly confusing him. At this time, Sun Jia also arrived with other police officers, and when they saw Qin Yang pressing the bald man to beat him, everyone was shocked. Sister Yen, are you okay? Only after being shouted at by Sun Jia did Lu Yen come back to her senses and hurriedly walked over to pull Qin Yang away. At this moment, the bald man was covered in blood, and his entire consciousness had blurred. Take him back and let the doctor treat him first. Yes, Team Willow. 2 police officers racked up the bald man and took him away, and only then did Lu Yen notice that Qin Yang was still clutching the fruit knife in his left hand, and blood was flowing down his palm. Qin Yang had just grabbed the fruit knife with his bare hands in order to protect Lu Yen. Lu Yen glared at him without a good look. Do you want to die? Who taught you to grab a fruit knife with your bare hands? What if you cut your fingers off? Qin Yang scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. I didn't really think about it that much. I just thought you were my wife and I had to protect you. Lu Yen gave him a blank look. With your little body, do I need you to protect me? Come with me. I'll take you to get bandaged. Bringing Qin Yang to the side of the police car, Sun Jia took out the emergency treatment box from the car, and Lu Yen opened the box to sterilize Qin Yang's wound very skillfully. The moment the hydrogen peroxide came into contact with the wound, Qin Yang immediately dove into Lu Yan's arms and hugged her, shouting, Ouch, ouch, ouch. Honey, take it easy. It hurts too much, Lu Yen said expressionlessly. Endure the pain even if it hurts. Weren't you great just now? You even dared to grab the fruit knife with your bare hands. Why are you still crying? A man is a man. Blood does not shed tears. Hold it back for me. Qin Yang aggressively rubbed himself in Lu Yan's arms, looking at the live streaming netizens with jealousy. This dog, he must have done it on purpose. Don't rub it in. You're getting all the oil on your face. Is this the legendary face wash? The anchor is too good at taking advantage of the situation. A dead out with my husband. Moves into my arms, says a couple of things about him and starts rubbing, just like a child. Remember women. Men never grow up. Seeing that the two could show their love even when they rubbed a pill, Sun Jia snickered from the sidelines. Brother-in-law, I can't see that you turned out to be so brave. It's not quite the same as you usually act. Qin Yang grunted and said, Why is it different? I usually have nothing to do to help grannies cross the street. I help them when they are in trouble, and I kill all the chickens at home on New Year's Day, so I'm not brave enough. Sun Jia nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 brother-in-law, you are indeed brave. Just that bald head will suffer. Teeth, then you knocked out several. As soon as he mentioned the bald guy, Qin Yang finally remembered the main event. He hurriedly said to Lu Yen, Wife, that bald guy is the internet escapee that I told you about earlier. I was mainly worried about him running away and also wanted to further confirm his identity. That's why I followed him up to the second floor. I've really never been to the second floor before, and I didn't know that footbath was so unorthodox. It was all because that Yu Hao kid took me there. Qin Yang said these Lu Yen naturally believe. After all, he also opened the live broadcast. In the end, what is going on their own back to watch a live replay on All Clear. Someone can't be running a live stream to get this kind of unorthodox massage, can they? No matter what the reason, you can't go to such irregular places. You're just a social loafer, not a police officer. If I see you at a crime scene again in the future, I'll detain you back together. While talking, Lu Yen had already helped Qin Yang bandage up, and seeing that all the suspects had been escorted to the police car. Sun Jia looked at Lu Yen. Sister Yen, are you still going back with us? Lu Yen shook her head after thinking for a while and said, I won't go back with you guys. I haven't been home for 2 days either, so I'll go back and rest tonight. Sun Jia made a no-problem gesture and got into the police car and left directly. Seeing that Lu Yen actually did not really follow her back to work overtime, Qin Yang was a bit nervous for a moment. Honey, can you really come home tonight? Lu Yen blankly glanced at Qin Yang without saying anything, but only made a gesture to signal him to lead the way in front. Half an hour later, the two returned home. Lu Yen found a set of change of clothes and went straight to the bedroom to take a shower. Qin Yang felt a little hungry and looked around the living room for food. How about ordering takeout? Qin Yang took out his cell phone and was about to order takeout when Yu Hao's call came. Holy, old Qin, are you serious? You left me alone and ran away by yourself? Hearing Yu Hao say that, Qin Yang was a bit embarrassed. I didn't really drop and run. I went after the fugitive and hurt my hand. Yu Hao didn't buy it at all. I hear you farting. What's a nice massage to catch a fugitive? As soon as Yu Hao's words fell, a familiar yet stern voice suddenly came from the side. What are you gossiping about here when you're told to call the family? Qin Yang froze. Isn't that Sun Jia's voice? Qin Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. Yu Hao? Where exactly are you now? Yu Hao said, Of course I'm at the police station. Where else can I be? Sister-in-law is not a police officer. They said that I committed this matter need to be collected by the family. You also know that my father's temper, if he knows that I do this kind of thing, will not break my legs. Talk to your sister-in-law. You'll be my guarantor and set me free. Qin Yang said after a moment of silence. Didn't you say green massage? How can green massage be arrested? Yu Hao stammered. I didn't hold back and added a project for myself in passing. So don't ask so many questions and hurry up. Chapter 25. Don't with me, man. Yu Hao's answer shocked Qin Yang. Didn't this kid take his girlfriend to get a massage? That's all it takes to get an extra bell? It's really a toad looking for a frog and ugly looking playing with flowers. Okay. You give the phone to the policewoman next to you and I'll talk to her. Yu Hao handed the phone over, and Qin Yang casually said a few words and realized that it was indeed Sun Jia. Qin Yang and Sun Jia explained. Sun Jia saw that Qin Yang was willing to vouch for Yu Hao. So naturally she didn't say anything more and told you how to pay more attention next time and not to repeat the offense. It's a good thing Yu Hao didn't really start it. It wasn't a serious case, or else he would have been detained for a few days for whatever he said. Qin Yang's side had just hung up the phone when Lu Yen finished her shower and came out from the bathroom. Qin Yang looked up and his eyes widened. He was used to seeing Lu Yen in her work clothes on weekdays, and now that he suddenly saw her change into her pajamas, Qin Yang's eyes went straight. Netizens were instantly exploding with jealousy on the air. This is too good to look at. Haven't you guys noticed that Goddess Lu usually doesn't wear makeup or dress up? Now after taking a shower, light makeup plus sexy pajamas, who can top this? Something's wrong. Something's very wrong. It's as if I see desire in the goddess's eyes. Does that mean there's a bad fight tonight? Just as the netizens were speculating, Lu Yen coiled up her hair and looked down on Qin Yang from above. From this angle, Lu Yen looked like a sexy female panther, full of conquest. Gollum. Qin Yang swallowed his saliva and inquired very nervously, Wife, what are you doing? Lu Yen said very flatly. Did you go somewhere you shouldn't have today because you had nothing to do at home? Qin Yang said with a bitter smile. Didn't I say? I just went for a normal massage, and by the way, I chased down an online fugitive. Lu Yen continued. Doesn't matter what the reason is. Today's incident was a wake-up call for me. From now on, I'll have to empty your magazines before I leave for work. The Qin Yang people were dumbfounded. Empty the magazines? Empty the magazines of what? Only to see Lu Yen turn off the live broadcast with a red face, then cup Qin Yang's face and kissed him. In the live room, the netizens collectively broke down as they watched the black screen image. Anchor is busy. Check another studio. Website. Warm horses. Refund. Are there any other images that I, a premium member, can't see? Okay, it was all free content before. You have to pay to unlock the rest of the episode, right? How much is it? I'll charge it. So angry. It's not true. None of this is true. Someone tell me this is a script. How can such a beautiful and pretty policewoman have a husband? I can't accept it. The impact of the content of the live broadcast just now on me was no less than Yin Ji-ping poisoning little dragon girl, causing an indelible shadow on my pure heart. Give me a hard time on a big night. Guys don't just smoke. Remember to order a report. Even though the live broadcast had been disconnected at this point, the netizens were still sending pop-ups to vent in the live broadcast room, and some of them even tried to get Qin Yang's attention by brushing rockets. It was a pity that at this time, Qin Yang had no time to be distracted and had already completely fallen into the gentle land. The next day, early morning, when the live broadcast was turned on again, the netizens saw that Qin Yang was lying on the bed. His eyes were lifeless, topped with 2 dark circles under his eyes, and his hair was disheveled. At this time, Lu Yen had already changed into her work clothes and was in high spirits. Unlike before when she couldn't look at Qin Yang in any way, at this time, Lu Yen not only took the initiative to come over and kiss Qin Yang, but also pulled out $1,000 from her wallet and handed it to him. Hubby, I won't be back for lunch today. You don't have to cook at home. It's too hard. Take this $1,000 and go out to eat. I'll try to be back early tonight. You be good at home and wait for me, yo. Love you. Netizens are heartbroken. What happened last night speaks for itself. Judging from this gentle and pampered reaction of Lu Yen, Qin Yang's performance should be quite good, or at least make her happy. After Lu Yen left, Qin Yang stood up from the bed holding his waist, and did not even look at that $1,000. He wants to make money on his own. He doesn't want to make money that way. It hurts his pride too much. Seeing that Qin Yang even made a melancholic expression, the netizens were enraged. This kid got a bargain. I'm so angry. Is there a killer in the live room? Help me do away with him. A beautiful, sexy wife with a decent job and emotional stability, and $1,000 for meals is a dream. Sure enough, the gap between anyone is bigger than a man and a dog. I just got off the night shift here and am ready to go back to catch up on my sleep. But he's good. He slept one night with his beautiful wife in his arms and $1,000 came to hand. You people only see the thief eat meat, did not see the thief beaten. The anchor is also just off the night shift, did not see him are weak, consuming life well. There are only tired oxen, not plowed fields, and those of you who say you're envious are still young. You'll be honest when you're married, and you'll vomit when you think of such things later. Bull. Send me such a beautiful wife. I can bow and scrape until I die, do you believe me? Prime Minister. Is that you, Prime Minister? Just as Qin Yang was lamenting his life to the window, a sudden beep came from the system in his head. Ding. Your next part-time job is Outdoor Hiking Adventure Leader. Part-time job. Please lead at least 3 people to complete an outdoor hiking adventure with a distance of not less than 10 kilometers. Countdown to mission. 2 days. Hiss. Seeing this task given by the system, Qin Yang sucked in a breath of cool air. Not the system, brother, are you getting more and more outrageous? I've been living in the city for over 20 years. Where did I get any outdoor hiking experience? He has a hard enough time following the team, let alone being the leader. That's not bull. Sometimes Qin Yang really wanted to call the police. This system wouldn't really let himself experience every occupation. Right? Forget it. There's no use spouting off. Let's just find a way to finish the mission. Qin Yang took out his cell phone and called his old classmate Chao Lingyun. As soon as the phone was connected, Chao Lingyun's surprised voice came from over there. Old Qin? Rare guest, you would even call me. What's the matter? Qin Yang said somewhat awkwardly. Old Chao, I heard that you opened an outdoor adventure tour group. How's business now? Chao Lingyun smiled and said, It's not bad. Made a little money. What is it with you? Straight up. Let's not hide it between the two of us. Qin Yang cleared his throat and said, It's like this. You also know that I've been looking for a job. Do you have any outdoor leader jobs there? I'd like to work for 2 days. Ling Yun Chao. Don't mess around, buddy. We are very strict with the leader. If the leader can't do it, then it's going to kill people. Are you short of money to use? Short of how much I transfer you. You do not mess with me. Chapter 26. I'll give you a bunch of titles. Upon hearing that Chao Lingyun wanted to directly transfer money to Qin Yang, the netizens in the live broadcast room were immediately unsettled. This brother can do not even ask what things directly transfer money? There aren't many brothers like that anymore. After all, you can talk to a brother about anything in this day and age, but just don't talk about money, as long as you're talking about wallets flipping out. It's true, whether it's lending out money and not getting it back, or people calling every day after you've borrowed it, it hurts your feelings. Things come in groups, people come in groups. Whether the anchor is a good person or not can be seen from the attitude of the people around him towards him, showing that the anchor is really good to the people around him. The more the netizens think about it, the angrier they get. How come this dog thief has such a good life? It's not enough to have a virtuous wife, but the friends around him are so righteous to him. Whether it's Yu Hao who helped Qin Yang complete the live broadcast before, or Chao Lingyun who said he would transfer money now, these can be true brothers. Seeing that Chao Lingyun misunderstood, Qin Yang hurriedly explained, I'm not short of money, you've misunderstood. I simply want to go to you as a leader, even if I don't have any actual power. I just need to hang a title so that I can have such an experience. Chao Lingyun was silent for a moment and then said, Oh, then I understand. Your kid just wants to screw me. Qin Yang cried and laughed. How is that screwing him? Just as Qin Yang was about to explain further, Chao Lingyun spoke again. Count me as afraid of you. Come to my company to discuss in detail. You know the address. Qin Yang laughed out loud. I knew you were reliable, old Chao, wait for me. I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang immediately drove out and headed to the company where Chao Lingyun was located. Qin Yang was driving nicely when suddenly a warning pop-up popped up in the live broadcast, prompting Qin Yang to regulate his dress code and civilize the broadcast.
Qin Yang.
What's the deal, civilized dress code? I'm not even civilized dressed the way I am. Qin Yang was wearing a white shirt on his upper body and classic brown and gray jeans with outdoor shoes on his lower body. He is not showing anything in this ensemble. Even if he goes to a Western restaurant, there will not be the slightest sense of incongruity, and this is not called a civilized dress code. Supertube was quick to offer an explanation in the background. Superintendent, brother, the main reason is that there are too many people complaining about you. So we've given you a civilized dress code warning. Just pay attention, we're just going through the motions. Once he heard Supertube explain this way, Qin Yang instantly understood. Alright. Seeing Qin Yang's ugly face, the netizens in the live broadcast room laughed out loud. Anchor, do you realize the perils of society? I go, the original report complaints really useful. Brothers idle also idle, then report a hand. Where are the other brothers laughing while I'm sitting on my electric bike? Anchor, don't blame us. Blame it on the fact that you're having too good a time. We just can't stand to watch. Just reflect on yourself. The pop-ups in the live broadcast directly made Qin Yang laugh. Who did I piss off by working so hard to earn some pocket money by broadcasting live? You don't like it when I really eat soft food, and you have to report and complain when I rely on myself. Qin Yang directly opened the storage box on his right-hand side and took out a pair of sunglasses from it and put them on. After putting on his glasses, he took his watch out of it and put it on, taking out his perfume and spraying it. The netizens were dumbfounded. Bentley limited edition sunglasses? A Patek Philippe watch? Saint Laurent perfume? Showing off your wealth. This is properly showing off your wealth. Isn't Bentley a car brand that makes sunglasses? Bentley sunglasses are a luxury item too, all right. The dog thief should be able to buy another car with this outfit. It's so extravagant. Is this revenge from a flunky? I admit I'm sour. Seeing that the netizens were all red-eyed, Qin Yang then revealed a satisfied smile. One just doesn't care to show off one's wealth. It's not like one doesn't have anything to show off. Half an hour later, Qin Yang parked his car in front of an outdoor travel agency. As Chao Lingyun said, the travel agency's business is very hot. Come to consult a lot of people. There are many people inside the purchase of outdoor equipment. As soon as Qin Yang walked in, The female receptionist at the front desk immediately stood up and enthusiastically inquired, "Good morning. May I help you?" "Qin Yang. I'm here to find Chao Lingyun. I'm his friend." The female receptionist responded at once. "You are Mr. Qin Yang Qin, right? Mr. Chao is in his office right now. This way, please." The female receptionist made a gesture of invitation and then took the initiative to lead the way in front. Watching the female receptionist's swaying waist and plump buttocks, netizens swiped a screen full of love emojis. A rather successful businessman once said that whether a company's business status is good or not, you only need to see whether the company's front desk is pretty or not. The front desk is the easiest job, but it doesn't pay well, and it costs even more money to get pretty girls to sit there. But the front desk is the face of a company. The female receptionist looks beautiful, especially the kind of glance can make others stunning degree. Then come to your company to talk about the cooperation of service providers will be a lot of intention to close the deal. Similarly, if a company can't even afford a nice receptionist, that company is more than likely dying. The female receptionist knocked 3 times on the office door. "Mr. Chao, Mr. Qin is here. Enter." The female receptionist opened the door and made a gesture of invitation to come in. After Qin Yang went in, she closed the door respectfully. Chao Lingyun was sitting in his boss chair with his legs crossed at the moment, holding a game console in his hand as he was playing a game. After seeing Qin Yang come in, he didn't even lift his eyelids. He just glanced at him and opened his mouth to inquire, "Tell me, big brother, what exactly do you think?" Qin Yang also did not see eye to eye with Chao Lingyun and lifted the teapot himself to pour himself a cup of tea to drink. "I thought I told you I just want to be a leader with you, follow you guys on an outdoor run, and have a good time." Chao Lingyun paused the game and placed the console on the table. "Just one simple request?" Qin Yang nodded his head. "Yeah, it was supposed to be a simple request. You're the one who thought it was complicated. Just think of me as a member of your outdoor adventure team, except that my status is not as a member of the team, it's just a dummy leader, and I don't have any command authority, so I can't get you into trouble, can I?" Chao Lingyun furrowed his brows and thought for a moment, then slapped his face in realization. "I see, old Qin, you're trying to show it to Lu Yan, right? Is it because you couldn't make much money from your previous part-time jobs and they didn't sound good? So you ran to me to get a gold plating so you can meet Lu Yan and her parents later? Okay, you kid can also use this kind of crooked brain." Chapter 27, Bluffing Yourself. As a door-to-door son-in-law, Qin Yang was well aware of how embarrassing he was to them, the brothers in the Lu Yan family. As soon as the relatives of Lu Yan's family asked about Qin Yang's work during the New Year holidays, he had difficulty in speaking. Those relatives of Lu Yan's family were already all successful people, and their vision was already high. If Qin Yang still told them the truth that he was a fishing guy and a takeout man, wouldn't Lu Yan's family lose face along with him? Chao Lingyun felt that he had guessed correctly, and his entire body became excited. "In this way, old Qin, you only work as a leader here in my place. I don't think they can necessarily look at you. I'll give you a few more titles: what training camp gold medal trainer, wilderness survival expert, honorary member of the International Survival Association. All of them will arrange for you on." Pissed, Qin Yang almost choked on his tea. He hurriedly waved his hand at Chao Lingyun. "It doesn't have to be that complicated. Just give me a leader title." Chao Lingyun thought that Qin Yang was embarrassed. He clenched his right fist and pounded his chest. "What else are we brothers polite about? Don't worry. I'll give you all the titles I can, and I definitely won't let you lose face. As for the routes, I have 3 routes here. See which one you prefer and I can get you on all of them and be on your way in no time." Taking the tablet from Chao Lingyun, Qin Yang chose the one with the longest distance from the 3 routes. After all, he had never hiked outdoors before, and it was hard to experience it once, so he couldn't just turn around in the mountains for a while and come back, could he? Chao Lingyun is very efficient. Qin Yang's side had just finished choosing the route, and immediately a special person came to the office and took Qin Yang to get ready. Chao Lingyun picked up the game console and smiled as he squeezed his eyes at Qin Yang. "You boys are pretty good at picking, all right? Have fun. What kind of pick?" Qin Yang arrived at the departure hall in a daze, and the female receptionist directly said to one of the beautiful women, "Leader Du. This is the Qin Yang Qin leader arranged by General Manager Chao. You should have been informed that Leader Qin is going to join your team temporarily as an observer, right?" Duhei frowned. "Observers? I wasn't notified." Dujia took out her own cell phone and sure enough, she saw a new trip notification in her personal mailbox. Dujia opened the trip notification and took a look, only to realize that it was Qin Yang's personal information profile. Only when Dujia saw Qin Yang's string of titles, her entire body was dumbfounded. Camp Gold Instructor, wilderness survival expert, honorary member of Survival International. Du Jie looked Qin Yang up and down incredulously. The man in front of me looks plain as day, and he has so many honorary titles? The company sent such a powerful leader to be a temporary observer. Did they say they wanted to check his professional ability? Du Jie looked at the female receptionist suspiciously. Qin leader's ability is so strong. Then later, when hiking, the female receptionist smiled and said, Mr. Chow said that Leader Qin is just a temporary observer. You just need to treat him as an ordinary outdoor enthusiast. He won't interfere with your command in any way. Du Jie and Deputy Leader Chen Hang looked at each other, and they didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. Netizens were overjoyed to see this scene. Ha ha ha, as expected of a good brother. Titles are given in abundance. Both of these real leaders were confused, completely unsure of what the purpose of the anchor coming to their team was. It's kind of fun to think you're a king when you're actually a bronze. Or Brother Qin will play. Others are experiencing outdoor adventure as enthusiasts. On the contrary, he wants to participate in it with the identity of an expert. Ha ha ha, joyful. After the female receptionist left, Du Jie looked at Qin Yang and opened her mouth to inquire. Team leader Qin, where's your equipment? Qin Yang froze. What outfit? The corner of Chen Hang's mouth twitched. Team leader Qin, you're not planning to go on a hiking expedition with us dressed like this, are you? The journey this time is quite long, and the outdoor environment is quite complicated, so you may encounter various accidents at any time. How can you move with us without equipment? Netflix is about to get taught. They had thought that Qin Yang would reveal himself, but they didn't expect to reveal himself so quickly. Caught unprofessional before you even set off? Qin Yang scratched his head and said awkwardly, I came in a hurry, and the route was set on the fly, so I really don't know what equipment I should bring. You guys see those equipment you guys are talking about? Can I buy it here? If I can buy it please, then you guys can help me match a set. I can use any equipment. Hiss. Once they heard Qin Yang say this, Du Jie and Chen Hang became even more unsettled. An impromptu route with no gear and using whatever gear you have? Worthy of being an expert, you can talk like a pro. It is important to realize that every outdoor adventure route needs to be repeated several times by professionals and comprehensively evaluated before they dare to open it to ordinary enthusiasts. Different routes have different levels of danger, different environments, different equipment needed, and arguably completely different everything. Even experts with rich experience like Du Jie and the others didn't dare to temporarily pick a random route and set off, but it was Qin Yang who did just that. Bull. It's awesome. The two of them glanced at each other and had already decided that Qin Yang was just pretending to be a rookie and was ready to have an all-round look at them. So the two didn't hide their clumsiness and directly took out their skills to choose a set of equipment for Qin Yang that was most suitable for this route, and at the same time carefully explaining why they had to choose this way and what situations these equipments dealt with respectively while doing so. Seeing that instead of tearing down Qin Yang, the two men were even more careful and respectful towards him. The netizens were dumbfounded. No, what's the situation? Really take Qin Dog as an expert? Laugh your ass off. These two leaders have bluffed themselves. I don't blame the two of them, you just want to think that when you are playing a game, you suddenly realize that the opposite side of the line with you is a professional player. Just say that your operation is deformed or not. If I was playing against a pro, I'd think he was resetting his poke even if he pressed flash the wrong way. Ha ha ha. This live content is so interesting, depart. Hurry up and depart. I want to see when Qin Dog actually reveals himself. After helping Qin Yang prepare all the equipment and confirming that there were no other problems, the two of them then led the team to set off. The group Duhei was leading consisted of 9 people, 3 of them and 3 young couples. These 3 young couples all graduated from the same prestigious university and are all outdoor adventure enthusiasts, and you can tell by their bodies that they work out regularly. The group first traveled by car to the foot of Mount Morning, arriving at the starting point for a final check of supplies and equipment. It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding. You have triggered a temporary mission. Please check it. Chapter 28, Encountering a Blind Bear. Hearing the system beep coming from his mind, Qin Yang's entire body froze for a moment. Are you kidding me? You've already set off on your way and you can still trigger a temporary mission? Temporary duty. Fishers of men. Please catch 3 fish within 10 hours. The bigger the fish, the bigger the reward.
Qin Yang.
Nobody, don't with me, who has time for you to go fishing when everyone is hiking hard right now. Under Du Jie's leadership, they had by now completely followed the mountain road into the mountains. This is different from the general scenic area developed mountain road. At this time they are walking on the mountain road is obviously more rugged and hidden, and even some of the road if it is not Du Jie lead, the unusual people simply cannot find out that this place is still walkable. Watching a group of people struggling to move forward, the netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel emotional. A man can really do anything when he is idle. Just this mountain path looks difficult to walk, and if you are not careful, you may slide down the slope into the woods. So this is called hiking adventure. I told you earlier, my hometown is all this kind of bad mountain road. I told you earlier to come directly to my hometown to walk a trip, where there is still a need to spend money to hire someone to lead the way. You don't understand this, do you? As difficult as the mountain paths in your hometown are, they're still mountain paths that everyone walks on a regular basis. It's life. But it's completely different when you hire someone specifically to take you through the path. It's a hobby. Reminds me of the time when a group of rich people used to make a special trip to our village to hire people to grow vegetables and raise chickens, saying that they wanted to eat some kind of all-natural ingredients that cost several times more than our homegrown ones, but were actually still fed with feed. Rich people are just idle and like to give themselves a hard time when they have nothing to do. After only walking less than 2 kilometers, Qin Yang already felt like he was dying. Normally, Qin Yang only went out to fish occasionally in the city, where he had traveled so far up the mountain. It was a good thing that Du Jie also noticed that everyone was a bit tired, so she took the initiative to propose a rest in place. The others were experienced in clearing a large area with tools and laying down a tarp before sitting down. Only Qin Yang sat down directly on his butt with a big grin, with no preparations whatsoever. Du Jie and Qian Hang looked at each other with odd expressions. Leader Qin, you can't just sit down like that. Get up first and I'll help you clean up. After Du Jie finished taking out a stick and hitting the nearby bushes a few times first to make sure there were no snakes hiding inside. Only then did she take out a tarpaulin to pad Qin Yang. Du Jie was still explaining to Qin Yang while operating. We've had team members before who sat down directly while resting, only to be bitten by a poisonous snake and almost lose their lives. This tarpaulin is also a must pad, which protects against moisture and humidity, and also prevents you from being scratched by some sharp objects when you sit down. Qin Yang listened to the netizens and called them professional. Otherwise they are the leader. You see, even sit down in the wilderness has so much to say. This leader's money is really not wasted. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was resting, Qian Hang seemingly unintentionally came over and said, "Qin leader, I see that you seem to be a bit out of breath. Don't you usually exercise much?" Qian Hang wasn't a little cutie. Before, he always felt that Qin Yang was like an amateur and not a so-called expert. Now, when he saw that Qin Yang not only didn't have a bit of common sense in outdoor exploration, but also his physical fitness was poor, he was immediately puzzled. Outdoor expert, you can hide your professional skills, but you can't hide your physical abilities, can you? Qin Yang said with some embarrassment. Yeah, usually I don't usually walk this far. Outdoor hiking is still too much exercise for me. I need to take a break. Qian Hang then inquired. I see that you have quite a lot of titles. Team leader Qin, are all of those titles really won back by you from competitions? Du Jie pretended to be taking care of the other team members, but she actually pricked up her ears and listened. Qin Yang was about to reply when one of the team members suddenly screamed, "There's a bear! Leader, there's a bear over there!" As soon as they heard there was a bear, everyone grabbed their hiking poles and stood up first thing. Du Jie looked in the direction of that team member's finger and saw a black bear standing under a tree in the distance. Standing up like a human being was peering this way. Du Jie's face went white with fear, and she hurriedly made a gesture signaling all the team members to follow her and retreat in a hurry. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly filled the screen. I thought an outdoor adventure was a spring trip, but it really turned out to be so dangerous. Team member. Leader, you're playing for real. Really bringing us on an adventure. This should be an accident. The leader in the planning of the route is usually to avoid the fierce beast activity area. Can encounter the bear here is also too unlucky. It is difficult to evaluate. The leader seems to be very panicked. How is this not quite the same as what I thought? The leader has not done any emergency planning for this kind of unexpected situation. Dude, that's a bear. What can you do for an emergency plan? Only run quickly. If you don't run faster, everyone will have to die later if the black bear really comes after you. The internet still has smarts. Don't look at the black bear's large size. It may seem like it's clumsy. But in reality, when the black bear ran and sprinted, he was faster than the average small car. Du Jie led a group of people to run wildly in another direction. Her heart panicked to the extreme. Luckily, the black bear didn't seem to be interested in them, so it didn't come after them, and there was no movement behind them. Du-hei didn't know just how far they'd run, and when she came back to her senses to signal everyone to stop running, she realized they deviated from their established route. Qian Hang opened his mouth and inquired, "What should we do? Should we go back?" Du Hei shook her head. "We sure as hell can't go back there with a bear over there." Qian Hang was a bit anxious. "What then? We're off the established route now. We can't just find a new route on the fly, can we? The opening of any route is a risk assessment that needs to be done, and it's not something to be taken lightly in these mountains. Wouldn't it be a problem if you strayed into another beast's territory with your crew?" Just as Du Jie was hesitating, Qin Yang suddenly spoke up. "Do you guys see something over there?" As soon as they heard Qin Yang say this, Du Jie and Qian Hang's hearts immediately hung in the air again. "It's not another bear encounter, is it?" The two of them looked in the direction of Qin Yang's finger and let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it wasn't a black bear. But soon the two tensed up again. It's not a black bear, but judging by the fancy pajamas, there shouldn't be a person lying there. Should there? Gollum. Everyone gulped. Du Hei shivered even more in fear as a woman. "Qian Hang, that can't be a person under the tree over there. Can it? Do you want to go over and take a look?" The corner of Qian Hang's mouth twitched. Good lord. Isn't he scared anymore? However, thinking that he was a man, Qian Hang took a deep breath and led Qin Yang over. Chapter 29. A crowd lost in the mountains. The further Qian Hang went, the less bottom he felt in his heart, especially when he realized that this seemed to be really a person in pajamas. Qian Hang's legs trembled uncontrollably. "Coach Qian, what's wrong with you? Keep going." Qin Yang was also panicking in his heart, and when he saw that Qian Hang suddenly did not move, he was a little nervous. Qian Hang quickly waved his hand and said, I can't walk anymore. Go over and see for yourself. My legs are weak." Qin Yang was so angry in his heart. Is this still a ing man? If you're afraid, am I not? Netizens watched the fun and sent pop-ups for encouragement. The big deal is that you're lying there alone. What are you afraid of? Come closer and look. It's supposed to be just a person, right? I can see the feet. A normal dummy shouldn't have white skin, right? White skin. That means this person has been cold for many days, maybe even soaked in water. Anchor, be bold. Ah, come closer. Don't be afraid. We will protect you in the live broadcast. Bullet guard. No offense. Rest in peace to the departed. The netizens were thoroughly excited at this point. Isn't that more exciting than watching some horror movie? This is a real corpse. Seeing that Qian Hang said nothing and was not willing to continue forward, Du Jie cursed a waste and took the initiative to follow Qin Yang forward himself. Only Du Jie didn't take 2 steps before the image of a strong female leader collapsed. She clutched Qin Yang's arm tightly, and her entire body was on the verge of hiding behind Qin Yang. Qin Yang said somewhat helplessly, "Leader Du, haven't you guys encountered this kind of thing before during your outdoor expeditions? You're the leader, you can't act more nervous than me." Du Jie said with a straight face, "We are an outdoor adventure, not an outdoor search and rescue. Where's the chance of encountering this special situation? You don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and see if it's a person or not." Because she was too nervous, Du Jie's entire body was always close to Qin Yang, giving him a nice touch. At this time, Qin Yang was not in a good position to remind Du Jie to pay attention to his image. He took 2 steps forward, and a corpse in pajamas just appeared in front of everyone in the broadcast room. When netizens saw the bloody scene, they screamed in horror. "It's really a corpse. Call the police. Call the police immediately." The anchor couldn't be the reincarnation of Conan, could he? How come wherever he goes, something happens? This body is too buried. Was this chewed by a dog? This is too disgusting. It's not right, brother. I didn't open the membership. How come you just open the HD live for me? You take the camera a little farther, okay? I'm afraid. Seeing that the corpse had taken on a giant view, Qin Yang felt his stomach churning and had the urge to vomit at any time. Who knew that Du Jie was faster than himself? He just had this thought and Du Jie was already vomiting behind him. Outdoor hiking when encountered a bear is not enough, and now also encountered a corpse. Several other team members are all scared enough, have felt that they are too unlucky. After holding back his nausea and observing the corpse for a while, Qin Yang suddenly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, "Don't vomit. We have to leave here as soon as possible." "Why?" Du Jie looked puzzled. "Now that we've found the body here, shouldn't we call the police and then wait for them to come and investigate the scene?" Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Look at this person's face has been gnawed on and his stomach has been gutted with a big hole. Even the most heartless killer wouldn't be able to do such a thing, right? The only explanation is that he's been chewed on by a ferocious animal, and the most likely animal is the black bear we just saw. If the black bear has really eaten this person, then there is still a possibility that it will come back, and we will be even more attractive to it. That's why we absolutely can't stay in this place anymore. We must leave immediately. Once they heard Qin Yang say that, everyone shivered. That makes sense. Generally, black bears do not actively attack people. After all, people are relatively large creatures in nature and will use tools that can easily injure them. But if a black bear is hungry, that's a completely different situation. Not only will it actively attack people, but after it has eaten them, it will think that this is simply a delicacy on Earth, and in the future it will simply add people to its repertoire. Qin Yang first took out his cell phone to locate this position, and then hurriedly assisted Du Jie, and the group walked in another direction, as far away from this place as possible. Only they still underestimated the level of danger in the mountains. Even with the aid of satellite positioning, Du Jie and Chen Hang were never able to lead the team back to a safe route, but instead lost their way in the valley and kept circling the mountain. One couple was a little less tolerant, and when they saw that they couldn't get out, they cried out with a wow. Du Jie saw this and rushed forward to calm down. It's okay. Our cell phone signals are all working and we've called the police, so we'll be home soon enough when the search and rescue teams come looking for us. Looking at the lost group of people, the netizens in the broadcast room were unable to understand. I used to only know that people could get lost in the mountains if they didn't have a signal, and now they have a signal on their cell phones, so how can this be lost? It looks like you haven't spent any time in the mountains. You think you can tell southeast from northwest and that's how you get out of the mountains? Do you think going north means going all the way north? In fact, you can't go far before you come across a dead-end road, and you have to turn back and retrace your steps, so don't you get confused after a few more trips. Cold knowledge, even if your cell phone doesn't have a signal, you can still get a satellite location. It just takes a little slower. So whether you have a signal or not, you just tend to get lost in the mountains. You know why people in ancient times encountered ghostly walls, right? Being in the mountains is the easiest way to encounter a ghostly wall. You can easily turn around even if you know the direction. City people would get dizzy playing 2 games, and they would still be unable to tell the direction of the game even if the game map is so small, not to mention really beating around in the mountains. I can only say that young people nowadays are still too well protected and have no idea how scary the mountains really are. Seeing that everyone was in a low mood, Qin Yang spoke up and said, "Why don't we just find a safe place to rest for a while and wait for the rescue team to come to the rescue, so we don't wander off, lest we cause trouble for others?" Chen Hang pointed to a short distance away and said, "I see that there seems to be a natural cave over there. We can go there to make a fire, and there is also shelter from the rain there." Saying and doing, under the leadership of Du Jie and Chen Hang, a group of people walked towards that cave, cooperating to collect firewood to build a campfire to keep warm. It was also at this moment that Qin Yang realized that there was actually a small pool of water next to the cave. Chapter 30. Qin Yang, the one who killed the salvage team. "Are you guys hungry and would you like some fish?" Just as everyone had just built a bonfire, Qin Yang suddenly opened his mouth and asked this. The others all looked at Qin Yang with odd eyes. Chen Hang even frowned at the side and said, "Leader Qin, where can we get fish to eat now? And it's not the time to discuss whether or not to eat fish. What we should do is to maintain our strength and wait for rescue." Qin Yang skimmed his lips and said, "Wait, I didn't say not to wait. Staying in the cave is still staying anyway. There's a waterhole right next to it. Catching fish won't delay waiting for help, right? You guys don't eat fish, do you? So fine. I'll go down and catch it myself." Saying yes, Qin Yang took out a set of waterproof pants and put them on, carefully walked down to the waterhole and started to touch the fish. The netizens in the live stream called out outrageous when they saw this scene. Am I reading this right? He even prepared himself with a set of gear for going down to the water to touch the fish? You need to prepare this stuff for a hiking adventure. Someone who knows what they're doing. Tell me, can he touch a fish like that? I can touch it, my ass. Fish aren't stupid. If you go into the water and touch the fish with such a big commotion, the fish would have run away long ago. Not to mention that the water in the pool is so murky, he probably doesn't even know where the fish are, so where would he go to touch them? That's underestimating, isn't it? A lot of people think that touching fish relies on skill, but in reality touching fish relies on luck. Or else why did people in the past like to go touching fish when they had nothing else to do? It's because there's an element of gambling on luck. The fact is also the same as the netizens said. Qin Yang went into the water after the whole water pool became turbid. Not to mention the fish, Qin Yang even cannot see his feet in the water. But Qin Yang's luck was still very good. His hands gripped the water haphazardly for a few moments before he suddenly felt something hit him in the stomach. Qin Yang hurriedly reached out and fished, And as a result, he really fished a big fish up. Ha ha ha, what a big fish. Leader Do, please take it for me. I'll come up and grill it later. With a forceful throw, Qin Yang directly threw this big fish onto the shore. Du Jie and her group were all dumbfounded when they saw the fish. Good lord, this fish must be at least 20 pounds or so, right? Netflix is more of a straight-up defense breaker. Where's the dude who just said he couldn't touch the fish? Come out and say something. Airman, damn him. How come all the fish he touches in the water are bigger than the ones I catch? It's unconscionable. It turns out that good technique is not as good as luck, and spending money on nesting is better than just going down to the water and feeling the fish. Now you know why the fishing ban doesn't ban anglers, right? The fishing guys catch a small fish up and throw at least a few dozen pounds of bait down. That's not fishing. It's clearly fish farming. People have proven to be fickle. Originally, we all came out for a hiking adventure, thinking that we would be done with the adventure and home in 10 hours. As a result, now that the black bear had forced them to hide in the cave, the snacks they had brought with them were almost finished, and all of them were famished. Now that they saw Qin Yang fishing up such a big fish, the few people who had just said stiffly that they would not eat fish changed their minds at once. A girl licked her lips and said, "This fish looks like it's delicious. It should taste good if it's used for grilling, right? So do either of you know how to make grilled fish? I've got a little salt and spices on me that I should be able to use if I'm going to grill fish. I'll do it. I used to work at a barbecue. Bring me the fish and I'll handle it." A few people said to do. Directly the fish opened the belly, take out the internal organs within the cleanup, at the same time sprinkled a little salt and spices on top of the marinade. With a wooden stick, skewered fish began to bake. This side had just started grilling, when Qin Yang threw another fish of more than 20 pounds up from the water. Netflix breaks defense again. Dog thief, stop it. Stop touching the fish and give us anglers some face. I just can't help myself. I'll give you $1,000 for the coordinates of a watering hole. Naya, are the fish in the water hole that fat? I'll pay $2,000. Send me a satellite location. I'll be there later. It's true. Wherever you can catch fish, there's bound to be fishing guys. Even a blind bear can't stop your passion for fishing, can he? A blind bear? Ask a blind bear if he's afraid of a shotgun. It makes sense for me to fish and bring a shotgun to plumb the nets, doesn't it? Cowhide, classic American plunge net. Just as the fishing guys were talking eloquently in the live broadcast, Qin Yang bent down and suddenly touched something round and hard. What the hell is this? Qin Yang brought the stuff up with a puzzled look on his face. The originally still lively live broadcast room was suddenly quiet. In Qin Yang's hand, a skull with silt and water plants attached to it just appeared in a watery manner. The crowd of people on the shore who were grilling fish froze, then shrieked in horror. Dead. Dead heads. There are dead heads in the water, murder, murder. The female team members were so scared that their legs went weak, and the male team members also turned white. Finding a human skull in a waterhole in the middle of nowhere was unexpected and seemed to make sense. Qin Yang somewhat awkwardly placed the skull on the shore. Does this need to be reported to the police? Duhei blushed and nodded. Didn't you call the police? The police will be here soon. Qin Yang let out an "oh." That's right. Then this head will stay here for now so you don't move it, lest you destroy the evidence. The corner of Du Jie's mouth twitched, not knowing what to say. Who the hell dares to move? It's a human skull. Who has nothing to dish this out for fun? Originally, they all thought that Qin Yang should come up after fishing up the skull. Who knew that Qin Yang turned around and walked to the middle of the water pool again, continuing to bend down and reach down to grope for fish. I can't do it without fishing. I'm one fish short of the task set by the system. As long as you pick up another fish yourself, even if you complete the task, the size of the fish Qin Yang are not forced. Just as Qin Yang thought so, he touched another hard object. Knowing that this thing definitely couldn't be a fish, Qin Yang didn't even look at it and threw it to the shore with his hand. Only when the netizens in the broadcast room saw clearly what this thing was, they instantly exploded. Nima, this is a leg bone, right? How can you fish this out? No, buddy, don't fish. I'm scared. What's the idea? It's a complete skeleton ready to be fished up out of the water? Salvage team. It's never your peers who take you out, and it could be the fishing guys. Anglers can catch anything but fish. All the people around were shocked by what Qin Yang fished up, favoring Qin Yang himself, who hadn't felt anything yet. As he fished, he said suspiciously, "Strange. How come there are all these messy things down here? Where are the fish?" Website. Team. Chapter 31, Escapees in the Woods. Previously, netizens had felt that Qin Yang had a very special temperament, only that they had been unable to say what this temperament actually was. Now they finally figured it out. There was always a very calm, see-through life and death feeling on Qin Yang. Normal people fishing out the skull has been afraid to continue to fish down, but Qin Yang is not the same. He went down to really fish. It can be seen that he is really hungry. Highway police car. Lu Yen looked at Qin Yang's live broadcast, her face gloomy to the extreme. Sun Jia and a few co-workers were also watching the fun. Sister Yen, this is too good for brother-in-law. Have you done salvage work before? Forensic scientist Gao Ming also pushed his glasses aside and said with a serious face, from what Mr. Qin has just salvaged, there are at least 3 corpses in this pool of water, one of which is a female corpse, and there is also a hole in the skull. We have reason to suspect that that watering hole has been used by some criminal as a dumping ground, and that hole in the skull is most likely an execution-type shooting, judging by its location and size. The moment Gao Ming's words came out, all of the criminal police officers in the car all looked uplifted. Great guy, another big job. In the Dragon Kingdom, a murder case must be solved. This is the most basic principle. 3 lives are definitely considered a major case. The most important thing is that one of them still seems to have been shot by execution, and that makes the nature of the case even worse. Generally, only deranged criminals and criminal organizations do such things. Had they been able to get to the watering hole in the first place, they might have been able to dig up a hidden criminal organization through the clues of those 3 bones. Lu Yen said in a deep voice, "How long before we get there?" Sun Jia said after looking at the navigation, "There are still 5 minutes before we can enter the mountains, but the mountains are complicated and infested with bears. Even with the positioning, it will take us at least half an hour to get to my brother-in-law's place." After hearing Sun Jia's words, Lu Yen frowned and didn't say anything, only silently checking the equipment on her body. Her intuition told her that that waterhole was not simple. 1 more minute Qin Yang and the others stayed there might be 1 more minute of danger. Wow. Qin Yang saw a black shadow moving and immediately reached out to grab it again. As a result, this time still did not catch a fish, but fished up another pitch-black skull up. Looks all wrapped up. The netizens in the live broadcast room had already become accustomed to it from their initial shock, and had sent pop-ups to tease. "Ilu a multi-brain river this inside in the end sunk how many people Okay buddy, you don't fish. I admit you're a bit strong, okay? Give me a cold sweat in the middle of the day, you're really good. Haven't you guys noticed that the anchor is getting more and more calm the more he fishes? Now it's so calm that I even think all these things are models. Criminal. I know a remote place. Chin dog. I know an out-of-the-way place too. It's a well-known fact that criminals often return to the scene of a crime to admire their masterpieces after realizing the perfect crime. So I have reason to suspect that these people are related to Chin dog. Upstairs don't talk nonsense. If these people are really Chin dogas, then he can still open a live broadcast to show you fishing for skulls? Think you've lived too long, is it? The more bones Qin Yang fished out, the more scared Du Jie and Chen Hang and the girls became. Previously, they had thought that Qin Yang was a bit like a novice outdoor explorer, unable to do anything. But now that they saw Qin Yang fishing for these bones so calmly, the little bit of doubt in their hearts suddenly vanished. With that kind of mentality, they'd believe him if he'd been in a war, not to mention being an outdoor adventure expert. Just when Qin Yang was all about to give up, he finally fished up another fish. The fish weighed 30 pounds and Qin Yang almost didn't hold it when it struggled. "Ha ha ha! Got the fish? I finally got the last one." Qin Yang carried the fish to the shore and walked directly to the campfire. "What are you all looking at me like that for? Come on. Take this fish and grill it too. You can still save a bit of it for fish soup." The crowd was silent, and Chen Hang said somewhat awkwardly, "Brother Qin, this fish, I think we should not get it to eat for the time being." Qin Yang was puzzled. "Why, these 3 fish are so big. They're big enough for us." Chen Hang pointed to the pile of white bones on the shore and said, "Brother Qin, haven't you ever wondered why these fish were able to grow so big? This is no joke." Being reminded by Chen Hang, Qin Yang also fell silent. Earlier he had been completely absorbed in the joy of touching the fish, so he hadn't thought about it at all. But now that I think about it, it seems to make sense. With such a small pool of water, even if there were big fish eating small fish inside, it was absolutely impossible to raise dozens of pounds of fish. The only other possibility is that this waterhole is constantly being fed with something, and that's why these fish are growing so big. Then it's a no-brainer what these big fish usually eat. Just thinking about it makes me sick. Then, These fish will be put aside for when you want to eat them. At this time, Qin Yang also lost his appetite, put the fish aside and changed his clothes and pants into a new set. Just as he was about to lean over and roast the fire, a shot suddenly rang out in the distance. Everyone in the cave froze at the sound of the shot. What was that noise? Was it a gunshot? Could it be the police coming for us? Du Jie shook her head and said, "It doesn't feel quite like it. If it's the police coming for us, they shouldn't be able to just shoot us unless they've encountered a black bear as well." As soon as Du Jie's words fell, there were several more gunshots from outside, and they were accompanied by the sound of someone shouting, as if they were savages hunting in the jungle. Qin Yang was the first to take water and douse the campfire, then made a gesture, signaling everyone to head inside the cave, hide in the shadows, and try not to make any noise. Just as the group of people had just burrowed into the cave to take cover, a pair of men and women stumbled out of the woods, looking panicked and with horrified expressions. You can tell the couple should be running for their lives. However, they had only just run a short distance when 3 more men with guns chased them out of the woods and raised their hands. The bullet pierced the woman's leg and she flopped to the ground with no way to move on. The man in the shirt first checked the woman's injuries, and when he saw that someone was catching up behind him, he resolutely let go of the woman's hand and prepared to run for his life alone. Who knew that the next second there was another gunshot? The bullet pierced through the shirt man's leg again, and the shirt man screamed miserably and fell to the ground. "Brother Fai. Don't kill me, brother Fai. We're wrong. We'll follow you back. And whatever you say from now on is okay. I still have use for Uncle Zhong. Please give me another chance." Chapter 32, The Ruthless Scarab. It was obvious that the shirt man was really scared. He knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. His sweat and the mud on the ground mixed together, and his face was all dirty. But at this point, the shirt guy couldn't care less about any of that. All he wanted now was to live and for his pleas for mercy to be effective. Netizens didn't react for a while when they saw this scene. "This can't be a movie, can it? What kind of play is this? The acting is quite realistic." "Brothers upstairs, there's one thing to be said for that, it doesn't quite look like it was staged. I'm the prop master in the crew. The effect of being shot in the leg just now is too real for me to do anyway. I'll go." "Don't say that, guys, I'm scared. If it's not an act, then wouldn't the anchors be in danger?" Not only are the netizens worried, but at this time, Du Jie and the girls hiding in the cave are also very nervous. Netflix, they are at least still separated by a screen, more or less safe. But Du Jie and the girls were completely immersed in the scene. Both the sound of the gunshots just now and the shirt man's pleas for mercy sounded so close and real to them. Du Jie subconsciously grabbed Qin Yang's arm, her entire body nervous to the extreme. If all this was true, then wouldn't their little lives be lost if they were accidentally discovered by these 3 men with guns? Just as Du Jie was thinking, the scarred man with the gun sneered and said, "Now you know that Uncle Hui is good? Then Uncle Hui didn't treat you badly before. Why didn't you think about the consequences when you ran away? Dr. Su, it's your fault for not being smart enough to give up the chance to get rich for a woman. Be smart in your next life and don't get swept away for a woman again." Bang! Without giving the man in the shirt a chance to speak again, the scarred man directly shot him in the head. The man in the shirt threw his head back, and his whole body fell cleanly into a pool of blood as if his soul had been drained in an instant. The woman next to him screamed in shock. The woman's screams came to a screeching halt as the scarred man backhanded another shot, sending the woman straight away as well. "Fatty camel. Tie up the 2 of them and throw the rocks into the waterhole. And be quick about it. Don't lose time." The scarred man took out a towel and wiped his pistol, preparing to rest against a rock off to the side. Netizens have been completely dumbfounded. "Holy! This is too exciting. Really shooting? It's true, it's absolutely true. You see the rocks they tied to the feet of those 2 men. This is to keep the bodies from floating up when they throw them into the pool of water. Boy, if that's how they all disposed of the bodies, then those skeletons in the waterhole can be explained. Haven't Officer Liu and the girls arrived yet? There's been a murder here. Holy! I'm worried for the anchor through the screen. They're not going to be found by these 3 bad guys, are they? It's true that what you fear comes to you." Fatty and Camel had just tied up the stones, and were about to throw the 2 men into the waterhole when they suddenly changed their faces. The 2 men rushed to the side of the scarred man. "Scar, something's wrong. Look over there." The scarred man looked in the direction of the fat man's finger, and only then did he realize that there was a pile of human bones laying on the shore. Scar immediately pulled his pistol out and looked around warily. Someone was here and went to the waterhole to get the body out. Fatty inquired very nervously. Didn't you say that this place is so remote that ghosts won't come? Do you think it's the police fishing for it? Why don't we just run? Scar thuds his shin into the meat of Fatty's leg. Panic my ass. If the cops fished it out, could they not come out after all the shots we just fired? These bones were probably fished out by some passerby. Either he's still hiding around or he went down the mountain to call the police. All search around and be careful. Upon hearing that Scar wanted to search, the team members hiding in the cave turned white with fear. Du Jie gripped Qin Yang's hand tightly, closed her eyes, and shivered all over. This cave has only one entrance and exit, and the cave is not deep enough. If Scar found out that there were people hiding in this cave, a few random shots could kill all of them hiding in here. You know what they say about people having bad luck and stuffing their teeth. Scar didn't take 2 steps before he saw a freshly extinguished campfire and a series of stray footprints. Scar only thought about it for a little while, and immediately realized that there should have been a group of people temporarily camping here just now, and the probability was that they were hikers. Scar immediately raised his gun and aimed it at the cave. Come out. All of you. Stop hiding, I see you. If you guys don't come out, I'll shoot. Fatty and Camel were also the first to arrive, raising their guns and aiming them at the cave. 3 men, 3 guns. Just shoot them hiding in the cave and they'll be dead. Qin Yang knew that he definitely couldn't hide, so he could only raise his hand and be the first to walk out. Although Du Jie and the girls were scared, they could only shiver and follow behind Qin Yang. Seeing what Qin Yang and the others were wearing, the 3 of them instantly relaxed. Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, 3 big brothers? We just came to the mountains to hike and explore. We got lost and hid in this cave. We didn't see or know what happened just now, so make it easy for us. The scarred man hefted his pistol and said contemptuously, You kid is quite good at talking. It's just a pity that you guys looked at something you shouldn't have, and you can only blame it on your bad luck. Scar said this and then looked at the women in Du Jie, licked his lips and threw a couple of ropes over. But it's not impossible to stay alive. You guys tie up those women and I'll let you men go. If you don't tie them, then you all have to die for me. Upon hearing that Scar wanted to tie them up, several women were scared and begged for mercy. Although he didn't know what Scar and the others were doing, if he was kidnapped by a vicious man like Scar and the others, he didn't need to think about it to know what would happen. There was a lot of begging for mercy from the girls. Honey, you promised to love me for the rest of my life. You won't tie me up, right? Don't tie me up. Xiao Guang, you're my boyfriend. If you tie me up, we'll break up. Du Jie also looked at Qin Yang with pleading eyes, hoping that he wouldn't tie himself up. Qin Yang sighed, took the initiative to pick up the rope from the ground and said helplessly, Leader Du, cooperate. You guys will at least have a hope of surviving if you follow them later. But it's not necessarily the case for us men. Qin Yang is not stupid. The scarred man asked them to tie up the woman, but he just didn't want to do it himself. In the minds of Scarab and the 3 of them, the men of the expedition had actually been sentenced to death a long time ago. At this moment, Qin Yang was only acting according to the scarred man's instructions in order to delay as much time as possible. Seeing that there were still men unwilling to cooperate, the scarred man lost his patience. Grind it out. Tie it up or I'll die. Chapter 33. Never mess with a rash person. Just as the scarred man raised his gun and prepared to make an example of him, gunshots rang out. The scarred man only felt as if his right hand had been hit by a hammer, and then his entire right palm disappeared. Police, drop your guns. Nobody move. Lu Yan's voice was simply like heavenly music to Qin Yang's ears at this moment. Qin Yang excitedly shouted, Wife, I love you. Lu Yan didn't have time to pay attention to Qin Yang at all, raising her hand and firing 2 more shots, knocking off Fatty and Camel's pistols. Netizens saw the scene and called out, Is Officer Ryu's marksmanship so good? It's too strong. All 3 shots. It's just shooting someone's gun off. What's so hard about that? Basic operation, all right? Goddamn basic operation. 50 meters pistol target you can get on the target is good. Pointing where to hit, where that's called sharpshooter, understand? Say hit the hand, never hit the foot. Say burst the head, never hit the chest. This kind of marksmanship in the SWAT team is also the elite standard. To you here has become a basic operation, bull. In reality you may be a gun god, but in doing, you still have to practice. Having their weapons knocked out by Lu Yan's 3 consecutive shots, Scar's trio was also frightened enough. But they were outlaws and knew that they could hardly escape death even if they were caught by the police. So unarmed, they had no intention of tying their hands and simply turned around and ran. They intend to use their familiarity with the terrain to escape pursuit. Sunjia, you go after the fat guy on the left. Xingdong, you go after the one on the right, and I'll take care of the scar in the center. After quickly assigning tasks, the police officers split into 3 teams and began their pursuit separately. But after all, Lu Yen and the girls arrived after them, standing on the hillside dozens of meters away from Scar's trio. They simply couldn't catch up in a short period of time. Seeing that the 3 of them were about to burrow into the woods, a silhouette suddenly chased towards the 3 of them at an extremely fast speed. The netizens in the live stream were in awe. Why is the camera so shaky all of a sudden? Mamma mia! It can't be Chin Dog charging up there. Chin Dog, are you crazy? Don't be impulsive. Wretch, give me shaking vomit. Yuanji cannot buy a head to open the live broadcast. The sprinting Qin Yang let the netizens experience a wave of first view chasing the murderer. Feeling a gust of wind rapidly approaching behind him, Fatty just wanted to turn back, only to be hit in the face by an oncoming rock. The fat man let out an ouch and covered his face as he fell to the ground, the intense pain making it impossible for him to open his eyes, let alone escape. The camel had kung fu on his body and knew that Qin Yang was coming from a bad place, so he didn't even intend to look back. Anyway, burying his head and charging forward would be over. Turning back would only affect the speed of his escape. Who knew that Qin Yang picked up a wooden stick from the ground and viciously smacked it on the camel's leg. Camel lost his balance, covered his leg, and fell to the ground. Before he could stand up, Qin Yang heavily stepped on his calf and directly stepped on the fracture. Hiss! Everyone who saw this scene couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Even professionally trained SWAT officers like Xingdong and the others felt their scalps numb at this moment when they saw these operations of Qin Yang. Good man, no martial arts, all tough moves. I have to say these tricks are brutal but effective. Cleanly and in the simplest and most brutal way possible, the 2 men were prevented from escaping. Now it's just the scarab who's left. Under the effect of the physical enhancement, Qin Yang quickly chased after the scarred man. However, just as he was about to make a move, the scarred man in front of him suddenly turned around and took out a dagger in his left hand and stabbed directly towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang, be careful. Lu Yen watched dryly from behind. The scarred man suddenly stopped sharply and turned around to stab the dagger. This distance and speed Qin Yang could not avoid, only to see Qin Yang's entire body heavily collide with the scarred man. And both of them fell to the ground at the same time, engaging in a tangle on the ground. Qin Yang's physical strength was stronger than Scarman, but Scarman was experienced in fighting. The 2 of them went back and forth for a while, and neither of them was able to restrain anyone. Seeing that Qin Yang was gradually falling into the wind, Who knew that Qin Yang suddenly picked up a stone and smashed it directly into the right wrist of the scarred man. Ah! The intense pain caused Scarab's body to briefly disengage. That is, taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Yang steadily grabbed the scarred man's left wrist with both hands and reversed the direction of the dagger to press downward. Seeing the dagger stabbing down towards his throat a little bit, the scarred man's eyes gradually changed from anger to panic. The scarred man couldn't even say a complete sentence, and could only make pleading noises in his throat. Just as the sharp dagger touched the scarred man's neck and was about to stab in, Qin Yang twisted his hands to change the direction of the dagger. The dagger grazed the scarred man's neck and lodged in the ground next to him. Lu Yen and several SWAT officers arrived in time to quickly pull the two apart. Lu Yen said angrily, "You don't want to die. Who told you to go after them alone?" Qin Yang smiled nervously. "I'm fine. How about it, honey? Handsome? Can I apply for a job as a cop in your organization?" With tears in her eyes, Lu Yen hurriedly helped Qin Yang do a full body checkup. A slash cut by the dagger was found at Qin Yang's abdomen, and judging from the traces of this slash, if Qin Yang hadn't sidestepped in time, this knife would have stabbed directly into his abdomen. Lu Yen was so scared that a layer of cold sweat shocked out of her back, and gave Qin Yang several punches one after another, and kicked him several times without relieving her anger. Qin Yang just laughed happily and didn't fight back, like he was the recipient of a great deal of anger. The netizens in the live broadcast room were all subdued at the sight of this scene. Did Qin Dog almost GA that scarred man just now? Would watching a live broadcast con gave me a look out. Just now Qin Dog not twist that. The dagger must have poked the scarred man's throat through. Boy, the anchor wouldn't have killed someone before, right? He definitely moved to kill just now, right? Everyone can testify. You substitute the anchor is actually quite understandable, back from the dead. The man who just threatened you with a gun is running for his life. Can you as a pure man not rush up on him? Anyway, it's me, I can't bear it. Anchor. I hate it when people put a gun to my head in my life. People in the case of anger is very scary. I work at that time was bullied by others. I was angry and directly swung a steel pipe to fight. Steel pipe are bent. All the workers do not dare to come up to pull me, said my eyes are red. If not my uncle appeared, that person is estimated to be able to be my life. You know why a lot of people shake before a fight? The adrenaline is in place and the body is ready. Fight someone who shivers like that unless you don't want to die. As a rule of thumb, never mess with the youngsters. They're all just rash youngsters. And they're really brave enough to pull out a knife and stab you if you piss them off. Just as the netizens were having a heated discussion, Sun Jia's side made a major discovery. Chapter 34. Now that's what I call a professional leader. Sister Yen, they're from Poison Spider. As soon as Sun Jia shouted so, Lu Yen leaned over at the first opportunity, and all the surrounding police officers were all energized, each as excited as if they were playing chicken blood. Lu Yen pulled up the right sleeves of several people, and sure enough, he found tattoos of red spiders on their arms. Qin Yang inquired with a puzzled expression, "Wife, what is a poisonous spider?" Sun Jiao explained very excitedly from the side, Brother-in-law, you are truly a blessing to our police force. Poison Spider is a transnational criminal organization that smuggles all kinds of dangerous goods, and we've been looking for them for a long time. It's just that the people in this organization are very cunning, and usually only send a small number of them into the city in batches to purchase living supplies, and one by one they have a very strong sense of anti-surveillance, so we simply can't find where they've landed. This is great. We've captured these 3 poison spider people. Their lair must be around here too. Sunja has a basis for this inference. Since the shirt guy and the woman had escaped, plus the fact that several people had plowed out on foot, it meant that the lair of the poisonous spiders couldn't be too far away. Not to mention the fact that this waterhole is a place that the poisonous spiders people use exclusively to dispose of corpses, and usually this kind of place wouldn't be too far away from the lair, or else would you still have to drive the corpses somewhere else every time you dispose of them. But even if they knew the lair was in this neighborhood, it was very difficult to find it. After all, there is a large part of the area of Morning Old Mountain is undeveloped. There is a bear blind, such fierce wildlife not to mention. There are sinkholes, caves, woods, swamps, such a complex terrain environment. If you don't know the exact location, I'm afraid it's not easy to find it for a while. Lu Yen spoke. Notify the headquarters and ask them to send more people to seal the mountain. Yes, Sister Yen. Sunja went to contact the headquarters in the first place. No matter where the lair of the poisonous spiders is in the Morning Old Mountain, first seal the mountain and then come back to catch the turtle in a jar. Lu Yen looked at the scarred man again and opened his mouth to inquire. Say, where is your lair? The scarred man knew that he definitely couldn't live with all the things he had committed. So at this time, facing Lu Yan's questioning, he was very hardened and didn't have the slightest intention of cooperating. If you cops are so capable, then find out for yourselves. I don't know anything, and I don't know what the hell you're talking about with the poisonous spiders. The netizens were furious to see the scarred man being so mouthy. What's the point of being polite with him? Just do it. Beat him up and say everything. Nowadays, netizens are still too cranky and more anxious than the police. Do you understand civilized law enforcement? Whoever dares to torture a confession nowadays will be sent in. That is, the general quality of everyone is higher now. If it were in the past, a set of big memory techniques would go down directly, and everything would come to mind. There's no power on the monitor, but the electric baton is at full capacity, and in an hour's time even the King of Heaven will have to open his mouth and beg for mercy for me. If you really can't drag it aside and let Chin Dog interrogate it, I think Chin Dog is much more ruthless. Maybe he can interrogate something. Scar's trio refused to cooperate, and Lu Yen and the girls didn't dare to rashly launch a search of the surrounding terrain. Lu Yen pondered for a moment before saying, Qin Yang, let me arrange for a team of people to send you down the mountain first. What happens here has nothing to do with you anymore. So go home as soon as possible. Du Jie and the others nodded their heads in succession. They are out to hike and explore for fun, but the result did not expect this time. As soon as they go out to encounter such exciting things, it is estimated that a lot of female team members have left a psychological shadow. Now they want to go home quickly and don't want to stay in this hellhole at all. Who knew that Qin Yang opened his mouth and said, that won't do. We haven't even finished our hiking route yet. I'm a person who hates doing things halfway. Du Jia? Everyone, including Du Jie, all looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression. Netflix is happy. Dude, are you okay? The hiking adventure has already met with murder. The police are already involved, and you want to continue? See, this is called professionalism. No matter what happens on the road, you must insist on completing the route. This is the quality that a professional leader possesses. Hiking adventure, encounter all kinds of situations are possible. Let's just say that this adventure is exciting or not. Chin Dog is always able to show unprecedented bravery when others least expect it. I can only say that Chin Dog is too powerful a person for me to see through. Lu Yen huffed and slapped Qin Yang's body. What are you babbling about? What time is it now? You still want to finish your adventure route? Did I not tell you to stay at home? You sneak out this account I have not yet settled with you. Do you still want to stir up your nose? Lu Yen was really pissed off. This husband of his own is afraid that he is not a cutie pie. Barring that, is this something a normal person can say when continuing a hiking adventure at this time of the year? Qin Yang was also in a hurry. If this hiking expedition is not completed, then how will his mission be accomplished? Qin Yang simply spoke directly. Wife, I can help you find their lair, but the prerequisite is that you have to help me complete this hiking expedition. Lu Yan's face sank. It's every citizen's duty to cooperate with the police in their cases. Besides, there's no way I'm going to joke about other people's safety just because you say so. Du Jie and the others nodded their heads repeatedly, only to feel that Lu Yen was simply the savior, his entire body filled with the light of justice. Qin Yang gave an oh-so-sweet cry and said with a spread of his hands, "All right then. I can't do anything about it then. You guys find it yourselves." Lu Yen gritted her teeth and said, "Qin Yang, don't force me to beat you in front of so many people. If you know something, hurry up and say it." Qin Yang directly made a dead pig stance and said, "I've said what I need to say, I don't know anything else." Lu Yen still wanted to make a direct move. Who knew that at this time Luo Jun's phone call came over? "Lu Yen, I've heard all of your husband's demands. As a police officer, you should be well aware of how much of a threat the poisonous spiders are to our entire Zhanghai city. Right? I hope you can put fighting crime first and put the big picture first. As for Qin Yang's route down the mountain, it can be replanned. As long as we can guarantee their safety, where are they going down the mountain? Can't you be flexible?" Lu Yen. "Du Hei," Lu Yen said very helplessly. "It's the leader. I know what I should do. I'll communicate with Qin Yang." Seeing that Lu Yen had actually gone soft, a group of netizens sent out pop-ups and gave thumbs up. Why else can people be leaders? They just speak with class. It's downhill from anywhere. Ha ha ha. Laughing my ass off. Chapter 35. This kid must be specially recruited. At this point, Du Hei was tempted to call the police. What is this? One phone call and they're sold. Qin Yang also gave Du Jie a reassuring look and said in a serious manner, "Don't worry, team leader Du. I will definitely lead everyone to complete this hiking adventure and not let your money go to waste." Crowd. Naya's a $%. Who's in the mood for adventure now? Go home. We need to get home safe. The explorers were agitated, and if it wasn't for the special police officers stopping them, they probably could have directly made a move to beat up Qin Yang in a group. It's so infuriating. Where did you find this psycho leader? He's obsessive compulsive. I think. Lu Yen spoke with a sullen face. Qin Yang. Say it. Where's their lair? If you dare to lie to me or talk nonsense, you know what will happen. Qin Yang directly took out a map and handed it over. Lu Yen took it and looked at it for half a day, but didn't find anything strange. Just saw a route. What is it? Qin Yang. The hiking route of our expedition team. Later on, you guys are gonna send us down the mountain following this route, no problem. Lu Yen. Seeing Lu Yan's veins rippling on her forehead, Sun Jia frantically gave Qin Yang a wink from the side, signaling him to take it as it comes. Qin Yang, don't go too far. Do you believe that I will break your legs? Noticing Lu Yan's anger value spiking, Qin Yang shivered in fear and hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, wife. I'll immediately observe and see where their lair is. Qin Yang took the map of the neighborhood and came directly to the scarred man. The others all looked at Qin Yang curiously, wanting to see what method he was going to use to find the lair of the poisonous spiders. Qin Yang spread out the map and then placed his index finger on it. Come, friend. Tell me where the lair of your poisonous spiders is. The scarred man looked at Qin Yang as if he was looking at an idiot. Do you think I'd tell you? Qin Yang smiled faintly. You don't have to talk. Just look at the map. The scarred man looked at the map very confidently. He simply did not believe that Qin Yang could tell anything through his eyes. Ding. Skill Old Horse Knowledge has been activated. After the skill was activated, Qin Yang had a series of route images appear in his mind directly through the eyes of the scarred man. Qin Yang hurriedly found a pen and paper and started drawing on the map while looking at the scarred man's eyes. At first, the scarred man was still very calm, But soon the confident smile on his face froze, and his expression changed from disdain at the beginning to shock. Nima, how did this kid do it? Qin Yang had not only labeled the lair of the poisonous spiders, he had even drawn a large portion of the layout of the lair, and even the location of the sentry posts had been labeled. This kid can read minds? Don't move. Open your eyes. Look my eyes. Evil. This kid is evil. The end of betraying the poisonous spiders is tragic. The scarred man would rather be arrested by the police and shot than to be taken away for betraying the organization, and what awaits them then is a torture worse than death. Lu Yen said in a deep voice, "Break his eyelids open." Yes, Team Willow. The two SWAT officers went straight to work, breaking open the eyelids of the scarred man so that he could always look into Qin Yang's eyes. The scarred man cried out in fear. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Demonic arts. This kid knows demonic arts. The netizens in the live broadcast room were also all silent after seeing this scene. I know the anchor is awesome, but isn't this ability of his too heavenly? Does it mean that he can really read minds? The eyes are the windows to the soul, and it makes sense for me to break the window now to take something from your heart and walk away. Doesn't it? Against all odds, what heart-stealing thief. In fact, there are also psychology masters abroad who are able to do this, just by virtue of a person's eyes are able to read out a lot of things, because not only the eyes, but also the micro-expressions of a person can express a lot of meanings. Only like the anchor this kind of can directly draw a picture, I can only say, masterpiece. Long knowledge really is the world's big nothing strange. Anchor this kind of person is considered a special talent, right? This shall not be special recruitment? Not only were the netizens shocked, Luo Jun and a group of criminal investigation experts who had been watching the live broadcast were all silent. Inside the command hall, Luo Jun was silent for a moment before inquiring, "Old Wang, can you interrogation brigade do this kind of skill of his?" Wang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. "I've been doing interrogations for over 40 years and I've never seen this skill before. But theoretically it is indeed possible because the pupil changes when a person is nervous and people will lie, but the pupil can't tell a lie. We also use pupil scaling and micro-expressions to determine whether the other party is telling the truth or not during interrogation, but drawing this kind of skill, I really can't imagine how he did it. But judging from Scar's reaction, this map drawn by Qin Yang is highly reliable. Wang Ming is a famous interrogation expert and criminal investigation expert in Jianghai City. He has a great skill called arachnid. It's talking about being able to determine the physical characteristics of a suspect just from the footprints at a crime scene, or even being able to determine some of the suspect's special hobbies and traits by virtue of something very small. This arachnid stunt is an ancestral one, and already seems outrageous to the unusual. Who knew that Qin Yang was now displaying even more outrageous talent skills, which made even an old interrogator like Wang Ming have to admire. Luo Jun spoke, "Old Wang, what do you think of this person Qin Yang? If I apply for a special recruitment quota from above, will you guys have a problem with it?" The others all froze. It was important to know that the police department usually did not make special recruitment, especially for a newcomer like Qin Yang who had never participated in the police academy training, and if he did not have a particularly outstanding skill in a certain area, he would not be able to be specially recruited in at all. After all, special recruitment is well paid and enjoys certain enforcement powers, and the quota is very strictly scrutinized. After thinking carefully, Wang Ming said, "If you look at his performance alone, it does meet the requirements of the special recruitment, except that the scope of application of his skills is a little too narrow, and I'm afraid that the special recruitment can only be engaged in interrogation-related work." Luo Jun shook his head and said, "If he would only have this one skill, I would at most invite him over to assist us in the case. But this kid is evil as hell, and what's really great about him is that wherever he goes, there's a big case. You've been away from the bureau for a while, so you're not sure what this kid can do." Luo Jun handed over a few copies of the dossier. "Check it out. All the cases we've solved at the station lately have been linked to him." Wang Ming took a look at the dossier, and the more he looked at it, the more alarmed he felt. Serial killings, pyramid scams, and wanted fugitives from the net, all related to this kid. Wang Ming's attitude was instantly resolute. Recruitment must be specially recruited. This kid's a real mascot. Chapter 36. Guilty of being two. Wang Ming and Luo Jun quickly came to an agreement. After all, the police station also has performance indicators. The end of the year, if the indicators do not meet the standard, the above will send a steering group to come down to check whether you hear law and order is so good, or that there is an umbrella situation. Morning Old Mountain. According to the map drawn by Qin Yang, Lu Yen divided the SWAT into 3 teams. One team was responsible for protecting the members of the expedition on foot, while the other two teams were responsible for attacking and raiding the lair of the poisonous spiders. After setting up the battle plan, Lu Yen looked at her watch. It is now 4:23 p.m. Everyone proofread your time and check your equipment. Everyone took out their watches to proofread the time. Sun Jia said nervously from the side, Sister Yen, why don't we wait for follow-up support? After all, we don't know exactly how many people are in this. Although Sun Jia had already participated in many arrests, she was only a criminal police officer, not a special police officer. Facing an armed criminal organization like Poison Spider, it was inevitable that Sun Jia would not have a clue in her heart. After all, she was not a professional. Lu Yen glanced at her and said, just stay and protect them. I'll lead the operation. Sun Jia wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Xing Dong, who was at the side, with a look. Not all women were as fearless as Lu Yen, and since Sun Jia was already scared in her heart, she shouldn't be involved in the action anymore, lest something unexpected happen. When the time came to 4:25, Lu Yen made a gesture and the SWAT officers immediately split into two teams and entered the left and right woods, quickly disappearing into thin air. The netizens in the live stream were incredibly excited to watch. Damn, this is the first time I've watched SWAT live in action. It's so exciting. It's thanks to the anchor's blessing. Otherwise, how could this kind of classified operation involve us? Sister Lu Yen is still fierce. Not only can she arrest criminals as a criminal police officer, but she can also command SWAT operations. She's practically all-powerful. Willowface is a special forces transfer and retiree. You think she's a dainty executive? It's a pity that I can't see Sister Lu Yan's first view. Otherwise, it would be very exciting. Anchor charge. Your wife has made her move. Aren't you going to follow? Looking at the arching fire pop-ups in the live broadcast, Qin Yang remained indifferent. Although Qin Yang's physique had been enhanced, he still had a good idea of his abilities. He is not a professional SWAT officer. At this time to follow up will only drag Lu Yan's leg. In case he is mistakenly injured by his own people, then the fun will be great. It's better to stay honest and wait for the results. That's the safest thing to do. Just as Qin Yang was thinking this, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest. Congratulations to the host for obtaining $2,000 in cash. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the gourmet skill Golden Tongue. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a new dish Golden Egg Fried Rice. Seeing the reward given by the system, Qin Yang's entire body froze. Nobody. That's a bit perfunctory. I almost put my life on the line to complete this side quest of yours. And you give me these two crap skills? Qin Yang's entire body was depressed. If I had known that the rewards given by the side quests were so crotch-pulling, I wouldn't have had to complete them so seriously, and the loss would have been more than worth it. Just as Qin Yang was thinking this, a series of gunshots suddenly came from the front. From the intensity of the gunfire, it sounds like there was an intense exchange of fire. Qin Yang immediately tensed up. After all, Lu Yen is his wife and bullets don't have eyes. If anything happened to Lu Yen during this operation, Qin Yang would definitely feel guilty for the rest of his life. Luckily, the gunfire subsided after 5 minutes, and Lu Yan's voice came over Sun Jia's walkie-talkie. Mission successfully accomplished. Sun Jia, bring them to the edge of the fortress. Don't let them come in. Just guard the entrance. Yes, Sister Yen. After getting Lu Yan's consent, Sun Jia then dared to bring the person over. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Qin Yang and the others would never have believed that in such a deep forest. There were still people who were able to build a mountain fortress. This type of cottage is surrounded on the outside by fencing and tin, and looks like an abandoned lumberjack rest house or a doomsday shelter. The whole cottage is divided into 3 floors. The main body is a wooden structure. The roof is built of colorful steel tiles. Netizens couldn't help but sigh when they saw this scene. I thought this poisonous spider was so powerful, but it turns out it lives in a hellhole like this? Man, compared to other criminal organizations, living in this kind of place is already pretty good, right? At least it can protect us from the wind and rain. A lot of criminals hiding in the mountains can only live in the elements and can't even eat a hot meal. Upstairs dude sounds like a story at first glance. Let's add a friend to talk about it in private message? It's not easy to wander around outside. Is it? You can't sleep well when you're scared. Can you? Not only do you not dare to come out into the sun, but you even have to hide and work at odd jobs. Come back and turn yourself in. The conditions in our prisons are much better now. At least you can be guaranteed 3 meals a day. Dude upstairs is in custody? Prisons are punching results now too. That's too curly. It feels like these criminals in hiding are just like the old man in Tachijai. They have money they can't spend. Earthenwood old man, are you polite? After handcuffing all of the captured suspects and making sure that the lair had been completely secured, Lu Yen walked out from inside with his gun. Seeing that there was blood on Lu Yen's body, Qin Yang was instantly anxious. Honey, are you hurt? Where are you hurt? Does it matter? Let me see. Lu Yen reached out and pushed Qin Yang away, frowning as she said, Get lost. This is someone else's blood. Qin Yang gave Lu Yen a thumbs up. Wife is mighty. Netizens were also very shocked. If Lu Yan's body could be splattered with someone else's blood, it could only mean that Lu Yen and the other party had a short fight, and both parties had most likely fought at a very close distance. To be able to kill in close quarters and still not change her color, a female heroine like Lu Yen was really too rare. Lu Yen put her gun into her holster and then said to Qin Yang, Are you guys ready? Let's go when you're ready. Du Jie was stunned by Lu Yan's words, and she inquired in a small voice, This officer, where are we going? Lu Yen said indifferently, Aren't you guys going to continue to finish your hiking expedition? I'll bring a team of people with you. Du Jie was on the verge of crying in fear, waving her hands and saying, Officer, you're mistaken. We just want to go home now. We don't want to continue exploring on foot. Who's in the mood for just like a hiking adventure when there's executions and shootouts? Lu Yen glanced at Qin Yang, who had a firm look in his eyes, as if telling her not to go back on her word. Yen could only say it differently. Oh, that's fine. I'll escort you down the mountain and follow the route of your hiking expedition. Don't mope around. Let's go. Du Hei. Team. These two are absolutely amazing. Chapter 37. Into the man's closet. 3 hours later, at the foot of the mountain, the ambulance and police car had been waiting for a long time, and Chao Lingyun, the owner of the adventure club, was also there. The moment the team saw the ambulance and their loved ones couldn't hold it together any longer and rushed forward to hug their families, one crying quite hard. Qin Yang had not participated in this kind of high-intensity hiking adventure movement before. After 3 hours of walking, he felt that his legs were about to waste away, panting and standing on the side of the road to rush to drink water. Lu Yen walked up to him and said conspiratorially, You cannot, Qin Yang. I didn't think that you liked to participate in this kind of sport. Say, how many times have you played outdoors? Do you have a regular hiking hitch? Hearing Lu Yen ask this, Qin Yang couldn't help but cry and laugh. No wonder he always felt that there was something strange about Lu Yen before, so it turned out that he was waiting for himself here. Qin Yang hurriedly explained, Wife, you misunderstood. I really haven't played this kind of before, much less a regular hitchhiker. I'm just doing it for a part-time job, so I'm experiencing it to see if there's a future in this job. Willowface sneered, So do you have a future now that you're done experiencing it? Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly. No future at all. Not only is it tiring, but there's also the possibility of encountering a blind bear or something on the road. It's too dangerous. It's better to deliver. Seeing Qin Yang's sincere attitude, Lu Yen nodded in satisfaction. Since there's no future in the future, this kind of work, don't do it. By the way, in the evening, Mom and Dad let us go to have a meal. You arrange your own time. Don't go to do some messy things delayed. Qin Yang quickly raised his hand and promised that he would arrange his time properly. Only after Lu Yen left did Chao Lingyun come over and look Qin Yang up and down. Say, how much did the other guy pay you? Qin Yang froze for a moment. How much did what give? Chao Lingyun sneered. My competitor. How much did I pay you to screw me? Qin Yang, we've been brothers for so many years. You said you wanted to experience what it's like to be a leader, and you wanted to have a title so that you can hold your head up in front of your in-laws. Did I help you? I set you up with a gold medal leader, the best we have here. What's the result? How did you repay me? Not only will my business suffer from this trip down, it's not certain if Du Jie will still want to stay and continue. Once he heard Chao Lingyun say that Qin Yang was also a bit embarrassed. It was indeed a bit unseemly for a good brother to do himself a favor and end up taking his crew to experience a mountain escape. But it wasn't something he could control. It was all an accident. Qin Yang scratched his face somewhat awkwardly and said, That what? I also did not know that there would be so many thrilling and exciting things on the hike once. Then you say it, how do you want me to compensate you? Chao Lingyun revealed a treacherous expression. That's what you said. You're coming with me to the reunion tomorrow. Qin Yang just wanted to open his mouth when Chao Lingyun added, No refusal, because you said you'd make it up to me. Be a brother and come dressed handsomely for me tomorrow. Well, it looks like we're going to have to go tomorrow. Qin Yang had a bit of a headache. Something like a reunion was something that Qin Yang had always been reluctant to participate in. After all, during his study period, Qin Yang was bullied by his class because of his family's poor condition, and he would definitely meet the people he was most afraid of meeting at the reunion, which would be very troublesome. Qin Yang glanced at Chao Lingyun. Okay. Then send me the address and time, but don't let my wife know. Chao Lingyun looked at Qin Yang with contempt. Goon. As soon as Chao Lingyun's words left his mouth, he turned his head just in time to bump into Lu Yan looking this way. Feeling the murderous aura in Lu Yan's eyes, Chao Lingyun shivered in fear. In fact, it can't be completely blamed on Qin Yang, who wouldn't be a wimp when they meet such a beautiful goddess of death. Old Qin, there's still something going on in the company. I'll leave first. Remember to wear something handsome. See you tomorrow. Worried that Lu Yan would come over and find trouble for himself, Chao Lingyun casually found a reason to retreat at the first opportunity. Seeing Chao Lingyun fleeing so unrighteously, Qin Yang was about to prepare to scold him twice when a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the main quest. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the language skill foreign language proficiency. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the social skill 1,000 cups of drunkenness.
Qin Yang.
Okay. You know I'm going to a dinner party tonight, so you're unlocking social skills on purpose, right? System, you're kinda sweet. Just can you give me a little practical skill? Qin Yang took out a cigarette from his pocket and just put it on his mouth. Lu Yan came over and directly took the cigarette off and stuffed a lollipop into his mouth. Lu Yan said with a sullen face, "We're preparing for pregnancy, you forget? Who told you to smoke?" Qin Yang was embarrassed. "I don't order it. I just hold it in my mouth and smell it." Lian, just eat the lollipop. It has a flavor, lychee flavor. Qin Yang was a bit helpless, playing with his tongue against the lollipop. Lu Yan helped Qin Yang organize his clothes like a mother. While organizing, she said, "My side has already asked for leave with the leadership, and later we can get off work early and we'll go together to find mom and dad for dinner. I know you don't like that kind of occasion, but just put up with it for me, go over there for a while and we'll go home. I'll make it up to you when we get home. Okay?" The moment Lu Yan's words came out, the netizens in the live broadcast room were instantly nonplussed. Oh my god. The word compensation is so unbearable coming from the Willow God. I'm already imagining things. Qin Yang. Compensate me? You clearly want to suck me dry. Finally, I'm going to meet my in-laws? I'm so excited. Brothers, what do you think is better for me to wear when I meet my in-laws for the first time? Each and every one of you is starting to fantasize, right? Also, for the first time to meet the in-laws, my suggestion is that you will kowtow 3 times in front of the screen at that time. With Ryujin's super high face value, everyone has lost their minds. But I still want to say one thing, that's my wife, so don't be delusional. In order not to let Qin Yang lose his decency, the two of them went home and Lu Yan offered to help Qin Yang choose a set of clothes. The moment the closet was opened, netizens were shocked once again. Where is this a man's closet which hangs a variety of densely packed suits, shirts, and even ties, watches, and such accessories have a special dust box for storage to avoid being dirty. The netizens looked on with envy and jealousy. 30 years of being single, and for the first time I know the inside of a man's closet looks like this, thanks to the anchor. Am I the only one whose clothes are in a suitcase? Laughing my ass off. I only have those outfits in rotation all year round. I don't use my closet at all. What does a man need so many clothes for? Isn't one short sleeve enough? Poor review, no masculinity at all. Brothers, I am really envious. I am sour. I also want to find a beautiful rich woman into the family. Chapter 38, The Mother-in-Law Who Started with 0 frames. Shirt, jacket, pants, tie, watch. Before Lu Yan started matching, everyone just thought there was nothing to pick out of the suit. It all looked the same. But when Lu Yan finished matching, Qin Yang's entire image changed drastically. If Qin Yang was a hitman who could squat down and eat any time with a boxed lunch before, then at this moment, just by standing there, the hitman's boss phobia had already begun to kick in. There's one thing to be said for Qin Dog, dressed like that. He does look like that boss of our finance company, a dead out. No wonder the old saying goes that people rely on clothes and Buddha relies on gold, and being paired up like this by the Lu God, a flunky like Qin Dog actually looks human. You guys don't really think that designers are just eating their food, do you? A level designer is able to dress up your temperament with a limited amount of materials. Remember one thing, any profession as long as it's expensive, it means it has a value of existence. This only shows that I, Ryujin, have good taste. You want Chin Dog to try wearing one himself? It's either a sheep donut color scheme or a satiated suit. A wise wife. This is a true wise wife. Isn't this what my ideal wife looks like? Amidst the envy of netizens, Qin Yang's outfit for the dinner party was finally matched. Although Qin Yang had always hated this kind of rather grand occasion, who would really dislike his good looks? Qin Yang stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and took out his cell phone to click a selfie. Lu Yan, who had changed into a black dress, came out of the bedroom and saw Qin Yang taking pictures with a suspicious face. "What are you doing?" Qin Yang said sheepishly. "Selfie ah." Lu Yan came up to Qin Yang. "Something's wrong, you never used to take selfies. When did you become so narcissistic? Say, are you hiding something from me?" Qin Yang's cold sweat swished down, and the netizens in the live broadcast room could feel the sense of oppression from Lu Yan through the screen. Worthy of being a criminal police officer, this kind of feeling is really sharp. Qin Yang said with an embarrassed face. "What are you talking about? Wife, I'm your husband. Can I hide anything from you? Wow, your gown looks great today. I've never seen you wear it before. Is it new?" Worried that Lu Yan would continue to pursue the matter, Qin Yang immediately began to change the topic. Unlike other women who needed to rely on low-cut gowns to draw attention to themselves, Lu Yan's bloomers would be the center of attention in anything she wore. Therefore, Lu Yan never wore that kind of sexy gowns. Instead, she would choose relatively traditional and conservative gowns. In Lu Yan's words, her willingness to attend the dinner party was already considered giving face. "And you want me to show my body to you? Do you deserve it?" Qin Yang brought the topic to the dress, who knew that Lu Yan disliked him with a single sentence. "I bought this gown 3 years ago, and I've worn it in front of you a total of 5 times, and you didn't make any comments the first few times. So why did you suddenly notice it this time?" Gollum. Qin Yang gulped and was so nervous that his toes buckled to the ground. The netizens are even holding their breath, not daring to take a breath. Damn. This oppression is so strong. Isn't it? I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Where's the dude who said he was envious before? Now answer me. Still envious. Lucian is good at everything, but it's a pity that she's a cop. I now suddenly began to sympathize with Qin Dog. How in the world did he get through these years? With this kind of wife, wouldn't there be no secrets at all? I think your 3 views are very incorrect. Couples should be honest with each other. Why must there be secrets? What kind of foolishness are you talking about upstairs, schoolboy? No secrets at all. A man has to delete all his browser history before he dies. How can he live with no secrets at all? Fine, fine. No secrets, right? So get your phone out first. I want to see your chats with your bestie. People need privacy. How can you be a human being without it? Seeing that Lu Yan's eyes were looking at him with increasing suspicion, Qin Yang felt that he was about to be finished. Just as he was about to top it, his mother-in-law, Han Shan, called. "Good daughter, out of the door yet? Our side of the banquet is about to start, yo." Lu Yan said impatiently. "Just start. You guys eat first. You don't have to wait for us." Han Shan wasn't angry at all. Instead, she said gently, "What are you talking about? You are the main character of this banquet. Can the banquet start if you don't come? Be good. Send me a message when you go out, so that I can have the host arrange a program to control the scene from my side." "Got it." Lu Yan made a perfunctory remark, then hung up the phone. The 2 couples, Han Shan and Lu Jiming, are one in business and the other in government. Both of them worked hard and fought hard when they were young, resulting in not enough care for Lu Yan, who had never received enough parental love since she was a child. Because of this, Lu Yan's relationship with them had actually been quite uneventful. One could even say not very good. If Qin Yang hadn't acted as an intermediary to mediate between them, it was estimated that they would have fallen out long ago. However, this call from Han Shan had diverted Lu Yan's attention, and instead of continuing to pursue Qin Yang, she went out early and took the initiative to drive to the underground garage. Lu Yan had just left the house in front of her, when Qin Yang received a text message from his mother-in-law Han Shan on his cell phone. "Han Shan. Xiao Qin. How is Yan in her mood?" Seeing Han Shan so cautiously inquire about Lu Yan's mood, Qin Yang couldn't help but cry and laugh. "Qin Yang. Don't worry, Mom. Lu Yan is in a good mood. She even matched me with a suit just now. She still takes this banquet very seriously." Han Shan sent a smiley face. "Han Shan. That's good. I'm worried that she's in a bad mood and will get angry with me later. Then send me a message when you guys go out, so I can pick you up at the door in advance." "Qin Yang. We're going out now. We expect to arrive in 15 minutes. Mom, you don't have to come pick us up. We'll just come in by ourselves. Ding dong. Transfer of $50,000 from Han Shan. Qin Yang froze for a moment, and the netizens were even more directly dumbfounded. What's going on? You're starting at 0 frames per second, right? You're transferring $50,000 after a conversation? Han Shan, I've been busy with business lately. I haven't been concerned about your recent situation. You can take this $50,000 and use it first. If it's not enough, then talk to mom. Netflix Lightspeed Redwing. No dude. You've had less than 5 Angie conversations, and $50,000 of pocket money is in your hand? I'm so jealous that my eyes are bleeding. Qin Yang dog thief. The hatred of taking my wife is not shared. Is mother-in-law so powerful? Brother Qin, can you help me ask mother-in-law if any of her girlfriends are still single? Brother Qin, I'll give you a rocket. Is it okay if I beg you on my knees? Hard-working $3,000 a month. Qin dog casually chatting with his mother-in-law is $50,000. Laugh to death. People are more angry than people. Although I don't know what kind of business my mother-in-law is in, I can see that she is indeed very successful, and this $50,000 is given as casually as I would give my son $5 of pocket money. Chapter 39. President of the Red Color Group. Netizens envy Qin Yang at this time, but Qin Yang himself does not think so. For others, this $50,000 was a benefit, but for Qin Yang, what was the difference between this and a handout? If one just accepts it gladly, what's the difference between that and those losers who are just waiting for death? Just as Qin Yang was about to type his refusal, Han Shan sent another message. Han Shan, this $50,000 is my pocket money for you. Don't refuse it or I'll have the finance keep transferring it to you. You don't want tens of millions more in your bank account, do you? Netflix? It's not, buddy. It's overkill. What family? Tens of millions of dollars more at the drop of a hat. The mayor of Tazai village, right? It was the first time for netizens to come into contact with a powerhouse noblewoman like Han Shan, so they hadn't reacted for a while, and it could even be said that they hadn't slowed down yet. But Qin Yang knew his mother-in-law's character, and he knew that since Han Shan had said so, it was very likely that she would do so. Thinking of this, Qin Yang sighed and helplessly returned a message. Qin Yang. Okay. Thanks, Mom. Han Shan. What are you thanking me for? We're all family. Then hurry up and go out. Help me coax Xiaoyan. Hard work, Xiao Qin. Qin Yang accepted the $50,000 and pulled out in his pocket, but instead of pulling out cigarettes, he pulled out several lollipops. And he didn't know when Lu Yan had stuffed him in his pocket. Empty, lonely. He is an aspiring young man with aspirations and pursuits. How come he just wants to get involved with money? Life is so hard. After gathering himself, Qin Yang went to the underground garage and took the car to set off for the dinner with Lu Yan. All the way Lu Yan was observing Qin Yang's micro-expression through the rearview mirror, and when she found Qin Yang looking out the window with one hand resting on his chin, Lu Yan said cautiously, "Hubby, if you really don't want to attend this kind of banquet, then we won't go and I'll accompany you to eat crayfish. How about it?" Qin Yang said lightly, "Wearing a suit and dress to eat crawfish?" Lu Yan said with a straight face, "So what? Clothes get dirty, take it to dry cleaning is. Really can't buy a new one, husband happy is the most important. Website. Listen, is this human language? Either dry clean it or just buy a new one. Is that how rich people live? I've heard that the top plutocrats of the Cold Kingdom never wear their little underwear a second time because they feel that they've already soiled it the first time they wear it, and wearing it a second time is an insult to themselves. Dude, read less chill country novels. The plutocrat is just rich, not sick. Doesn't he mind wearing new ones every time? When people used to tell me that marrying a good wife can change your life, I didn't understand the meaning of the words, but now I've come to my senses, and it's just a pity that I realized it too late. Ah, what a painful realization. In fact, if you take a close look at those business tycoons in our country now, how many of them started from nothing? If you've studied the history of their fortunes, you'll find that they keep emphasizing with you in their autobiographies about relying on themselves, but in fact all of them married a rich girl, and that's what gave them the startup capital to do business. So the question is, where to find a posh girl? Can I squat outside Lan Kwai Fong? Lan Kwai Fong, you can't squat a rich girl, but you can squat a nightclub lady. If you don't mind, you can try squatting. Just don't get arrested for breaking the law. Lu Yan was still waiting for Qin Yang's reply. From her sincere eyes, it was easy to see that as long as Qin Yang agreed to her proposal, she would definitely not hesitate to drive the car towards the roadside stall and accompany Qin Yang to eat crayfish. But Qin Yang just sighed and said, "Wife, you are good at everything, but you have no concept of money. This outfit of ours costs tens of thousands of dollars at least, and you're buying a new one after eating one meal of crayfish? Do you know how many children in our country still can't afford to eat right now? Can you be a little more frugal? Lu Yen was like a child who had done something wrong, being scolded by Qin Yang and unable to return the favor. She could only be aggrieved and keep quiet. Qin Yang continued, "All right, I'm not upset about having to attend the dinner. I'm just thinking about my part-time job. Just be nice and don't talk to mom and dad tonight." Upon hearing that Qin Yang was still thinking about a part-time job, Lu Yen, who was still aggrieved just a moment ago, suddenly turned stern in her expression. When Qin Yang and her family were getting along, Lu Yen was worried that Qin Yang would be aggrieved, so her own posture would be lower, and she would even curry favor with him. But in other aspects, Lu Yen proper Sichuan and Chongqing Tyrannosaurus Rex has the supreme right to say one thing or another. Lu Yen said angrily, "Didn't I tell you not to look for any part-time jobs? It's not like the family doesn't have money for you to use. Those part-time jobs you're looking for are all very unsafe, don't you know?" It was Qin Yang's turn to shut up, and the offense and defense were different. The two just drove noisily to the front of the hotel, not convincing anyone anyway. The two had just gotten off the bus when Han Shan, who had been waiting for a long time, immediately greeted them. "Gee, my sweet girl, you look so pretty tonight." Netizens had fantasized about Han Shan in many ways before, but they were still wowed when they actually saw it. Han Shan was simply a mature version of Lu Yen, not looking like a middle-aged woman at all, but instead having a mature woman's flavor. She and Lu Yen stood together practically like two sisters, and the people around them simply couldn't take their eyes off her. The pop-ups on the live stream also instantly filled the screen. Mother-in-law turned out to be so good-looking, and father-in-law is so happy. Sure enough, the offspring of a goddess is also a goddess. This is genetic inheritance. Such a beautiful woman is the Iron Lady of the business world? I can't understand. Is there really such a perfect existence in this world? I said how I felt familiar every time I saw Lu Shun. So it turns out that her mom is the president of the Red Face Group. This is too bullish. The Red Face Group produces cosmetics and all kinds of feminine products, with a market capitalization of several $billion. Well, I thought that Qin Dog was just marrying into a wealthy family. Now that these billions of dollars of yours have come out, I know that he's marrying into a family of the world, not marrying into a wealthy family at all. Such a goddess in the end, how to chase Qin Dog really cannot live to open a class. I pay to learn knowledge is not okay. This is also considered his personal entrepreneurship. Qin Yang. The unimagined path, you kid is really a talent. Han Shan took the initiative to hold Lu Yan's hand and said with a smile, "Xiao Yan, the people who came to the banquet today are all my good friends, and they brought their sons and daughters as well, so you guys can get closer and communicate more later." Lu Yan nodded in agreement. Only she took the initiative to reach out her other hand and hold Qin Yang, who was standing on the sidelines trying to lower his presence. Sure enough, as soon as Lu Yen took Qin Yang's hand, those guests in the hotel whispered, "Chapter 40, please close the door. Thank you." Who is that man? And why is he so close to Ms. Lu? You don't even recognize him? Lu family's son-in-law Qin Yang. This kid is also considered to have smoke coming out of his ancestors' graves. Miss Lu has so many people chasing after him, but she chose such a kid. He doesn't sound like he's very good at it from what you're saying? A door-to-door son-in-law who doesn't even have a proper job? Do you think he'll make it? No wonder I always thought he was quite strange. It turns out he's not even on the same page as us. The voices of these people were not very loud, and in fact, Qin Yang could not quite hear what they were saying. But it wasn't hard to tell from their expressions that what they were saying was certainly not good. Lu Yen was enraged at the sight and stepped forward to stand up for Qin Yang. Han Shan quickly reached out and pulled her to her feet. "Good daughter, your father organized this dinner today, so don't mess around." Lu Yen was originally a violent temper. Those people said she was fine. Why should they say Qin Yang? Lu Yen was still ready to continue walking forward regardless and was held by Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang smiled and said, "If a dog bites you, are you going to bite back? You're a person of status. Why do you have to be general with them?" Lu Yen was still angry. "Should we let them just talk about you like that?" Qin Yang shrugged unconcernedly and said, "They're just simply jealous of me. I've taken all the benefits, so what's wrong with letting them say a few words? Come here. Let hubby give you a kiss." In front of everyone, Qin Yang swept Lu Yan's small waist and directly had a deep kiss with her. This bold action of Qin Yang caused everyone around him to freeze. Those who had just gossiped about him were even more so. Each one of them had a blue face, wishing to bite Qin Yang alive. The pop-ups in the live stream were even more instantly explosive. No dude. You're going too far, indiscriminate attack huh? Please, Tomo wound off thank you. Wow, the old man's mind is fried. I don't have a problem with you getting back at the people who crickets you. But why are you kissing my goddess? Did you sanitize your mouth you just kissed? Lower head man. Not for nothing ow, brother not for nothing. Brother directly to you point a hand report. Can any of you understand? I'm feeling as if my goddess has been officially declared to have gone to sea. My teenage boy's heart is broken. Turns out that no matter what a woman is angry about, all you have to do is kiss her. At this moment, Lu Yen was confused by Qin Yang's bold and romantic behavior. Her pretty face was scarlet, and her eyes were almost drawn when she looked at Qin Yang, and she didn't come back to her senses for a long time. Not angry now, right? Qin Yang opened his mouth to inquire. Lu Yen meekly hummed, and like a young daughter-in-law who had just passed through the door, she kept her head down and scuffed her toes on the ground. Ah, look what it's done to my goddess. Seeing that Qin Yang had actually persuaded Lu Yen with one little trick, Han Shan was both angry and amused in her heart. His own daughter, who grew up rebellious, inappropriate rich girl, had to go to the army, and as a result, after coming back to develop a disposition that does not serve anyone. She raised Lu Yen for more than 10 years. But now her words are not as good as Qin Yang's son-in-law. It is really a married daughter splashing out water. Her elbow turns outward no matter what, as long as he could talk Ryu Yen out of making a scene. Han Shan led the two into the hotel, and as soon as they entered the lobby, the netizens were shocked by how luxurious the lobby was. Is it my illusion? Why do I feel as if the decoration of this hotel is quite luxurious? Now that everyone's living conditions are better, I honestly think but all the higher class hotels are similarly decorated. There's not much difference, right? I am the hotel, I'll be honest with you. There is also a gap between the hotel and the hotel. Not to mention the design of the hotel, you look at this hotel upscale or not, you only need to look at its environmental health on the line. This is the most basic standard of measurement. This is true. Upscale hotels are actually more tastefully decorated and have better management and training for their service staff. But small hotels look good at first glance, and on closer inspection you'll realize that a lot of things are old and dusty. My goodness! Do you guys see the crystal chandelier used in this lobby? This hotel is also too brave. This kind of chandelier is super hard to clean. As big entrepreneurs in Jianghai City, the dinner party organized by Han Shan's couple was naturally not shabby. After Qin Yang declared his sovereignty over Lu Yen in front of everyone, those guests had the sense to stop gossiping. After all, they were here for a banquet and peace and harmony made money, so there was no need to keep talking about people's lengths and weaknesses like a long-winded woman. Wasn't that sick? It was obvious that Han Shan was very good at these kinds of occasions, and just by standing there with her wineglass in hand, people kept coming up to greet her on their own initiative, hoping to chat with her and be able to show their face in front of her. Qin Yang originally wanted to sit in the furthest corner and quietly wait for the banquet to end, but who knew that Lu Yen carried a piece of cake and ran over playfully like a child offering a treasure. Hubby hubby, this cake is quite delicious, try it. Qin Yang wanted to reach out for it, who knew that Lu Yen directly forked up a small piece and fed it to his mouth. Noticing the gazes of the people around him, Qin Yang was a bit embarrassed. I'll do it myself. Lu Yen said, no, I'll feed you. And this juice, freshly squeezed. I guarded the waiter to squeeze. You drink to see how it tastes. And these oysters, they're super big, zinc supplemented, they're good for you, you eat a lot of them.
Qin Yang.
Looking at the sincere-eyed Lu Yen, Qin Yang was a little suspicious in his heart. Is he overthinking it? He always felt as if Lu Yen was hinting at something. Honey, that's about it. I can't eat that much. Facing Lu Yan's feeding Qin Yang was both happy and painful. Originally, Lu Yen was the focus of this banquet, but as a result, now that Lu Yen ran to serve herself, she instantly became the object of everyone's attention, which was not what Qin Yang wanted at all. It was good that Han Shan saw Qin Yang's dilemma and walked over at the first opportunity. Good daughter, the uncles and aunts over there haven't seen you for too long and want to get close to you, so come over and say hello to them. Seeing Qin Yang nodding, Lu Yen then reluctantly got up and followed Han Shan to leave. As soon as Lu Yen left, a system beep sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding. You have triggered a temporary mission. Please check it. Your next part-time job is errand boy. Part-time job. Please complete 2 platform errand assignments. Countdown to mission. 3 hours. Seeing the task given by the system, Qin Yangren was dumbfounded. No, brother system. I'm at a dinner party. You want me to run an errand now? Qin Yang was sweating. If he leaves the stage at this time, father-in-law Yu Ji Myung won't kill him. Chapter 41. Good dogs don't get in the way. Brother system, let's discuss. Can we change the mission? Or you can give me a whole lot of time, don't limit it to 3 hours. The system was silent, just counting down. Cam. Doesn't make sense, does it? Qin Yang had no choice but to log into the part-time platform to take orders while walking towards Han Shan. Mom, I've got some impromptu business here. Do you think I could go first? Qin Yang originally thought that he was not the main character, and everyone could not see him as a flunky, so there should be no problem for him to go first. Who knows? Han Shan said to him gently. What is it? Is it important? Today's dinner party was originally your father's plan to introduce you to everyone. Your father will be here soon. Why don't you wait a little longer? Once he heard Han Shan say that, Qin Yang felt flattered. You have to realize that the richer the powerful family is, the less they treat their door-to-door son-in-law as a human being. Because they feel in their heart of hearts that the door-to-door son-in-law is inferior and not a man. If he was really any kind of upwardly mobile man, would he have agreed to go backwards?
所以赘婿真不是人能当的。那些找赘婿的家庭，一个个也心里扭曲得很，要求又高，又觉得赘婿配不上自家女儿。
But that's not what the Han-san couple thinks. Strictly speaking, Qin Yang is actually not considered a flunky, because it was Lu Yan who took the initiative to chase after Qin Yang in the first place, and even the marriage proposal was her initiative. Qin Yang was only giving off the impression that he had joined the family because the gap between the two families was too great. The fact that Han Shan and Lu Jiming were willing to specially organize such a dinner party to introduce him to everyone showed that the couple must be very approving of Qin Yang. Qin Yang's face showed a difficult expression. Mom, I do have a bit of an emergency here, so I'd better get going. Although the couple recognized Qin Yang, it didn't mean that others thought so. Qin Yang knew that the couple was really good to him, but Qin Yang didn't want them to become the laughingstock of others, so he still thought of leaving first. Seeing Qin Yang's insistence, Han Shan could only nod. All right then, you go ahead, I'll talk to old Willow. Bring something to eat, and be safe on the way. Seeing Han Shan being so understanding, the netizens in the live broadcast room looked so envious. You're telling me that this is the treatment of an incoming son-in-law? My own son-in-law doesn't get this treatment either. My in-laws look at me every time. Upstairs, buddy, I can understand if the father-in-law looks at you unfavorably. After all, you abducted his daughter. But if the mother-in-law looks at you unfavorably, then you should do some soul-searching. It's never just the mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. The more you look at her, the better you look at her, you really should reflect on that. Do you know why this is so? Because they're both women, and the mother-in-law is a mature woman, so she knows better than anyone how capable her daughter is. So in their minds it's nice to have men willing to marry their daughters, so how can that not be a good idea? Father-in-law looks at his daughter. A sweetie pie. Mother-in-law looks at her daughter. A love rival in a previous life. True. Every time my sister comes home my mom reads about it every day, saying that she can't do this or that, and that she doesn't know how she'll be able to get married in the future. After speaking with Lu Yan, Qin Yang just walked out of the banquet hall, only to meet Lu Jiming at the entrance. Qin Yang was embarrassed. Dad. Lu Jiming glanced at Qin Yang. What are you doing walking outside? Qin Yang explained. I have some urgent matters to attend to temporarily. Yu Ji Myung was even more puzzled. This son-in-law of his doesn't even have an official job. What kind of emergency could he have? Before Lu Jiming could ask, a middle-aged man standing next to him asked with a smile. Old Lu, this is that son-in-law you always talk about, isn't it? Sure enough, he's quite handsome. As soon as the middle-aged man opened his mouth, Qin Yang knew that he was not a good person. It's okay to praise a woman's good looks, but what's wrong with praising his good looks and insinuating that he's an embroidered pillow? Lu Jiming introduced, Qin Yang. This is Dong Xianmin, the president of the Smooth Enjoyment Group. Just call him Uncle Dong. This one in the back is his son Dong Lu, and his daughter Dong Qian. You guys get to know each other. Qin Yang politely nodded his head as a greeting. After all, to be able to come in a car with Lu Jiming showed that the relationship between the two sides was still very good, and Qin Yang was not willing to make too much of a mess. Qin Yang didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but Dong Lu obviously didn't think so. He had known Lu Yan at a very young age, and had loved her since he was a child, and had always wanted to marry Lu Yan as his wife. Who knew that he had only gone abroad to study for 2 years? But Lu Yan had been married off by Qin Yang. A hobo. How could this make Dong Lu not angry? Dong Lu sneered. So you're Qin Yang, you do look quite handsome. similar to those male models I've seen before. Mr. Qin, which club do you usually work at? As soon as Dong Lu said this, the surrounding cacophony disappeared. All the guests looked over incredulously. They couldn't believe that someone would dare to humiliate Qin Yang in front of Lu Jiming. The most subtle thing was that Lu Jiming stood aside and didn't have any expression on his face, as if he hadn't heard Dong Lu humiliate Qin Yang. The guests were talking. Who's that guy? He talks so arrogantly. Not afraid of offending Mr. Lu. Dong Lu, the young master of the Dong family of the Enjoy Group. The Dong family status is not lower than the Lu family. Not to mention that this time it seems as if Lu Jiming wants to attract investment for the city, and he has to rely on the Dong family's relationship in order to promote the development of this project. No wonder they speak so arrogantly. So it's the Dong family that can equal the Lu family. There's a good show to watch now. Everyone in the circle knows that Dong Lu has loved Lu Yen since she was a child. And Dong Xinmin's wife even said more than once that she wanted Lu Yen to be her family's daughter-in-law, only to have Qin Yang cut her off. So can she not be angry? The flunky is like this. If Lu Jiming is not willing to bail him out, he doesn't have a single thing to fall back on. So what can he do even if he's humiliated? Can he humiliate back? Everyone was waiting to see Qin Yang's joke. After all, they had the same idea in their hearts as Dong Lu. They all thought that Qin Yang got to the top by looking good. Lu Yen angrily went over to seek justice for Qin Yang, who knew that Qin Yang laughed at this time. What's your name again? Dong Lu raised his eyebrows and was about to reply when Qin Yang interrupted him with a wave of his hand. Never mind, it doesn't matter what your name is. After all, I'm not interested in knowing the name of a wild dog on the side of the road. As for me, I'm now an honorable freelancer, and it's up to me what kind of work I want to do and what time I want to work. But I've never been to a club as a male model. I didn't even know there were male models in clubs. But from the way you talk, you haven't been going much, have you? So you're good at this? The moment Qin Yang's words came out, Dong Lu immediately turned pale. What did you say? Qin Yang pulled out his ears without a care in the world. I'm speaking Chinese. What, you don't understand? Qin Yang looked at Dong Xianmin. Uncle Dong, is he really your son? It doesn't feel much like our Dragon Kingdom's bloodline. Why don't you take him to the hospital when you're free to check? All right, I have something else I have to go first. Please make way. Good dogs don't get in the way. Chapter 42. Are you sure you want to buy this one? Everyone was shocked by Qin Yang's response. The pop-ups in the live stream instantly filled the screen. So Qin Dog's mouth is so poisonous. Ha ha ha. Cool for the master to hear. If you ask me, it's that person who deserves it. This is a dinner party organized by his father-in-law. You ran to such a dinner party to scold his son-in-law in public, and you don't allow others to fight back? Can't figure out how these people are so rich and still have no upbringing at all. It's reasonable to say that these people should have been brought up with a good family upbringing. Bro, being rich and having a tutor are two different things. Let me put it this way, how many rich kids have you seen who got into college on their own merit? It's not that they don't want to take the exam, it's that they can't. Being rich can only fulfill your material needs. It doesn't teach you to be a good person. I agree with that. I had contact with a rich girl in middle school, pure princess disease, thought the world revolved around her. Since then, I've never been surprised at what rich people can do. Looking at Qin Yang's back as he left, Dong Lu was so angry that he just wanted to make a move when he was stopped by Dong Xianmin, who was standing at the side. How dare you? Today is your Uncle Lu's treat. What do you want? Dong Lu said angrily. Dad, didn't you hear what that kid said just now? He cursed us. Dong Xianmin didn't answer, he was just silent. He was an elder and his status was higher than Qin Yang, so he just needed to wait for Lu Jiming to give himself an explanation. Who knew that Lu Jiming glanced at his watch and then spoke. Sorry Lao Dong. Originally I invited you all here because I wanted to introduce my son-in-law to you. But now that he's gone first, then I won't stay much longer. There's a bit of business over at City Hall that I have to get back to. The moment Lu Jiming's words came out, Dong Xianmin's entire body was dumbfounded. What does that mean? You invited us here, and you're leaving just as we get to the door? We are all veterans in the business world. Where do we not know that Lu Jiming is taking the heat for his son-in-law? Dong Xianmin said in a deep voice, Mr. Lu, we've come with sincerity this time. You're in a high position, so I don't think you'll get carried away with your intentions, right? Dong Xianmin is now taking investment, ready to pinch Lu Jiming, who knew that Lu Jiming replied very painfully, Our Zhanghai City is a piece of treasure, and I believe that anyone who wants to come to Zhanghai City to develop is coming with sincerity. I'm going back now just because there's an old friend waiting for my reply at the City Hall. Lao Dong, I won't be accompanying you guys. Feel free to do as you please. After saying this, Lu Jiming stopped listening to what Dong Xianmin had to say and also directly turned around and left. As soon as Lu Jiming left Dong Xianmin, the three of them were immediately embarrassed, and they stood in the doorway in a dilemma. Dad, are we still going in? Dong Li's mind was now on Lu Yen, and at this moment, he still wanted to go in and have a word with her. Dong Xianmin was furious. And go in, my ass. Look at what you've done. What's done is done. Go home. Seeing that Dong Xianmin had left, Dong Lo could only follow honestly even though he was reluctant in his heart. On the contrary, it was Dong Qian who looked at the direction Qin Yang had left, the corners of her mouth slightly hooked up in thought. Linjiang Road, Rising Sun Convenience Store. Qin Yang's face darkened as he looked at the order dispatched to him by his cell phone. Handing out orders for running Smurfs to yourself this late at night? So anticlimactic. This kind of thing can't they buy online? Have to buy what the contraption outside? How embarrassing, ah. Qin Yang took a deep breath and walked into the convenience store after making preparations for psychological construction. The cashier girl was skewering barbecue sausages and casually shouted, "Welcome," when she saw Qin Yang come in. Qin Yang didn't even dare to raise his head, and after going in, he strolled east and looked west, using his hand to keep touching his mouth, looking very nervous. This performance of his directly alerted the cashier girl. "Hello, sir. May I ask what you were looking for?" Qin Yang coughed, then walked to the cash register and grabbed a gum in passing. "Just this one gum?" Qin Yang didn't reply, but just took another box of Smurfs in his hand and placed it on the counter. Seeing how awkward and shy Qin Yang was, the cashier girl immediately covered her mouth and laughed. It's the 21st century, and it's not easy to see such an innocent and shy man. The cashier girl deliberately snickered. "Are you sure you want this style, sir?" Qin Yang froze for a moment. "What's wrong with this style?" The cashier girl smiled and said, "The one you're taking is the delayed smallest size? Are you sure you need this one? Minimum number and a delay?" The netizens in the live stream were amused. "See? If a man can't, even the cashier girl at the convenience store will laugh at you. It's too ed up to have someone help run errands for Smurfs. Would there really be such a customer? Cold knowledge, the most popular order for running errands at night is to buy Smurfs. Don't ask me how I know that. How normal is this? If you bring your own ahead of time when you go out on a date with a girl, that girl will think that you are asking her out for an impure purpose. But if there is a runner, then it's different. Your unpreparedness looks like you simply wanted to ask her out for dinner before. So there is such a doorway? Learned. It's not like Qin Dog doesn't have a wife. So why is he getting all hardcore like an innocent schoolboy? Is there a possibility that he really didn't use it? Shut up. I don't want to hear any more from you. So shut up, all of you." Originally, he wanted to spit on Qin Yang, but as a result, the more a group of people talked, the more outrageous they became, and the more heartbroken they became. After buying things, Qin Yang came to the hotel at the first time. He knocked on the door according to the address shown in the order. Squeak. The door to the hotel room opened and a man wearing only a towel poked his head out. "You are Runner Boy. I got the stuff you asked me to help with." The man broke into a smile and hastily held out his hand for it. "Hard work, little brother. Just give me the stuff." As soon as the man stretched out his hand, Qin Yang Yi's pupils suddenly shrunk. The man had a tattoo of a poisonous spider on his hand. Qin Yang immediately clenched the bag. The man tugged a little without moving it. The man looked at Qin Yang with a puzzled expression. "Dude, what do you mean? Hurry up and let go. I'm waiting to use it." Qin Yang said with some embarrassment. "I'm sorry, you haven't told me the pickup code yet. The company regulations require verification before things can be given to you." The man frowned. "So troublesome? It's just a couple dozen bucks. What's with the pickup code?" Qin Yang still insisted. "There's nothing we can do about the company's rules. A couple dozen bucks is enough to cover half a day's errands for me." Seeing Qin Yang's lack of oil and salt, the man cursed and said, "What kind of crap rules are so troublesome? That's fine. You wait for me. I'll go in and get my cell phone." Chapter 43: A Tarantula with a Ruthless Heart. While the man turned to go inside to get his cell phone, Qin Yang hurriedly sent a message over to Lu Yen. Qin Yang then pushed open the door and quietly walked in. The man was stooping to rummage through a handbag that had been placed on a chair, and on the hotel bed a beautiful young woman was lying unconscious. Qin Yang was just about to get closer to check what was going on, when the man who had already found his cell phone turned his head, just in time to see the sneaky Qin Yang. "What are you doing? Who let you in? Get out now." Seeing Qin Yang walk in without his consent, the man immediately panicked and pushed Qin Yang to let him out. Qin Yang looked at the woman lying on the bed and said, "Sir, is this your girlfriend? She looks like she's in a coma. She should be fine, right?" The man cursed and said, "None of your business. She's just drunk. If you don't get out, I'll call the police. Do you believe me? Drunk?" Qin Yang sneered and said, "Sir, since she is already drunk, then I think you shouldn't have sex with her anymore, because she has no sense of autonomy in this state of unconsciousness. If you forcefully have sex with her, it would be against her will, which is a crime." The man flinched at the remark. "She's my girlfriend. We're celebrating our first anniversary today. She's happy, so she's had a few more drinks and gotten drunk, and it's a crime for me to sleep with my girlfriend?" Qin Yang continued to generalize the law. "One look and I can tell you don't usually read much law books. That's why you look so ignorant. Don't say you're just boyfriend and girlfriend. Even if you're married, it's still a crime if you have sex with her while she's unconscious." Men. Website. Before the men panicked, the netizens on the air panicked first. Is there any brother out there to say whether what Qin Dog said is true or not? I'm the one who studied law, and I can tell you unequivocally that what Qin Dog said is true. As long as you go against a woman's will, you'll be taken in. Hasn't a new type of fairy jump come out recently? First talk to you for a month in love, then the other party takes the initiative to ask you out to dinner and a movie, then take the initiative to kiss you and take you to a hotel. When you have a substantial relationship, she backhandedly sues you unless you're willing to take tens of thousands of dollars to settle it privately. Against all odds. So who dares to fall in love? This is not accidentally talk to themselves in. Under Qin Yang's popularization, the men and the netizens felt a strong sense of crisis. The man was silent for a moment and then said, "All right, I know what you said. Don't worry. I won't do anything to her. Are you leaving now after you give me the stuff? Please go out. I'm going to rest." The man had suppressed his inner rage as best he could. Who knew that Qin Yang still insisted, "I don't believe it. You wouldn't have bought this smuff if you didn't want to do anything to her. How about this, you call and contact her family. I'll leave when her family arrives." As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, the sound of the room door being locked suddenly came from behind him. Qin Yang turned his head to see that a big bald man had unlocked the door of the room and was looking at him coldly with two other men. These three people didn't look like good people, especially the way they looked at Qin Yang was the same as looking at a wild dog on the side of the road, full of killing intent. The man sked, a very irritated look on his face. "I told you to get lost a long time ago. Why didn't you listen? Now it's good. My brothers are back. You can't leave even if you want to." Realizing that the atmosphere was not right, Qin Yang said somewhat awkwardly, "No, brother. I was actually just joking with you just now. Here's the stuff. I'll leave first." It's not like Qin Yang is a little cutie. He was barely safe facing a man alone. Now there were 4 men in this room. If they really got into a fight, Qin Yang wasn't confident that he could outfox them. The man glanced at the handbag on the table and laughed softly. "It's too late to think about leaving now if you didn't just now. Isn't it? Man, I've been wondering from the start. You've been stalling here with me all this time. Do you recognize me? Did we know each other before?" The man had changed his previous lewd appearance and was now sitting there lighting a cigarette for himself, like a villain in a TV show. The man's aura was just too strong, and he looked like a murderer. Qin Yang waved his hands and said, "I don't know. I really don't know you. We've never met before." The man nodded back. "That's true. I couldn't possibly not remember you if we had met. Since you don't recognize me, you recognize this." The man pointed to the tattoo on his hand and his tone turned grim. "I brought a few of my brothers out to do some work, but as soon as I left my family's lair, I was terminated by the police. Today I wanted to kidnap a random female to let off some steam, only to come across you, the errand boy here, talking to me. Dude, are you a cop?" Holy showdown. Bald and the other 2 took out their daggers and stood behind Qin Yang on the left and right. As long as Qin Yang said one wrong word, he could be killed on the spot. The netizens in the live stream followed suit and tensed up. Originally, he thought that Qin Yang could run even if he couldn't beat this man, who knew that this man was the leader of the poisonous spiders and had brought back 3 brothers. This is the end of the line. Let you have nothing to do to give people the law. Now the other side is angry. It looks like this is the anchor's last live broadcast. Brothers watch and cherish. Or too impulsive, since all the police have called the police. Honestly, wait for the police to come, not just good. Have to go in as a lone hero. I can only say that Qin Dog is still too kind. If he didn't go in just now, By the time the police came, this woman might have been violated. So why don't they use guns? Well, at least they're the ringleaders. Why do they go out with daggers? Buddy, you tiger, in the wild mountains and mountains you carry a gun is not so bad. You go into the city and still dare to carry a gun? You're afraid that people won't know you're a criminal, right? Laugh your ass off. Bring a gun into town. You won't even make it through subway security. Forget subway security, you can't even get through security at a big mall. You'll be pressed there in minutes. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't say a word, the man lost his patience. Forget it, even if you were a cop you wouldn't tell me. Introduce yourself then. My name is Tarantula. Don't forget to tell King of Hell who killed you when you go down to see him. The tarantula waved his hand and the bald head approached Qin Yang about to wipe his throat. Just then, too, there was a knock on the door from outside. The bald man stopped, and everyone held their breath, not daring to utter a single breath. Chapter 44. I have one last delivery to make. Who? The tarantula asked warily towards the outside as a woman's voice came from outside. Hotel front desk. The guest in the room next to yours reacted to the noise in this room of yours and asked me to come and see what's going on. Please open the door. Hearing that it was a woman at the door, Tarantula gave Baldhead a wink, signaling him to open the door. Before opening the door, the tarantula smiled and said to Qin Yang, if you don't want to get one more person killed, I advise you to better shut up and obediently stand to the side later and not say anything. Women are no threat to tarantulas and the rest of them. It was fine if Qin Yang didn't mess around later. If he dared to mess around, the tarantula wouldn't mind how many waitresses there were before escaping. Letting Qin Yang stand aside, the bald man then opened the door. The woman in the hotel uniform came in from outside and naturally opened the restroom door to inspect it. A guest just responded to your place being noisy. What are you men doing here? Tarantula smoothly picked up the playing cards on the table and said, what can a few of us big old men do? Of course we are playing cards for fun. And we didn't speak very loudly. It's your hotel room's own soundproofing that's bad, isn't it? As soon as the tarantula's words fell, the waitress suddenly kicked towards him. Although the tarantula had been prepared, it still didn't expect a woman to dare to make a sudden move on herself. Bald and the others were just about to make a move when Lu Yen rushed in through the door with a few SWAT officers. Police, nobody move. Baldhead, they're outlaws, they don't care if you're a cop or not. The knives in their hands went straight towards the front. Lu Yen first dodged the dagger by taking a step back with her entire body. Then without hesitation, she shot the bald man in the thigh. The bald man covered his leg and kneeled on the ground under the pain. Lu Yen subdued him with a smooth grappling hand. The other two juniors were about to go up to help, but were also instantly subdued by the other SWAT officers, and one of the juniors, because of the speed of the knife, was even directly hit in the chest by a gunshot, and blood splattered on Qin Yang's face. Seeing the situation, the tarantula took an arrow step with its bare legs and jumped straight out towards the window. After handing over the bald head to his teammates, Lu Yen quickly came to take a look outside the window, only to realize that under the window there turned out to be a van full of foam boxes. The tarantula jumped out from the window here just in time to use these foam boxes as a buffer to escape with a limp. Inform Sun Jia to immediately pursue the suspect and never let him get away. Take these men back, have them looked at by a doctor, and then start the interrogation immediately. After explaining everything, Lu Yen then came to Qin Yang and took out paper to help him wipe the blood off his face. Qin Yang, is this the urgent matter you were talking about? Lu Yen was furious. Originally, he thought that Qin Yang really had some urgent matter, so he temporarily left the banquet, but it turned out to be once again mixing with these poison spider people. How dangerous it was. You don't know these people, do you? Seeing Lu Yen looking at himself suspiciously, Qin Yang hurriedly waved his hand to explain. Honey, what are you talking about? I sent you a message to come over, and they just held a knife against me. If you guys hadn't arrived in time, maybe I'd already be a corpse. Qin Yang revealed a scared expression and took the initiative to open his hand to have a hug with Lu Yen. Ryu Yen expressionlessly reached out and pushed his face away. You know the danger too? Knowing the danger, what are you doing in this hotel? Don't tell me you're here for a walk. Qin Yang took out his cell phone order and explained, I'm not out to do errands part-time. I didn't expect to encounter this kind of thing on the first order. I really don't have any relationship with them. Lu Yen just quietly looked at Qin Yang, obviously used to these sayings of his. The cops in Jianghai City have their own intelligence network. The members of Poison Spider are all over the country. The most important thing is that they act very cautiously and secretly, and they are all ruthless people. Undercover agents simply can't mix in. That's why Poison Spider's people are the hardest to find. Even their intelligence network needs to spend a lot of time sorting through the clues before they can get hold of a single clue. As a result, Qin Yang had found the location of the members of the poisonous spiders 3 times. Were these coincidences, or did Qin Yang really have some hidden connection with these people? Seeing Lu Yen looking at himself with scrutinizing eyes, Qin Yang only felt creeped out. Honey, why are you looking at me like that? You don't really suspect that I have something with those guys from Poison Spider, do you? I've said it many times. It's really a coincidence. I'm really innocent. I'm your husband. I'm not short of money or anything else. I don't have to hang out with them. Seeing Qin Yang's desperate defense, the netizens in the live broadcast room all burst out laughing. Once or twice is a coincidence. It's hard for us to believe it's a coincidence when you're on the scene every time. I have to say that Yanagami is indeed a good detective after all. A good and qualified detective is one who learns to be suspicious of all those around him, including his own husband. Poison Spider. I'm also wondering why this kid is shady. Is he really one of ours? The innate apprehending sacred body is like this. A person like Qin Dog was placed in the past to become a constable. Catching thieves is as simple as catching chickens. Why was it put before? Can't it be now? People have guns nowadays. Didn't you see how badly the ones who used the knife just now were hit by the gun? In the past, you had a chance to run away when you met a bandit, but now they put a gun to your head, so try running away. 7 paces away. The gun is fast within 7 paces. The gun is accurate and fast. Lu Yen faintly said, Okay, I believe you. But according to the process, you have to go back to the station with me to make a statement. Tell me in detail why exactly you appeared here and what exactly happened just now. Seeing that Lu Yen wanted to take herself away, Qin Yang was anxious. He hurriedly pointed to the order on his phone and said, Honey, I have one last order left. It's just 2 kilometers from here. Not far. Can I deliver this one before I go back with you guys? Or I'm going to be docked $100. Lu Yen almost laughed at Qin Yang's anger. $100? Just now at the banquet, but where Qin Yang took 2 more bites, the $100 went into his stomach. So Qin Yang left everyone to work as an errand boy just to earn this $100? Lu Yen really didn't know what she should say about Qin Yang. Last order, right? Okay. We'll go with you and take you straight back to the police station after the run. Qin Yang cried and laughed. It seemed like Willowface was going to take herself back to the police station for coffee today, no matter what she said. Although Qin Yang felt very helpless, he could only honestly follow Lu Yen to the police car. Chapter 45. Impossible to be followed by a tail. Riding in a police car to run errands was the first time Qin Yang had experienced this. Qin Yang had just gotten into the police car, and the woman who had just pretended to be a waitress followed and sat up. Hello, handsome. Get acquainted. My name is Su Mei, a criminal police officer from Qinghe Police Station. Seeing Su Mei take the initiative to greet him, Qin Yang froze for a moment. Clear River Police Station? Qin Yang was a bit strange. It was logical that he had asked Lu Yen to bring people here, and she should have brought people from the Dongshan Police Station, so how come people from the Qinghe Police Station had also come? And this Su Mei is too good-looking. If Lu Yen is an iceberg beauty with a cold temperament, then Su Mei is a desert rose with a fiery passion. It's almost like the twin flowers of the river and the sea. Hearing Qin Yang ask this, Su Mei covered her mouth and laughed lightly. It wasn't because of the impromptu text message you sent to Yen. It just so happens that this hotel you're talking about is under our jurisdiction. So naturally Yen notified me, and I brought my team to provide support. What, the mascot of the East Mountain Police Station wouldn't be so petty? Would he, worried that I'd take credit for your work? Qin Yang smiled awkwardly. Why yes, as long as we can fight criminals that's good. What's the difference between you and me, right wife? Lu Yen hummed without speaking. It was Su Mei who followed Qin Yang's words and joked. Xiaoyan, it seems that your husband's awareness is higher than yours. You learn more. Don't think about competing with me all day long. Your husband is right. What's the difference between you and me? As long as we can fight the criminals, it's everyone's. Lu Yen gave her a lazy look. Every organization has a performance appraisal. Even the traffic police will check more closely during the period of time when the new year is approaching, and even more tickets will be issued than before. Lu Yen still remembers the time when they caught a suspect who was suspected to be high from a DUI investigation, and Su Mei called her in a huff, saying that she had to take the person away, saying that it was a DUI investigation in her district, so it should be under their control. The two had a cold war for a while over this. Qin Yang also noticed that Lu Yen and Su Mei seemed to be somewhat at odds, so he inquired in a low voice, Wife, how is your relationship with her? Before Lu Yen could say anything, Su Mei answered first, Handsome, is there any need to ask? You see, we both look so pretty. We must be close girlfriends. Lu Yen gave Su Mei an expressionless look. What kind of pro-best friend? I don't have a best friend as pitiful as you. When I went to college and I grabbed the seat, graduated and worked and also grabbed the performance with me, clearly is the enemy. Instead of getting angry at Lu Yan's comment, Su Mei giggled. Xiaoyan, you are still so petty. I'm called healthy competition, do you understand? For us all have the benefit of these small things you do not always remember in the heart. Well, how meaningless ah. Besides, you didn't even send me an invitation when you got married? Did I come up with this thing? Su Mei suddenly paused in the middle of this statement. That's not right. Why didn't you invite me to your wedding? You're not afraid I'll steal your husband, are you? Su Mei just casually said it. Who knew that Lu Yan's expression instantly became unnatural? Su Mei was keenly aware of the likelihood that she was right in this casual remark. Su Mei's eyes widened. Good eye, you really think so? Lu Yan, count me as having misjudged you. What do you take me for? Am I the kind of person who crosses the line? Don't worry. This is your man. I will never have anything to do with him. And we definitely won't see each other again after this operation. The netizens in the live broadcast room were envious when they saw the two beauties bickering. It's obvious that this policewoman Su really cares about her relationship with Ryujin. Only it's also obvious that Ryujin is really wary of her. Ha ha ha. It's so true, that's how it is with me and my best friend. Even though we're very close, we also really fight about everything. We both always think the other stuff is better, and I don't know why that is. Isn't this normal? Men are the same, and they are afraid of their brothers suffering, and they are afraid of their brothers driving a Land Rover. It's best if everyone is poor and happy, that's the best. Only this kind of friendship is the longest lasting. Haven't you heard the saying? Fireproofing against girlfriends. If you treat someone as your girlfriend, they might steal your home for you one day. There are too many of these things. Chin Dog is really happy to be able to just sit in the middle of two beautiful women like this. I'm fiercely envious. Just as the netizens were discussing it, the car had already driven to its destination. In order not to scare the snakes, Lu Yan only brought people in civilian clothes to follow Qin Yang to make sure that he wouldn't have any accidents. Qin Yang's delivery for this order was a cigarette and 3 bottles of beer. He looked at the delivery address and thought that there would be no problem this time, right? Cotton Mill, living quarters. Yu Lao Lu sat on a chair and kept scratching his neck with his hand. The pliers looked at him and frowned. Are you NG addicted? What are you doing scratching your hand when you're playing cards properly? It was fine if the pliers didn't say it, but when they did, Yu Lao Lu only felt his neck itch even more. Yeah, I'm addicted to cigarettes. Called an errand boy to buy cigarettes for me. It's been 10 NG minutes and still hasn't been delivered. I'll definitely give a bad review later. Big brother Asako gave him a look. What bad reviews? Don't you know how sensitive we are here? Letting you run some errands is already a favor from my old man. If you dare to invite trouble, I'll be the first to unload you. Yu Lao Lu skimmed his lips and didn't say anything more after all. After all, they have a special status and this factory is special. As Big Brother Asako said, if they really brought trouble to the table, they would all have to die. Just as the three were about to continue playing cards, there was a sudden knock on the door outside. The three of them were instantly alert, and Yu Lao Lu even pulled out his pistol directly. Asako glared at him. Dai Yu, put the gun away. A gun in the city, one shot and their identities are all exposed. Asako smoothly threw the 2 wooden sticks behind the door to the 2 men, signaling them to stand on the left and the right, so that they could directly take action in case of any situation later on. After making sure that both of them were ready, Asako then opened the door a fraction of an inch. I ended up seeing a tarantula in a bath towel as soon as I opened the door. What brings you here? Asako frowned, having a bad feeling in his heart. The tarantula panted. Open the door and let me in first. Asako hurriedly opened the door to let the tarantula in, only to realize that his bare feet were already bloody. The tarantula cursed just as he entered. Mud. The place where I live, let the cops light it up. Luckily, I escaped by jumping out the window. The 3 Asako people instantly tensed up. Got a tail. The tarantula waved a hand. There's no way there's a tail, and you're still not confident that I'm doing my job? The back is clean. As soon as the tarantula's words fell, a knock sounded on the door and Qin Yang's voice came from outside. Hello, errand boy. The cigarettes you bought have arrived. Chapter 46. Runner? An errand boy? As soon as he heard this voice, the tarantula felt his scalp tingle. Why does that sound so familiar? Yu Lao Lu hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter yet. He said with a heated smile, Relax. I ordered the runner. It's my cigarettes that arrived. Yu Lao Lu was just about to go to open the door when he was hurriedly stopped by the tarantula. Don't move yet. That voice sounds familiar to me, it doesn't seem right. Asako looked at him with a puzzled expression. What's the matter? Something wrong with this runner? The tarantula shook her head hesitantly. I'm not really sure, the voice sounds a bit familiar. A bit like that kid in the hotel before. But it shouldn't be. How did he know I was here? There was clearly no one following me just now. Tarantulas are very confident in their anti-tracking abilities. He was able to become a minor leader in the poison spider organization by being careful. But he was equally confident in his hearing. The voice did sound familiar, and there was no way he could have misheard it. Qin Yang's impatient voice once again came from outside. Is there anyone there or not? Come out and sign for it, your purchase has arrived. Asako looked at Tarantula and said, Is this kid a cop or not? If he's not a cop, it might be more troublesome if we don't open the door for a long time. You old sick smoke addiction at this time also opened his mouth on the side and said, Tarantula brother, I think you are not mistaken, you are all the way non-stop running over, you also said that behind you did not follow the tail, if he is really a police officer, he is not directly rushed in well, but also knocked on what the door The clampers nodded along. Indeed, the police can't be that polite. Tarantula also didn't dare to determine whether the person outside was Qin Yang or not. He hesitated for a moment and then said, I can't say about this, you guys decide for yourselves whether you want to open the door or not. I'll go in first to change a pair of shoes. The tarantula finished and walked straight into the plant, quickly putting on his shirt and pants while looking for a pair of running shoes to put on. Outside the door, Qin Yang was already a bit impatient as he carried a large pile of things. The countdown for the mission is almost over, but the other party is dead set on not opening the door, so what's going on? Qin Yang took out his cell phone and prepared to call Yu Lao Lu. Just then Su Mei suddenly realized something was wrong. Yen, do you think this is blood on the ground? Lu Yen looked down and really found a lot of bloody footprints on the ground. Only the light was too dim at night. That's why they didn't notice it at first. Yen pulled her pistol out and made a gesture. The other SWAT officers got out of their cars when they saw her move, and a couple of them circled back along the wall, ready to find out if there was a back door to this factory. Seeing that everyone looked like they were ready to fight, Qin Yang froze. Lu Yen stood next to Qin Yang and gave him a wink, signaling him to continue knocking on the door. Qin Yang cried and laughed. What's going on here? I'm just delivering an errand order. There's no need to make such a big deal out of it. Just as Qin Yang was about to knock on the door again, the small iron door creaked open. Yu Lao Lu cursed under his breath. Rushing? 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 Before Yu Lao Lu could finish his words, the iron door was completely kicked open by Lu Yen with a bang. The iron door slammed heavily on Yu Lao Lu's face, causing tears and snot to flow out of his eyes. Kam mud brew. Before Yu Lao Lu could finish his words, Lu Yen pushed Qin Yang away and rushed in with the SWAT team. Nobody move, police! The pincer was held down on the ground by the two SWAT officers, and the pockmarked man was just about to lash out when he was kicked in the crotch by Lu Yen, causing him to cover his crotch and kneel on the ground in pain, instantly losing his fighting ability. The tarantula had long sensed that something was wrong. So in the moment Lu Yen kicked open the iron door, he scurried away, this time wearing shoes after running even faster. A group of SWAT hard not to catch up. The netizens in the live stream couldn't help but spit out the scene when they saw it. I told you not to move and you didn't listen. Now you've gotten a kick in the ass, huh? Hiss, this move is a bit ruthless. Being kicked in this area is afraid that it will hurt a bit. Oh. It doesn't hurt. It just feels like it might be a little bit like death. Ah. So in love with the valiant Ryujin. Mommy kick me. Where's the pervert from upstairs? The house manager kicked him out. That tarantula called wolf spider is a bit of a thing. The escape technique is top-notch and can't even be caught like a loach. Lu Yen led the team to search around the factory to make sure there was no one else, before returning to the door to interrogate the three Asako people. Say, where is everybody? Asako is still playing dumb. What people? We're law-abiding, good people, and we have no idea what you're talking about. Lu Yen sneered. Roll up their sleeves without seeing the coffin. The SWAT officers stepped forward and pulled up the sleeves of the three men, and the tattoos of the poisonous spiders suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The live stream was instantly filled with pop-ups. Tattoos GA? Black Shibboleth Ga. It's really hard to understand why these people have to get tattoos on themselves when they know what they're doing is going to cost them their heads. Afraid that the police won't know who they are? That's what you don't understand. It's called a sense of belonging. It's just like the old TND association. How do I know if you're one of us if you don't get some tattoos on your body? One look at this poisonous spider's boss is not much culture. Everyone is an adult, still engaged in smoking and drinking and perming and tattooing that set. Understand, the educated ones have long since found a job in a proper way. How many of those who can do this kind of illegal business are educated? The evidence of the tattoos is right in front of us. But the mackerel has refused to confess. Pocky sneered and said, "What's wrong with tattoos, officer? Is there any law in our dragon kingdom that states that tattoos are illegal? I tattooed a spider on my hand today. Tomorrow I'm happy to go and tattoo a guangong on my back. What, are you going to sentence me? If you don't give us an explanation today, we'll file a complaint against you, and all of you will be punished." Su Mei, who was standing on the sidelines, came up to Ryu Yan's face. "Yan, why don't we take them back first? It really doesn't reflect well on us if things get too big." They also just saw bloody footprints on the doorway, so they rushed in to search. Although they did see the escaped tarantula, but the tarantula and hemp in the end, what is the relationship between hemp? Hemp has not engaged in illegal and criminal activities and so on. They are actually not sure. The most troublesome thing now is that they can't find any evidence, and there is a real possibility that they will be beaten backwards if they arrest someone rashly. Just as Su Mei was about to persuade Lu Yen to take the people away first, Lu Yen suddenly looked at Qin Yang, who was standing in the doorway. "Qin Yang, come in and see if there's anything suspicious here." Qin Yang even suspected that he had heard wrong. Chapter 47 Part-Time Assignments. He pointed a finger at himself. "Huh? Me?" It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding. "Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time job. You have acquired a new skill, prophecy." A prophecy. What the host says has a certain probability of coming true.
Qin Yang.
Huh? Not buddy. Playing so exciting? If one reads the skill literally, even if one says that the earth will be destroyed tomorrow, there is a certain probability that it will actually be destroyed. This is too much of a stretch. "Qin Yang, what are you waiting for? Hurry over." Qin Yang walked up to Lu Yan's face with an embarrassed look on his face. "Honey, are you kidding me? I'm not a police dog, and I'm not professionally trained. How am I supposed to know what's suspicious here?" Su Mei also said on the side, "Yes, Xiaoyan. Stop it. Do you really take your husband as a mascot? Let's take the person back first. It'll be troublesome if the neighbors next door come over to see what's going on later." Their SWAT operation was not reported up the chain of command, nor was it reported to anyone else. That means they are actually out of process on this one. It was fine if the matter did not get out of hand, but once it did and they could not find any substantial evidence, they would indeed all be disciplined. Lu Yen didn't pay any attention to what Su Mei had said, but instead looked at Qin Yang and said, "I know that you haven't been professionally trained, so just casually tell me where it's suspicious." Lu Yen actually didn't have a clue in her heart, but Qin Yang had appeared at the crime scene one after another in the past 2 days and helped them solve so many cases. For some reason, Lu Yen had also started to believe in metaphysics a little bit. Seeing that Qin Yang was still squirming, Lu Yan's face sank and said, "If you don't say it again, I'll make you look good when I go back tonight." Qin Yang was instantly shocked. "Mom, this tigress is a little bit what pugilistic means, all make their hands, right?" Qin Yang felt a bit of phantom pain in his kidneys. No, he had to take the time to find an old Chinese doctor to take a good look. His wife had orders, and Qin Yang had to follow them. He walked up and down the plant, and for some reason the 3 Asako men were a little nervous inside. This kid couldn't be the errand cop Tarantula was talking about. Could he? It looked pretty young, just not like anything competent. Qin Yang touched the east and looked at the west, and finally said with a bitter smile on his face, "Wife, I really can't see what's wrong here." Halfway through his words, Qin Yang suddenly met Lu Yan's cold eyes. Qin Yang was so scared that he pointed down at the card table in passing. "Maybe there's something wrong with this table?" Lu Yan didn't bother to talk and made a gesture. Immediately a SWAT team came up to search the table. The card table is a solid wood round table common in the south, thicker and still larger. The SWAT team took out their tactical flashlights and crouched down to check it out, and didn't find anything out of the ordinary. But as the SWAT officer reached underneath, he suddenly felt a snap. Click. With a crisp clang, a hidden compartment underneath the solid wood round table opened, and the SWAT officer pulled 2 pistols out of it. "Sumi. Website. Asako. No dude. Is there really something wrong with this table? This is a blind cat hitting a dead rat. Isn't it? How can you find a pistol with a random finger? Upstairs, brother, are you blind enough? Why don't you go run over a dead rat and show me?" Well, just like I thought there was something wrong with this big solid wood table before. Who's a nice guy to have such a bulky table in a factory? We use folding tables for all the auto mechanics around here. Ha ha ha. Look at those three guys. Their faces are green. Asako, turn it off, there's no point. Some people know in their own hearts if they're open or not. Equally as shocked as the netizens was Sume. Her previous comment about Qin being a mascot was originally just a joke. But it turned out that she didn't expect Qin to be really so amazing, finding 2 pistols with a casual finger. Lu Yen sneered, "Possession of firearms is a felony. Are you going to complain about us now?" Asako gritted his teeth and didn't say anything. Possession of a firearm is indeed a felony, but not a capital offense. Big deal, go in for a refresher course and you'll be a good man again in a decade or so. What? It looks like you're not quite convinced yet. Honey, tell me again what's wrong. Qin was a bit vain. He knew that the reason he had gotten it right just now was purely because the a word for a prophecy skill had been activated. But it's not like this skill is 100% triggered, so can one really just say it off the top of their head? Honey, why don't we just forget about it and leave them alive? Lu Yen glared at Qin and threatened, "Dress up, massage 3 times.
Yin Yang.
Netflix?" Ryujin, do you want to hear what you're talking about, what dressing and massaging 3 times? How can such words come out of your mouth?
好，小夫妻玩这么花是吧？你要这么说我可就兴奋了。
What the hell is this a punishment? This is clearly a reward. Dude upstairs is still young. You'll know when you're married 3 times? Once will kill you. A lot of people don't understand the words that Chong said, but it's actually true after you get married. No matter how good looking your own wife is, you'll get tired of looking at her for a long time, and that's how it is that a family flower doesn't smell as good as a wildflower. Qin Dog's face was white with fear, enough to see how intimidating this kind of thing is to him. Asako laughed out loud. That's hilarious. Do you cops rely on guesswork in your cases? To tell you the truth, these 2 guns are the only contraband in this factory. Everything else is fine. Trying to rely on a white boy to convict us. Is this the ability of your Jianghai police to handle cases? Seeing Lu Yen getting more and more angry, Qin immediately wimped out. He casually pointed to a pile of tires next to him. These tires might have a problem. When Qin said this, the smile on Paki's face froze. Sume took out her tactical dagger and volunteered to step forward. Get out of the way, I'll do it. Jab. Sumaru stuck the dagger into the tire with a slow slash. Along with the air being let out of the tires, Sume pulled a bag of white powder out of the inner tube. The 3 Asako's faces were ashen. Sume was excited. Yen, there's actually something inside this tire. Several other SWAT officers had also pulled out daggers to slash the other tires, and sure enough, several bags of white powder were retrieved from this. Good lord, that's a big fish to catch. Lu Yen was also a bit confused. They're not going to end the poisonous spider's cargo staging area, are they? So many goods, if all of them are real, then hemp and the 3 of them shooting dozens of times will be enough. Sume excitedly kissed Qin. Qin, you're amazing. You really deserve to be the mascot of the Dongshan police station. You're too spiritual. Qin covered his face and was first a bit confused, and then began to shiver. Big sister, you want me to die? As expected, Lu Yan's eyes were blazing with anger, as if she wanted to tear the 2 apart. Chapter 48. The Poltergeist Sume. Seeing Lu Yen walking towards him, Qin quickly waved his hand and said, "Wife, calm down, you must be calm. Beating me in public will have a great impact on you, you must not do it." Lu Yen punched Qin on his chest with anger. "Influence my ass. You don't know how to hide when she kisses you." Lu Yan's punch went down. Everyone could hear the muffled sound. It was almost like beating a drum. The netizens in the live broadcast room all felt their scalps tingle. Good man, that was a solid punch. She really hit hard on her husband. Reminds me of my school days, when I ripped the suspenders off the female classmate in front of me, and that female classmate hit me the same way. Actually, getting whacked with this one doesn't hurt much. If it's a punch, that's what really hurts. Sume, this is quite bad. Kissed Qin a mouthful, but the one who got whacked was still Qin. This is too miserable. Qin, who had inexplicably received a whack, finally understood why Lu Yen didn't like Sume. How damaging. Is that how you express gratitude? It's not like you're killing yourself. Luckily, this time the discovery was more significant. Lu Yen didn't have too much time to settle the score with Qin. Just let him go home to take a shower and wait, while he himself escorted Asako and the others back to the police station. If it's just possession of firearms, it's fine. The offense is not punishable by death. But now that so many drugs have been recovered from the tires, then the nature of the matter is different. How is this stuff brought in? How is it stuffed into the tires? And who will it be sold to next? This is all the direction of the next need to focus on detecting breakthroughs. The next day, noon, when the live stream was turned on again, Lu Yen had already changed into her police uniform and gone to work. Qin Yang was lying on the bed in a big shape, his eyes empty and lifeless. Looking at the various clothes and props strewn around the bed, netizens could totally imagine how intense the battle was last night. Is the anchor still alive? Do we need to call the police? What's the point of calling the police? Forgetting that we Ryujin are the police? Too bad. Is this the price you pay for getting a kiss from your bestie? It doesn't have to be this tragic. Don't underestimate the sense of competition between women. If I were the Willow God, Qin Dog would count me as a loser if I didn't hold the wall up when I went to the bathroom today. I'm an elementary school student. Ask if you don't understand. Isn't Sister Lu a police officer? Why are there nurses and stewardesses' uniforms next to the bed? Don't pry into adult matters, kids. Hurry up and go to your homework. What is the meaning of human life? Who am I? Where did I come from and where am I going? Lying on the bed, Qin Yang began to think about life. Just when Qin Yang was about to become a Buddha on the ground, his cell phone rang. Old Qin, you haven't forgotten what I told you. Don't be late for the reunion today. Qin Yang said hoarsely, I'm not feeling too well today. Can it be another day? Chao Lingyun cursed over the phone. Uncomfortable my ass. We had a deal before. Don't try to make excuses not to come. You kid, you're at home now, right? Wait, I'm coming over to pick you up. Without giving Qin Yang a chance to reply, Chao Lingyun directly hung up the phone unilaterally. Knowing that this robbery could not be escaped, Qin Yang got up and washed and changed his clothes. The bedroom is so messy, can't really let Chao Lingyun come in to visit. Let him know that last night he experienced shot-it? Inhumane torture, right? Qin Yang, this person for dressing with what not much research, he felt that the clothes as long as clean and loose on the line, as for good-looking or not good-looking, it is not mainly still depends on the face. Luckily, Lu Yen helped him match a set when he went to the dinner party yesterday, so Qin Yang only needed to wear yesterday's clothes. Qin Yang had just gotten dressed to go out, when he received a text message from Lu Yen. Hubby, you did well last night, except that there's a bit much going on at the office in the past 2 days, and I'm supposed to stay at the office to work overtime, or why don't you come and stay at our dormitory for a couple of days?
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang subconsciously winced. Terrible. Terrible. Is a woman in love so clingy? Qin Yang hurriedly wrote back. Wife, work is important. These 2 days you will work seriously in the institute. Do not think of some have no. Last night, I feel that it will take a long time. I can recover over. Do not miss. Lu Yen directly sent Qin Yang a bloody kitchen knife and told him to go to hell. Then there was another text from Willowface. No adding Sumei's contact info. If I know you added her, then you're dead. Qin Yang let out a light laugh. What a joke. He was stared to death by Lu Yen yesterday. Where is the time to add Sumei contact? Lu Yen purely over-anxious. Qin Yang had just dropped this thought when suddenly his green bubble received a friend request. Qin Yang clicked on the application to take a look, and the man went numb. Nickname: Su Gogo. The green bubble avatar is a picture of a prehensile woman holding a pistol, wearing noise-canceling headphones, and shooting with her back to the camera. Honestly, with this devilish body, it doesn't matter if your face looks good or not anymore. Qin Yang first nodded his head like he was admiring the figure for a moment. Then a terrifying thought leapt out. Holy, this woman can't be Su Mei, can she? Just as Qin Yang was thinking this, the other party applied for a friend once more and attached a message. Su Gogo, mascot handsome, pass the friend request. I'm the little Su who had skin to skin with you last night. Nima, skin to skin. Qin Yang was so scared that he almost didn't hold his cell phone steady. This wants to die herself. Qin Yang hurriedly deleted this application record and backhanded her. Seeing Qin Yang so nervous, the netizens burst out laughing. Anchor so wimpy? There are beautiful women plus still not a little positive. How and see ghosts like It's nice to have a beautiful woman to add to the list, but what if that beautiful woman is your wife's best friend? What if your wife happens to be a champion grappler and gunfighter? I now know why Lu Shen hates Miss Su so much. This Miss Su speaks, indeed, a little bit without proportion. Please watch your wording. This is not a bosom friend. This is an enemy friend. If you men can't understand that, then let me give you an example. It's similar to when you buy a limited edition Gundam and prepare to go back to put it together, only to go to the restroom in the time it takes for your best buddy to have unpacked and played with it. So I get it, even though he's my brother, he must die. After a set of deleting and pulling black processes, Qin Yang palpitated and patted his chest. It was also at this time that Chao Lingyun drove his car right up to the door of Qin Yang's unit building. Old Qin, what are you looking at scared like this, watching a horror movie in broad daylight? Hurry up and get in the car. The time for the party is almost here. Everyone is waiting. Qin Yang blankly glanced at Chao Lingyun, pulled open the car door and sat up. Chapter 49. An old friend reunited, as if it were yesterday. In the car, lilting music came out of the player. Will you remember tomorrow? What you wrote in your diary yesterday? Will you still think of you tomorrow, the one who used to cry the most? Chao Lingyun, who was driving the car, hummed along with the music, and without realizing it his eyes were already moist. Qin Yang, who was sitting in the co-pilot, turned off the music player expressionlessly, and Chao Lingyun immediately became anxious.
哎，你关他干什么啊？我唱得正起劲。
Qin Yang said with a flat face. Can you not do this? Every year classmate reunion you are like this. Participate in classmate reunion even if, after each time you have to send a circle of friends, you are pretentious not pretentious. Chao Lingyun said with a straight face. What happened to me being pretentious? People's youth is the best time. I met the best person in the best time. You still can't let me miss it. In high school, Qin Yang's family conditions were not good. The other pocket money for a week was $200 or $300, and Qin Yang's meal money for a day was only $10. $10 is not enough to starve to death, but you can only get one dish and one soup in the cafeteria, and any more money is not enough. Because his family is poor, Qin Yang wears only one set of school uniforms all year round, washes them once every 3 days, dries them at night, and wears them in the morning. But even so, he was teased by the other students about his dirty clothes and smell. The better the grades of a child from a poor family like Qin Yang's, the easier it is to be ostracized. No one was willing to play basketball or soccer with him, and Qin Yang was self-aware enough to read books and brush up on problems every day. Is it that he doesn't like to participate in those activities? No, it's that he knows he's not eligible to participate. If the high school years were colorful for Chao Lingyun, then the high school years were gray and uninteresting for Qin Yang. During this gray period, Wang Chuchu was Qin Yang's only luster and his only heartbreak after graduating from high school. Old Qin, are you crying? Chao Lingyun, who was driving, looked at Qin Yang with a surprised expression. Qin Yang touched the corners of his eyes with his hands and realized that he was really crying. When did he become so pretentious? Chao Lingyun laughed out loud. And you call me pretentious? So what do you call this? If you ask me, you're a wimp. At least I dared to attend the reunion every year no matter what happened afterward. What about you? Whenever you mention Wang Chuchu, you are scared like a grandson every time. Are you still a man? Do you know that the more you are like this, the more it shows that you haven't let go of her? It shows that you still have her in your heart. So can you stand up to my siblings like this? The veins on Qin Yang's temples jumped, and he had the urge to strangle Chao Lingyun. You'll suffocate if you say less? Chao Lingyun said cheaply. It won't suffocate to death, but it will suffocate to madness. I'm kind of looking forward to it now. If those old classmates know that you've married the Willow God, then I don't know what each and every one of them will look like. It must be wonderful, ha ha ha. Lu Yen was also in the same high school as Qin Yang in the beginning, and was the goddess of their high school, the school beauty. If Wang Chuchu belongs to the beauty you can contact, then Lu Yen at that time is the whole school boys recognized high cold goddess, can only be seen from afar, close to a little will be frozen into an ice sculpture of the kind. Good grades, good family, good looking, perfect score in sports, no pretense and no princess disease. At that time, the most frequent topic of discussion among the schoolboys was what kind of man a girl like Lu Yen would marry in the future. Because Lu Yan's relationship with her high school classmates wasn't exactly good, they didn't invite their old classmates when they got married. They invited their closer friends and relatives. Qin Yang did not go to the reunion of these years. Chao Lingyun also keep his mouth shut. Not the slightest mention of Qin Yang to other old classmates, so much so that other people think that Qin Yang is not well mixed disappeared. Classmates, that's how it is. Some people come out year after year to get together, while others may not have attended a single reunion and simply disappear, as if he had never been in your life. 10 minutes later, Chao Lingyun parked his car in front of a farmhouse. Chao Lingyun, who had been talking eloquently just now, looked a little nervous sitting in the car at this time. Qin Yang looked at him with interest. What, weren't you very talkative just now? Why don't you talk now? Being naturally silent. Chao Lingyun ate a few pieces of gum and chewed them in his mouth before huffing at Qin Yang. Old Qin, asked to see if I still have bad breath now. Qin Yang directly pinched his face with his hand. There's your sister off, I don't. Chao Lingyun was on the verge of crying. Who the hell wants to with you? I'm not going to see Shin Meng soon. It's not good to talk smelly to people later. Qin Yang was furious. Off. Stinking her is bad. Stinking me is fine. Right? Get out of the car now, don't flip the waves in the car. Qin Yang pushed open the car door and walked down from the car. At this moment, he happened to meet a group of old classmates carrying hot pot dishes and laughing as they walked in from outside. When they saw Qin Yang, who was organizing his clothes, everyone was stunned. Qin Yang? That guy is Qin Yang. Right, my God? He came to the reunion. Didn't they say he couldn't find a job after graduation and went to Burma? Why is he dressed like this? He won't turn into a big boss, will he? So handsome. How come he's still the same as he was in high school? He hasn't changed at all. The high school female classmates looked at Qin Yang with surprised eyes. One was very excited, and the fire of gossip was already burning. The smiles of those male students who had bullied Qin Yang all froze, and their expressions were somewhat embarrassed. How could they not expect that the poor boy, who let them rub and pinch at will, could wear such a high-grade suit to attend the reunion today, which is not equal to the slap in their face? In the crowd, a tall, quiet, and skillful girl just quietly looked at Qin Yang. The two men's eyes met, and that feeling traveled through time and space. They say one day is like 3 years. But when the two meet again, it has the feel of yesterday when the two had just graduated and just separated. It's been a long time, Qin-san. Wang Chu-Chu was the first to speak, her smile still so gentle and quiet. She gathered her hair in front of her forehead and shifted her gaze downward, embarrassed to continue staring at Qin Yang. Qin Yang scratched his neck and said somewhat awkwardly, well, it's indeed been a long time. Qin Yang originally wanted to casually greet and muddle through, but who knew that Wang Chu-Chu suddenly raised her head and gathered enough courage to inquire, I heard Chao Lingyun say that you've been in Shanghai, so why didn't you come to the class reunion before? When Wang Chu-Chu said this, the netizens in the live broadcast room got excited. Nice guy? Coming up with a straight ball? This girl looks quite quiet. I didn't expect to speak so boldly. Where is this asking you not to come to the reunion? This is clearly asking you why you didn't come to see her. There's a story here. Well, I didn't think that Qin dog still has an affair outside. This is a good show. What are you waiting for? Call the Willow God. There's another woman to steal her husband from. Tell her to hurry and bring a gun. So excited, guys. I just love to see this kind of Shura drama. Cool. Chapter 50, Killing a Pig to Make an Example. Facing Wang Chu-Chu's questioning, Qin Yang was silent. Seeing that the two were about to look at each other again, a male student, also wearing a high-grade suit, walked out and put his arm around Wang Chu-Chu's waist and said, Chu-Chu, Qin Yang's classmates have always been mavericks in the past, and it's only normal that they don't come to our class reunion. Have you forgotten the dish of scrambled eggs with bitter melon in the high school cafeteria in the past? The whole school didn't like it, but Qin Yang was the only one who ate it with gusto. The male student said this and gave Qin Yang a slightly sarcastic look. Qin Yang, sorry, before I didn't know you were coming too, so I didn't order this dish. After all, it's too bitter for us. But since you're here, I, as the boss, definitely have to treat you well. Xiao Lu, go inform the back kitchen and ask them to add another dish of scrambled eggs with bitter melon. The portion should be sufficient. Our student Qin likes it. The male student who spoke was called Chen Tong, who grew up as a rich second generation, with his family in the hotel and farmhouse business. In the era when everyone was still using Little Voice, this kid was already using the latest model of Nokia, and even listening to songs was Apple's MP4. Other kids are still eating in the cafeteria, and this kid is already eating chicken fries all the time. While all of this is nothing in retrospect, at the time all he had to do was hook his finger and there were a bunch of fanboys and fangirls who were willing to follow his ass as lickspittles. It's just a shame that Shanton's grades are a mess despite his family's wealth. As a dragon, he couldn't even pass the language, let alone take the high school entrance exam for college. So his dad spent money to directly let him go abroad for gold plating, and looking at him as he is now, he should be doing quite well. Seeing that Chen Tong actually had his arm around Wang Chu-Chu, Chao Lingyun was a bit surprised at the side. You too. Hooked up. Wang Chu-Chu wanted to keep a distance from Chen Tong, who knew that Chen Tong directly took her hand and kissed her with his mouth. Old Chao, your observation is still so meticulous, huh? That's right, I invited everyone today not only for the class reunion, but also to announce something to everyone. Wang Chuchu and I are already engaged. The hotel and wedding banquet time have also been booked. When the time comes, I'll send out invitations to everyone, so everyone has to come. The moment Qian Tong's words came out, the others were all astonished. You should know that in high school Wang Chuchu hated people like Qian Tong the most. He is so arrogant and unambitious because he has $2 stinking, and he has no ability or good character at all. How to step into the society of Wang Chuchu instead of marrying a person like Qian Tong. The netizens in the live broadcast room couldn't help but sigh in awe when they saw this scene. Hey! Look at my heart clogging up. All the good cabbages are letting the pigs go. I don't understand. Why do women like this kind of This Qian Tong man is not handsome, speak vulgar and no manners. What does she figure? Of course it's about money, what else? Do you know why student love is the most unforgettable? Because everyone is still a student. There is no pressure of life. Feelings are very pure. Like you, that is really like you as a person, not like other things. But when you go out to work, it's not the same. You as a guy know to look for the pretty ones, so there's nothing wrong with a girl looking for the rich ones, right? I can only say that after entering society everyone has matured and knows what things are necessities and what things are luxuries. Reminds me of my sophomore year of high school when our class transferred a super pretty girl with the kind of skin that can glow white in the sun. As a result, this girl was tricked into spending the night by the gym student with a meal of spicy hot pot. And I reckon that right now Chin Dog's mood is the same as mine. Wang Chuchu, a study committee member in high school, ranked third in her class in academic performance. She used to dream of becoming a good news reporter, fighting on the front line of the news scene and exposing the truth for the general public. At this moment, however, she has changed from a dreaming young girl to a gentle human wife of Chantun. The surrounding students were all smart people. After hearing what Qian Tong said, they all took the initiative to go forward to arch their hands and congratulate each other, saying all kinds of auspicious words. What with the early birth and the old age. Hearing that, Qian Tong's face was almost smiling, while Wang Chuchu sneaked a glance at Qin Yang, and that look was like Sable looking at Lu Bu in Dong Zhuo's arms. Chao Lingyun also patted Qin Yang's shoulder and sighed. Old Qin. I'm sorry, I don't know. Either. Qin Yang's expression suddenly became serious, giving Chao Lingyun a fright. Old Qin, don't be impulsive. You also have a good life now. There's no need to do something irrational for the sake of white moonlight. Qian Tong also keenly noticed that something was wrong with Qin Yang. He said with a slight smile, What's the matter, fellow student Qin Yang? Looking at your expression, it seems like you're not very happy. Aren't you going to give us your blessing? Wang Chuchu tugged at Qian Tong, trying to pull his hand out. But Qian Tong is just holding on for dear life. He just wants Wang Chuchu and Qin Yang to make a clean break. Qian Tong preferred Qin Yang to fight him. After all, he hadn't learned Taekwondo for so many years for nothing. In his mind, he had already deduced what was likely to happen next. Qin Yang came over to push him in annoyance, only to be knocked to the ground by a spinning kick of his own. Then if Qin Yang was kicked to the ground by himself, should he go and help him a little? This is the only way to show his breadth of mind and pattern, in order to let Wang Chuchu realize more clearly how big the gap between himself and Qin Yang is. The more Qian Tong thought about it, the more satisfied he became, and the smile on his face grew wider and wider. He even moved his right foot back a step, ready to strike at any moment. Who knew that just at this moment, Qin Yang suddenly walked towards the stone platform next to him and picked up a pig-killing knife that was placed on the tablet. Money tone. Seeing Qin Yang walking towards him with a pig-killing knife, the other students were so scared that they hurriedly stepped back. Qian Tong's face was even whiter as he pointed his finger at Qin Yang and shivered.
Qin Yang 你要干什么?
Calm down, it's not worth it for a woman. If you're not happy, I won't get married. Okay? Chao Lingyun also looked dumbfounded on the side and gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. As expected of my buddy, he's got a temper, unlike everyone else who was scared. The moment she saw Qin Yang holding a knife, Wang Chuchu's eyes lit up. He really does have me in mind. I really am his white moon. Just when everyone thought that Qian Tong might splatter blood on the spot, Qin Yang suddenly spoke up. Did you just say that you are the boss here? Chantun froze for a moment. Yeah, what's up? Qin Yang pointed at a big fat pig next to him. Then it's okay if I want to help kill a pig, right? I killed a pig when I was a kid and I'm better at the job. Chantun. Huh. Chantal even suspected that he had heard wrong. Are you? Sure it's killing a pig. Not me? Qin Yang gave him a blank look. What's the point of killing you? I just want to kill a pig. Give me a quick word on whether it's okay or not. Don't be a pain in the ass. Seeing Qin Yang shaking with his killing knife, Qian Tong quickly softened. Okay, sure. Go ahead and kill it, I agree. Chapter 51. Identity is self-given. Qian Tong gave a few instructions to the few employees who were killing the pigs, and those employees who were preparing to kill the pigs looked at Qin Yang with some impatience and took a black rubberized apron and handed it to Qin Yang. These pigs are all captive raised by themselves, and to ensure fresh ingredients, they are all slaughtered and killed on the spot when they come to your guests. There are many programs in the farmhouse that guests can experience, such as catching their own chickens and ducks, fishing, picking fruits, and so on. But it was the first time they had encountered such a thing as a guest wanting to kill a pig. Seeing that Qin Yang was really carrying a pig-killing knife towards that side, everyone was confused. Chao Lingyun, is this Qin Yang mentally okay? He's wearing such a high-class suit to kill a pig. What if he gets dirty? Another student said breathlessly, Are you stupid? Is it a question of whether the suit will get dirty now? Now it's a matter of this kid's mental state being abnormal. That's killing a pig. Do you dare to kill a pig? Me? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. How dare I kill a pig? But I always feel that he actually wants to vent the anger in his heart. Young Qian, I think he's coming for you. Who doesn't know that when he was in high school it was Chu Chu who treated him the best? Now that Chu Chu has married someone, can he not feel bad in his heart? Listening to his classmates say so, Wang Chu Chu covered his mouth and was so moved that tears fell down one by one. Sure enough, he has me in his heart. Qian Tong's face turned blue, not knowing why he empathized with the pig that was going to be killed. Is that kid going to kill a pig for me? As for Qin Yang, he stood in front of the pig pen at this moment with a pig-killing knife and took a deep breath. Wretch, it stinks. System, can't you send me a little bit of normal tasks? Why did Qin Yang suddenly want to kill the pig? Was it really because he was angry? Actually, no. Wang Chuchu's good to himself Qin Yang has always remembered in his heart. But that's all. What white moonlight, not white moonlight, even if once really like, that is also like once Wang Chuchu and now Wang Chuchu, in what relationship? Qin Yang did so solely because the system had released a new quest for him just now. Ding. You have triggered a temporary mission. Please check it. Your next part-time job is Hog Killer. Part-time job. Please kill a pig with a hog knife. Time limit for mission: 1 hour. Penalty for failure: emptying of personal account funds. Good. None of the previous missions had failure penalties, so this time the penalties went straight on, right? Looks like the newbie protection period is over. Only one of these part-time assignments is more odd than the other. Forget about running errands and making deliveries. Now you've even made yourself a pig killer. Piggy, I'm sorry. I had a hard time saving up some of my personal money. I really can't afford to lose them. The uncle who killed the pig looked at Qin Yang. What's all the chattering about? Get out of the way, we're getting the hogs out. As soon as the uncle got close to the pigsty, the pigs inside started banging around as if they had a premonition of what was going to happen. Seeing that this pig crashed around with so much force, Chao Lingyun couldn't help but ask from the side, Old Qin, are you sure you've killed a pig before? I see that this pig is quite fierce. Can you do it? If not, it's better to forget about it. Everyone already knows that you are very powerful. Chao Lingyun thought that Qin Yang just wanted to shock Qian Tong by killing the pig, so he was still a bit skeptical of his strength. Netizens were also heartbroken after seeing that pig knock the iron fence down. Boy, are pigs so powerful? I even feel like this iron fence is a bit too much to carry. As the old saying goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, and 3 tigers. You guys don't think all pigs are Pegasus, do you? Cold knowledge, those pigs we usually slaughter for home breeding are small pigs, not yet grown up. If you wait for these pigs to grow up, you'll know how fierce they are, and if you go searching for breeding pigs, you'll know even more why they can rank ahead of bears and tigers. It's hard to say about something like a pig, I guess. My grandma used to raise pigs. She told me this thing is evil. Don't run to the pigsty when you're not doing anything. It's going to eat people. Bull. A human being that big and with bones and stuff. Can a pig eat that? Can't eat? We have a true story there. An old man killed his daughter-in-law thrown into a pigsty. Forensics to investigate the pigsty. The results found only a few hairs. All other parts were eaten clean. You say eat or not eat it. No wonder the village elders say that if they see any pig in the pen with its eyes rolled upwards staring at you, it has to be killed. The fact that this kind of pig looks at you like this means that it has already included you in its recipe and could attack you at any time the next time you enter the pen. The more the netizens talk about it, the more they think the pig is a bit scary. It was also at this time that the uncle opened the iron fence. The hog inside and the one who didn't want to die slammed his way out. A few others tried to catch the pig at first, but who knew that the pig's impulse was so great that they could not control it at all? Quick! Yank it back and slam the door again. The uncle panicked. If he can't tug and the pig gets away, then he's going to lose money. Seeing that the pig was about to escape, Qin Yang, who was standing on the sidelines, suddenly shot out and grabbed the pig's neck, then shouted and tripped over his feet. The 400-pound hog fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Yang's entire body rode on the pig's body, and his left hand held its head down dead. Several other people also rushed forward to help hold it down when they saw this, and the uncle told Qin Yang to hurry up and get off the pig. Qin Yang didn't listen at all and directly looked for the pig's neck and killed it with a single cut. Blood flowed out of the pig's neck, staining Qin Yang's hands red. A group of old classmates looked dumbfounded, and Chen Tong even subconsciously let go of Wang Chuchu's hand and tugged on his tie. The netizens were delighted. Sweating it out, little old me. I heard you wanted to practice with me earlier? I didn't quite understand what it meant to kill a chicken to warn a monkey before, but now that I've watched Qin Dog's killing of a pig to warn a man, I get it. On Qin Dog's clean and sharp knife skills, who would believe that he doesn't have a few lives on his hands? Strictly investigate must be strictly investigated. I told you that every time Qin Dog could coincidentally appear at the scene of the crime, sure enough, he's the psychopathic murderer. After draining the pig's blood, Qin Yang got down from the pig's body and prepared to turn on the faucet to wash his hands. Who knew that this twisting would reveal no water at all? The uncle said on the side, I guess the water pipe is broken again. Handsome, do you see the small waterfall over there? You go over there and wash with the stream. It's all mountain spring water, clean as a whistle. Qin Yang won the respect of the uncle with his strength and had a smile for Qin Yang. Qin Yang nodded and passed in front of Chen Tong with his pig-killing knife. Shantan's legs went weak and he sat on his butt. It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding, ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time job. You have acquired a new skill identification. Identity proof. When you go out, your identity is given to you. The host can randomly assign an identity which is valid for 1 hour, and the system will help the host to prove it, but there is a certain probability that it will be revealed. Chapter 52. Even if you kill, you still want to eat? A good sentence out of the house identity is self-given. The system you give the skill is really more and more evil. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, do these skills you're giving out have anything to do with part-time work? System. So what?
Qin Yang.
Nima, well, count your cowhide. Without bothering too much with the system, Qin Yang hiked to the bottom of the waterfall that the uncle had mentioned and cleaned the blood stains on his clothes. The netizens in the live stream saw this scene and started playing again. Should I say no? Although Qin Dog is handsome, do you guys think he has the potential to be a psychopathic murderer? Yes, I think so. Isn't that how it's played out in the movies? That well-dressed people in suits are most likely to be scum. And the better looking they are, the more perverted they are. Wild mountains under a waterfall. A man in a suit squatting by a stream cleaning blood off his own sleeve. Think for yourselves. I won't say much about what identity Qin Dog is. So Qin Dog didn't marry Lu Xun just to get inside the police, right? Using Lu Xun's access to information within the police to cover up his own murderous intentions. It seems true when you put it that way. Why else would he show up at the crime scene every time? It doesn't make sense. Originally, the netizens were just playing with stems, who knew that the more they talked, the more outrageous they became, and the more their minds were diverted. In the police station, Sun Jia and several other female police officers were holding boxed lunches in their hands, eating them while watching Qin Yang's live broadcast. Upon seeing these pop-up speculations in the live stream, they were also dumbfounded. Why do I feel like what these netizens are saying seems to make sense? Brother-in-law wouldn't really be a psychopathic murderer, would he? Sun Jia gave Lu Qian a glance and said in a serious manner, Are you kidding me? What kind of psychopathic murderer can he be with our sister Xiaoyan holding him down? If I say that sister Xiaoyan is the real perverted murderer, her hands are stained with at least hundreds of millions of human lives. You guys think carefully about what sister Xiaoyan said to brother-in-law earlier? From now on, before you leave, you have to empty your brother-in-law's magazines. It's too horrible, too atrocious. People have a heart for gossip, and Sun Jia especially likes to gossip. She liked to watch Qin Yang's live broadcast whenever she was idle and didn't have much to do. And she was even the honorary hallmaster of Qin Yang's fan club, After all, Qin Yang was the mascot of their police station, and Lu Yen was her top boss and her career idol. Watching Qin Yang live is equivalent to catching up on two people's daily lives at the same time, which isn't any better than any TV series. Not to mention the fact that recently Qin Yang had continued to make an impact, and almost all of the major cases in the bureau were related to Qin Yang. If he himself could get another case or two while brushing up on his live broadcast, wouldn't he be promoted again? Lu Qian reminded from the side. Xiao Jia. It's not good for you to make up about Sister Xiaoyan like that. After all, that's the two couples' own thing, it's private life. Sun Jia said in disbelief. I'm talking about what happened in my brother-in-law's live room. It's not like it involves their privacy. But brother-in-law is still quite powerful, innate live saint body. This has only been on the air for a few days and the fans have already exceeded 100,000 people. Song Wei curiously inquired from the side. I've always had a question. How did brother-in-law start a live broadcast? How come it feels like the people around him don't know that he's starting a live broadcast? Sanja hemmed and hawed. Didn't we get a new batch of live broadcasting equipment in our bureau back then? There are pupil cameras, pinhole cameras, watch cameras, and shoe cameras, all of which are products of Sister Xiaoyan's family. You guys also know about the drone that has been selling like hotcakes in the market recently, right? That's also the product of Sister Xiaoyan's family. Following the shooting, high-altitude shooting that's just a piece of cake. Their family also has bionic drones, camouflage drones. Anyway, my brother-in-law went and dumped a bunch of high-tech equipment back in order to achieve the best live broadcast effect in the first place. All of it is black technology. Sunja licked her lips as she spoke. It's a pity that all these devices can be switched on and off at any time by brother-in-law, and the live broadcast settings can also automatically block the images that are inappropriate for children, or else I would know how Sister Xiaoyan made brother-in-law surrender that day, hehehehe. Sun Jia had a demented gleam in her eye, but she soon sensed something was wrong. Why were the other policewomen suddenly distancing themselves from her? Each one silenced? What are you guys standing so far away for? Not watching the live feed? As soon as Sun Jia's words left her mouth, Lu Yen sat next to her with a cold face. Was the broadcast good? Gollum. Sun Jia gulped, very nervous. Little. Sister Yen, when did you come? Lu Yen said expressionlessly. From the moment you said I had a human life on my hands. Sun Jia hurriedly waved her hand to explain. No, Sister Xiaoyan, I don't mean that, Seeing Lu Yen looking at herself coldly, Sun Jia knew that if she couldn't give her a satisfactory answer today, she would definitely be ruined. Suddenly Sun Jia had a flash of light and pointed at the live broadcast and said, Sister Xiaoyan, brother-in-law went to the reunion today. He's also having an affair with a girl named Wang Chu Chu. I'm helping you monitor it. Chloe Wang? Reunion? Lu Yen looked at her phone screen and realized that Qin Yang was actually wearing the suit she helped match yesterday today. The killing intent in Lu Yan's eyes became more and more pure, and the temperature of the entire room seemed to have instantly dropped several degrees. I see. No wonder he suddenly wanted a selfie yesterday. Well, good for him. Click it. Everyone only heard a crisp sound. The mouse on the table was actually directly crushed by Lu Yen. Boy, what a freaking policewoman. This is horrible. Seeing that Lu Yen was already in a state of complete rage, Sun Jia guiltily confessed in her heart. I'm sorry, brother-in-law, in that situation just now it was either your death or mine. I could only betray you. Rest in peace. By the creek, Qin Yang, who was cleaning up the blood, suddenly shivered and got goosebumps. Qin Yang. Is this stream so cold? For some reason, Qin Yang felt a chill like an aura on his back and felt his neck itch. Just as Qin Yang was puzzled, more blood flowed down from it and passed in front of Qin Yang. Qin Yang turned his head to look along the bloodstains, only to realize that not far upstream, a man was also cleaning the bloodstains on his body just like him. The man also noticed Qin Yang's gaze. He first froze. Then his eyes became vicious. The man picked up the knife in his hand and took a step towards Qin Yang. Qin Yang didn't notice the danger in the slightest. Instead, he smiled and greeted him. Brother, have you finished killing the pig too? The man stumbled to his feet and furrowed his brow as if thinking about something. Are you a pig killer too? Qin Yang cupped the water and washed his face, said with a smile. Previously, then married and did not do this business. Today is also a sudden interest so to return to their old profession to experience a. You know how tightly regulated the country is. You can't mess around with this kind of thing. Something could go wrong. Chapter 53. Is killing a pig also so voluminous? Qin Yang said the truth. The dragon country for killing pigs is indeed a strict control, the general requirements of the unified slaughter. Rather than your own family-raised pigs can be casually killed to eat, not to mention cannot be casually killed after distributing meat to other people. After all, the pork has not been quarantined, and if you eat it, who is to blame? But the more remote places were not much cared for. As long as they were not discovered, the people above turned a blind eye. However, the man misunderstood Qin Yang's meaning. He thought that Qin Yang was a peer like him. The man looked Qin Yang up and down and couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. You're wearing a suit to kill a pig? Wouldn't it be too high profile? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? Qin Yang froze for a moment. It's just killing a pig. What are you afraid of being discovered? Oh, he's not talking about being caught reporting, is he? Qin Yang wiped his hands and said, Didn't I say so? I was just on a whim, so I decided to do it on the spur of the moment today. You're a pig killer too, so you should be able to understand what I'm talking about, right? It's mostly just the emotions that are in place to kill it by hand. Man! The man was shocked. A direct pupil earthquake. With some uncertainty, he inquired, Do you mean to say that no one pays you, and that you find a random piggy from the side of the road and kill it as you please? Qin Yang became even more puzzled. How is it randomly find it? You also know that being discovered will have trouble, so it must be to find this kind of more remote place. Killing pigs, mainly for cool. Enjoy the process of killing pigs. Money does not matter. Besides, you can still eat it after you kill it, so just eat more of it then. The man looked at Qin Yang in horror. You're going to eat it after you kill it? Qin Yang was also confused. Yeah, don't you eat it after you kill it? Freshly killed pigs are delicious. The meat is tender and that's called fat. Not only is the meat edible, but the blood can also be left to make blood want, which is also a masterpiece. The man was silent. Looks like this peer is even more perverted than he is. Just as Qin Yang was about to leave, the man suddenly opened his mouth humbly and inquired, Brother, seeing that you are quite good at killing pigs, I would like to ask what to do with all that blood after killing the pigs? I'm not very skilled at it, and it just splattered all over the room. Qin Yang gave him a blank look. You're sick. How can you kill a pig in the house? It must be dragged outside to a wide place to kill. It is better to find a few people to be helpers, so that the killing of the pig goes smoothly, otherwise the pig struggles and you can't hold it down alone. The man nodded repeatedly. With help, I have 2 cousins who were helping just now. Just dragging it outside to kill us did not occur to us before. First time doing this, not professional. Right, brother? I still have 2 pigs at home. Why don't you go back with me and help me get them as well? Don't worry. You'll get a share of my reward, and I definitely won't let you suffer. Qin Yang was amused by this man. If you don't have a diamond drill, don't take up the porcelain work. You said you wouldn't be able to kill a pig, and what are you doing taking up this job of killing a pig? Qin Yang looked at the suit he was wearing and hesitated a little. I'd love to help you, but it wouldn't be good for me to get all dirty later. It's pretty expensive. The man quickly said, Brother, I have clothes at home. When the time comes, you can just change into a set of my clothes. I see that we are about the same size. You should be able to wear them as well. And how about if you help me kill a pig? I'll split $30,000 with you. 2 pigs is $60,000. Qin Yang's eyes instantly lit up upon hearing this. What kind of pig is so expensive that it costs $30,000 to kill one? Get rich, get rich. Qin Yang was overjoyed. 1,000 words turned into one word, go! 10 minutes later, on the other side of the mountain, the man led Qin Yang to a house at the foot of a mountain. The house was a standard 2-story farmhouse with a large yard open to the door and a streak of blood in the yard. Seeing the man return with the stranger, the 2 young men who were sitting in the doorway smoking immediately stood up, looking nervous. The man waved a hand at them. It's all right, fellow traveler. This is my brother Qin Yang, who I met just now when I was washing the knife over there. A professional pig killer. Brother Qin, these 2 are my cousins, Feng Gao and Feng Hui. My name is Gong Bin. Qin Yang politely greeted his 2 cousins as Gong Bin walked into the house and in no time took out a set of his own clothes and handed them over. Brother Qin, here are my clothes, you change into them. Don't get your high-class suit dirty. Qin Yang didn't talk nonsense. He took the clothes and changed into them. While changing, he also asked, Where are those 2 pigs you said? Take one out first, I'll do it directly. Kill it earlier and I'll leave earlier. There's still something on my side. Gongbin smiled and said, There's no rush. Our side has to wait for the big boss's call first. We can only do it when the big boss says to do it. Qin Yang skimmed his mouth. Killing a pig is so abrasive. Is that boss of yours any good? He doesn't look like he's doing big business either. Gong Bin handed over a cigarette to Qin Yang. Hey, we three brothers also just joined the industry not long ago. Mainly out to beg for food. Unlike you, brother, so dashing, at a glance, I know it's a chore, right? Tell us, brother. How did you get into the business in the first place and how did you get on? Qin Yang was happy. This thing has what to enter the profession or not anyway, just from the village to choose the most courageous and capable. Good weather our village every year to kill several pigs. Bad weather anyway, just kill one or two mean. But my dad used to be a pig killer, quite famous, good skills, one knife kills. At that time there were also many bosses in the city who paid him to move his knife. Only I thought there was no future in killing pigs, so I didn't take up this line of work. In the end, killing pigs is not as good as studying. Studying is the only way out, killing pigs is no good. Qin Yang's words gave the three of them a blank stare. All the people in a village kill pigs, and they fix a few per year? His dad was also a pig killer, and Qin Yang felt that this line of work had no future and ran off to study halfway through? Is this business so voluminous that there is such a thing as inheritance? Gong Bin was silent for a moment and then inquired, Brother, is that village of yours really in the country? You kill hogs like that and no one gets caught? Qin Yang laughed coldly. Killing a pig for your own food is just a matter of killing a pig. Who dares to really come and catch it? Gong Bin thought about it carefully. It's not scary to kill pigs. It's scary that they still eat them. This kind of super pervert, the general police do not dare to take care of it. Just when Gong Bin wanted to ask for more to learn from the advanced experience, the big boss sent a text message to let them do it. Gong Bin made a gesture. Go on. Get those two pigs out. The two cousins answered, and in no time dragged the tied man and woman out of the room and threw them directly into the courtyard. Chapter 54, The Proper Use of New Skills. Brother, do it. Gong Bin had a cigarette in his mouth and handed a knife to Qin Yang. It was Qin Yang's turn to be silent. The netizens in the live room couldn't breathe. I felt that this man was out of place when Qin Dog greeted him just now. And sure enough, it was just as I guessed. It's over. Does anyone have any ideas on how to break this game? Can't break it, it's dead. Even if we call the police now, it's too late in time. Where's the team? Save it. Seeing Qin Yang's delay in making a move, Gong Bin looked puzzled. What's up, bro? Why don't you do it yet? Qin Yang's hand trembled slightly as he held the knife. I am not in a good mood and need to adjust. Gong Bin frowned. Adjust it how? Qin Yang. Just have a cigarette. Qin Yang reached in his pocket and pulled out the cigarettes. He didn't find any, and found a lollipop from it. Gong Bin looked at him suspiciously. Dude, is that what you call a cigarette? Qin Yang very calmly peeled off the candy paper of the lollipop and put the candy into his mouth. When we eat sugar, our blood sugar rises to trigger an insulin response, and in addition to allowing blood sugar to enter peripheral cells, aromatic amino acids are more likely to enter the brain for serotonin synthesis, which gives us feelings of happiness and well-being. So what's wrong with me eating a lollipop and relaxing now? Gong Bin did not know what to say for a while. After all, they have not read books, not much culture. What Qin Yang said about insulin and such they couldn't understand at all. Barf, barf. A few people just quietly watched Qin Yang eat the lollipop. It's okay for this kid to eat a lollipop, but he's even barfing. It's not even enough to barf, but to take the lollipop out and lick it slowly. You're practicing here? Geez, I can't stand it anymore. Feng Hui raised his knife and pointed it at Qin Yang. Are you going to do it or not? I'll do it if you don't. Feng Guak also inquired suspiciously. Cousin, I'm afraid this person is not a Pierrot. Have you seen any peer wearing a suit to do the kind of thing we do? Are you mistaken? Upon hearing Feng Gao say this, combined with Qin Yang's abnormal behavior just now, Gong Bin also became suspicious. He walked to Qin Yang's side, patted his hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, and pointed at the two people on the ground. Brothers, we've been tying up these two piggies for a while now, so we'd better get rid of them sooner or leave earlier. What's the saying? The night is long and the dreams are many. Money, we've got it for you. I'll give you 5 minutes, either they die or you die, you choose. Gong Bin took out his cell phone and turned on a 5-minute countdown. The main reason why Gong Bin had brought Qin Yang to the courtyard was because Qin Yang had seen him washing his knife by the stream and had already seen his face. If it's a peer, then there's nothing to say. Everyone has unclean hands and no one will report anyone. But if Qin Yang wasn't a fellow traveler, then he would have to die here today along with both of them. Under the watchful eyes of the three, Qin Yang slowly approached the man and woman who were sitting paralyzed on the ground with the knife. The two men were terrified, their eyes horrified as they desperately struggled on the ground. After all, one of their companions had already been killed by Gongbin earlier, and that too in front of them. Qin Yang was hesitant to lay his hands on him. After all, he wasn't really a homicidal maniac, he just killed pigs. It was also at this point that the man pushed the cloth over his mouth open by struggling. He gasped and said, "Brother, don't kill me. I have money. I have lots and lots of money. Who told you guys to kill me? How about I pay double what he offered? 10 times. I'll pay 10 times. Please don't kill me. I still have a wife and child at home. I haven't done anything to hurt the world." Before the man finished speaking, the violent temper of Feng Hui directly rushed up and raised the knife to stab. It was obvious that Feng Hui was very unprofessional, stabbing people purely based on feelings, and had no idea which areas were the vital parts. This resulted in the man not dying at all the first few times he was stabbed, struggling and wailing on the ground as he dragged out a shocking trail of blood. This wailing went on for a minute or so before the man slowed his voice and quieted down. Feng Hui's body was covered in blood, and the knife was still stuck in his ribs and couldn't be pulled out. Blood splattered onto Qin Yang's face, and a vivid life faded away in front of him just like that. Gongbin put his hand on Qin Yang's shoulder, only at this time, he was already suspicious about Qin Yang's identity. Gongbin sneered and said, "Brother, that's not what you and I said before. You said that you are great at killing pigs. One knife at a time, one knife kills. Talk like a professional. Why now you're holding a knife instead like a quail? What, you can't do it? If you can't do it, then don't blame the brothers for being unkind. I can only send you on your way first and then send this woman on her way." Gongbin's knife had already been placed on Qin Yang's neck. If Qin Yang didn't make a move when the 5 minutes were up, he would become a dead soul under Gongbin's knife. The paralyzed woman shook her head in horror at Qin Yang, begging him not to kill her. Her dress was dampened by the intense fear. She still wanted to live. She didn't want to die yet. Feng Hui struggled to pull the knife out, wiped the blood on his face and said, "Cousin, what are you wasting your words with him? This kid looks like he is not from the road. Let's kill him together." Feng Gao nodded as well. "Cousin, do it. It's not good for us to delay any longer." Gongbin frowned and inquired in a deep voice, "Brother, I'm asking you for the last time. Are you in our business or not? Who the hell are you?" In the face of Gongbin's questioning, Qin Yang said in a mocking manner, "Of course I'm in this line of work. Only that I usually don't take business in China. I'm an international professional assassin." As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Skill identification has been activated. The system is helping the host to prove the identity. Hearing the system tone ring out, Qin Yang froze for a moment. Yeah, one still has that skill to use. Only how does this skill work? Upon hearing Qin Yang say that he was an international assassin, the two Feng Hui brothers sneered and laughed. "How did an international assassin come to us? You can't even hold a knife. So why are you pretending to be an elephant with a pig's nose stuck in the ground? Cousin, I'll take care of him." Just as Feng Hui was about to make a move on Qin Yang, the voice of the news announcer came from the TV in the room. "Now inserting an urgent breaking news item. Verified by the Ministry of Public Security and the Ministry of State Security, the international professional assassin Butcher infiltrated our city in the early hours of this morning. His whereabouts are unknown, and we are now soliciting news of Butcher from the general public with a cash bounty of $3 million. The professional killer is murderous and has accumulated hundreds of crimes, and is an extremely dangerous person. So the general public is urged to report any sign of the suspect immediately and keep a safe distance from him. The suspect's physical description is as follows. Chapter 55. Yes, I'm an international assassin. Brown upscale striped suit, white shirt, alligator shoes. 5'8", good-looking, 3 scars on his neck, carries a hog-killing knife. Once again, this station reiterates that the suspect is quite dangerous, not only a professional killer, but also an international psychopathic murderer, and we ask the general public to report and keep a safe distance from him immediately upon discovery. Emergency broadcast over. 3 brothers. Brown striped suit, crocodile shoes, neck scar, killing knife. Is all ing right. Feng Hui, who had just threatened to stab Qin Yang to death, was so scared that his knife almost came out of his hand. The netizens in the live stream also froze. Sure enough, I knew it. Qin Dog is really a psychopathic murderer. Not only did you marry a police wife, but you also opened a live broadcast to commit crimes and tricked us netizens. Qin Dog, you play a smooth game. ING said, how could someone be on live for more than 10 hours a day? It turns out we're also a part of his crime play. Perverted, too perverted. The Willow God never expected that his pillow was the ultimate villain. What a shocking reversal. Gong Bin felt his throat tighten a little. When he opened his mouth, his tone became a little sharper. Dude, is that you in this news? Qin Yang was originally in shock as well. But when he heard Gong Bin say this, he immediately came back to his senses. Isn't this your best chance to get out of it? Qin Yang's shoulders shrugged up, frightening the three brothers to take a step back in unison. Qin Yang's left hand was holding his right hand. His right hand was resting on his face, revealing only one eye, and his smile was gradually perverted. Amat Rice. I didn't think that I had hidden myself so well, but I was still discovered by you guys. Yes, I admit it, I killed all those people. But I never kill innocent people, that's what they deserve. They deserve to die. Ding. Skill, Speech Master has been activated. When the skill was activated, Qin Yang seemed to have entered some sort of marvelous state, as if he was really a psychopathic murderer at this moment. Qin Yang said in a maniacal manner, I came from the countryside, my family was poor, and everyone around me looked down on me and laughed at me for being a mudblood. There was a senior who used to beat me up just because I looked at him twice when he cut in line to buy something. Then I killed him and threw him to the wild dogs at the back of the school. God knows what. It was my first kill, my first taste of blood, and it was delicious. Three brothers. Qin Yang, who was originally immersed in memories, suddenly looked at Feng Hui. What are you looking at? Feng Hui shivered in fear and hurriedly covered his face with his hands and looked down at the ground. Brother, I didn't look at you. Qin Yang looked at Feng Gao again. Feng Gao looked directly up at the sun. Worried that Qin Yang was looking at himself, Gongbin shivered and asked, what happened then? As expected, Qin Yang once again fell into reminiscence. Then I met a girl who was beautiful, gentle, and kind. She never disliked me and offered to bring me food every day. She made me feel what love means for the first time. The three brothers were on the verge of being moved to tears. Great, we're saved. It's warm memories. However, before the three brothers could be happy for too long, Qin Yang's words changed. And then I found a chance to kill her too. Three brothers? Huh. Qin Yang. I tied a rock to her and threw her into the well. Gong Bin was on the verge of tears. Why, brother? Doesn't she not mind you? Qin Yang said expressionlessly. Because she's good to me. She belongs to me alone. I don't want her to marry someone in the future, and I don't want her to come into contact with other men. What, is it hard to understand? The three brothers shook their heads back and forth. It's not hard to understand. You did the right thing, big brother. A gust of wind blew through the yard and leaves floated up. A smile appeared on Qin Yang's face as he smelled the faint scent of blood in the air. Very handsome, very sunny, very epileptic, very perverted. Qin Yang picked up the killing knife on the ground and spoke indifferently. It's almost time. It's time to finish. Cluck, 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 cluck. The three brothers were fighting with their upper and lower teeth, shaking like sieves. Seeing Qin Yang walking towards him with a knife, Feng Hui was so scared that he directly pissed his pants. Brother, you? Don't be impulsive, ah. We are peers. We are a gang. You don't mess up, ah. Qin Yang revealed a bright smile and showed Feng Hui his killing knife. Don't be afraid. I just want to show you the correct way to hold a knife. That way you hold the knife is a reverse grip, which has limited killing power and is easy to drop. But not with my positive grip, which doesn't disengage the knife any way you stab it, and doesn't tend to snag bones and kill. Puff. Feng Hui knelt down for Qin Yang. Brother, I believe you're a psychopathic killer. Okay? It's too scary. At this point, you're still giving me advice on how to hold the knife. You're sick, aren't you? Seeing that his own cousin was about to be killed by Qin Yang, Gongbin quickly spoke up and said, Brother, don't be impulsive. We had eyes that didn't recognize MT Tai before and offended our brother. As long as you are willing to give us a way out, we will do whatever you say. Qin Yang coldly glanced at Gongbin. You guys do everything I say? Gongbin nodded repeatedly. Absolutely do as you're told. No questions asked. Qin Yang pointed to the room next to him. Then you three go inside and close the door. I don't like living people watching when I kill. Without the slightest hesitation, the three brothers rolled and hurried into the room and closed the door behind them. Upon entering the house, the three men sat paralyzed on the floor gasping for air. They never expected Qin Yang to have such a background and actually be an international assassin. Feng Hui couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire, "Cousin, where did you find this furious god? We almost got ourselves into this." Gong Bin also regretted it very much. "You think I'm the one who wanted to find out? He saw me while I was washing my knife, so I had to go and make sure what he was." Feng Gao pricked his ears for a moment. Something's not right. Professional killers kill without any movement at all? It stands to reason that those perverts shouldn't be so quiet when they kill. Feng Hui bravely looked out along the doorway. At this look, he was dumbfounded. "Cousin, the man is gone." Gong Bin didn't react. "What people are gone? That pervert? Ah, that pervert and that pussy are gone. The man's gone." Gong Bin froze for a moment, then quickly figured it out. Mud. Tricked. That kid is bluffing us. Copy chase. Realizing they had been duped, the three men copped a ride and gave chase. Who knew that just then a man in a brown striped suit would happen by? Another one in a suit. Get him. Feng Hui swung his knife, and the man in the suit did not flash or avoid, but just watched the knife fall with a calm face. Chapter 56. So you're from Rongqing. The mountains, the woods. The woman holding Qin Yang's hand waved her hand repeatedly. "I can't. I just can't run anymore. Let's take a break." Women usually sit in the office. No exercise. Physical fitness is very poor. Able to follow Qin Yang to run so far has been the desire to survive. Qin Yang looked around and realized that this location they were in was not bad. Being high up, and with the bushes to help them hide their form, he could see at a glance if anyone was coming up behind them. After confirming that they were temporarily safe, Qin Yang immediately took out his cell phone and called Lu Yan. "Wife, help. There are 3 killers after me now. Come and save me. After that your kissing husband will be gone." Lu Yan's cold voice came from the other side of the phone. "We're on our way. You're hiding in a good place right now. Stay put. We'll be right there." Qin Yang was very anxious. "How soon is it? My life is really on the line right now. Life and death are just a split second away. If it weren't for your husband's wit, bravery, good looks, honesty and kindness, I'd be a corpse by now." Lu Yan. "Shame on you. You're memorizing core values here? Cut the crap. Save your strength and hang up." Without giving Qin Yang a chance to continue talking nonsense, Lu Yan unilaterally hung up the phone. "Hey this, how dare you hang up on me?" Qin Yang dialed Lu Yan's phone again, who knew that he was hung up again. Qin Yang was silent. Sitting paralyzed in the bushes, his hands kept shaking. People would be eager to talk when they were extremely nervous, and this was the case with Qin Yang at this moment. Just now, if not for his own resourcefulness, he was really unsure of being able to escape from the hands of those 3 brothers, not to mention bringing a woman with him. "Thanks," the woman whispered as she sat next to her. Qin Yang looked up and realized that the woman was looking at him with a grateful face. The woman said very seriously, "My name is Su Ningbing. I am the female president of the Frost Group. I will definitely thank you for saving my life. Money is not a problem. I will definitely give you a satisfactory payment after I arrive home safely." Qin Yang gave her a blank look. "What's so great about a female president? I'm still the president's son-in-law. I'm most annoyed with you rich women. When you open your mouths and shut your mouths, you thank me with money. And when you don't move, you're the president of so-and-so group. Do I need your 3 dates? Su Ningbing? Netflix?" Su Ningbing was confused, and the netizens broke their defenses. "No dude. You saved a rich woman and you're still on the hook? You can't see the rich woman, right? Come on. Come on. Push it to me. Just scan the code and add my friend. Hurry up. I advise you not to be ignorant. This luck of Qin Dog is also against the heavens. Casually saving a woman is a rich woman. How come I can't meet such a good thing? Upstairs, buddy, you say this is a bit funny. Ordinary people can't just meet a killer. Besides, if this woman doesn't have a bit of identity background, then what are the 3 brothers kidnapping her for, playing house? Good. I just like Qin Dog's noble character of treating money like dirt. But I just love dung. If there is a rich woman in the live broadcast room, please consider me. I'm 5 feet 5 inches, handsome, 8-pack abs, available for 30 days of full attendance." Seeing Qin Yang looking at herself with a disgusted look, Su Ningbing didn't know what she should do for a moment. After all, she had no shortage of suitors since she was a little girl, especially those men who had made a big offer after knowing her identity. Suddenly running into one that didn't care for her, Su Ningbing came to be interested instead. She blinked curiously and asked, "Are you really an international assassin?" Qin Yang gave her a blank look. "Can't you see my hands shaking like Parkinson's? Besides, an assassin is an assassin. What the hell is international about it? What? There aren't enough domestic ones for you to kill. On the contrary, how did you get caught by those three brothers? Su Ningbing spun her fingers in a circle and said with an aggrieved face, I went out in my car to attend a banquet, but I ended up being hit by their car halfway through. Uncle Wong was just about to go down to see what was going on when these three people came up with knives and tied us all up. Uncle Wong he. Uncle Wong he. Woo woo woo. After all, she was only a woman, and seeing someone she knew well killed like a pig in front of her was still very crushing. Qin Yang knew with his own arse that this must be a dirty business competition tactic. The water in the business world is very deep. Many businessmen, in order to make money, not to mention killing and setting fire, more no lower limit of things they can do. The more Su Ningbing cried, the sadder she became, and she couldn't stop her tears from flowing down. Qin Yang looked at his heart was not good, and took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it over. Who knows that Su Ningbing didn't pick up the paper? Instead, she opened her hand with a wow sound and leaned towards Qin Yang, wanting to ask for a hug. Qin Yang was startled and dodged away in a flash, instantly appearing behind Su Ningbing. Su Ningbing pounced, her head buzzing, and she didn't react for a long time. Website? What the hell just flashed by? Instantaneous. Good guy. The beautiful woman throws herself at others to beg. Qin dog avoid as snake scorpion? Qin Yang. Do you know what it means to take emergency shelter? Arrogant face. It's so pathetic covers mouth and cries. Look, all of you, what kind of tune the willow god has given my Qin brother. Serves him right for being a soft touch. Handsome, educated, talented, and principled. I'm a rich woman and I'm heartbroken. Sum. Hey, 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 can you put me off the blacklist now? Spitting the grass out of her mouth, Su Ningbing sat down again before reacting to what had just happened. She stared blankly at Qin Yang and had a profound doubt about her self-charm. She even subconsciously rested her bosom with her hands. Still there, not too small, stretchy. So the question is, why is he avoiding himself? Was she not attracted to him at all? Su Ningbing stared at Qin Yang for a while before inquiring very seriously, You don't like women? Qin Yang sneered. I'm married, what do you think? Married to a man?
Qin Yang.
The veins on Qin Yang's temples jumped as he suppressed his anger and replied, Of course it's with a woman. I love my wife very much. Su Ningbing frowned and contemplated for a long time, and suddenly, as if she thought of something, she inquired once again, Are you from Chuanyu? Qin Yang was a bit impatient. Yeah, what's up? Su Ningbing suddenly realized, and immediately lost the fluttering energy she had before. She stood up and patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said, Good sister, I was abrupt just now. Don't worry. From now on, you'll be my good best friend, the most intimate kind.
Qin Yang.
Chapter 57. No time, no. The stigma in the minds of men is a hibiscus city. There was a time when Sichuan and Chongqing men were labeled simply as being afraid of their wives and having rake ears. But Rongqing, by virtue of its own strength, has hardened the people of the entire Dragon Kingdom to think that all of the Sichuan and Chongqing regions are calcium. Netflix laughed out loud. Sisters? Not a problem. It makes sense to me. Qin Yang. If you're going to call me that, then I'm going to be on Killer Big, yo. Come on. Rongqing locals. Tell me out loud what's plentiful in Rongqing. Lots of calcium, lots of calcium. Rongqing has the most calcium. Inch head, round face and beard. Lin Xinru on Chuanxi Road muscle undershirt saxophone. Lu Shirshir on Tianfu Avenue. Full of jingles, you're going to grad school? Don't get me wrong, out-of-towners. Although I'm from Rongqing, I'm straight. Because I and Tianfu Avenue are the only ones in Rongqing who are straight. Seeing Su Ningbing's eyes go from flirtatious at the beginning to now looking at herself without a single distraction. As if she really took him as a good sister, Qin Yang's fists hardened. If it wasn't for the sake of keeping the male virtue, he had to let this woman who didn't know the sky and the earth know what it meant to be 7 times a night. It was good that the awkward atmosphere didn't last long. Sun Jia's voice was like heavenly music, coming from down the hill. Brother-in-law, are you guys okay? Qin Yang looked down, only to realize that Sun Jia was rushing towards him with several gun-toting SWAT officers. Qin Yang brought Su Ningbing down the mountain and inquired suspiciously, Where's my wife? Sun Jia panted. Sister Xiaoyan went to that courtyard at the foot of the mountain. She said she couldn't let those 3 kidnappers escape. Qin Yang sighed. This wife of his is good at everything, but she is too career-oriented. So did she bring enough people? Those three have human lives on their hands and are vicious. Sunja nodded. Don't worry, brother-in-law. The headquarters side transferred a special police brigade over. More than 300 people, all with weapons. Qin Yang froze for a moment, feeling that something was wrong. Why are there so many people out? Sun Jia said somewhat sheepishly. It's not because the city leaders have watched your live broadcast and feel that those three people's methods are extremely cruel and the social impact is extremely bad, so they have given a death order that they must be caught at the fastest speed to set the record straight. Also, your live room was also included in our public security department sort of dawn action of a ring. The city government specially approved your live room for the first line of documentary live room, improve the live permissions, strict review of the identity of the netizens watching the live broadcasts, so that the general public have a deep understanding of our first-line police officers to handle the case process. The city leaders also instructed to make your live broadcasting room a police display window, a criminal weather vane, and to make you the Dawn Sentinel, the nemesis of evil in our city of Jianghai.
Qin Yang.
Sun Jia's words became more and more energized, giving herself a thrill. Qin Yang pondered for a moment before inquiring, Did you secretly watch my live stream while you were at work? Sun Jia became even more vain. I just sneaked a look for a while, and then I let Bureau Luo bump into it. Qin Yang slapped his forehead, his headache incomparable. He knew it was, when he started his own live broadcast, was intended to earn some pocket money and record the good life. As a result, the things he encountered after awakening the system were more outrageous than one another, turning into a record of a life of crime. Originally, Qin Yang thought that one day the platform gave himself a ban even if broadcasting one day to one day. Now, well, he became a Dawn Sentinel. This live room cannot be banned a little. The platform super management is estimated to have to be served by the internet police. It was too late to think about it. Qin Yang sighed and said, All right, take me to my wife. I miss her. Sun Jia gave an oh-so-subtle cry and led Qin Yang down the mountain. On her way out, Su Ningbing didn't forget to yell, Good sister, I'll have my housekeeper contact you later, so we can come out together later.
Qin Yang.
Play your ass off. I'm straight, straighter than steel straight man. Small courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Qin Yang had just arrived at the entrance of the courtyard when he immediately sensed that something was wrong. The entire yard was surrounded by hundreds of SWAT officers, and the cordon was drawn. A group of forensic scientists in white coats were busy in the yard taking pictures with their cameras. Qin Yang was just about to go in when he was stopped by Zhou Quan, who was standing at the door on guard. Brother-in-law, it's a crime scene in there, you can't go in. Qin Yang let out an "Oh." I know it's a crime scene, stabbing someone to death. I was there at the time. It's okay, I'm not going in. Is Lu Yen in there? Zhou Quan looked at Qin Yang with a strange expression and said, Not only is there one dead inside, the three people who kidnapped them are also dead, and they died miserably. Qin Yang froze. The three of them are dead too? How and who killed them? Zhou Quan shook his head without saying anything. Just then, a man's voice came out of the yard. The deceased, Feng Hui, had a fracture of his right lower arm, a comminuted fracture of his chest. His eyes were gouged out. His body was stabbed 12 times, and the bones of his legs were taken out. The deceased, Feng Gao, had all his fingers cut off. His face was suspected to have received a heavy blow. His incisors, nose, and face were fractured in several places, and the spine of his back was drawn out. The worst is still the deceased Gong Bin. His hand and foot tendons were picked, his skull was lifted, and his brain tissue was painted on the wall. According to our preliminary judgment, the person who killed them should be the international psychopathic killer butcher. These killing methods are his usual methods, and he also left us a mark at the scene. Qin Yang looked up and saw that the man who spoke was in his early 30s, dressed in civilian clothes and had a confident look on his face. Luo Jun and Lu Yen and the girls also followed the man out, their expressions all very ugly. Homicide is nothing. They've seen a lot of it as cops. But it was really the first time they had seen a murder case with such brutal methods. Even Lu Yan's face turned a little white. Obviously, the scene had caused her a considerable psychological shock as well. The man took the initiative to smile and extend his hand towards Qin Yang. Dawn Sentinel Qin Yang? I've already heard about your legendary deeds from Bureau Luo. It's better to hear than to see. It's truly impressive. You know that the butcher is also a ranked psychopathic killer in the international arena. We originally thought that he would roam to big cities like Mordor or the imperial capital to commit crimes, but we didn't think that he would run to Jianghai City. Qin Yang didn't shake the man's hand. Instead, he frowned and said, What do you mean by that? It's not like I'm the one who called the butcher. Seeing that Qin Yang was unwilling to shake his hand, the man didn't mind, but continued. Why exactly the butcher came to Zhanghai City is not clear to us at the moment, but all the major cases in recent times have been related to you, which makes me very interested in you. Mr. Qin, if you have time, let's make a private appointment to have an in-depth conversation, Qin Yang said expressionlessly. No time, no faggying. The smile on the man's face froze, suddenly becoming unsure of himself. He had such a pushy private invitation, but being rejected by Qin Yang instead made it seem as if he had something else in mind. This man is toxic, isn't he? Chapter 58. Have you studied criminal psychology? Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Zhou Quan stepped forward and said, Brother-in-law, he's Xiao Gao Shou, a criminal investigation expert from the Nanshan branch, specially sent by the General Bureau to assist us. Don't you look at expert Xiao, who is young. He also possesses the Interpol status of our dragon country. This time the butcher absconded into the country, we still have to rely on expert Xiao to liaise and communicate with other Interpol officers. Hearing Zhou Quan introduce himself, Xiao Gao Shou's confident smile once again returned to his face, and he said modestly, Hey, it's all just vanity. It's not worth mentioning. Luo Jun laughed with his hands behind his back. Expert Xiao is modest. I heard that you have the title of the #1 detective in Nanshan branch. The criminal cases solved in your hands have exceeded more than 200 in size. Right? That place in Nanshan used to be a criminal murder-prone area, and since you transferred over there, Expert Xiao, the level of law and order in Nanshan has now been significantly improved, and has already reached the point where the night is not closed and the road is not cleaned. Seeing Luo Jun also mentioning his own glorious deeds, Xiao Gao Shou's face was almost smiling. His eyes couldn't help but look towards Lu Yan and spoke. How many criminal cases are solved is serving the people. And personally, I would like the world to be free of thieves. And it would be best if I could have nowhere to utilize my skills, and everyone could live and work in peace and happiness. Besides, when I was in the South Mountain Division, one heard that there was a policewoman in the East Division who also had outstanding business skills. And when I saw her today, she really lived up to her name. Ms. Lu, I wonder if we have time to discuss the case together later and have dinner on the way? Lu Yan gave Xiao Gao Shou an expressionless look. No time, have a husband. Pissed. Sun Jia, who was drinking water, didn't hold back and directly sprayed Xiao Gao Shou in the face. Sun Jia hurriedly grabbed a towel and wiped him off. I'm sorry, I really didn't mean to, Expert Shaw. Xiao Gao Shou barely managed to squeeze out a smile, but it was just too bitter, and the netizens laughed out loud as they watched. So this is a forced smile, ha ha ha, long story. Xiao Gao Shou has to sit up and scratch his hair in the middle of the night. No, they're poisonous, aren't they? Little man, can't we, the willow god, see that you're a womanizer? Don't you know what it means to abide by the ways of women? Before I was worried that Lu Shen was confused by this criminal investigation expert. Now it seems that I was overly concerned. In Lu Shen's heart, in addition to criminal cases, is Qin Dog, too reliable. So what exactly did Qin Dog use to make the willow god so dead set against him? It's also possible to use more than just your hands. What are you talking about upstairs, buddy? Driving at the drop of a hat, huh? Having been defeated twice in a row, Xiao Gao Shou had learned his lesson. Instead of showing your social skills, you should just show your criminal investigation skills. Xiao Gao Shou looked at Luo Jun and said in a serious manner, Leader, judging from the situation at the scene, the killer butcher definitely hasn't gone far. I suggest sealing and controlling a piece of the mountain, and then apply to the general administration to transfer 2 special police brigades to search the mountain. Luo Jun frowned without replying at first, but instead looked at Qin Yang, who was standing at the side. Xiao Qin, what do you think? Qin Yang, who was squeezing Lu Yan's shoulders, froze. Ah, me? Luo Jun smiled and said, Yeah, you're the Dawn Sentinel and Sin Nemesis designated by the above. I want to hear your opinion. Goddamn Dawn Sentinel. I have no professional training in criminal investigation. I'm just a part-time job. Qin Yang looked at Lu Yan, who knew that Lu Yan was very impatient, and said, What are you looking at me for? Just say it when I tell you to say it. Luo Jun. Well. The leader asks for your opinion, and you have to ask your wife's permission first, right? How did you tune it? It's too much of an instinctive reaction. Having obtained Lu Yan's consent, Qin Yang then cleared his throat and said, In that case, then I'll say it. I don't think it's advisable to close the mountain. Qin Yang directly overruled Xiao Gao Shou's opinion as soon as he came up. Xiao Gao Gao Shou sneered twice and clasped his arms in preparation to see what kind of insight Qin Yang had. Qin Yang went on to say, "If I were a butcher, I would definitely flee the first time after I killed someone. If I don't go, do I wait for the police to catch me? I am a butcher, and not a butcher." Xiao Gao Shou sneered, "Mr. Qin, do you know what it means to be a psychopathic killer? You should have seen it from the scene. The butcher's modus operandi is quite brutal, and he kills for fun. You think a guy like that would be afraid of the police?" Qin Yang explained, "Instead of being afraid of the police, it's more like he's afraid that he won't have the chance to commit another crime in the future. Like you said, he kills for fun, and let's go down your logic, then he's just not afraid to die. So why did he run away? It's simple, he hasn't had enough fun yet. Wouldn't this game be over if he got caught? So if I were him, not only would I run away at the first opportunity, but I'd run to a place where none of you could catch me. A safe place, and do something a little more special." Xiao Gao Shou had a disdainful look on his face. "Mr. Qin, these are just your personal thoughts, and even more baseless speculations. Leader, I would suggest sealing the mountain first. Time waits for no one." Luo Jun made a gesture to signal Xiao Gao Gao Shou to be less peaceful. He looked at Qin Yang and then inquired, "So if it were you, what special thing would you do?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "You guys have also said that he kills for fun, and the crime scene is his work. He created such a good work. Doesn't he want to see the reactions of others? So if I were him, I'd definitely run to a place that's safe enough to watch our reaction, but with a view this way. Like the higher slopes over there." Qin Yang casually pointed, and as a result, he really found a figure standing on the hillside, holding a telescope in his hand. Sun Jia exclaimed in shock, "Brother-in-law, there really is someone on that hill over there." Luo Jun picked up his binoculars at the first opportunity to look over there. Sure enough, it's the killer butcher. Butcher froze as well. He had been watching the cops' reactions with great interest, so how come all of a sudden those cops were looking this way? And there was a kid who wore the same outfit as himself, which upset the butcher. "What kind of class wears the same suit as me? Are you a professional killer too?" Luo Jun took out his walkie-talkie to give the first order. "Teams 1, 3, and 5. Head southeast to capture the butcher immediately." "Yes." 3 SWAT teams are leaving immediately. Xiao Gao Shou looked at Qin Yang with a dumbfounded expression, as if he had seen a ghost. "You studied criminal psychology?" Qin Yang spread his hands. "No, I made that up." Xiao Gao Shou was silent. "How can you be so accurate? This kid can't be a psychopathic murderer too." Ignoring Xiao Gao Shou, Qin Yang looked towards Lu Yen. "Honey, aren't you going after it?" Lu Yen said indifferently, "I've been getting a bit too much credit lately, so I won't chase after them, and give the other colleagues a bit of a chance. And aren't you at a reunion? It's just as well. I'll accompany you."
Qin Yang.
Chapter 59. Can a eunuch be a husband? Oh come on, it's over. Upon hearing that Lu Yen wanted to go to the reunion with himself, Qin Yang only felt his scalp tingling, his eyes blazing, and he was about to be unsteady on his feet. "Honey, there's actually nothing to attend that reunion. If old Chow hadn't threatened me, I wouldn't have gone at all. Old Chow, you know this person, people are wimpy and timid with a lot of farts. He mainly likes Shin Meng for many years, but has never had the courage to confess, so that's why he asked me to go over and help out as a wingman. But I've figured it out now, happiness has to be earned. And it's time for old Chow to learn to be on his own. Wife, let's go, I'll take you home." Lu Yen sneered, grabbed Qin Yang's ear and left. Seeing this scene, Sun Jia guiltily folded her hands and prayed, "Brother-in-law, don't blame me. I'm also trying to protect myself. You mustn't watch the live replay, and you mustn't come after me. I'm just a little follower. I was forced to do it." Farmhouse, yard. For dozen or so students barbecued in the courtyard and just sat around in 2s and 3s, drinking, singing, and talking. Qian Tong was the best of the bunch, and thus made a big splash at the party, enjoying all the boasting and ass-kissing he received from the others. Chao Lingyun and another old classmate sat in the corner, drinking half a can of beer. Old classmate Soga bumped him with his elbow. "Old Chao, I heard that Shin Meng is still single until now. Don't you hurry up and go for it?" Chao Lingyun glanced at Shin Meng, who was sitting not far away, and ruthlessly poured himself another mouthful of wine. Shin Meng, the youthful goddess of his student days. Actually, Shin Meng wasn't particularly pretty, but she had a big bosom. Do you know how lethal it was to the boys when you were a student to have a female student in your class who walked with a shaky walk? especially since Shin Meng also liked to wear low-necked clothes at the time and sweated when she exercised. That image of beads of sweat hanging on his skin automatically surfaces as soon as Chao Lingyun closes his eyes, and it even feels like the memories are tinged with the yellowish color of old records. What I wanted when I was young was eventually turned into an obsession, and became a desire that I can't fill in my adulthood. This is why Chao Lingyun now changes his girlfriend a month after he has money, and there is only one criterion for finding a girlfriend: he must have a heart of the world. Chao Lingyun wasn't like Qin Yang. Qin Yang's feelings towards Wang Chuchu were more of gratitude and nostalgia. After all, during his toughest time, Wang Chuchu was just like a kind angel. But Chao Lingyun just purely wanted Shin Meng. It's as if you didn't play with the toys when you were a child, and when you grow up and have money, this shall not be revenge consumption. Chao Lingyun could not easily gather the courage to prepare to stand up and walk towards Shin Meng, who knew that just at this time Qian Tong spoke out. "Old Chao, what the hell is Qin Yang doing? Washing his hands doesn't take so long. Why don't you give him a call and find out what the hell he's doing?" A horse's ass beside him immediately sneered. What else could it be? It must have run home long ago. Chu Chu was his goddess, and as a result, she is now the fiancée of young Money Yu. Young Qian, you are now successful in your career, and he doesn't know where he rented a suit to act like an elephant. In my place, I wouldn't have the face to stay on. How humiliating. This Qin Yang was like this when he was studying. People are poor and short of ambition. You guys still remember when I lost a Xilingtong, right? At that time, Qin Yang was the only one who didn't go to lunch at noon and studied in the classroom, and I suspect that he stole it. If I say Lao Chao, you're also idle. Why did you bring someone like Qin Yang to the party? Isn't this adding to everyone's heart? Hearing these people ridicule Qin Yang in such a way, Chao Lingyun became enraged. What the hell are you talking about? Qin Yang is my brother. It's not your turn to judge him. And I'm telling you, Qin Yang is doing better than all of you. Compared to Qin Yang, you Qian Tong are nothing. You're still the second generation of the rich. Laugh at me. The small amount of money you Qian Tong earns in a month might not be as much as Qin Yang's pocket money. Everyone just thought that Chao Lingyun was blowing awesome. At this precise moment, a police car drove from a distance and stopped at the entrance of the courtyard. Qin Yang pushed open the door and got down from the police car, the cautious look like a suspect brought to identify the scene after being arrested. "Honey, slow down. Watch out for rocks on the ground." Qin Yang got out of the car and stood in the doorway, bowing and extending his hand to assist. Wife, Qian Tong and the others were puzzled in their hearts. Qin Yang got married? However, in the next second, everyone's pupils quaked, only to see Lu Yen, who had changed into civilian clothes, holding Qin Yang's hand and getting down from the police car, said without looking back, "It's been hard work, little Chun. You go back?" "Okay, Sister Yen. Then I'll leave first." The driver, Chun, drove off in the police car. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was like a dowager empress, holding Qin Yang's hand as she walked into the small courtyard step by step. Cold. So damn high and mighty. The aura is compelling. The boys present all looked as if they had been cast in a fixation spell, staring blankly at Lu Yen, unable to move their eyes at all. It's been so many years. Lu Yen is not only more beautiful than before, but also more charming and mature. But even so, at this moment, Lu Yen was still an iceberg goddess that they could not hope for. The girls in the room instinctively felt a kind of suppression from the higher-ups. Lu Yen swept the entire room, and they subconsciously avoided their gazes, not daring to meet Lu Yan's eyes at all. Some pretended to drink water, some pretended to play with their cell phones, and some half-covered their faces with their hands to secretly apply makeup. The psychological pressure that Lu Yen had caused them was just too much. Only Wang Chuchu clutched the hem of her skirt with both hands, raised her chin as much as possible, and insisted on locking eyes with Lu Yen. She'd been consistently overpowered by Ryu Yen in high school, and now that everyone had graduated and joined the workforce, she didn't want to be overpowered by Ryu Yen anymore, who knew that Lu Yen just looked at her and then revealed a confident smile. The woman in front of her was not a threat to her. Or to put it another way, Su Mei is a bigger threat than even she is. Lu Yen even laughed at herself in her mind. What a white moonlight. Nothing more than that. Scare yourself. She was still confident in Qin Yang's aesthetics, and Wang Chuchu couldn't get into his eyes. "Honey, where do I sit?" The moment Lu Yan's words came out, everyone was once again petrified. The old husband? Who is she talking about? Couldn't be talking about Qin Yang standing next to him? Sure, it's a husband and not an old man? Eunuchs can be salty and become husbands too? Qin Yang was already sweating. Lu Yen just walked into the small courtyard scene. Atmosphere has fallen to the freezing point. If she sits for a while, this party is afraid to continue. Qin Yang whispered, "Wife, why don't you forget about it? It's not much fun." As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, Chao Lingyun, the conspicuous bag, immediately jumped up. "Siblings, come, 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 you come and sit with me. Hiya. We were just saying how old Qin didn't come back for so long to wash a knife. But it turns out he went to pick you up. Old Qin, what are you still standing there for? Help your younger sibling over to the seat."
Qin Yang.
Nasty $% hashtag. "Old Chow, you dog, you want me to die? Don't you?" Chapter 60. Blonde Lady Mary. Seeing that Chao Lingyun hadn't figured out the situation yet, Qin Yang hurriedly spoke up. "Let's not sit down. There's still a little something at home that we need to go back to take care of." Chao Lingyun didn't understand Qin Yang's hint in the slightest and said with a big grin, "Nonsense. You're the one who's idly pulling things out of your ass at home all day long. What could be going on at your home? Hurry up and come over and sit down. It's been a while since we've all seen Schoolmarm Lu, so sitting and chatting for a while won't delay anything. Nima, I can't talk to you anymore, can I?" Qin Yang asked Lu Yen to patiently wait for himself in place for a while, then walked straight towards Chao Lingyun and hooked his neck to the corner. "Old Chao, you're deliberately messing with me, aren't you? Do you want me to die? What good is it to you if I die?" Being embraced by Qin Yang in such a way, Chao Lingyun immediately felt a sense of suffocation. The old Qin. Talk to talk, air to give a. Seeing Chao Lingyun's red face and neck, Qin Yang realized that he seemed to have strangled him too tightly and hurriedly let go of his hand to give him some air. Only then did Chao Lingyun, who had slowed down, sober up a bit and realized that he had gotten into trouble. "I'm sorry, old Qin. I wasn't excited to see my younger sibling come. I wanted to fox a tiger and pretend at Shenmeng." Qin Yang showed his teeth and said, "Pretend you're a big man, you almost put me in. All right, I'll take my wife back first. If you keep talking nonsense, beware, I'll tear down your shrine." Chao Lingyun shivered and hurriedly folded his hands to show that he wouldn't talk nonsense anymore. After getting Chao Lingyun's assurance, Qin Yang then released him to return to Lu Yan's side and looked at the other students with a big smile on his face and said, "Everyone, I really have things to do at home, so I won't be accompanying you. All the spending in the entire venue tonight will be paid for by Mr. Chen. Chan Tun? You're a big man. You don't have to tell me I'm paying for it. You say that with such bravado. If you didn't know, you'd think it was your treat." If it were before, Qian Tong would have cursed directly. But now that Qin Yang was holding Lu Yen, what did he dare to say? Lu Yan's family background is much more bullish than his. Offending this little fairy, their whole family will be finished. Qin Yang wanted to pull Lu Yen away, who knew that Lu Yen was staring at him with a smile. "Honey, what's our family emergency? Why didn't I know?" One look at this look in Lu Yan's eyes and he knew he was definitely going to have to pay something. Qin Yang gritted his teeth and took out his cell phone, showing Lu Yen a wave of arms. Spider-Man's suit, Superman's suit, Batman's suit. Lu Yan's pretty face flushed. Her eyes contained spring water, and her slender jade hand pinched Qin Yang. "Badass, you're so bad." Qin Yang, "Wife, is this an emergency?" Lu Yen was squirming, and the more she thought about it, the more shy she became. "Aya, you are the head of the family. I'll listen to you. If you say it's urgent, it's urgent. You wait. I'll have Uncle Zhong drive to pick us up." Lu Yen leaned her head on Qin Yang's shoulder with a happy face and walked outside on his arm. Qin Yang was like a warrior going to his death, pursing his lips, his eyes resolute. Chao Lingyun really couldn't hold back when she saw this scene and covered her mouth and cried out, "Soft rice, which is so good. After you've gotten the soft stuff in, you've got to give a little of the hard stuff back, right?" After the two left, Qian Tong took the initiative to come in front of Chao Lingyun, wiping his sweat and asking fawningly, "Brother Chao, is Qin really Miss Lu's husband?" Seeing everyone's gazes looking at him, Chao Lingyun, who was still grief-stricken, instantly straightened his back with a lofty expression. "Yeah, what's up?" Another student inquired. "I heard that Lu Yan's family is rich. Is that true?" Chao Lingyun pulled out his ears and said indifferently, "I don't know how much money my younger sibling's family has. All I know is that Qin Yang's kids' pocket money starts at $100,000 a month, and it's not capped." Hiss. As soon as Chao Lingyun's words came out, the expressions of the male students present became colorful. $100,000 a month. And it's not ing capped. Does this kid have some kind of reach-around trick? Wang Chuchu's face turned white, as if she had missed the entire galaxy. Qian Tong is even more shivering, obviously drinking a chilled foreign wine. But I do not know why I feel that my whole body is hot. The male classmates around them were showing their affection to Chao Lingyun. Brother Chao, do you still know any rich women like Lu Yen? It doesn't matter if she's ugly, just rich. Brother Chao, I don't want to work hard either. Consider me brother. I have six-pack abs. Brother Chao, you know my talent. You've seen it when we used to go to the toilet together. Help a brother out and I'll share half of your money after I'm rich. Chao Lingyun was incomparably angry. Enough! You all have hands and feet. Don't you know how to work hard on your own? All day long you just think about taking shortcuts. Are shortcuts that good? You guys want to find a rich woman. I still want to find one. You guys think that rich women are like the big kingpins in the pond all over the place. Ah? Chao Lingyun whisked his sleeve away, and after Xin Meng in the crowd lowered her head and thought for a moment, she immediately chased after him. The next day, early morning, still cluttered bedrooms, still lavishly decorated. The only difference was that Qin Yang's lips were slightly whitened, and he had been given a whole lot of dark circles under his eyes. Mr. Qin, are you up yet? Breakfast is ready for you. A familiar woman's voice suddenly came from outside, and Qin Yang was puzzled in his heart. Mary! The bedroom door opened and a blonde woman walked in from outside. Qin Yang was so frightened that he hurriedly pulled up the quilt to cover the key parts of his body. But even so, Qin Yang's sculpted-like musculature was still a sight for Mary's eyes to behold. These broad shoulders, inverted triangles, exaggerated thigh curves. Qin Yang was simply like a replica of the god of war from the ancient Greek sculptures. His body was perfect to the extreme. Seeing that the person who came in was really Mary, Qin Yang had a bit of a headache. Mary, why did you come in without knocking? Mary was in her early 20s, with 3 generations of ancestors in the service of Yan Yan's mother's family, and was of mixed race. Due to the fact that this house that Qin Yang lived in was so big, Mary would come once a week to clean it, but would try to come in the middle of the day instead of this early in the morning. Qin Yang had more than once proposed that Lu Yen get a new nanny to clean the house. After all, Mary was young and pretty, a big mixed-race beauty. Isn't a woman like that afraid of getting into an accident at home? Who knew that Lu Yan's answer was simple and rough? Mary's family has been serving us for decades. What could go wrong? Besides, the fat doesn't flow outside. If something does go wrong, at least Mary won't hide it from me, and I'll be the first to find out that you're cheating on me. So reasonable, he can't even refute it. After all, if Qin Yang could endure in the face of a blonde beauty like Mary, then he would at least be able to eliminate the vast majority of the temptations out there. Mary blinked and offered to bend down and pick up the various suits on the floor. I heard you talking earlier, sir, so I thought you were already dressed, sir. Sir, so you like this style of dress? Mary took the Batman suit, her pretty face flushed. Qin Yang. You're blushing like a bubble teapot. Chapter 61. I can cure your disease. Qin Yang was just about to sit up when suddenly his waist clicked with a sharp pain. Oops. Qin Yang subconsciously shouted, and Mary, who was wearing white knee-high lace stockings, hurriedly ran over. Sir, what's wrong with you? The back flashed. Mary's small mouth opened slightly. Well, do you need me to help you up and move around a bit first? Qin Yang. Mary. Go ahead and get me a pair of pants, please. Oh. Mary opened the closet and handed Qin Yang a pair of flat front boxers in her hand. Could I trouble you to excuse yourself for a moment? Mary covered her eyes with one hand, then her fingers left a quiet slit. You're a big man. It's too much. Qin Yang was very helpless as he gave the order again. Mary, get out. Close the door behind you. Wipe up your spit too, and don't come back in here without my permission. Mary gave an oh-so-sullen cry and did as Qin Yang said. Only after Mary went out and closed the door did Qin Yang get up and put on his clothes with difficulty. Who knew that just at that moment, a system beep sounded in his head. Congratulations to the host. You have successfully completed the newcomer trial. Part-time rank +1. 360 lines, line of work. Do part-time work, we have to do the ultimate. After the newcomer trials are over, the system will release more difficult tasks for the host, with more generous rewards. Please follow the system prompts for the host to complete the part-time tasks in a timely manner, and make further efforts to become the king of part-time jobs. Qin Yang. Good. I've done so many quests, and you're telling me I've only just passed the novice trial period, right? Ding. Your part-time job has been updated. Your next part-time job is extras. Task requirements. 1. Participate in the shooting work of a movie, which investment must not be less than $50 million, and get the director's approval. 2. 20,000 new fans by live streaming the process of executing the mission. Time frame of the mission. 3 days. Penalty for failure. Acute lumbar disc herniation lasting 1 month. Remarks. Let the host have a taste of suffering first, to give the host the motivation to complete the task. Qin Yang 6. Originally, Qin Yang thought it was nothing, not just a formal mission. What's the difference between it and the previous novice trial? But after reading the introduction of this mission, Qin Yang smiled. Not only does the difficulty of the part-time job skyrocket, but there are penalties for failing the task. And to top it off, there's ING support for punishing early experiences. Qin Yang had felt puzzled before, not to mention the fact that I have insisted on exercising every day, and I have also gotten the system's physical strength enhancement effect before, so how did I get tossed around for a night and my back flashed? Okay, I admit that last night was a little crazy, but I'm not such a weakling myself. After getting dressed, Qin Yang got up and moved around briefly. He realized his entire back was as stiff as if it had been filled with cement. If he wanted to forcibly bend or twist his hips, a sharp pain would come from his backbone, causing his whole body to break out in a cold sweat, and he didn't dare to move at all. Mary, push a wheelchair over here for me. As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, the bedroom door opened and Mary, who had already changed her clothes, pushed her wheelchair in from outside. Qin Yang froze for a moment. You knew I was going out? Mary nodded in a serious manner. Right, your back is hurting like this. Can you not go out and take a look? Sister Xiaoyan just told me to take you to the best Chinese medicine center for acupuncture and massage, so that you can be treated as early as possible and not delay your daily life. Facing Lu Yan's sudden concern, Qin Yang burst into tears. Not bad for your own wife. So thoughtful. Half an hour later, the Bentley was parked in front of a Chinese medicine center. With the help of his driver, Zhong Chong, Qin Yang got out of the car and slowly and carefully sat in his wheelchair. Mary said to Zhong Chong, "Go ahead and park the car, Uncle Zhong. I'll call you after the doctor's appointment." Zhong Kung nodded and drove off. Since the broadcast had just started, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all surprised when they saw Qin Yang sitting in a wheelchair. A night not see how Qin Dog are in a wheelchair. What is the situation, When Qin Dog said he was going to play Batman yesterday, I knew there was going to be a bad fight at night. Only I didn't expect the fight to be so horrible that even Qin Dog was injured. Che, you guys have been bragging about how powerful Qin Dog is before, but now it seems to be nothing more than that. Something's not right. Who is this blonde behind Qin Dog? It's only been a night without the broadcast. Why do I feel like I'm missing out on a lot? Could it be that Ryujin changed his hairstyle? It's not right. The face isn't even the same face. So what the hell happened last night? The netizens' attention to Qin Yang's back injury only lasted for a few seconds, and the next attention was all on the blonde Mary. Netizens were delighted when they saw Qin Yang being pushed by Mary into a Chinese medicine center. Without thinking that powerful as Qin Yang also needed to go to an old Chinese doctor, they were much more mentally balanced. This young lady, do you have an appointment? There was a quiet young lady sitting at the entrance of the Chinese medicine center, and when she saw that Qin Yang came in with a wheelchair, she quickly stood up to inquire. Mary smiled and said, "Yes, my lady should have made an appointment for Mr. Qin. My lady's name is Lu Yan." The young lady looked at the appointment slip and then led them directly to the door of an inquiry room without queuing. "You guys wait a minute, you're next." Mary nodded her head in polite acknowledgement while the others sitting in the hallway looked at the two with curious eyes. Who are they and how did they get right in front of us? Yeah. Divine Dr. Lee's number is the hardest to get an appointment. I've been waiting in line for months just to come and see him. What gives them the right to just jump the queue? There's no need to ask, it must be someone with status. I heard that a lot of big stars come to see Divine Dr. Lee. People have privileges, don't make trouble, just line up honestly. Just as the bystanders were talking, a familiar voice came from the consulting room. Divine Dr. Lee, I don't mean to be disrespectful to you, but what exactly is wrong with me? Can you just say it straight out? Don't beat around the bush like that. Divine Dr. Lee said calmly. Then I'll be blunt. You have a kidney deficiency. The man burst into a rage. Bull, my kidneys are fine. Divine Dr. Lee picked up his teacup and took a sip of tea, then said, I can cure it. Puff. The man immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed reverently. Divine Dr. Lee, I admit that I spoke a little too loudly just now. Please make sure you cure me. Dr. Lee Divine.
Yin Yang.
This familiar style of doing things, Qin Yang instantly remembered. Isn't that his college roommate? Chapter 62 Supreme Invincible Golden Kidney. Qin Yang pushed open the door of the consulting room and let Mary push herself in. As soon as he went in, he saw a big but pouting, this familiar curve and curvature. Qin Yang closed his eyes and could guess who the butt owner was just by the feel of his hand. Dong Peng. The body of the man kneeling on the ground shivered for a moment and turned his head to look at it, then hastily covered his face. It's not me, you've got the wrong person. Qin Yang pulled out his cell phone without saying a word and directly recorded the video and sent it to the group chat. Brothers, look, Lai Dongpeng is seeing an old Chinese doctor. He has a kidney deficiency. Lai Tongpeng. How damaging. You're just going to record a video and send it to a group of brothers at the drop of a hat, aren't you? Lai Dongpeng was like a cat that had its tail stepped on, directly bouncing off the ground trying to grab the phone. As a result, as soon as Lai Dongpeng got close, Mary behind him suddenly grabbed his wrist and directly held him down on the ground. Lai Tongpeng. Webmaster. No, is that right? Miss Blonde is still a grappler. I should have thought. How many of these professional beautiful housekeepers whose grandchildren have been serving the rich can be normal? Lai Dongpeng. Can I take this aggravation? I just learned to grapple. Nyoa. It seems that Qin Dog has a pretty high status in Lu God's heart, and even arranged a martial arts high by his side to protect his safety. If you don't cheat, you're a bodyguard. If you cheat, you're an executioner. Got it? According to this configuration, if Qin Dog dares to cheat, he doesn't even need Willow God to do it. This blonde Mary can break his third leg. Qin Yang also didn't expect Li Dongpeng to rush over at the drop of a hat. Confused. What am I? Magnificent flunky. Is that something that an idle man can get close to? Qin Yang quickly said, Mary, he's my brother. Give him face and loosen him up. Mary let out an oh-so-sweet sound and stood behind Qin Yang after releasing Lai Dongpeng, as if nothing had happened just now. Ri Dongpeng sat paralyzed on the ground, covering his shoulder and stomped his feet a few times, keeping a safe distance from Mary as much as possible. Nima Yo breaking and entering. I'm the city champion, and I'm being held down by a chick? He hadn't even seen how Mary had struck just now. One look at Lai Dongpeng's expression knew that he was doubting his life. Qin Yang hurriedly comforted. Dongpeng, don't sit on the ground. How cold the ground is. Get up quickly. It's not good if you get your kidneys cold. They weren't working very well to begin with and they're being wasted. Lai Tongpeng. Seeing that Qin Yang was still holding up his cell phone to record the video, Li Dongpeng patted the dust on his body and laughed. Okay, I'll show my cards. My kidneys are bad. So what? Once a man passes 25, he is 60. Do you have good kidneys? As soon as Li Dongpeng's words fell, Divine Dr. Li's eyes suddenly glowed as if he had won a treasure. Yeah, yes. In all my years of practicing medicine, I've never encountered such a good kidney. Extreme grade supreme treasure. It's simply an extreme supreme treasure. Lai Dongpeng. Li Dongpeng fixed his eyes and realized that Qin Yang did not know when he stretched out his left hand on the table and was letting Divine Dr. Li help take his pulse. Ri Dongpeng laughed. People really do laugh when they are speechless. Li Dongpeng. Dr. Li, can you not joke about your specialty? I've been his roommate for 4 years. Can I still not know if his kidney is good or not? Dr. Li Shun said in a serious manner. The kidneys dominate the bones, and their splendor is in the hair. People with good kidneys have dark and shiny hair. Look at his hair, Duong. It's very black, shiny, and oily. Isn't this still called having good kidneys? You guys look at his wrist here again. Are there obvious protrusions on both the inner and outer sides? This is what the folk martial arts family calls the phase of double bones, which is the very symbol of amazing bones, that is, the legendary martial arts practicing wizards. Bruce Lee was only a single bone. Lush hair and strong bones. This is the very sign that he possesses the supreme kidney. Dr. Li's words were heard by the netizens. Got it. Qin Dog beat Bruce Lee. No wonder the Willow God is obedient to Qin Dog. I knew it. There must be a reason. Lai Dongpeng. I suddenly release a laugh that hovers halfway up the mountain. Remember, buddy, the difference between man and man is bigger than man and dog. Got it? I'm offering a high price for a kidney of Qin Dog. Is there anyone willing to take the order? At this point, Lai Dongping's heart was as good as dead. Lai Dongping has been in the business world for so many years. His brother driving a luxury car or something can no longer make him break his defense. But on the contrary, Qin Yang, the dog, both drives a Bentley and has better kidneys than him. Sandy, all Sandy. Qin Yang patted Lai Dongping's shoulder and comforted him. Dongping, don't be too discouraged. If you have a bad kidney, let's save it. It's better than nothing. Besides, didn't Divine Dr. Li say that he has a way to cure you? So actively cooperate with the treatment and strive for an early recovery. Li Dongping didn't want to talk to Qin Yang anymore and just kept asking Divine Dr. Li to hurry up and prescribe him medicine. Half an hour later, Qin Yang walked out from the massage room. After some massage by Dr. Li, his back was much better and he could at least walk normally. Brothers are still brothers, and although they dislike each other, the brotherhood is still there. As soon as Qin Yang stepped out of the Chinese medicine center, he saw Lai Dongping leaning against the door of the car waiting for him, smoking a cigarette and looking melancholically at the high-speed train speeding by in the distance. As soon as Qin Yang walked over, Li Dongping handed him a cigarette. Qin Yang didn't take it and pulled a lychee-flavored lollipop out of his pocket and stuffed it in his mouth, swirling his tongue against it. Li Dongping froze for a moment. You don't smoke, you eat candy? What do you mean, health? Qin Yang said indifferently, preparing for pregnancy. Li Dongping snorted. Oh, I almost forgot. I heard old Chow say that you married into a rich family? Being a flunky is pretty tough, and you have to listen to your wife when you want a child. As a man, I despise you. Qin Yang patted his waist. With my innate qualifications, wouldn't it be a shame if I didn't become a son-in-law? What about you? Are you still single? Li Dongping said with a confident face. Buddy, this condition, this body, I can be single? Found a gentle and considerate girlfriend. The body is also good. The only drawback is sticky. But she's very obedient. I'm the one who says what I want at home. She does what I tell her to do, unlike you. Seriously, old Qin, our dormitory 6 brothers. Only your kid handsome, smart, learning good. What you cannot, why have to be a son-in-law? Men, you have to master the right to speak, you know? Every day to let an old woman call to go to what can be outstanding. Lai Dongping's words drew praise from netizens. This Lai Dongping has bad kidneys. But what he says is reasonable. A good man's ambition is to go everywhere. How can he be depressed and live under people for a long time? Li Dongping originally wanted to instill more big man theories to Qin Yang, who knew that just then, a hand suddenly appeared and directly grabbed his ear. The woman with the hot body had an angry look on her face. I called you a dozen times and you didn't answer. I thought you fell down the toilet and drowned in feces. But you're fine. You're here chatting with someone else. And female chat also, even so, you and a male also chat so vigorously. What, wow, he rongchings? You turtle wanna come out of the closet.
Qin Yang.
Chapter 63. Dude, what do you do for a living? Not a sister, a lecture is a lecture. Why does it come with splash damage? While it's true that I'm from Rongqing, you can't beat everyone to death with one stick. Lai Dongping, who had spoken very tough just now, was admonished like a quail at this time, not daring to say a word of heavy words, and hurriedly begged for forgiveness. Baby, you don't get excited, this is my college friend Qin Yang. I've mentioned it to you before, he's already married with a wife. How could I come out of the closet if I love you so much? As soon as she heard Li Dongping say this, the woman then let go of her hand and turned her head to immediately give Qin Yang a bright smile. Aya, so it's Qin Yang. Our family's Lao Li often mentions you. Are you guys planning to go out together today? Lai Dongping was so scared that his legs went limp and he waved his hand to Qin Yang behind the woman. With his rich experience in flunking, Qin Yang immediately understood. No, I came to see the doctor with a bad back. And it didn't occur to me that I just happened to run into Dongping. The moment she heard that Qin Yang's back was not good, the woman's expression instantly became serious. A bad back is a big problem that affects the couple's life, so it must be taken seriously. Fortunately, our family old Li waist is not much of a problem. He usually loved to exercise. This aspect I'm still relatively satisfied. The woman opened the trunk as she spoke, gesturing smoothly to the 2 large bags of stuff at her side. These were all the ones she had just bought from the supermarket, all of which were various seafood supplements. By the way, my name is Jean Wei. I used to be a colleague with Lao Li, from the same company, and now I live in this neighborhood. Why don't you come to our house and sit down? Qin Yang politely refused. I won't go today. My back isn't healed yet. Next time. I'll definitely go next time I have the chance. Qin Yang originally wanted to take emergency shelter, But who knew that Jinwei was very enthusiastic about him? I see that there is nothing wrong with your waist. My house has a massage chair, $200,000 to buy. Just go to my house to experience it. You and Lao Li also haven't seen each other for such a long time. Get together. I'll get you some more downers later. I'll make sure you enjoy yourselves. Jinwei's enthusiasm exceeded Qin Yang's imagination. It's not right. It's very wrong. A woman like Jinwei, who was strong at home, case or should have hated the fact that her own man was having a drink and chatting with his friends. Why was she instead so active in extending an invitation to Qin Yang? Seeing that Qin Yang was still hesitating, Jinwei directly kicked Lai Dongping's calf. Why don't you help out and say something, too, and play dumb? Ri Dongpeng looked aggrieved. I didn't just put things away. Old Qin, since your sister-in-law gave the word, let's go to my house and have a meal without delaying you. Qin Yang was somewhat helpless. That's fine. Sister-in-law, don't make it too sumptuous at noon. Just stir-fry 2 random dishes. Jinwei smiled and said, don't worry about that. You guys just eat and drink well. Come on, old brother. Get in the car. As soon as Jinwei's words fell, Zhong Chang drove his Bentley right in front of Qin Yang. Young Qin, do you need a car? Qin Yang shook his head. I'll take my brother's car, you go on back. I'll text you if anything happens. Okay. Zhong Chang answered and drove off. Jinwei was a little confused. Older brother, the one just now is the driver of your house. Qin Yang nodded awkwardly. To be precise, it's my wife's driver. I don't have a bad back today. So Uncle Zhong just happened to be free to send me to the doctor. Qinvai glanced again at Mary, who was standing by. And this beauty is? Before Qin Yang could speak, Mary took the initiative to introduce herself. I'm Mary, Mr. Qin's personal butler, personal nanny, outdoor bodyguard, and exclusive chef. So please tell me more. The smile on Jinwei's face froze. She did hear Lai Dongpeng mention it once before, saying that Qin Yang was a door-to-door son-in-law who married a pretty rich wife. But she never expected to be so rich. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Qin Yang didn't say anything more and took the initiative to bring Mary to the car. Southern District, Dragon Residence. Jinwei took the party home and offered to serve a basket of fruit. Old Lai, don't just sit there. Peel an apple for my oldest brother. Li Dongpeng took out his fruit knife and picked a random apple from the basket. Here, old Qin. I'll peel an apple for you. Qin Yang was flattered. No, I'll do it myself. Seeing the 2 men as brother and friend, Jinwei nodded in satisfaction and spoke again. Then you guys watch TV for a while. I'm going to the kitchen to cook. Qin Yang made a wink and Mary followed to help in the kitchen. As soon as the 2 women left, Li Dongpeng directly made a move on Qin Yang. You kid even hired a personal butler. Aren't you a flunky? You're having a better time than even my old man. Qin Yang shot back unwillingly. Aren't you the one who speaks the truth at home? Who was it just now that was lectured like a grandson? Lai Dongpeng. I'm happy, what do you care? Qin Yang. I'd be happy to, what do you care? Hearing a commotion outside, Jinwei poked her head out to see. Turned out that the 2 were watching TV with an apple rather calmly. Ri Dongpeng looked at her with innocent eyes. Baby, is something wrong? Jinwei looked puzzled. Nothing much just now. Is there any sound outside here? Li Dongpeng smiled and said, no, where's the sound? You must have heard it wrong. Qinvai nodded her head in disbelief. Then maybe I misheard you. Jinwei was about to go back to the kitchen, but then as if she thought of something, she instructed. No fighting, you 2. Be good and wait for dinner. The 2 of them nodded their heads in succession, saying that they would never fight. By the time Qinvai returned to the kitchen, the 2 were at each other's throats again. Netizens can't help but sigh. Sure enough, men are overgrown children, so childish. As a brother, it hurt me the moment I heard you were a flunky. As a brother, it hurt even more the moment I realized you were doing better than me. Maybe old Chow also knows Lai Dongping's temper, so he just briefly mentioned it and didn't dare to go into details. If he knew that Qin Dog's monthly pocket money was tens of thousands of dollars, he wouldn't be furious with a cerebral hemorrhage. Laughing to death, before also advised Qin Dog to find a job to do a good job. The result is to find that his salary is not Qin Dog pocket money high. Qin Yang. Can a part-time job compare to a soft meal? Both were exhausted after tossing and turning for a while. Qin Yang pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case on the table and prepared to light it to slow down. Li Dongpeng directly ripped the cigarette out of his mouth and put it back into the cigarette case, handing him an apple. Aren't you preparing for pregnancy? Smoke a hair. Qin Yang froze for a moment. Can't I smoke it now if I want to? Ri Dongpeng sneered. Smoking in the house, you want to die? Can't you notice that there is no ashtray in my house? You want to die, don't involve me.
Qin Yang.
Is this what you call being the man of the house? Dude, you're having a worse time than I am. At least I can do whatever I want at home. Qin Yang was about to spit out a few words when suddenly he saw dozens of photos of Lai Dongpeng with various stars and directors hanging on the living room wall. Qin Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire, Dongpeng, what do you do for a living? Lai Dongpeng bit into an apple and said faintly, photographer. Ah, for making movies. Qin Yang was happy. Isn't that a coincidence? Chapter 64. I have a dream. It's good to make movies. I've loved watching movies since I was a kid. Dongpeng, I've always had a dream. Before Qin Yang could finish his words, Lai Dongpeng immediately took emergency shelter. Stop. I don't want to hear it. Qin Yang froze for a moment. I haven't said what my dream is. Lai Dongpeng sneered and said, I've heard all about you from Lao Chao and the others. First live streaming with goods, then outdoor adventure, right? I say, old Qin, our dormitory is only a few people. You cannot change people, pit. Why have to catch a few brothers wool gathering? Qin Yang was not happy. Isn't it good enough that I helped old you bring in goods? I helped him carry the goods for a few hours and directly helped him sell more than $30 million, okay? Lai Dongpeng ate a grape and laughed coldly. At that time, it did sell more than $30 million, and the next day after you went off the air, you were returned more than $20 million. You think those people really want to buy something, just purely want to interact with you. Plus you were live broadcasting with that little anchor's number, and as a result, the platform traced down the little anchor's account was directly blocked for a month, miserably. I heard that old you was swept into the police station that night. I don't know who leaked the news, and now no one wants him on a blind date, and they all think he has problems with his lifestyle.
Qin Yang.
No wonder Qin Yang waited for such a long time, did not wait for you how to give himself a sales commission, combined with him so miserable. Then old Chow, that outdoor adventure always has nothing for me, right? I'm just going to experience it. It's not like I'm directing it blindly. Ri Dongpeng sneered again. Old Chow and their gold medal leader is called Du Jie, right? She tendered her resignation after coming back from Mount Woeful Old Man, saying she wanted to go home and become a kindergarten teacher. Old Chow was also complained about by customers because of unsafe route planning, and was interviewed 8 times in just 2 days by people from various units of the city government. Now search Lao Chow's travel agency again and see if you can search it on your cell phone. Qin Yang scratched his face in embarrassment. Is it that serious? Old Chow was even at the reunion with me yesterday, and he didn't seem to have any problems to me. Li Dongpeng sighed and said, Men want face. Broken teeth can only be swallowed in the stomach. Lao Chow, even if they are no longer in pain, they will not show it in front of you. After all, we are all brothers. How could they embarrass you? Qin Yang felt guilty to the core. He hadn't thought that he was merely looking for a favor from his brothers and ended up causing them so much pain. Lai Dongpeng patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Old Qin, although I don't know what your dream is, I just want to say to you, don't come to mess with me. Okay? Qin Yang clenched his teeth and was just about to agree to Li Dongpeng, who knew that just then a new message alert would go off in the Brotherhood. Chao Lingyun. I'll go. Didn't Lai Dongpeng often brag about his male dog's waist when he was in college? How come he's so down and out now that he has to see an old Chinese doctor? Yu Hao, this kid must have overindulged in college, and that's what led to his current kidney weakness. What's the old saying? Less windy P3 feet, old with the wind moisten wet shoes. Seeing that the two brothers were still commenting on the video he had posted earlier as if it was nothing, Qin Yang felt even more guilty. Qin Yang was about to send a message over to apologize, who knew that the next second Chao Lingyun sent a video over, only to see Yu Hao and Chao Lingyun in a nightclub hook shoulders. Both hands are holding a beer, surrounded by a group of beautiful women, left and right embracing a good time. Chao Lingyun. Old Qin, come out and get high. Old Yu and I are drinking at Nanxing's bar. Come join us. Yu Hao, it's so cool, man. I've been drinking my ass off here at Nanxing's every day, and I can't get enough of it.
Qin Yang.
Lai Tongpeng. Qin Yang looked at Lai Dongpeng expressionlessly. Is that what you call it? Breaking your teeth and swallowing them? Lai Dongpeng's forehead was sweating, and he explained in a bit of a panic. Borrowing alcohol to dispel your sorrows, It must be borrowing alcohol to dispel your sorrows. I'll believe your ass. From the video, it looks like the two brothers are so happy they can't keep their mouths shut. And you're telling me they're drinking away their sorrows? Just as Qin Yang was about to give Lai Dongpeng a loving education, Jin Wei and Mary came out of the kitchen with their meals. Here comes the chicken soup. The two women put all the meals on the table. Jin Wei took off her apron and greeted Qin Yang warmly. Older brother, come over and eat. Talk about what you have to say while you eat. Qin Yang gave Lai Dongpeng a look, signaling that he would settle the score with him later. Serve the meal, clip the food, and drink the wine. The few people talked and laughed and ate for half an hour, and seeing that Qin Yang was slightly drunk, Jin Wei asked seemingly carelessly, "Buddy, you and Lao Li were college classmates, right?" Qin Yang nodded. "Exactly. Then you should know how many girlfriends he had in college, right?" Once Jin Wei's words came out, Lai Dongpeng, who was sitting on the side, immediately sobered up, cold sweat wetting his back, and frantically gave Qin Yang a wink. Jin Wei looked at Lai Dongpeng. "Old Lai, what's wrong with your eyes? Are they uncomfortable?" Lai Dongpeng laughed harder than he cried. No. Jin Wei picked up a peanut rice and handed it to Lai Dongpeng's mouth. "Here, I'll feed you peanuts." Ri Dongpeng ate the peanuts with his mouth open and shivered. Although Jin Wei's family background is not comparable to Lu Yan's, she is also the pearl of the Jin family and the little princess of pure love. One of her biggest flaws, besides her short temper, is that she likes to be jealous. If she found out that she had a dozen girlfriends in college, I'm afraid I wouldn't see the sun tomorrow. After feeding Li Dongpeng the peanuts, Jin Wei looked at Qin Yang again. "Buddy, be honest with sis. How many girlfriends did he have in college?" Qin Yang glanced at Lai Dongpeng with a smirk. "Hey, I can't really remember much about this college thing. I vaguely remember something like..." Seeing that Qin Yang was about to get out of trouble, Li Dongpeng was anxious. "Old Qin, brother Qin, father Qin, didn't you say you had a dream before? Tell us your dreams." Lai Dongpeng's eyes were incomparably sincere, and he was close to kneeling on the ground and kowtowing one to Qin Yang. Jin Wei was a little upset. "What dream? We're talking about your college girlfriend now." Qin Yang understood and knew that Li Dongpeng was compromising. Seeing that Jin Wei was about to get angry, Qin Yang said with a straight face, "Sister-in-law, you're being paranoid about this, aren't you?" Dongpeng was notorious in college for being a human animal, and was all about his studies. Jin Wei raised an eyebrow. "Learn who it is, male or female?"
Qin Yang.
"Not sister. How can you ask this sentence?" "So in your heart Li Dongpeng has already guilty of chanting." Qin Yang patiently explained. "Learning he is not a person, I'm talking about studying well every day that study mathematics, science, chemistry, biology, and professional courses. Get it, sister-in-law." Jin Wei also realized that she was too sensitive and laughed to hide her embarrassment. "Don't mind me, old brother. It's sis who got the wrong idea." Clunk. A spatula fell to the floor and the living room went silent. Goldwell picked up the spatula and set it aside quite naturally. "I just cooked and it makes sense to have a spatula on me. Doesn't it?"
Qin Yang.
Chapter 65. I am your dream ambassador. A meal where the guests and hosts are happy. Over the next 10 minutes or so, Goldwell would always corner all sorts of questions. Many questions may seem everyday, but they are full of pitfalls and steps. For example, what Ri Dongpeng usually eats for breakfast, who brings him food, who signs him in, and who takes his seat. What's even more desperate is what Lai Dongpeng's previous internet name was, and whether or not he opened any campus network accounts or anything like that. By the time he finished eating, Qin Yang's back was also drenched in cold sweat. Today's meal was certainly not easy. If he answered a wrong sentence, Lai Dongpeng would probably be splattered in blood. "Sister-in-law, I have a bit of work to do this afternoon, so I really have to go back first." Goldwell tried to stay. "Don't you have back pain? My massage chair is right over there, so lie down for a while before you go." Qin Yang waved his hand repeatedly. No, I'm really in a hurry." Jin Wei looked disappointed. "That's fine then. Lao Li, you help me send off my oldest brother." Li Dongpeng hurriedly stood up and was ready to send Qin Yang away. When he was on his way out, Jin Wei called him back and gave him a black plastic bag in his hand. "Drop off the trash on the way." Li Dongpeng answered and closed the door with a smile. The moment the door was closed, Li Dongpeng took a long breath of relief. "Take the stairs." Instead of taking Qin Yang to the elevator, Li Dongpeng pulled out a cigarette and held it in his mouth as he made his way to the stairwell. Snap. Lai Dongpeng lit his cigarette up and took a sharp drag. Tell me, what's your dream? The sunlight shone on Lai Dongpeng's face through the narrow window of the stairwell. The dust in the air was suspended and swimming. At this moment, he was almost like a melancholy hero in a movie. Qin Yang spoke. Don't you work in a theater group? I want to make a movie too. Ri Dongpeng closed his eyes and showed an expression of I knew it. Microfilm shoot or not. With your appearance, I can get you a second male role. Qin Yang shook his head and continued. Microfilm won't do, I have to be involved in a big production, and the amount of investment in the movie can't be less than $50 million. Lai Dongpeng wanted to stop Mom. No bro. I'm just a cameraman, you think I'm the chief director? You think I'm the chief director? Just let you have a little bit of fun with the movie, and you've picked it. Do you know what a $50 million production is? There must be a top-tier director and a top-tier star joining in. Where can I get you a role? Making movies in Dragonland is not like anywhere else. The $50 million production fee is just a basic production fee, and the investor will make additional investment at a later stage according to the shooting progress and quality of the crew. Typically, the additional investment is 5 to 10 times the basic production cost. That means that a crew with a $50 million base production cost may have a total production cost of over several $100 million by the time filming is over. This kind of big production movie Ri Dongpeng can participate as a cameraman is already not easy. He also had to arrange a role for Qin Yang, difficult. Qin Yang rubbed his temples with his hands, his expression pained. Hiss, my head seems to be hurting a little bit. And it seems like I have a little bit of weird college memories popping into my head. My back hurts a little too. No, I need to go to your house and lie down some more. Lai Dongpeng man was numb and quickly softened. Dad, you are my dad, okay? No problem. I've sponsored this dream of yours. I've supported it. I'm your ambassador to fulfill your dream, okay? Is running the show acceptable? The kind with fewer lines, but with a chance to act opposite a first-rate star. Qin Yang's head immediately stopped hurting. Good brother, I knew you were reliable. Hurry up and make arrangements for me. I don't have much time. I need to fulfill this dream in 3 days. Ri Dongpeng froze for a moment. What, you got cancer? Qin Yang didn't bother to talk nonsense with him and frowned as he was about to start his headache again. Ri Dongpeng rolled his eyes. Okay, I'm not going to ask. You wait for my news. As soon as tonight can let you start working. I let you act a cool right. Qin Yang patted Lai Dongpeng's shoulder and made a phone call gesture, signaling to wait for his good news. Lai Dongpeng handed the garbage bag to Qin Yang. Take out the trash for me. I'm going back. Putting out the cigarette, Li Dongpeng waved the air around him with his hand to make sure that the smell of his body had dissipated a bit before he replaced it with a smile and rubbed his hands together as he opened the door to go home. Kiss the little baby. I'm home. As the door closed again, Qin Yang could not help but sigh. Who would have thought that during his university days? The man who passed through all the flowers without touching a single leaf, Lai Dongpeng, would turn into a wife slave. Qin Yang took the elevator to the downstairs and was about to throw the garbage away when he heard the sound of clanking in the garbage bag after a slight shake. Qin Yang opened the garbage bag and found that it was full of broken spatulas.
Qin Yang.
Website. So many broken spatulas. If this hits a person's body, it must be bruised and purple? Marred. This is too much of a contrast. I thought this dude was a pure man when he despised Qin Dog before. But this. Yet able though he's a flunky, but at least the Willow God only tossed him around in bed. This dude is different. This must have taken a beating. This is considered domestic violence. Isn't it? And this isn't rushing to the police? This is considered chicken hair domestic violence. My wife and I also often hands. The last fight almost demolished the living room. After the fight is not just makeup, and now 3 children have. Mr. and Mrs. Smith, is that you? Hitting is kissing and scolding is loving. It doesn't hurt if you don't fight. You outsiders don't understand. These are just the love affairs between husband and wife. You'll understand when you grow up. Zhong Chang drove his Bentley over from the distance, and Qin Yang had just gotten in the car when he received a text message from Lai Dongpeng. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, there's an ancient costume supporting role at the vertical shop number 1 shooting base. I've already spoken to the assistant director. You go directly over there. Just report my name. Don't mess around a brother. The corner of Qin Yang's mouth hooked up slightly. Extras, here I come. Vertical store, number 1 shooting base. As the largest filming base in Jianghai City, there were all sorts of first-tier stars and directors coming in and out of this place every day. It's just that the closer you get to the heart of the shoot, the stricter the identity checks become. Fans and paparazzi can usually only squat at the outermost perimeter of the base. Good luck to be able to capture the star in a special car into the set. Bad luck can only blow the wind, signing in to punch the card to prove that they have come. With the e-pass issued to him by Lai Dongpeng, Qin Yang went straight to the backstage under the guidance of the staff. The floor manager said as he handed the makeup artist the script for the role. That one who, come over and put some makeup on him. He's going to be acting opposite Tang Xini later, paint him better. Upon hearing this from the venue manager, the makeup artist was a bit surprised. Tang Xini was a popular actress, and he could actually act opposite Tang Xini. Qin Yang was even more surprised. Why does that name sound so familiar? A bad premonition rose in Qin Yang's heart. Couldn't be the same Tang Xini from the acting department of the media college next door in college? Nima. Lai Dongpeng, you're punking me. Chapter 66. Why don't you hurry up and thank your brother-in-law? Outside the filming base on the street, the 3 black vans were parked silently, motionless, as if they were 3 black rocks. Inside the van, a carload of bakers, dozen SWAT officers waited for their chance. Sun Jia, holding binoculars, was looking out through the one-way glass on the van with a serious look. A young male police officer, Wang Shang, who had just joined the force, couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire. Sister Xiao Jia, we haven't received any alarm information. Why are we squatting here? Sun Jia said very calmly. Because brother-in-law isn't here. Brother-in-law? Wang Shang was even more puzzled. You're talking about Sister Yan's husband, aren't you? Is there any case on him? Sun Jia said in a serious manner, based on past experience, there won't be a case on my brother-in-law, but there will be many cases on my brother-in-law's side. Sun Jia reached out and patted Wang Shang's shoulder as he spoke. You know why I'm leading today? Wang Shang shook his head. Because everyone else has gone to the provincial office to receive their awards, and the provincial office is even going to set up a special criminal investigation branch specifically in our Zhanghai city, specializing in solving big, important, and fatal cases. So why do you think the provincial office is doing this? Wang Shang still shook his head. Sun Jia sighed. This new guy didn't seem too bright. Because of my brother-in-law, of course. Have you heard of the Sentinels of the Dawn? You should have heard of the Sin Nemesis, right? Wang Shang now looked back. Sister Xiao Jia, the Sentinel and Nemesis you're talking about. Could it be my brother-in-law? Isn't this too superstitious? Is it good for us to be in this line of work? Superstition. Sun Jia let out a cold cry and corrected. It's not called superstition. It's called metaphysics. Have you ever heard of a victim dreaming to the police to get help in catching a murderer? In fact, before I met my brother-in-law, I also thought these things were mysterious and illusory. But after meeting my brother-in-law, my thoughts changed completely. Brother-in-law is not only handsome, but also radiates golden light all over his body. Every time he looks at me, I feel that there are several big words shining in his eyes: special merit, first-class merit, second-class merit.
嘻嘻嘻，前途无量，前途无量啊。
Seeing Sun Jia laughing like a demented man, Wang Shang on the side was a bit scared. He had just been transferred over not long ago, so he was not yet aware of Qin Yang's glorious deeds. Thus he was even more unable to understand why Sun Jia would describe Qin Yang in such a way. People are handsome, he can understand. Sparkling is outrageous. It was also at this moment that a female police officer in charge of watching the surveillance spoke up. Sister Xiao Jia, brother-in-law, left the set. Wang Shang also hurriedly picked up a telescope for observation, but there were too many crew members coming and going outside the set for him to figure out which one was Qin Yang. Sun Jia casually pointed. Don't look for it. The one standing on the side of the road smoking is brother-in-law. What kind of eyes are you, blind? Wang Shang froze. Is outrageous. Qin Yang's back was to them at the moment, which meant that Sun Jia couldn't see Qin Yang's face at all. So how did she recognize the man smoking on the street as Qin Yang? Sun Jia took out his walkie-talkie and gave direct orders. Attention all teams. The Dawn Sentinel has appeared. Everyone brace yourself and wait for my order to be ready to strike at a moment's notice. Aye, Captain. Shang Wang. Down the street by the big truck. Qin Yang had combed his hair into a greasy head and was wearing a Republican-era pair of white waistcoats, with a box gun slung across his body. In order to not let Tang Xini recognize him, Qin Yang let the makeup artist specially blacken his skin. But even so, Qin Yang, his heart still did not have a bottom. Tang Xini, the flower of the acting department of the media college, is just one street away from the university that Qin Yang attended at the beginning. I don't know who came up with the college town. It's a ing genius. The moment he thought of the 3 words Tang Sini, Qin Yang felt some pain in his waist. It's not true that the is a department flower, but there's something very wrong with the man. If I had to describe it, it would be that her whole person has an introspective and subtle effervescence of grandeur. Seems like a contradiction, doesn't it? But it's not really a contradiction at all. In front of the public, she is the dignified, quiet, pretty and lovely Tang Sini. No matter who she spoke to, she was gentle, and no matter who offended her, she laughed it off and never took it personally. But it was such a good girl. Every time she was alone with Qin Yang in private, she was like a completely different person, always thinking about Qin Yang's waist. Qin Yang had already lost count of how many times he had been punked by Tang Sini. There was even a time when Tang Sini said that she had learned Thai massage and had to show Qin Yang a foot, but the result was that her foot almost directly stepped on Qin Yang into the intensive care unit. Later she realized that regular Thai massage ceilings have handrails to lend a hand, and the upper back is not a direct jump up, but slowly step on it. But no matter what, this back stepping had left a deep impression on Qin Yang. So much so that even now when he thought of Tang Sini's own waist, he still had phantom pains. What should we do now? The makeup is done. The styling is done. We can't really just walk away, can we? Qin Yang was no longer a fledgling college student and knew that life was, for the most part, unsatisfactory. Extras are notoriously hard to find on a part-time basis in the first place, not to mention the fact that the cast has to be a big production. This may be the only chance he has to be able to complete his mission. How about giving up the mission? I've done so many quests before anyway, it doesn't matter if I give up once, right? Qin Yang's mind had just risen with this thought when a sudden burst of heart-breaking pain went down his backbone and straight to the back of his head. Qin Yang cried out, his whole body stiffened his back, and held on to the big truck next to him with one hand. System, Naya, it's gone too far. Qin Yang felt that his waist was about to be ruined. At this point he was having trouble even keeping standing, and even wanted to get down on the floor on the spot to relax. The system didn't say anything, it just kept on giving punishments, letting Qin Yang experience what kind of consequences he would get for abandoning the mission. Convinced, brother, system brother, I'm convinced. Hurry up and collect the avatar. Can't I just finish the mission? As soon as Qin Yang spoke, the back pain instantly disappeared. Qin Yang hurriedly moved his waist while letting out a sigh of relief. It is true that one can only value health after experiencing pain from illness. It was also at this moment that the door of a black van opened and 7 SWAT team members rushed down from the vehicle under the leadership of Sun Jia. Sun Jia shielded Qin Yang behind her as the other SWAT officers pulled open the van door and dragged the van driver and a woman from the vehicle. SWAT, don't move. The truck driver looked confused, while the woman hurriedly covered her face and crouched on the ground expertly. The Qin Yang people were dumbfounded. Jia, what are you doing? Sun Jia didn't answer first. Wang Shang said with great surprise after checking the woman's cell phone. Sister Jia, she's really a lost girl, you're too good. Sun Jia smiled slightly. It's not that I'm great. It's that my brother-in-law is great. Why don't you hurry up and thank him?
Qin Yang.
Chapter 67. How I can't control this hand. Previously, Wang Shang still didn't feel much for Qin Yang, thinking that he was just an ordinary person. But at this moment, when Wang Shang looked at Qin Yang again, he didn't know why, but it seemed like he really felt that Qin Yang was glowing, and there was even a Buddha ring behind his head. Wang Shang couldn't help but want to worship with his hands together, but was hurriedly stopped by Sun Jia. Are you stupid? Where's brother-in-law live? You don't want your job? Wang Shang gave an oh-so-sweet response. It's okay for you to believe in these metaphysics in private, but if you engage in them when you're on a mission, what's the difference between that and cutting off your own future? All right, Wang Shang. Take them back to the station first. Wang Shang froze for a moment. What about you, Sister Jia? Sun Jia pretended to be flat and said, You don't have to care about me. Today's weather is good. I'll bask in the sun a little longer. Shang Wang. Well. You're out in the sun with 3 cars of SWAT, aren't you? It's not like Sun Jia is stupid. There's nothing to take credit for in a small case like a truck driver. However, she firmly believed that as long as she followed Qin Yang around, she would definitely be able to come across a big case. Wang Shang waved his hand and 2 police officers came up to take over, taking the driver and the woman to the police car. The driver confessed as he walked away. Officer, it's my first time. It's really my first time. You guys don't have to send out the SWAT team to arrest me. Is this a big deal that I'm committing? Will I be shot? Will the punishment be reduced if I report others? Please, officer. It's really my first time. I don't want to die yet. It wasn't until the two were escorted to the police van and sent away that Sun Jia gestured and the other SWAT officers continued back to the black van to stand by. Sun Jia was just about to leave when he was stopped by Qin Yang. At a glance at Qin Yang's gloomy face, Sun Jia was immediately embarrassed. Brother-in-law, is there anything else you want? Qin Yang asked in a cold voice. I should be the one to ask you this. Why are you following me for nothing? Sun Jia replied with a straight face. Who followed you? I happened to be leading a patrol in this neighborhood, and just happened to notice that this truck driver had a problem. Why? That's reasonable, isn't it? Qin Yang took out his cell phone and opened his live account, laughing coldly. Really? Then can you explain to me who this fan-branded 15th level Jia Shintan is? Sun Jia. Qin Yang continued. You've been in my live room for as long as I've been on the air. Watching my live broadcast is not even a problem. You still brush gifts? Brushing gifts is even if it's not enough, you've also become my top 3 big brother. It's okay to become my top 3 big brother. Why is it that you're also the group leader of my backup fan group? I told you why you guys came so fast at the last class reunion. So it's you who ran into my live room as an undercover? Qin Yang sneered and opened the anchor permissions. Now as long as he pressed his finger, Sun Jia would enter his live broadcast blacklist. By then what fan cards and fan group owner permissions, all must disappear. Sun Jia wanted to cry. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I swear I only betrayed you once. You give me another chance. Qin Yang. Wrong? You're just scared. Tell me why you're here with people now. And tell the truth. Netflix is happy. Instead of the Big Dipper, you're interrogating the police. Sun Jia said aggrievedly. I really came here to patrol, by the way, to safeguard your brother-in-law's safety, and see if I can pick up the pieces. What a pickup. You really think I'm a police dog, don't you? Qin Yang felt so angry that his brain hurt. That truck driver earlier. How did you guys know there was a problem? Sun Jia muttered. At first we didn't know there was something wrong with the driver of the van, but didn't you hold the door? And I felt something was wrong then. Then I saw a battery car parked next to the van. So that's why I decided to bring someone over to take a look. Qin Yang was stunned by Sun Jia's words. What's wrong with having a battery car next to the van? What's the problem? Sun Jia smiled and didn't say anything. Brother-in-law, these things you do not know even if there is no need to go deeper, can only say no all understand. Qin Yang was still about to pursue the question when the field agent stood at the door with the script and yelled up at him. Who's that? It's almost time for your scene. Why are you running around? Hurry up and come in, you don't want to do it, do you? Qin Yang hurriedly agreed with a smile. Coming. Big brother, wait a moment, I'll be right over. Qin Yang gave Sun Jia a warning look before he left, telling her to stop being a demon. Sun Jia immediately pointed to the sky to show his loyalty. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I will definitely not betray you again. Inside the studio, Qin Yang followed the field manager inside, only to realize that the studio set had already been set up. It's a noodle shop from the Republican era, and Qin Yang plays a warlord dude who's going to go on a killing spree at this noodle shop later. Just as everyone was familiarizing themselves with the alignment and lines, there was a sudden commotion on the shooting set. All the staff stood up and smiled and greeted the visitor. Good afternoon, Sister Cindy. Go for it, Sister Cindy. Qin Yang turned his head to look and shivered in fear. Mud. It's really her. Only to see that Tang Cindy had already changed into a woman's blue and white spotted jacket from an ordinary family in the Republican period. But even with such conservative clothes, there was still no way to cover Tang Cindy's dimpled figure. But instead, it was even more seductive. The director first spoke to Tang Cindy about the requirements of the scene, then asked Tang Cindy to take her place, indicating that she could start shooting at any time. Qin Yang sidestepped and lowered his head just as he passed by Tang Cindy, who suddenly opened her mouth. Qin Yang, is that you? Qin Yang waved his hands while biting his tongue and said vaguely, it's not me, you've got the wrong person. Tang Cindy let out a light laugh. Yeah? So is your back better and does it still hurt now? Qin Yang was still ready to continue walking forward, pretending not to hear it. Who knew that the next second, his wrist was grabbed by Tang Cindy. The bright-eyed and white-toothed Tang Cindy was like a neighboring girl, looking at him somewhat shyly. You've gotten darker, thinner, but more handsome than ever. Qin Yang's heart thumped. It was over. One spider sense had unexpectedly failed completely when facing Tang Cindy. This woman really is her own nemesis. The most important thing was that the moment Tang Xinyi grabbed his wrist, it was as if Qin Yang could feel a killing intent that traveled through time and space. Cold? Too cold. This killing intent was all too familiar. Meanwhile, in the black van, Sun Jia stared at the live broadcast screen with wide eyes, her face full of incredulity. Is your brother-in-law so brave? Sun Jia subconsciously pulled out her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Yen by instinct. Sister Yen, look at the live broadcast. Brother-in-law has been taken by an actress. It was only when the message was sent that Sun Jia realized something was wrong. Bad. Didn't he say he wouldn't betray his brother-in-law? It's over. My own fan card is gone. Sun Jia looked remorseful. Why can't I control this hand? Chapter 68. Who taught you to change the script like that? Inside the studio, the crowd was a bit confused when they saw that Tang Xinyi was actually exchanging pleasantries with a dragonet. It was important to know that Tang Xinyi was a famously innocent little princess in the entertainment industry. Do not shoot kissing scenes and bed scenes, and the emotional scenes with male actors only stay in the plot dialogue and demeanor exchanges. There will not be any hand-holding, embracing, ambiguous physical action at all. There are rumors that Tang Xinyi was brought to the entertainment industry by a capitalist bigwig to experience life. Otherwise, a different actress would have been unable to get along. It is said that the entertainment industry is a big dye bowl, and many actresses become famous by taking off. But if it were really that easy for everyone to become famous in one take, believe me, there would still be a large number of women who would choose a career as an actress. After all, this is a time to laugh at the poor. Yet it was such a Tang Xinyi who had never had any scandals, never had any black rumors, and was never close to male actors, who took the initiative to grab the hand of a male drag queen at this moment. The director, Fang Hai, went forward and inquired, Xunyi, what's wrong? Did he steal from you?
Kim Yang.
Nima, look at me with your eyes wide open. I'm the victim here. Only after being interrupted by Fang Hai did Tang Xinyi come back to her senses. She laughed and shook her head. No, it's just that he looks a lot like an acquaintance of mine. Mistakenly recognized. Sorry, director. Just shoot normally. Tang Xinyi actually said sorry to herself? Fang Hai was flattered and quickly waved his hand. Xinyi, you're out of line. Since there's no problem, then we'll shoot normally. Everyone in position, 15 scenes and a mirror for the first time. Start shooting. After the director shouted to start shooting, Tang Xinyi instantly got into the mood. She went from being an unearthly star to the sister of the pavilion owner in the backstory in an instant. Qin Yang walked into the noodle shop with a big grin and a wicked disguise. Boss, a bowl of beef noodles. Upon hearing the sound, the owner, Tai Nyo, came out from the back kitchen with a big smile on his face. You're here for the first time, aren't you? Guest? It looks strange. Qin Yang smiled without saying anything. Tai Nyo continued, you're not coming from Stone City, are you? Oops. Then you're really lucky. Stone City is now occupied by that dog warlord Chao Xiang, and many people haven't escaped. I could tell that Tai Nyo was also an old dragon set, whether it was the lines or the action of pouring tea for Qin Yang, it was all done very naturally. Surprisingly, Qin Yang's acting skills were quite good. It's moderate and doesn't feel out of place in the slightest. But just as Tai Nyo called his cousin Tang Xinyi out, things suddenly went wrong. According to the characterization, Tang Xinyi was one of the refugees who had escaped from Stone City, and she had seen Qin Yang kill people with her own eyes, so she should be very afraid of him. But at this moment, after Tang Xinyi appeared, her face always had a smile that she couldn't hide, and the way she looked at Qin Yang was even more wrong. Zhang He, the assistant director next to the monitor, couldn't help but speak. Director Fang, how do I feel that this is not like a look of fear, but more like a look of adoration and love? The field manager nodded along. I think I smell the sour stench of love. Fang Hai held back and didn't say anything. After all, Tang Xinyi curry here, he had to give enough respect. But the next scene that happened made it too much for him to bear. Only to see that Tang Xinyi not only looked at Qin Yang with adoration in her eyes, but even took the initiative to sit beside him, interacting with Qin Yang in a delicate voice. Guest, are you from Stone City? I also escaped from the Stone City with 9 deaths. Until now I am still afraid. A heart fluttering wildly. Do not believe you touch. Seeing Tang Xinyi pulling her hand and putting it on her chest, the sweaty hairs on Qin Yang's body instantly stood up, his scalp tingling. Qin Yang's entire body catapulted up as if he was electrocuted, immediately drawing out his own hand and keeping a distance of 3 meters from Tang Xinyi. Everyone is stupid. Iron Bull was even more confused. Director, is this right? When did you guys change the script? Enemies become lovers. Fear becomes adoration. Who the hell changed the script? The writers are drunk, aren't they? Ka! Fong Hai really couldn't help himself and rubbed his hands together as he walked over to Tang Sinny with a fawning face. Sinny, did you not read that script very well? The plot of this scene was not shot like this. Tang Sinny said very calmly, I've read the script, but I don't think it's written well enough. I want to change the script. Fong Hai's forehead began to sweat. Sinny, we are a big investment, big production, this temporary script change. Tang Sinny glanced at him. This movie is invested by my father. If you find it difficult, Director Fong, I can also change the director. Fong Hai, if you're going to say that, big sister, then I'll just have to give in. Fong Hai suppressed the displeasure in his heart and continued to smile. Then how do you want to change it? XNE? Tang Sinny said lightly, I think Chao Ying's part is too small. It's a very charismatic character and should be changed to a male lead. Huh? Fong Hai was dumbfounded. What about the original male lead? Just delete it. Find any reason to get him offline. The staff all looked at the male lead Su Hua, who was waiting for the stage, in unison. A man's heart, quietly broken open. Tang Sinny continued, since Chao Ying is now the male lead, that persona has to be changed. Although his father is a dog warlord, he himself is not. Change it to him always enduring humiliation and opposing his father's ways. The heroine, that's me, also escaped from Stone City with the help of Chao Ying. Then the dog warlord's father discovered the leaky heroine and sent people after her. Chao Ying tried to protect the heroine, and the two of them went through life and death together, through trials and tribulations. During the escape process, it's best to arrange a scene where I'm bitten by a poisonous snake and need to suck out the poison. Just bite it right here in the neck, and then the cameraman will give close-ups and shoot aesthetically.
Yin Yang.
Fong Hai. The netizens in the live stream just couldn't help but spit it out. Not sis, is that right? That's what set my chin up. Adaptation is not nonsense. And drama is not nonsense.
原定男主角，好好好，这么玩是吧？死，都得给我死。
Qin Yang. It's bad. It's coming at me. I finally know how those ambiguous bridges in dramas are conceived. It's brainless but really cool. A poisonous snake bite on your neck and you're still alive? Sister, what kind of all-poisonous physique are you? Love has no restraints. The toxin goes straight up the highway. You care where the viper bites. Wherever Sister Tang wants Brother Qin to kiss, the viper bites. What's the problem? Tang Sinny rattled on for 10 minutes, changing the entire script. And looking at this stance of Tang Sinny, she seemed to be serious. Qin Yang also realized that he was afraid that he would not be able to escape today. Just as he wanted to take the opportunity to bolt, Lu Yen walked into the studio with her best friend Su Mei. The two men had a bunch of medals hanging from their chests, gleaming and shining. The Qin Yang people were dumbfounded. Maru Spice, Barbie Button La. Chapter 69. The Art of Transferring Flowers to Wood. The sixth sense is a woman's innate gift. Although Tang Sinny's back was to the entrance of the studio, the moment Lu Yen entered the studio, she immediately sensed it. Tang Sinny turned around and happened to meet Lu Yen on all fours. The two invisible energy waves collided in the air, stirring up layers of ripples with an appalling aura. The atmosphere of the scene instantly dropped to freezing point. Everyone dared not utter a single breath. Even their asses were clenched. I don't know how long it was before the groundskeeper boldly inquired in a low voice, "Who are you looking for?" "Two officers." Lu Yen glanced at Qin Yang. "Come here." Qin Yang, who had received the instruction, did not hesitate in the slightest as he took a step and prepared to go that way. Not allowed to go. Tang Sinny grabbed Qin Yang's hand. Qin Yang's eyes were terrified beyond measure. "No, big sister, are you serious? It'll kill you." Sure enough, Lu Yan's eyes instantly sharpened. The staff present all subconsciously took a step back. What a pure, murderous aura. It's so damn close to solidifying into substance. Lu Yen looked at Tang Sinny and said coldly, "Loosen your chicken claws or I'll blow your head off." Tang Sinny disliked back unwillingly. "Lu Yen, I know your Lu family is powerful, but my family isn't bad either. You can't suppress me. If I hadn't gone abroad for further study in the first place, it would have been me who married Yang, not you. Right now we are shooting a movie. Even if you are a police officer, you have no right to interfere with our normal working order. Please get out." Netizens called it outrageous. Is this sissy so brave that she dares to go head-to-head with the Willow God? Didn't you hear this sister say, Lucian's family is powerful, her family isn't bad either? She's probably a little rich again. An actress who can clean up her act in the entertainment industry. Can her family background be bad? And from what Tang Xini said, she and Qin Dog still have a story. It turns out that Lu Xin has so many love rivals. It's too unbelievable. It's too outrageous. What on earth attracts them to Qin Dog? I can't understand it. Qin Dog, please. Open a class, I want to learn. I'll smash pots and pans and I want to learn. Teach me, master. Unlike Wang Chuchu, Tang Xini that was really bottomless. Wang Chuchu is at best a white moonlight in Qin Yang's heart, and still a low-matched version of a white moonlight. After all, at that time in high school, Qin Yang was more grateful to Wang Chuchu, and the love of men and women was almost non-existent. But not so with Tang Xini. In the 4 years of college, Tang Xini launched wave after wave of fierce attacks on Qin Yang. Although they didn't take Qin Yang down in the end, the relationship between the two of them was indeed above friendship and before lovers, much more advanced than Wang Chuchu. Not to mention that Tang Xini's family background was no worse than Lu Yan's. She was fully capable of and had the capital to go head-to-head with Lu Yan. Tang Xini was like a proud white swan, raising her chin defiantly. But soon she realized something was wrong. Qin Yang had unexpectedly appeared by Lu Yan's side at an unknown time. "Wife, why are you here? The sun is so big outside. Why don't you take an umbrella? You've worked hard to receive the award. Are your legs sore? I'll give you a pinch." Qin Yang directly massaged Lu Yan, and it was self-evident who won and who lost. Tang Xini looked down, only then realizing that she was actually clutching a thermos cup in her hand. Damn, when did Qin Yang move the flowers? The killing intent in Lu Yan's eyes faded, replaced by disdain and contempt. She didn't even bother to give Tang Xini a second glance as she turned around and left the studio. Qin Yang didn't dare to be slow, and hurriedly chased after him, taking off his own jacket as a parasol to shield Lu Yan from the sun. Tang Xini was so angry that she smashed her thermos cup hard on the ground. "Don't be cocky, Lu Yan. I'll get Yang back to me sooner or later." Hearing Tang Xini say this, the agent's white eyes rolled up and the entire person fainted. It's over. Tang Xini's innocent jade girl persona has collapsed. Down the street, inside the van, Lu Yan was sitting on the seat, and Qin Yang and Sun Jia were like two school children who had made a mistake, standing side by side in the doorway with their heads lowered to be reprimanded. Lu Yan unscrewed the mineral water bottle and took a sip, lightly glancing at Qin Yang. "Say, what are you doing here?" Qin Yang hurriedly explained. "Wife, as you know, I've always had a dream. Get to the point." Qin Yang's head shrunk, and he snapped, "Being an extra. Shooting a movie. 150 a day." Lu Yan rubbed her temples with her hands, having a headache. "Then how did you meet Tang Xini? Made a lot of connections, right?" Qin Yang immediately swore to heaven. "Honest to God, wife. I was asking that Lai Dongpeng kid to just find me a dragon set to run with. He's the one who punked me. I didn't know I was acting with Tang Xini. Wife, you know me. Since I married you, I have always regarded other women as flood beasts. I can't even wait to avoid them. How could I take the initiative to come up to them?" Su Mei nodded her head on the sidelines. "I can testify to that. The kid blackballed me too." Lu Yan gave Su Mei a blank look and didn't bother talking to her. "There's no saving this one. Qin Yang, let me ask you, do you really like doing part-time jobs that much? Me, my mom, and my dad each give you 50,000 yuan of pocket money every month, so it's reasonable to say that you shouldn't be short of money, right? So why do you have to go out and do part-time jobs? We didn't say anything about you opening a live stream to make money. Can't you just play games at home?" Qin Yang's eyes suddenly deepened. "Honey, what do you think the point of living is anyway?" Lu Yan. Qin Yang's question immediately made Lu Yan tense up. "This is bad. I don't think I'm talking too much." Lu Yan was about to explain that she didn't mean it that way when Qin Yang then asked, "Or let me ask you a rhetorical question. Wife, why do you think you have to be a criminal cop when your family is so rich?" Willow Face was silent again. "Yeah, what's the point of living, anyway? People have to find something to do with their lives. Some people rely on playing games to pass the time as entertainment and relaxation. Others just like to work, they like to work part-time, they just can't be bothered. If one loves someone, shouldn't one respect their choices?" Lu Yan was silent for a moment before opening her mouth and inquiring, "You really didn't go through all this just to prove it to others?" Qin Yang smiled and shook his head. "Of course not. He did it purely because the system had assigned him a task and it would hurt his back if he didn't do it." Lu Yan then asked, "Then why weren't you happy when my parents tried to introduce those friends to you before?" Qin Yang explained, The circles are different, and I don't want a hard blend. Those friends of your family are all in big business, open mouth Wall Street. Shut up, Manhattan. What can I talk to them about? I can't talk about the neighborhood food market where the price of beef was lowered yesterday, right? Honey, I know your family has been good to me, but I just want to live our own happy little life. Don't you think so? Being coaxed by Qin Yang like this, Lu Yan's gloom turned to sunshine, and the smile at the corner of her mouth could barely be suppressed. Just when everyone thought the atmosphere had finally eased up a bit, Lu Yan boarded up her face again and looked at Sun Jia, who was standing on the sidelines. And you, what are you doing here again? The smile on Sun Jia's face froze. It's bad. It's coming at me. Chapter 70. Qin Yang in his own color. Facing Lu Yan's questioning, Sun Jia instantly tensed up. I'm patrolling this neighborhood. Lu Yan looked at her coldly. Patrolling this neighborhood with 3 cars of SWAT? Don't they have to report for duty and don't usually have to train, do they? Sun Jia lowered her head in aggravation. She couldn't say that she had purposely brought so many people out for the sake of squatting her brother-in-law. Well, at this moment, Luo Jun's voice came from not far away. Lu Yan, don't get so angry. I authorized this operation by Sun Jia. As soon as they saw Luo Jun appear, Lu Yan and Su Mei immediately got down from the car and stood upright to salute him. Luo Jun smiled and waved his hand. Don't be so serious. It's not work time. Be natural. Recently, they have made too many meritorious achievements, so the higher-ups have decided to give them a day's vacation today, so that they can have a good rest. It's just that Luo Jun didn't expect to run into Lu Yan here either. Lu Yan opened her mouth and inquired, Leader, what are you here for? Luo Jun smiled and said, Oh, it's not easy for me to take a day off. It just so happens that my goddaughter is also filming here. So old Wang and I came along to visit. The moment Luo Jun said this, everyone's expressions became odd. Sun Jia asked in a whisper, Leader, your goddaughter wouldn't be Tang Xini, right? Luo Jun was a bit surprised. Yeah, you know her too? But she is indeed very popular with the young people, and has recently made several movies that have done well at the box office. In the past, she used to shoot movies in big cities like Magic City and Imperial City, and we couldn't get together more than a few times a year. This time, since she's coming to our Jianghai city, of course I, as the godfather, have to go and visit her. Do you guys want to come with me so I can get you an autograph? Sun Jia rejected Luo Jun's invitation to death by waving his hand repeatedly. Are you kidding me, leader? Just now Sister Lu Yan almost broke your goddaughter's chicken claw, and now you help us to get an autograph to come to what, hang on the hearth for posterity? Luo Jun was a veteran criminal police officer, and with a glance, he could tell that Sun Jia and the girls had an odd expression. Why, is something wrong? Lu Yan said with a frank face. It's nothing big. It's just that Tang Xini wants to steal my husband. Luo Jun let out an "oh." Then his pupils shook tremendously. Sayuri, you can't say that. Xine shouldn't be like that. Lu Yan didn't talk nonsense and directly took out her cell phone. I have the video to prove it. Please watch the VCR. I only saw that this video played by Lu Yan was the very same sentence that Tang Xine had finally declared war on her. Don't be complacent, Lu Yan, sooner or later. I'll make Yang come back to me. Luo Jun. Sweated out old Den. You don't want this video to be used against you in a court of law, do you? Luo Jun took out a towel and wiped the sweat on his forehead. His hands were already shivering. This young man, he's really not afraid to die. You're a filmmaker and a guy who's been in the line of life and death fighting thugs for years. Can you compare that? To know that their institute Lu Yan is known to be able to hands-on never nonsense. These years killed criminals Q can circle around the police station. What are you going to do to steal her husband? Your chicken feet? Luo Jun barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Xiao Lu I think there must be some misunderstanding. Young people, sometimes they just don't think straight. You have to be more generous and sympathetic. Willow Face nodded very calmly. Don't worry, leader. I didn't take this matter to heart. Qin Yang is my husband. I have confidence in him. If he really dares to betray me, I'll shoot him first and then turn myself in. Luo Jun.
Qin Yang.
No sis, why does that give off such a weird vibe? There's a feeling of being both confident and not confident at the same time. Are you confident in Qin Yang's character? Or are you confident in your marksmanship? Lu Yan looked at Qin Yang. Qin Yang clamped his legs together and shouted with a straight posture and vigor. Loyalty. Sincerity. Sparing the knowledgeable Luo Jun, he didn't know what to say at this moment. This husband and wife relationship is too complicated. No wonder the old saying goes that it is difficult for a clear official to settle a family matter. It is difficult, it is too difficult. Since we can't solve the problem, let's bolt. Luo Jun pointed to the studio in front and said, since you have other things to do, we'll leave you to it and we'll pass on. As soon as Luo Jun's words fell, Lu Yen continued, leader, we'll go with you. Luo Jun panicked. Huh? For what? Lu Yen said in a serious manner, it's true that I was too impulsive before and didn't respect my husband's idea. Qin Yang, since you want to be an extra, go ahead, I'll support you. I won't blame you if you want to do something else on the side in the future. But remember, if you dare to do me wrong. Before Lu Yen could finish her sentence, Qin Yang immediately stopped her. Wife, don't say such horrible things in broad daylight. Just point it out. I have a measure. Don't worry. Even if it's a movie, I'll still keep my body for you. And I'll never let another woman get me. After receiving Qin Yang's assurance, Lu Yen then nodded her head contentedly and extended her hand towards him. Bring it. What? Qin Yang was a bit confused. Cigarettes. Jia said she saw you smoking on the street earlier.
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang loosened the waistband of his pants and pulled out 3 crumpled cigarettes from the inner pocket of his pants and handed them to Lu Yen. Seeing Lu Yen crush the 3 cigarettes and throw them directly into the trash can, Qin Yang's heart was dripping blood. Qin Yang looked at Sun Jia with angry eyes. You traitor. Sun Jia covered her face, not daring to meet Qin Yang's eyes. Xiaoyan's sister is also really, which someone solved the case after the informant to give up, too unprofessional. Only after confirming that there were no contraband on Qin Yang's body did the group return to the studio under Luo Jun's leadership. Seeing Lu Yan's kingly return, a group of staff members were so scared that their legs went weak. What's with the bogey woman coming back? Tang Xinyi was about to passionately open the mic, but then she saw Luo Jun standing next to Lu Yen and immediately became honest. Luo Jun pulled Tang Xinyi aside with a serious expression and said something, and so Tang Xinyi came back again and did not make a demon, signaling the director Fang Hai in accordance with the previous script normal shooting on the line. Fang Hai cautiously inquired, then, is the role of Chao Ying still for him to play? Tang Xinyi glanced at Qin Yang distractedly. Just him, he's got his makeup on anyway. Just act normally. Fang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't know what had happened, he felt as if his power as a director had returned. Fang Hai looked at Qin Yang and said politely, Mr. Qin, in fact, your acting just now was already very good, but I think you can still dig a little deeper into the heart of the character you're portraying and act a little more evil and bossy. I wonder if you can do that? More bossy? Qin Yang suddenly realized. Oh, Benjamin, huh? No problem. Come on. Chapter 71. He's a pervert who doesn't look like he's acting. Qin Yang entered the state in a second, and although he still wore a smile, his eyes were cold. Fang Hai froze for a moment when he took a look at Qin Yang's appearance. This look. Seems like I've seen it somewhere. Fang Hai subconsciously turned his head to look at Lu Yen and fell silent. Nima. Such a colorful act. Isn't it? I thought you were playing yourself, but it turns out you're playing your wife. Netflix also looked happy. You don't say, you really don't say, it's half as divine as my willow god. Fang Hai. I asked you to play the villain, not your wife. Fang Hai. I've panicked when you look half like her. At this moment, only people who are really afraid of their wives understand how good Qin Dog's acting is. So talented at acting. I'm scared to pee through the screen. Dude upstairs, please watch your language. Is that being afraid of your wife? That's loving your wife. In Chuanyu, there are no men who are afraid of their wives. Only men who respect their wives. Do you know what respect is? Laughing to death. Do not want to act. Suggest strict investigation. Anyway, I have to cover my face when my wife raises her hand at home, forming a conditioned reflex already. Let me put it this way, if I get in the ring, Tyson won't even be able to break my defense. No matter who Qin Yang was imitating, the look was indeed enough anyway. Fang Hai readjusted the actor's standing position and started shooting again. But no one expected that just as soon as the movie started, Qin Yang went over the top. Do I look like, well, an abuser? You need a reason to kill someone? I've been killing since I was 8 years old. Hehehe. I bet he puts a lot of scallions in his noodles. I don't eat beef. Bang. With a gunshot, Iron Bull fell in response. It was only at this point that everyone then came back to their senses from Qin Yang's superb acting skills. Cow. It's awesome. How does this kid play the villain so vividly? Fang Hai led the standing ovation. Tang Xinyi's eyes also shone brightly as she looked at Qin Yang. Sure enough, Qin Yang was still the same all-around senior from his college days. The live feed swipes up a screen full of beef noodles. Absolute. It's a pity that Qin Dog doesn't become an actor. Too bad indeed. Iron Bull. I've thought of a new way to die. Is this top-notch acting? You guys only saw Qin Dog's acting skills, but I saw his unknown hardships. Think about it. What kind of hard life he had to lead to act so eloquently. I don't eat beef equals why don't you feed me the first bite of your food? So it is, master, I have realized. The kernel of top comedy is tragedy, and the kernel of top acting talent is the truest life experience. Luo Jun and Wang Ming were also impressed by Qin Yang's acting skills. Xiao Lu. I didn't think that your husband is so talented in acting. It's a pity. He should be able to be a good undercover agent if he becomes a police officer. Wang Ming also nodded his head repeatedly. I haven't seen such a pure villain in many years either, and he has indeed performed the essence of a psychopathic murderer. Qin Yang's performance reminds me of the Nanhai University body-splitting case 10 years ago, where the murderer's psyche was extremely twisted, and he deliberately provoked the street surveillance after killing and splitting the body. It's just a pity that the Skynet system wasn't perfect enough back then, allowing this psychopathic murderer to abscond for 10 years, and now he doesn't know where he is. Sun Jia inquired curiously from the sidelines. It's already been captured by the CCTV, can't we still confirm the identity of that person? As long as the identity is confirmed, isn't it a good idea to arrest him? Wang Ming shook his head. The CCTV at that time was very old, and it was a rainy night, so the face was not fully photographed, and the identity of the culprit could not be confirmed. After much investigation, we can only deduce that a Nanhai University counselor at the time is a major suspect. It's just that the counselor disappeared, and we've been searching so hard for so many years that we've never been able to find any traces of his life, and we don't know if he left the country or met with some other kind of accident. That's the way it is in criminal investigation cases. Everyone is only a suspect until there is hard evidence. The sudden disappearance of that counselor is suspicious, but you can't infer that he's the killer. What if he's a victim too? The Nanhai University split case also caused a big stir at the time. Also because of the delay in solving the case at that time, Wang Ming, a group of them on the task force were disciplined, which also became his heart knot. Luo Jun nodded with a grave expression. Yes, I had knowledge of this case at the time. I remember all the features of that counselor very well. Left-handed, a slight limp on his leg, and a small birthmark on the left side of his face at the jaw. If we could have found that counselor back then, maybe the case would have been solved. Just as the two of them were lamenting, Sun Jia suddenly spoke up. Leader, do you see that staff member looks like the counselor you said? The crowd followed the direction of Sun Jia's finger. He saw that a prop master was going up to help rearranging the shooting set, and as he passed by Qin Yang, the prop master couldn't help but open his mouth to express his appreciation. Not a bad idea, young man. Let's exchange ideas sometime. Qin Yang was confused. What? The prop master said calmly as he packed up his props. Don't pretend. I know peers who, if they're sick enough, will become profoundly unaware instead. You're much more perverted than I am, and yet you came here to be an extra. Who would have thought your perversion wasn't an act, right? Qin Yang was flabbergasted by the prop master's words. What does it mean, buddy? Are you speaking Chinese? How come I don't understand a word of it? What is this, an acting extracurricular? So what am I supposed to do now, take the movie? Without waiting for Qin Yang to react, the prop master patted his shoulder and gave it a smooth squeeze. Nice muscle building qualifies you to talk to me. Meet me in the prop room and I'll show you a good one. The prop master didn't linger too long after saying this, limping back to the prop room with his stuff in his arms. The prop master had just left when Willowface called. Honey, that man was dangerous just now. What did he say to you? Qin Yang repeated what the prop master had just said to him. Lu Yen was silent for a moment and then said, Go wait at the door of the props room first. Don't go in. We'll be right there. Qin Yang hung up the phone and scanned the room. Only then did he realize that Luo Jun and the others had left at some point. So uncharitable? Qin Yang walked stiffly towards the props room, and just as he reached the door, he saw Lu Yen and Su Mei with two teams of special police officers on the left and right respectively leaning over from the side. Lu Yen made a gesture, signaling Qin Yang to knock on the door. Master, I'm coming, open the door. No one inside responded. Lu Yen signaled Qin Yang to step back as she kicked the door open, and the shield-wielding SWAT officers led the crowd in a fishbowl. It was also at that moment that Sun Jia's voice came over the intercom. Sister Yen, we caught that man at the back door. Chapter 72. I'm really just saying it. Bring him in. Out of the intuition of a criminal police officer, Lu Yen felt that there was something wrong with this prop room. In less than 5 minutes, the handcuffed prop master was escorted in by 2 SWAT officers. The moment the prop master saw Qin Yang, his emotions flared. Why did you betray me? What good is it to you to betray me? Officer, I'm reporting. He's a murderer, he's a psychopathic murderer like me. We're one of a kind. Sunja slapped the prop master on the head. Shut up, that's my brother-in-law, family member of a good police officer, the Dawn Sentinel of our province, the nemesis of sin, who's in the same category as you. Stinking shameless. The prop master was confused by Qin Yang's string of titles. Playing around? Even if the families of the police officers, what the hell is a Dawn Sentinel and a sin nemesis, and what the hell is a game achievement title that can be taken out of a book and presented in a serious manner? Seeing the prop master looking at himself with a shocked face, Qin Yang stepped forward and said in a serious manner, That's right. It's exactly me. Prop master. Well. Serious abstraction, huh? Lu Yen walked up to the prop master and asked with a stern face. You just said you wanted to show my husband something good. What is it? The prop master said, Since I'm not a peer, I have no business looking at my collection of goodies. You strips will never understand what real art is. Lu Yen sneered. It looks like you're not seeing the coffin. The prop master is not the least bit afraid. Use whatever tactics you have. I'm not afraid of pain. Utter a word, I was raised by you. Lu Yen glanced at him disdainfully. You don't think I'm going to torture you into confessing, do you? Then you underestimate me too much. Honey, come on. What's the best thing he's going to show you?
Qin Yang.
No. Honey, is this right? How was I supposed to know what goodies he was going to show me? I'm not a worm in his stomach. Qin Yang was just about to open his mouth to speak when Luo Jun also nodded his head at the side. That's right, Qin Yang, if it was you, I think you would have been able to guess. Wang Ming, young man, feel free to speak boldly, don't have any worries. Sun Jia, brother-in-law, you're the best.
Qin Yang.
Nima, it's getting outrageous. Is it a matter of being great or not? You know what a psychopathic killer is? What am I if I can guess what he's thinking? Seeing that Qin Yang stammered and kept his mouth shut, Lu Yan's expression suddenly became a bit impatient. Speak up, mute. Qin Yang had no choice but to casually point at the pile of canned pork sitting on the shelf. Maybe it's those canned goods? After all, this is a movie set, and there are boxed lunches every day, so what kind of decent person buys so much canned pork and doesn't put it in the fridge? Hearing Qin Yang say this, Sun Jia didn't know when she had already put on her white gloves and volunteered to take one of the cans and open it. An index finger with red nail polish was mixed in a pile of minced meat. Looking at Sun Jia blushing. A bunch of vomit emojis floated up on the live feed. No dude, is this right? How can there be a finger in a sealed can? The dude who got caught was a props guy, specializing in making props for movies, and had no problem sealing a few cans. Naya, I'm eating pickled chicken feet. This is good. I don't have to. My canned lunch meat just arrived too, so I'm not going to say anything, just return it. I'm in the meat processing business, and all I can say is that ham and sausage and canned goods and stuff like that should be eaten sparingly, as well as whatever fatted calf rolls and lamb rolls are in the supermarket. You'd never guess what those things are made of. Qin Dog is such a good guy, giving us such a down-home program live as soon as it's mealtime, helping us lose weight this is. The prop master froze at the sight of his carefully prepared can of finger meat being discovered. Is this kid a peer or not? Although Lu Yen felt uncomfortable, she frowned and continued to ask, Is there more? Qin Yang pointed at the refrigerator with some embarrassment. There's something in here, maybe? Sanja opened the refrigerator and quickly closed it the next second. The picture in the fridge is so tragic that it should never be aired. Just imagine how a pig is supposed to fit in the refrigerator after it's been butchered. Luo Jun's face sank. He also realizes that if there's a body in the fridge, that means the prop master has committed another crime. Go on, call for the forensic team to come over. Seal off this set and bring all the crew from this set back to the station for statements. After explaining all this, Luo Jun looked at Qin Yang. Any more? Qin Yang wanted to cry. How the hell do I know if there are any more? The bottom line is that I'm panicked that you guys are asking this. Why do I get the feeling that a prophecy is launching like crazy? Seeing that Qin Yang looked like he didn't want to say anything, Wang Ming said in relief, Qin Yang, we know you have concerns, but we do believe in you, and you're definitely different from a vicious criminal like him. We're just trying to get your opinion to provide us with a reference. Come on. Say it with confidence. Qin Yang was helpless and looked at the chandelier on the roof of the prop room. Sun Jia understood and immediately stepped up the stairs to take down those lanterns. She reached out and touched the surface of the lantern and got goosebumps. The fear and nausea in Sun Jia's heart could no longer be suppressed, and she ran outside to vomit. Everyone looked at Qin Yang with complicated eyes. The prop master is even more of a maniac. You all saw it. He's a pervert too. He's in the same category as me. Get him. Get him. Luo Jun made a gesture. The SWAT officer shoved a rag into the prop master's mouth, and the two dragged him out of the prop room. After the prop master was dragged away, Luo Jun patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said with a smile, "Good boy, observant enough. It's just a pity that you didn't go to the police academy back then, or else your achievements wouldn't be below mine." Wang Ming also said solemnly to Qin Yang, "This case has been in my heart for 10 years, and it is thanks to you that it can be solved today. Qin Yang, from now on I will be your own uncle. If you encounter any difficulties, just come to me." Wang Ming said this in a bold and cloudy manner, but he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lu Yen, who was standing on the sidelines, and added another sentence. "Of course, if it's between you two youngsters, don't come to me. Internal conflicts, you guys can settle them yourselves internally."
Qin Yang.
Not bad for an old-timer with a survivalist pull. Originally, they should be on vacation today, but it turned out that Qin Yang helped them catch the prop master who had been absconding for many years. This is great, no need to take a vacation, work overtime in place. Coming out of the prop room, Director Fong Hai hurriedly came over and fawned. "Several officers, what's going on here? How come the props master of our crew was arrested? This cordon is also drawn. How can we still shoot the movie?" Lu Yen was about to speak when Qin Yang hurriedly stopped her. "Honey, let me say something first." Lu Yen frowned and signaled Qin Yang to let go if he had a fart. Chapter 73, Are local counterparts so unpunctual? After receiving Lu Yan's permission, Qin Yang looked at Fong Hai with a serious face. "Director Fong, how was my acting just now? Was it good?" Fong Hai froze for a moment. "No, it's not a question of whether you're a good actor or not. I'm asking why the prop master was taken away. Did he commit some crime?" Fong Hai was still on his tiptoes trying to look into the prop room when Qin Yang held him down with both hands on his shoulders. "Director Fong, your evaluation is very important to me. Did I act well just now or not?" Fong Hai was annoyed by Qin Yang's questions. Well, you acted the best, you acted simply one of a kind. Can't you? Ding. The host's acting skills have been recognized by the director. 20,000 new fans have been added to the host's live broadcast. Congratulations to the host for completing the part-time mission. You have acquired a new skill, dramatic face throw. You have acquired a new skill, actor notice. Drama throwing face. A really good actor will make the audience forget his original face and only remember the character he played. From now on, the host's closeness to another person will determine the other person's impression of him or her. The lower the closeness, the more affected by this skill. Actor's announcement. Heaven rewards hard work, and hard work is the way to build a career. Only by working diligently can your professional ability be enhanced. From now on, the system will randomly refresh actor notices for the host. So please complete the notice tasks carefully to receive generous rewards. After reading the skills, Qin Yang fell silent. Turns out that, after the novice trial period, you can't even read the skills yourself? What exactly do these skills mean? How to use it you teach? Seeing that Qin Yang didn't say a word after receiving his comment, Fong Hai was a bit strange. "Mr. Qin, what's wrong with you?" Qin Yang waved his hand. "It's okay. I thought of something upsetting, wife. It's your turn." Click. The next second handcuffs appeared on Fong Hai's wrists. "Fong Hai? Officer, what do you mean by that?" Lu Yen said expressionlessly. "Your prop master is a murderer who has been absconding for many years, and we just found the victim's body in the prop room. Since you're the head of this set and the chief director of this crew, come with us and go back to the station to clear things up." The Fong Hai people were dumbfounded. "Nobody, that's cuffing me away? It's not worth it, Mr. Green." Half an hour later, Qin Yang walked out of the shooting base with a lollipop in his mouth. Lai Dongpeng called him directly, and as soon as he got through, he was cursing the country. "Qin Yang, you're ing toxic. I asked you to guest star and you got Director Fong in?" Qin Yang said somewhat helplessly, Dongpeng, calm down. It's not that I've taken director Fong in. It's that there's a murderer on their set and he's just been brought back to the station for questioning. Li Dongpeng. I don't care. This thing must have something to do with you. I haven't seen you for a while, but you're just like the herbicide, you're just like the herbicide, you're just like the herbicide. Don't look for me in the future. I can't afford it. Qin Yang let out an O. So, I had thought of taking out my pocket money. Brothers get together to open a company. Since you are not happy, then forget it. Li Dongpeng sneered. Use pocket money to open a company? Old Qin, you brain by the door pinned it. Do you know now want to open a company to make money at least have to invest dozens? How much of your pocket money? Qin Yang snapped his fingernails and said, I haven't counted after all. Mother-in-law sometimes gives pocket money according to her mood. 15 million should still be there. Clunk. A crisp voice came over the receiver. Qin Yang raised his eyebrows. What's that noise? Li Dongpeng. Righteous father. Did you hear me kowtowing to you just now? If you didn't hear me, I'll kowtow to you some more. You must take Buddy with you. Buddy no longer wants to live the current miserable life. Whether I can turn around or not depends on you.
Qin Yang.
You're playing Sichuan opera with me, aren't you? Qin Yang naturally didn't believe that Li Dongpeng kowtowed to himself. His own gang of brothers he knows very well. Take advantage of the mouth on the line, do things or have a bottom line. At most, Li Dongpeng had just whacked the floor twice with his hand. But Qin Yang did figure it out. Before, he had never wanted to use the pocket money given by Lu Yen and the others, thinking that a man should rely on himself. But now that he had relied on himself for so long, Qin Yang was indeed a bit overwhelmed. I thought that after awakening the system I would be able to realize wealth freedom and go to the peak of life by doing tasks. As a result, the money given by the system during this period of time has not been enough to make up a total of 10,000. But he has encountered a lot of murders and corpses, so he can't afford it. It is said that the accumulation of raw capital is the most difficult, and Qin Yang is really experiencing it now. Qin Yang, who figured it out, decided to take out his pocket money to start a business first, as if he had borrowed it from his mother-in-law and them. We'll just pay it back later when we make money. We're family anyway. Qin Yang said to Li Dongpeng. Okay. Then it's 7 o'clock in the evening. Let's meet at Nanxing's bar, and we'll talk about the specifics of how to get it done when we meet. Li Dongpeng. All listen to your righteous father. Qin Yang had just hung up the phone and his cell phone immediately received a text message. Actor's announcement. Your superb acting skills have been recognized by the audience, and you are now invited to play the role of the tough bandit Zhang San. Requirements for this announcement. Cooperate with other actors to complete the performance, improvise, and don't wear out. Reward for successful performance. The latest edition of the Flunkey's Guide to Starting a Business. Penalty for failure to perform. The other actors will tell you. We wish you a successful show.
Qin Yang.
Looking at this text message on his cell phone, a bad premonition rose in Qin Yang's heart. Brother system, are you playing? You even sent me the actor's notice. The whole thing is kinda like that. Do you really take me as an actor? Since it doesn't specifically say what the punishment is, it's okay not to do it, right? As soon as this thought rose in Qin Yang, a van suddenly stopped in front of him. The car door opened and two strong men, one on the left and one on the right, directly grabbed Qin Yang into the car. Before Qin Yang could figure out what was going on, he was sandwiched between two muscular men. Is that him? A man asked. The other person looked Qin Yang up and down and nodded. Lollipop, black short sleeves, jeans, and the word Hummer on his chest. Right clothes, right time, right address, that's him. After confirming Qin Yang's identity, the tall man shoved a black stocking into his hand. Here, put it on. Qin Yang held the stockings with a very complicated mood. It's bad. It's been hijacked by Southern Copper. Qin Yang was about to resist, only to see the two burly men pull out the stockings and put them directly over his head. Seeing that Qin Yang hadn't made a move yet, the short, strong man was not happy. What are you looking at, Zhang San? Hurry up and put it on. The tall, burly man sked and frowned. Penis, how many times have I told you to speak politely to your own brother? He might not like the style. The tall, strong man took out several more stockings and handed them to Qin Yang. Lace, halter, thick black, pink, whichever you like you choose. Hurry up. After this job, we'll have nothing to worry about food and clothes later. Qin Yang was silent. In the meantime, photographic base roadside. A Zhang San, who was also wearing a Hummer short sleeve, held an ice cream in his hand and cursed in a low voice as he ate it while looking at his watch. Mud. Are all the local counterparts so unpunctual? Chapter 74. Brother, your voice sounds familiar. Inside the van, a sour odor filled his nostrils. Under the warm invitation of the two tough guys, Qin Yang put on a pair of white lace-edged knee-high stockings. The tall tough guy Yu Chang looked at him and was happy. You boys have pretty unique tastes. You like white silk, don't you? The car's tufts are all black silk, Qin Yang a set of white silk, but instead gives the impression that he is like a leading brother. The second Yu Dong said after staring at Qin Yang for a while. Big brother, I want to put on white silk too. Yu Chang slapped him on the head with a series of slaps. White silk, white silk, white silk. What white silk? How many times have I told you, we're brothers? And brothers need a couple set? Or how am I going to find you later when we're working? When this job is done, don't say you're wearing white silk. You can have someone else wear white silk for you to play with. Got it? Yu Dong nodded stupidly, although he did not understand. But the slap ate enough The van pulls up to the curb again, the door opens and a man gets in. Qin Yang fixed his eyes on it and instantly became nervous. Tarantulas. The tarantula ruffled her flowing hair and tossed a travel bag into the car. Is everyone here? Yu Chang smiled and said, They're all here, brother. Just waiting for you. Tarantula kicked the traveling bag with his foot. Let's get the dickens out of here and split it up for the guys. Yu Chang unzipped his travel bag and took out various firearms from it, giving each person a handful. Seeing this traveling bag of guns, Qin Yang's brain buzzed. His mind inexplicably appeared a sentence lousy whole AK, and then get you turtle leifu are your solo, do big and strong and create another glory. Brother system, are you sure this is an act? This is really going to be a humongous bandit. Yu Chang shoved the last gun into Qin Yang's hand, and the others were all pulling the bolt and unloading the magazine in various ways to check if there was any problem with the gun. Only Qin Yang sat there motionless with the gun, as dumb as a Boy Scout. The tarantula was keenly aware of this. His right hand with the pistol rested seemingly casually on Qin Yang's shoulder, and the muzzle of the gun drifted toward Qin Yang's temple. Dude, don't you want to check the gun? Qin Yang said with some embarrassment. Check? Me now. Qin Yang haphazardly touched one hand on his gun, and suddenly with a bang, a bullet shot out and directly punched a hole in the windshield. The toughs in the car were all startled, and the driver was so scared that his hands shook, and he almost drove the car directly into the prefecture river. The driver was furious. What are you doing pouncing? The tarantula put the pistol on Qin Yang's head, his eyes cold. You don't know how to use a gun? Qin Yang's heart thumped, and the netizens all worried for him. Bad, exposed, what kind of Hummer doesn't know how to play with a gun? Ha ha ha, is the driver of the car an old cousin of Guangdong and Canton? Laughing my ass off. Top of your lungs a pouncing. Great. The voice pack is correct. It's got the feel of a cop movie. These humongous bandits couldn't be the legendary provincial and harbor flag soldiers. Could they? No wonder they look so professional. Finished. Was recognized by the tarantula Qin dog on the spot to lead the box lunch. Qin Yang swallowed his saliva and said in as calm a tone as possible. Big brother, I didn't use a gun. I used a knife, I'm a swordsman, Ding. Identification has been launched. Yu Chang looked like he had thought of something and immediately nodded his head in agreement. Brother Tarantula, it's true. Raven, he is indeed an expert with a knife. It's on his bio.
Qin Yang.
Goddamn bios. Now you have to submit a resume to be a tough guy, right? The tarantula frowned. No, this kid's voice sounds familiar. You. Take off your stockings and I'll take a look. Qin Yang's heart was suddenly half-cooled. It's over. It's dead. Under the threat of the tarantula, Qin Yang reluctantly took off his stockings. Just when Qin Yang felt that he was going to be shot to death, the tarantula stared at Qin Yang's face for a long time, getting more and more confused. Strange. How does this face of yours give me a familiar and unfamiliar feeling? Have we met somewhere before? Ding. Drama Throwing Faces has been launched. Qin Yang was on the verge of being moved to tears. So that's how the drama throwing face skill works. I'm happy for you, brother system. Qin Yang pretended to be calm and said, No, we definitely haven't met before. Brother Tarantula, I'm a popular face. It's normal for you to feel familiar. Yeah. The tarantula scratched his head, feeling a little itchy. Is there a popular face that looks this handsome? But the tarantula was right on second thought. With a face like Qin Yang's, if they had seen him before, there was no way they wouldn't remember, so maybe they were indeed being overly concerned. The tarantula waved at Yu Chang. Show me his resume. Yu Chang opened his cell phone gallery and handed a resume to Tarantula. The resume details Qin Yang's previous criminal history, how many bosses he's been with, what glorious deeds he's had, what specialized skills he's good at, and how many years of experience he's had in the field. The information is comprehensive, only the photos are missing. Where are the pictures? Tarantula inquired. Yu Chang explained, Brother Tarantula, in our line of work, we can't show our faces. But the person is definitely not mistaken. Look at the clothes he is wearing, and the place he was standing at that time. These are all the appointments we made in private chat before. There is no mistake. Don't worry, Brother Tarantula. We're professionals. The tarantula glanced at the short sleeves on Qin Yang's body, and the word, humongous, was very eye-catching. Tarantula returned the cell phone to Yu Chang and said with dissatisfaction, Don't wear such attention-grabbing short sleeves in future joints. Afraid that the cops won't know that you're humongous bandits? Yu Chang hemmed and hawed and pointed to the upper right side of the short sleeve. Brother Tarantula, we thought of this a long time ago. Look, the word, socialize, is still written here. If the cops question us, we'll just say we're social humpers, and he can't do anything to us. Tarantula. Yu Chang, this person bar, there is a kind of intellectual development of a small half to be smart not smart feeling. It is very peculiar. However, after such an explanation from Yu Chang, the tarantula had also temporarily lifted its suspicion of Qin Yang. He took out a set of flying daggers from his travel bag and handed it to Qin Yang. Don't you only know how to use knives? It just so happens that I have a set of flying daggers here for you to take. And when you're working later on, you'll all be smart, and when it's time to strike, you'll strike, don't hesitate. The tarantula thought for a moment and handed the pistol to Qin Yang again, taking the AK back. The tarantula was also kind enough to teach Qin Yang to turn on the safety, change magazines, aim, and deal with bullet jams. Qin Yang also did not expect that he would learn to use a pistol from the tarantula. What kind of dog-blood sadistic plot is this? The tarantula was teaching with vigor when Yu Chang's cell phone suddenly rang. He was about to answer the phone when the tarantula stared at him coldly. How many times have I told you not to answer the phone when you're doing something? You want to die? Yu Chang smiled sarcastically and hurriedly turned his cell phone off. Strange number, probably a scam. Don't be mad at me, Brother Tarantula. On the other side, the street. Zhang San listened to the voice broadcast on his cell phone with an expressionless face. I'm sorry. The number you have dialed is closed. Throw Lilom. Chapter 75. The pattern opens. South People's Road, construction head office. Qian Tong parked his car and walked into the bank with Wang Chu with a smug look on his face. The bank's customer service manager came up and asked, Hello, sir. What kind of business are you looking for? Open an account and deposit money. Qian Tong put his arm around Wang Chu's waist and said, We just got married, so I'm going to open a new bank account and deposit $100,000 into it every month, just as a family fund for our new marriage. Family fund. The customer service manager's eyes are lighting up, and business is not coming in. You've come at the perfect time, sir. Our bank has just the right fund for both of you right now. You, sir, look like you have a business mind, and a lot of people don't know the importance of money management these days. After all, as the old saying goes, if you don't manage your money doesn't care about you. And surely a man as smart as you, sir, must know the gold in that saying, right? Qian Tong smiled faintly and said in a cloudy manner, Of course, I am a businessman. I naturally know these most basic truths. Cut the crap and lead the way in front. The customer service manager smiled and waved his hand as he led the two men toward the fund reception window next to him. Just without taking 2 steps, Wang Chu broke away from Qian Tong's arms with a somewhat unhappy expression. The smile on Qian Tong's face had been converged, and he said viciously, What's wrong? You're my wife now, and I can't put my arms around you? Wang Chu shook her head. No, I'm just a little unwell. Physically uncomfortable? I think you're uncomfortable inside. Qian Tong said viciously, Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you still thinking about that little white boy Qin Yang? Can't you see he's already got a rich woman on his side? You're just the same kind of people. You're all soft eaters and soft bones, so you have to be supported to survive. Now I'm keeping you and you'll do whatever I tell you to do. You're just a dog I keep. Can you understand that? The customer service manager walks ahead without changing her face or her pace. She'd seen this sort of thing so many times, she was used to it. It's not worth it if you piss off your clients by listening to gossip. Wang Chu looked at Qian Tong with wide-eyed anger, both hands clenched tightly into fists. Tun was happy. What, you don't like it when I say that? Then you hit me. Don't say I look down on you. Soft eaters like you are only good-looking. You have no guts. When I bullied Qin Yang in high school, he didn't even dare to put a fart in his mouth. If he had the guts, he would have resisted long ago. To put it mildly, he is to steal and rob the old man or high on him, at least count a man, but he dares? Bang! As soon as Shanton's words were out of his mouth, a van smashed through the glass of the bank's front door and rushed into the lobby. Led by Tarantula, a group of toughs jumped out of the van with guns. The bank security guard was just about to make a move when he was shot by the Tarantula. Don't ng move. Get on the ground and loot. Chantun was so scared that he hurriedly got down on the ground and secretly tucked his handbag under his stomach to press it. Wang Chu-Chu also squatted in the corner, scared out of her wits. Among the Hummers, a Hummer wearing white lace trim stockings caught Wang Chu-Chu's attention. The other toughs all seem to have a clear division of labor and are skilled in their business. Some are in charge of controlling the scene, some are in charge of killing people, and some are in charge of getting the bank manager to open the door. How come he's the only one heading for the door? Raven, what are you doing? Yu Chang also noticed Qin Yang's abnormality. Seeing that he failed to sneak away, Qin Yang made up his mind. I'll see if the car is scratched. Yu Chang cursed angrily. Look at you. Get your ass over here and help control the field. Qin Yang had no choice but to hold the pistol and pretend to tell everyone else to stay put. Tarantula pointed his gun at the bank manager inside the counter and signaled him to open the security door. The bank manager, relying on bulletproof glass, shook his head inside. The Tarantula grabbed a staff member at random and put the muzzle of her gun to her head. Open the door or I'll kill her. The bank manager still shook his head. Bang! One shot to the head. The Tarantula captured another person. Open the door. The bank manager still shook his head. The Tarantula was exasperated and laughed. You kid quite this is not open the door, right? Okay, old 5 yuan. Locksmith old 5 took out his toolkit and got right down on the door and started unlocking it. Banks use typically level 5 security doors, which have a high level of security and are very difficult to open. But locksmiths are not just a name, and the expertise of those who eat with their heads in their pants is just too much. In less than 2 minutes, the security door was opened. Tarantula walked in with 3 other humans. The bank manager crouched on the ground and waved his hands trying to beg for mercy. The Tarantula shoves the barrel of the gun directly into his mouth and walks into the vault with a shot to the head. In the hall, only the Yu Chang brothers and Qin Yang controlled the scene. The sound of sirens had also been heard outside. Yu Chang pressed the button and the bank gate slowly descended, closing the entire bank. For a while the bank hall was quiet, with the occasional sound of weeping, and the atmosphere was eerie. Qin Yang really couldn't stand this atmosphere. He couldn't help but open his mouth and inquire, Brother Chang, there are all the police outside, and we even closed the door. How can we run away later? Yu Chang said very calmly, Don't worry, Brother Tarantula has already planned this. Just follow us later. Qin Yang continued, No, Brother Chang. Our main objective this time is to rob money, right? Yu Chang nodded. Yeah, why? Qin Yang slapped his thigh. If it's a money grab, that's a problem. Brother Tarantula and the others didn't bring a big enough bag, and they didn't bring enough people. Yu Chang froze for a moment. How? Qin Yang said in a serious manner, The weight of a $100 bill is about 1.15 grams. 1 million is also about 23 pounds, and 5 million weighs about 115 pounds. We came with 7 brothers this time, and 4 of them went in to load the money. Even if Brother Tarantula and the others are born with natural strength, and one can carry over 100 pounds of money away, it's only $20 million in total. $20 million divided among our 7 brothers is less than $3 million each. After deducting the money for the van, the money for the gun, and the risk of being taken in by the police to squat in a hard place, do you think it's worth it? Yu Chang listened in awe. Brother, isn't $3 million each too much? Qin Yang looked at Yu Chang with contempt. My Angie yearly pocket money is more than 3 million. You can't even buy a suite in a first-tier city without enough for a down payment. Grid? Can the grid open up some? Yu Chang, 2 brothers, people stupid. My head is itching and I feel like I'm gonna grow a brain. Chapter 76 Money is a great tonic for marriage. Seeing that the 2 Yu Chang brothers were pondering, Qin Yang continued to guide them from the side. Well, what do you think after hearing what I just said? Yu Chang pondered for a moment before saying, I think you have a point. If we can only share 3 million, it is indeed a little less. Qin Yang was overjoyed. The snub was successful. However, Before Qin Yang could convince the two brothers to surrender their weapons, Yu Chang pointed at these people sprawled in the hall and said, "But if I rob them too, won't the difference be made up?"
Qin Yang
Plopped down. "Say it and do it." Yu Chang made a gesture, and Yu Dong directly began to search their belongings one by one. "Be honest. We're just looking for money. So as long as you cooperate, you'll be fine." "You, what are you hiding? Believe it or not, I'll shoot you." The old man who was robbed begged bitterly. "Please, lad, spare me. This necklace is a token of love between me and my old partner." The fat woman who was robbed screamed in horror.
My jade pendant.
"That's the jade pendant I've been wearing for 40 years. You can't just take it away." For a while, the hall was in a frenzy, and everyone present, whether in cash or jewelry, was being raided and robbed. Yu Chang patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said with a sigh, "Worthy of being a highly talented student from the Guangyu side, he just has a brain. Idle is idle anyway. Why didn't I think of scouring these people again just now?"
Qin Yang
"Is that what I mean? What kind of brainwave are you two in?" No matter what Qin Yang meant, these people lying in the hall hated Qin Yang anyway. The two big dumb guys are accessories at best. But this kid is definitely the leader of the bandits. In no time, Yu Dong came to Chen Tong with the bag. "You, take out everything of value you have on you." Chantal lowered his head and threw his handbag right into Yu Dong's face. After a short silence, Yu Dong directly loaded his gun. Chantan pissed himself on the spot. "Big brother, what is it? You let me give you what I had before. This is still in a hurry." Yu Dong was furious. "You're throwing things in my face and looking down on me, aren't you?" Yu Chang also noticed the situation over here, and he rushed over to grab Yu Dong's wrist. "Are you crazy? We're here for money. Try not to kill anyone. We're not like that crazy tarantula guy, do you understand?" Yu Chang still has a brain. Robbing a bank is robbing a bank, but if they kill someone with their own hands, that changes the nature. Qin Yang also noticed that the one being pointed at by the gun was Chen Tong. Without saying a word, he walked up and kicked Chantan hard several times. "Didn't your parents teach you to hand things to others with both hands?" "No parenting." Chen Tong was kicked in the nose, but he always felt that the voice of the person who kicked him was familiar. This voice, why does it sound so much like that? Who? Is he hallucinating from being kicked? Qin Yang kicked Chen Tong several times before he said to Dong, "All right, brother Dong. I've helped you teach him a lesson. Brother Chong is right. We are here to seek wealth. Try not to get involved in human lives." Yu Chang gave Qin Yang a grateful look. This brother can handle it. He can handle the weight. With the two men calming him down, Yu Dong gradually calmed down as well. He bent down to pick up his handbag from the floor, and it was the same bending that caused him to notice something was wrong. Yu Dong pressed the muzzle of his gun against Chen Tong's head and said in a deep voice, "What are you pressing under your stomach? Stand up." Chantan wanted to cry. "Big brother, there's really nothing." Yu Dong directly loaded his gun, and the anger in his eyes was about to be suppressed. It was also at this moment that Qin Yang directly grabbed Chen Tong's collar and yanked his entire body up. "Nima, my brother Dong can't speak well. Can he? I think you just owe it to yourself to find a fight." Qin Yang yanked Chen Tong up and directly threw a set of combinations, causing Chen Tong to beg for mercy and spit out blood from his mouth. Yu Chang and the two brothers looked dumbfounded. That's too hard on the bile. Worried that Qin Yang would beat someone to death alive, Yu Chang had no choice but to go forward and persuade him. "Forget it, Raven. We're generous. We forgive him. Don't fight." Only after hearing Yu Chang say this did Qin Yang release Chen Tong. "Forgive him? That's fine, then I won't fight. If I say, Brother Chong, you guys are just too kind. Just this kind of goods look like they are owed to be cleaned up. 3 days without uncovering the upper room to beat the tiles. I just hate these tile beaters." Opening the bag that Chen Tong had been pressing under his body, the three of them were dumbfounded. "Brother, gold bars. It's full of gold bars, we're rich." Qin Yang also couldn't help but look at Chen Tong one more time. "Good man, this kid is quite rich. A whole 5 chanterelles. That's over $1 million for a small package. No wonder Wang Chuchu married someone like Chen Tong. It's true that money is the best tonic for married life, and a big one at that." Just as the two Yu Chang brothers were overjoyed, the sound of a woman screaming suddenly came from the other side. The trio turned their heads to see that the driver had folded back at some point, dragging a woman from the counter and dropping her right into the middle of the hall. The woman was wearing a black wrap-around dress with little white women's camisole short sleeves that wrapped her bosom tightly. The features are exquisite and beautiful. When Qin Yang saw clearly who this woman was, he couldn't help but hold his forehead with his hand. Isn't this Tang Xini? How to rob a bank full of acquaintances. Yu Chang and the two brothers walked towards Tang Xini. Old Chow, what's wrong with this woman? Driver Zhou Kai said with a lewd smile. This woman's identity is not simple. When we went to the vault, we found her hiding in the manager's office. It seems like she is an actress. Boss said this kind of actress family is usually very rich. This kidnapping bring her along to withdraw, and you can still make another profit. And this female is not bad looking. Bring her back and let the brothers relax and unwind. Tang Xini was so shocked by Zhou Kai's words that she lost her color. She had originally followed her broker to the bank to do some business, who knew that she would happen to come across a robbery. When she thought of the misery of those female celebrities who had been taken captive in the past, Tang Xini was overcome with sadness, and the thought of suicide immediately rose. It's better to be broken than to be broken. Seeing Zhou Kai reaching out his salty hand towards her and preparing to violate her, a familiar voice rang out. Kai, everyone is on business now. I'm afraid it's not a good idea for the boss to know that you're playing with women, right? Tang Xini turned her head to see a man with a white lace-trimmed stocking on his head holding a pistol, appearing in her field of vision with a righteous air. That's not true. Why do I still think he's righteous when he's wearing white stockings? Soon Tang Xini had an answer in her heart, because after staring at this stocking man for a few seconds, she immediately recognized that this was Qin Yang. Chapter 77. There's a Stallone at the end of the alley. Tang Xini's expression changed in an instant from her previous horror and despair to one of joy, happiness, and even a little excitement, seeing Qin Yang sabotage his good deed. The driver Zhou Kai said with great displeasure, "Doing what, Puffy? You're a halfway decent guy who joined up, and you're teaching me how to do my job?" In their line of work, they are most concerned about affinity and seniority. The driver, Kai Zhou, was a direct descendant of Tarantula, and both were from Poison Spider. As for the Yu Chang brothers and Qin Yang, they were recruited temporarily from the internet. If it wasn't for the fact that Tarantula had been chased by a mysterious man one after another before and lost a large number of brothers, they would never have let outsiders join them in this operation today. So when Qin Yang took out the Tarantula to pressure him, Zhou Kai was instantly displeased. "What's your status, kid? You dare to talk to me like that?" Zhou Kai originally wanted to teach Qin Yang a lesson, who knew that the next moment he saw Qin Yang's gun seemed to be aimed at him. To be precise, Qin Yang was talking while shaking his right hand, the muzzle of his pistol swinging from side to side with the amplitude of his body. What killed him was that no matter if Zhou Kai dodged to the left or to the right, the muzzle of the pistol just automatically locked onto him, always following him as he swayed. Throw rem. Auto-locker, right? When he thought that Qin Yang was a person who didn't know how to use a gun, and had accidentally gone off in the car before, Zhou Kai wimped out. Okay. I'm scared of you. This woman is yours. You take her with you later, okay? Qin Yang froze for a moment. He himself originally wanted to exert his master speech talent, but it turned out that Zhou Kai compromised before he could do so. So this driver is so nice to talk to? Yu Dong pointed at Wang Chu-Chu, who was cowering in the corner, and said, "Brother Crow, that woman is not bad looking either. Bring her along later." Qin Yang, "This isn't too good." Wang Chu-Chu suddenly spoke. "I'm willing."
Qin Yang,
"You're willing my ass. Sister, we're robbing here. I'm the robber. You think you're getting married?" Although Tang Xini didn't say anything, she rolled and crawled to Qin Yang's side and directly hugged one of his legs, her face flushed and her eyes excited.
Qin Yang,
Okay. You guys are playing with your lives, right? Just as Qin Yang was thinking about how he should get rid of these two women, the tarantulas had already taken care of their side. "The stuff is here, withdraw." Instead of getting into the van, the group followed the tarantula in the other direction of the bank. Qin Yang originally wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to bolt, but who knew that Yu Dong turned his head and shouted at him, "Brother Crow, let's go. Remember to bring those two women with you." Mud. Why does this retard keep staring at himself? Qin Yang had no choice but to take out his flying daggers for fear of his gun going off, holding them hostage left and right to keep up with the group. Embracing beauty in her arms, two different flavors of perfume went straight to her nose. Tang Xini said quaintly from the side, "Brother Yang, it's you, isn't it?" Qin Yang said expressionlessly, "No." Tang Xini reached out and twisted Qin Yang's waist, laughing lightly. "Don't pretend, Brother Yang. I felt this waist of yours as soon as I touched it. It's definitely you.
Kim Yang,
Qin Yang, Miss, you've been kidnapped by us now? Can you be more serious? As soon as she heard Qin Yang say that, Tang Xinyi took the initiative to put her hands together, twisting her waist and clamping her voice. I've been kidnapped. I'm so scared. Brother robber, are you going to do something to me later? Why don't you find a rope and tie me up? You have to tie me up gently. I'm afraid of pain. Burn? To burn. Top Phantom. Who the hell can top that? Wang Chuchu also didn't think that Tang Xinyi actually knew Qin Yang, and it looked as if the relationship between the two was not ordinary. Seeing Tang Xinyi zoom in, Wang Chuchu was not willing to show weakness. She wriggled around, wanting to say something. Qin Yang glanced at her and said, "Twisting what? Got lice on your body?" Wang Chuchu. It wasn't that Qin Yang was engaging in differential treatment. Compared to Tang Xinyi, Wang Chuchu's segment was indeed insufficient. This so-called white moonlight of his own was totally eating the high school version of a bonus, thinking that if he looked good in high school, he'd be just as mixed up after graduation. But not so with Tang Xinyi. Not only did she grow up to be beautiful, but the key was that she loved to learn. Qin Yang clearly remembers being tricked by Tang Xinyi during his college days into going to the one-room dormitory where she lived for various reasons. What clogged toilet, broken computer, stuck in the washing machine. Listen, are these the kind of plots that someone who doesn't love to learn can come up with? That's why Tang Xinyi had just twisted in what was called a flavorful, top-notch seductress. Wang Chuchu's stiff waist twisted as if she had lice on her body. Taking advantage of the fact that the people in front of him weren't paying attention, Qin Yang said in a deep voice, "Stop it, you two. The ones in front of you are all outlaws. If we really let them escape without any problems, we'll all have to lose our lives. I'll find an opportunity to leave you behind later, so run back and don't look back. As soon as you're safe, I'll find my own way out." Wang Chuchu had a dejected look on her face, still not recovered from the blow she had just received. Tang Xinyi touched Qin Yang's abs with one hand, her mouth watering. "Senior, no wonder you can be a hummer. You're so fierce with that body. I love it. Are you still insisting on exercising every day? I have been working out consistently too. Why don't we make a date to work out together later?"
Kim Yang,
The sweaty hairs on Qin Yang's arms stood up as he sighed and said, "It's over. It's all over." Tang Xinyi looked puzzled. "What's finished?" Qin Yang had a lifeless expression on his face. "It's been over since you just touched my abs." Qin Yang forced the two women to stay where they were, saying that he would not let them follow. Because Qin Yang knew that the next picture would be quite bloody and cruel. At the same time, the tarantula walking in front sensed that something was wrong. They were emboldened by the fact that they had long ago dug a tunnel leading to the bank, which was not very long, but by which they could jump out of the police circle to the residential area next to it. But when they hadn't gotten very far from the tunnel, the tarantula had a strong sense of unease. "Wait!" The tarantula paused, that sense of unease growing. In the alley, several people looked at the tarantula in disbelief. "What's up, boss?" The tarantula felt his throat tighten a bit. "Something's wrong. It's too quiet and the atmosphere is off," the little brother said with a smile, pointing ahead. "Doubtful, boss. Last few dozen meters. Out of this alley we can get in the car and retreat." Tarantula didn't say anything, just let the minion go first. Who knew that the little brother had just taken no more than 2 steps when Lu Yen, who was full of fury, appeared at the entrance of the alley with a gun. The little brother was alarmed. He was just about to make a move when a barrage of bullets came in like a blizzard, directly slicing the little brother into a sieve. A few others were so scared that they rushed to hide in a nearby alcove. Bullets shattered the edges of the wall's grooves, splattering brick shavings that scared the piss out of one of the toughs on the spot. "There's a Stallone guarding the alleyway entrance." "I'm not kidding." Chapter 78. "Don't you have a wife?" "Brother, what's going on here? Is the police firepower so fierce?" They couldn't lift their heads from the powerful firepower, and the flying debris crumbled into their faces all the time, giving them a very humiliating feeling. "We're the humongous ones." Little brother Awa leaned calmly into the alcove, as wise-eyed as a top killer in a movie. He was waiting for a moment, waiting for Yen Yen to change magazines. Click. With a crisp ringing sound, Awa's eyes lit up. "It's now. Awakening. The hunt is on." With a flashy turn, Ava stepped out of the alcove with her gun raised. Turn, half crouch, raise the gun, aim, bang. A bullet penetrated his brow and the air around him was instantly silent. The tarantula wanted to mom and stop, This idiot, does he really think he's the lead actor in a movie? Lu Yen expressionlessly lowered his pistol and said coldly, "Put your guns on the ground. Roll out with your hands on your head and surrender your guns." Boy, it's so oppressive. The netizens were shivering in the live room. "It's still me, Ryujin. Strike down 2 before persuading them to surrender. Preach. Is this a policewoman? This is clearly a female god of war." The Women's Special Forces team retired like this, which means the city doesn't provide helicopter gunship support. Or she could put on a show for you on the spot with high-altitude fire suppression. Qin Yang, you know why I don't dare to cheat, right? It's not that I don't get close to women, it's that I cherish life. Lu Yan's appearance has brought the situation to a standstill. She guarded the entrance to the alley, and Tarantula and his party couldn't get in or out. If we wait a little longer for the SWAT team to arrive and outflank them, they'll all be accounted for here. Boss, what do we do next? Zhou Kai looked anxious. That policewoman out there is so evil. Even if you have a lot of firepower, you're still a good shot. Now they don't dare to show their heads at all. If they show their heads, they'll get seconds. How can they play? Tarantula said in a deep voice. Don't be in a hurry. I've arranged for someone to meet us. We should be there in another 2 minutes. Hold on everyone. She can't do anything to us if we hide in this alcove. Bang. As soon as the tarantula spoke, Lu Yen fired a shot. The tarantula was so frightened that she reached out and touched herself. Luckily, it wasn't shot. The woman was firing a warning shot. Just as the tarantula was puzzled, he turned his head to see Zhou Kai covering his crotch with one hand, his expression pained. Holy, what's your deal? Zhou Kai's features were twisted in pain. His whole body was sweating, and his lips were white. I don't know, big brother, but I seem to be shot. Bang. Another shot. Now the tarantula got a good look. Bullets first hit the wall in front of them, then a ricochet hit Zhou Kai. This Nima. Is this something people can do? This woman has been able to combat criminals by calculating the trajectory of ricochets? Off the charts. The tarantula subconsciously held the bag containing the gold bars under his crotch as he glanced at Zhou Kai and asked in a deep voice, "Dude, hang in there." Zhou Kai had begun to blur into consciousness. "Boss, I seem to be a little dead." The tarantula's hand shivered as it held the gun. "They definitely did it on purpose. You can obviously shoot yourself in the head, but you have to shoot yourself in the balls." Yu Chang's 2 brothers were so scared that their legs went weak. They just wanted to earn some extra money, but they never thought they'd meet such a goddess of war as Lu Yen, who messed with her. "Brother Tarantula, why don't we just surrender? We can't escape." The tarantula said angrily, "Shut up. Surrendering is death. Fighting with this is also death. If you are a man, charge out with me. 3, 2, 1, charge." The 3 men were motionless, none of them rushing out. This is awkward. Who would have thought all 3 would be the oldest 6? Yu Chang sighed and said, "Brother Tarantula, don't play. We can't play with the police. You've seen what happened to Ahua. How are we going to retreat with a gun god guarding the opposite side? Even if you're going to be sentenced to death if you're caught by the police, it's still better than being seconded on the spot right now, right? I'm not playing anymore. I admit defeat." Yu Chang made a gesture and the 2 brothers threw their guns out while raising their hands and shouting, "Officer, don't shoot. We surrender." Yu Chang's 2 brothers had just stepped out of cover when the tarantula shot both of them without hesitation. The 2 men were wide-eyed and very surprised. They never expected the tarantula to lay a hand on them. "Cross the line, brother. We just met online to rob together. We're online friends at best. I surrender and you shoot me? Are you polite?" After resolving the 2 Yu Chang brothers, the tarantula looked at Qin Yang. "And you, Raven, will you surrender?" Qin Yang said with firm eyes, "Brother Tarantula, you're also underestimating me, Crow. I have written on my personal resume I have been out to mix since I was a child. The year I grabbed the land for my big brother was even a person holding a watermelon knife, from the South Heavenly Gate to cut to Penglai West Road without blinking an eye. A man like me, a born outlaw, I'd give in to the police? Joke. If I give in to the police, I'm a sheep's tail for life. Hiss. So hard. Swear so hard." Originally, the tarantula still had doubts about Qin Yang, but now those doubts had dissipated. A man who dares to swear by his second brother, what can't he trust? The full blood has boiled. The tarantula was ready to fight to the death. "Good brother, when we kill our way out this time, I'll take you to eat and drink." The tarantula was about to rush out and exchange shots with Lu Yen after saying this, only to have his head held by Qin Yang with a pistol in the next second. I'm sorry. I have a weak stomach and can only eat soft. Tarantula. The tarantula laughed softly. People really do laugh when they are speechless. No, man, are you talking like you're farting? Just now you pointed to your dick and told me you'd never give in to the cops. What do you mean now? You don't want your dick? Qin Yang shrugged helplessly. I did say I don't compromise with cops. But that's my wife standing out there. There's nothing wrong with me compromising with my wife. Don't you have one? Tarantula. You $% hashtag at. The tarantula is still trying to make a last stand. He looked at Qin Yang in a calm and collected manner. Raven, do you know how to use a gun? Is the safety on? Qin Yang replied indifferently. Brother Crow, don't trick me. I really didn't know how to use a gun before. When didn't you teach me? The tarantula was silent again. This little than the cub, how to speak every sentence solid ah. Tarantula gritted her teeth and said, Yes, I taught you to shoot, but you got this gun from me, and you're powerful without bullets. Bang! Qin Yang shot the tarantula's thigh and blood soared out at once. The tarantula laughed again. Nima, that's not how it plays out in the TV show. The tarantula obeyed. Worried that this reckless man would really shoot himself, Tarantula hurriedly dropped his gun and raised his hands to shout. Surrendered. I surrendered. Don't shoot. And hurry up and call a doctor for me. Please. Chapter 79. Thanks to the all-knowing brother-in-law. After making sure the tarantula surrendered, Sun Jia rushed over with 2 SWAT officers and handcuffed the tarantula. Sun Jia took the pistol from Qin Yang's hand with gloves on, unloaded the magazine and put it into a transparent bag. Sun Jia was overjoyed at the thought that they had actually solved a robbery and murder case this time. You're awesome, brother-in-law. It's awesome. Qin Yang let out a cold smile. Complimenting me won't help. You're out of fan light tags. Sun Jia. Sun Jia was still trying to plead for mercy with Qin Yang, when suddenly her back turned cold, scaring her and giving her goosebumps. No good. There's a murderous aura. Sun Jia turned her head just in time to see Lu Yen walking towards Qin Yang while inserting her pistol into her holster. Little Sister Yen, I'll go over there. Lu Yen didn't make any response. At this moment, her eyes only had Qin Yang in them. Qin Yang barely managed to squeeze out a smile and opened his hands. Honey, cuddle. Knock. Lu Yen punched Qin Yang directly in the abdomen. Qin Yang's eyes widened as clear saliva dripped out along the corners of his mouth. Hummers, right? You've got abs, right? Qin Yang, you're ing out of your league, you've even robbed on color. Muta. Combination, Iron Mountain leaning, over-the-shoulder drop, cross-fixation, and Tangan hands. Qin Yang was transformed into a human sandbag and was held down by Lu Yen in the dark alley to be ravaged to his heart's content. Outside the alley, leader Luo Jun is being interviewed by reporter by Bing Bing. Director Luo, I heard that our police rushed to the scene at the first time after receiving the report, and with a thunderbolt they have already arrested all the robbers. Is this true? Luo Jun nodded with a serious face. The news is true. Under our police's tight control, the bandits had no way to escape and eventually had no choice but to surrender their weapons. So far, a total of 5 robbers have been killed, and 1 has been apprehended, with no leakage. Bai Bing Bing looked behind Luo Jun and inquired with a puzzled expression. No, right, Chief Luo. Why do I see what looks like another fight in the alley over there? The photographer was just about to shift the camera to shoot when Luo Jun reached out and held the camera back. He smiled and said, That's our co-workers in there doing crime scene reconstruction. No need to make a fuss. Bai Bing Bing. Outside the cordon, at a distant intersection, in a jeep, the co-pilot Crab Spider lowered his binoculars with an ugly expression. Well, did the tarantula escape? The Crab Spider spat outside. Escape my ass. That kid was captured alive by the police. I told you this kid can't be trusted. He's probably been an undercover cop for a long time. Why else would he screw up every time the boss gives him something to do? First he was found by the cops at the hotel. Then the transit station was terminated. And now he was caught robbing a bank. Who would believe him if he's not an undercover agent? Seeing a flash of murderous intent under the driving dog Spider's eyes, the Crab Spider reassured him. Don't get too angry, dog. Now is not the time to kill that kid. Let's go back first and listen to what the boss has to say. The dog Spider tried to suppress the killing intent in his heart and said to the Crab Spider through gritted teeth, How many times have I told you to roll down the window when you spit? Do you have in your head? Crab Spider. Crab Spider shuddered in fear and hurriedly took out a paper to wipe the car window clean. Anyone who knows a dog spider is the best at driving and loves his car the most. It was fitting that the killing intent in his eyes just now was not directed at the tarantula, but at himself. That was close. Almost lost my life. The next day, early morning, the First People's Hospital of the city. Qin Yang was lying on the hospital bed, eating the fruit that Lu Yen personally fed him. The four brothers, Yu Hao, Chao Lingyun, Li Dongpeng, and Gu Nanxing, walked into the hospital room empty-handed. Yo, Qin dog, you've always been in pretty good shape. Why are you still in the hospital? Tisk tsk. Sibling sister personally feeds you fruits. Your kid is not blessed with a lot of lust. Your kid is indeed blessed. Younger siblings are beautiful and so gentle and considerate. You really have smoke coming out of your ancestors' graves. Qin Yang, who was wrapped up like a mummy, smiled, and ended up pulling the wound at the corner of his mouth, sucking in his breath in pain. Feeding the last slice of apple into Qin Yang's mouth, Lu Yen stood up and said with a smile, I still have a few things to do at the bureau, so you brothers can chat. I'll leave first. A few people nodded their heads in unison. Take care, sister-in-law. Be careful on the road. When Lu Yen left, Li Dongpeng slapped Qin Yang's thigh. You kid, this is too much. Wrapped up like a mummy? You fought those robbers? Qin Yang shook his head. Can a robber be that good? Pure workplace injury, the kind Medicare doesn't cover. Yu Hao picked up the medical record on the bedside table in his hand, and the more he looked at it, the more outrageous he felt. There's nothing wrong with you? Why are you wrapping it so tightly? Qin Yang let out a cold smile. I don't know if you've seen a news story about a woman studying medicine who stabbed her boyfriend dozens of times, and it was eventually determined that her boyfriend had minor injuries. Yu Hao nodded. I've heard a little about it, but what's it got to do with you? Qin Yang lifted the quilt and clothes, and there was a bruise on his stomach. The doctor said it's all skin wounds, no effect on internal organs or anything. But skin wounds don't mean I'm not in pain. Understand? Several brothers. Li Dongpeng laughed loudly from the sidelines. If you don't say that your younger sibling was promoted to work for the city council in such a short period of time, you can't say anything about your professionalism. Yu Hao patted Qin Yang's shoulder and said, Old Qin, you've been wronged for so many years. Soft rice is indeed not good. Qin Yang smiled faintly. A little frost is just a little frost. It's not worth mentioning. On the contrary, why are you guys free to come and see me? Li Dongpeng rolled his eyes at him. Look at you? Are you good looking? We're here to talk business with you. What did you tell me on the phone before you guys forgot? We've invited Boss Gu here for you. If you can't come up with a detailed business plan today, then don't blame the brothers for looking for their younger siblings to break the news. You could have had no less of a fling in college than my old man. You're going to ing die. It's still on live. Qin Yang pulled out his cell phone with great speed and immediately pulled Sun Jia into the blacklist. After doing this, Qin Yang let out a long breath of relief. That was close. Almost died. On the other side, the General Directorate of Municipalities. Sun Jia sat down with her freshly prepared meal and took out her cell phone and set it on the table. The other female co-workers all gathered around, ready to watch Qin Yang's live broadcast down the line together. Yo, Jia, you got a new cell phone? Where's the old one? Advertising space for rent. Sun Jia said very proudly. The old one was given to my boyfriend. He's been craving for my cell phone for a long time, and this new one I bought with my bonus. Speaking of this, Sun Jia clasped her hands together and began to pray before eating. Thank you, Sin Nemesis, Sentinel of the Dawn, and magnanimous brother-in-law. Thank you for granting me performance so that I can advance quickly. I will put aside $100 a month to punch the list for my brother-in-law, so please grant me more criminals. After the prayer, Sun Jia opened the live broadcast. A message alert popped up. You have been locked into a small black room and are temporarily unable to enter this live room. Sun Jia. Chapter 80. Brother-in-law, why is your head pointy? Sister Yen, my brother-in-law put me in the small dark room. Realizing that her account had been blacked out, Sun Jia let out a sharp popping sound. Still eating? The account is gone. Sun Jia jogged all the way to Lu Yan's face, sniffling and crying. Willowface had just returned from the hospital and had just sat down after typing up her meal and was eating slowly and methodically. Sun Jia was hanging on to one of her hands like a wombat, but Lu Yan's hand was not affected in the least, and it was time to eat and drink. Seeing Lu Yan ignoring her, Sun Jia cried even louder. Sister Yen, I'm the third oldest sister on my brother-in-law's list. I've charged a lot of money into that account. And we're also the group leaders of my brother-in-law's fan support club, so if I'm put in a small black room, what about those fans of my brother-in-law? They can't do it without me. Sister Xiaoyan, please talk to brother-in-law and ask him to be magnanimous and let me off the hook. I won't dare betray him again. Lu Yen took a sip of her soup and glanced lightly at Sun Jia. Oh? You mean to say that you were wrong to report this behavior of his to me before? Sun Jia's cries came to a screeching halt and she was sweating. This? Wrong is definitely right. I am Xiao Yen's sister you promoted up. I am definitely on your side, But my number can't be lost just like that. Lu Yen smiled slightly. It's not easy to want the number? You go directly to Qin Yang and say that you are willing to work for him from now on. And won't he return this number to you? Since he just blacked you out, it means he still wants to give you a chance. Only how to release the number from the small dark room depends on your sincerity. Being nudged like this by Lu Yen, Sun Jia was a bit confused. But Sister Yen, if I do this, is it considered betraying you? I don't want to betray you. I'm on your side, Sun Jia wasn't smart, but her survival instincts made her realize that this didn't seem right. Lu Yen smiled and said, Silly girl. How can this be considered betraying me? You can only provide me with more valuable information if you have gained Qin Yang's trust. Don't you think so? Hiss. Sun Jia stared wide-eyed and sucked in a breath of cool air. Good man. Sister Yen wants me to go undercover, and by the look on Sister Yen's face, it seems like I don't have the right to refuse. A few moments later, Sun Jia figured it out. She clenched her teeth and said, Good, Sister Yen. I'm willing to endure humiliation for you. Lu Yen nodded with satisfaction, picked up a tissue and wiped her mouth and said, That's fine. From now on I will give you some information that is valuable to Qin Yang, and you will appropriately reveal it to him to gain his trust. But you must also inform me truthfully of any unusual behavior on his side. If I find out that you're working as a double agent, this spoon will be your downfall. Lu Yen cupped the ceramic spoon in her hand and rubbed it slowly. In no time at all, the spoon was gone, replaced by a pile of ceramic powder. Sun Jia was startled and quickly stood at attention and saluted. Loyalty, sincerity. Hospital main entrance. Qin Yang, who finished the discharge formalities, reached out and pulled a cigarette out of his hair, held it in his mouth, and smoked it beautifully. Don't ask how to hide it. Ask his magic trick. Brother-in-law. Cough, cough. Qin Yang hurriedly inserted the cigarette back into his hair and even waved his hand in passing to dispel the smell of smoke. All of this action was done in less than a second, making it a magic quick shot. Oh, it's Jia. What are you doing here? Sun Jia beamed and approached Qin Yang, bumping him with her drum and said aggressively, Brother-in-law, you're not knowingly asking. My number fan license is almost 15 levels. How did you put me in the small dark room? Qin Yang sneered. Why don't you have any idea in your own heart? Xiao Jia, you know, I'm a person who hates traitors the most. Sun Jia continues to flank. Aya, brother-in-law, you've wronged me. You also know how scary Sister Yen is, right? She's busy with work and doesn't have time to watch your live stream. So she asked me to help spy on you, and I had no choice but to do so. But brother-in-law, I figured it out. We can't keep being pressed by Sister Yen like this. We have to fight back. Qin Yang smiled. He patted Sun Jia's shoulder and said, Playing the infernal path, right? Xiao Jia, you're still too young. Your brother-in-law, I've read countless movies and have all kinds of outrageous plots in my head. Playing that infernal path with me won't work. It's long outdated. You tell my wife for me, I, Qin Yang, will only have her as the only woman in my entire life. No other woman, even if a fairy descends to earth, will be able to get me. I, Qin Yang, even if I were to rush from here to the road today and let the 100 tons king run me over and choke to death on my dinner, I will definitely not do anything to wrong her. Loyalty. Sincerity. Qin Yang's waist was as straight as a javelin version and his eyes were firm. The netizens in the live room looked happy. How in the world did the Willow God tune it up? Look at what it's become for my brother Qin. Qin Yang, you underestimate me too much. You use Sun Jia to test cadres? Which cadre can't stand such a test? Am I the only one who cares about what outrageous plots my brother-in-law has in his head? No wonder I always feel as if Tang Sini has been studying in the wrong direction. It's a coincidence that Qin Dog brought the bias. Bull. Sun Jia also didn't expect Qin Yang's loyalty to Lu Yen to be so high. This infernal plot seems to be a bit of a pushover on its own. Just as Sun Jia was struggling to think of a way to break the situation, she suddenly opened her mouth and inquired, "Brother-in-law, why is your head pointy?" Qin Yang said with a calm face, "Really? Hair problem. I just got out of the hospital and didn't have time to take a shower and blow dry my hair. Do you have anything else to do? If there's nothing, go about your business." Sun Jia was keenly aware that something was wrong. It's not right. Even if it's pointy, why is it smoking? Qin Yang also felt a hint of fire. "Oh, it's probably because I just shouted slogans in the heat of the moment, so the heat was expelled from my head. Common sense elementary school physics. You still need to read more." Sun Jia had a face of admiration. "Awesome. You are worthy of being my idol brother-in-law." The head had gone from being on fire to having a slight roll. Qin Yang couldn't help but say, "Xiao Jia, do you have anything else to do or not? If not, just hurry up and leave, okay? I'm also very busy. And stop hitting me with your crotch. Where did you learn how to do that? You can't even be a pussy?" Sun Jia red-faced whispered, "I see online Guizhou side is not popular so well, as if called what hit the drum ceremony. I see the man was hit are quite happy ah." Qin Yang's forehead was already sweating. "People are drums, they have meat. You're a bone. Cluck. Get it? Don't learn it on the internet, you won't learn it. Okay. You're not leaving, are you? I'm leaving." Sun Jia grabbed Qin Yang's wrist and said pitifully, "Brother-in-law, don't go yet. I can still dance. How about I dance a pure land of ultimate bliss for you? I can dance very well."
Qin Yang,
Nima, I think you want to send me to the pure land of ultimate bliss. Chapter 81. Anyone else get a haircut and skip the check? Seeing that Sun Jia was about to start twisting, Qin Yang hurriedly said, "Stop! Don't move!" Qin Yang helplessly took out his cell phone. "Don't you just want me to release you from the small dark room? All right, I'll unblock you, so hurry up." Seeing that the cunning plan had succeeded, Sun Jia jumped up happily. "Thank you, brother-in-law. Don't thank me, hurry up and go. Will you? I'm begging you. Go as far away as you can." Sun Jia bounced around like a little elf and finally left. Qin Yang hurriedly reached out to remove the cigarette hidden in his hair and touched his head with his other hand. "Is hot and mushy. Smoking kills." Qin Yang took a sharp drag on the cigarette and pinched it out after finishing it and threw it into the trash can. "Gotta find a barber store and get it trimmed or I'll go back and my wife will find out I'm dead." Qin Yang walked down the street into a barber store. While at the corner, a man wearing a white undershirt was watching him with a gloomy face. "Brother Qi, why don't we just forget about it? That kid's wife seems to be a cop. There's no need for us to mess with him." Tianji glared up at his little brother Ma Chong. "What's wrong with cops? My girlfriend is also a cop. I told you why Jia Jia is ignoring me. She doesn't even want to hold hands. It's because she's mesmerized by this little white boy. Dare to seduce my woman. I'll let this brat know what regret means." Ignoring his little brother, Tianji also walked towards that barber store. Little brother Ma Chong had a bad feeling that his own big brother would not kick the bucket, right? Ma Chong frowned and decisively skipped. Tianji aggressively pushed open the door and walked into the barber store. And at a glance, he saw Qin Yang, who was washing his hair. Tianji snorted coldly and walked straight to the bed next to Qin Yang to lie down, making Zhang Hua, who was in charge of reception, look dumbfounded. "What is this? Is this guest so self-conscious?" Zhang Hua smiled and inquired, "This guest, are you here to wash or cut your hair?" Tianji pointed at Qin Yang. "What's his program?" "This guest is a wash and cut." "Okay. I'm the same as him, and I have to use the same shampoo for me." Qin Yang, who was lying on the side, was wondering in his heart. There's something wrong with this muscle man. He understands going to a restaurant and ordering the same food, but you want to wash your hair exactly the same? Could it be that he was hinting at something? Without waiting for Qin Yang to think more, a system beep suddenly came from his mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host. The show was a success. Your acting skills are widely acclaimed. Especially the little amorous interactions between husband and wife are a bright plus. At the request of the majority of fans, the system has made targeted adjustments to your rewards. Please pay attention to check receipt.
Qin Yang,
Little erotic interactions between couples? Brother system, you're not talking about me being used as a sandbag and being violently beaten up, are you? The air shakes cold. How can such cold words come from you? Oh, you don't have a mouth, then it's all right. Only Qin Yang had a bad feeling. What kind of good skills could this dog coin system give? Not to mention the targeted adjustments that have been made, that's even more anticlimactic. In the next second, the rewards in Qin Yang's mind refreshed. Ding. Power of surge passive. Increases water pressure and volume, adjustable intensity according to host's needs.
Qin Yang.
You, what's this? Huh? You're telling me this. It is. What? This skill can no longer be described as anticlimactic, it's simply abstract. Ding. Invincible Lucky Star passive. With a certain probability of randomly launching, the host will receive a large increase in lucky value for a short period of time, but the lucky value of the people around him will be drastically reduced. Ding. Hair Mound Finger passive. Little brother's famous skill. Indestructible. Invincible. Super flexible. Ding. Beast language proficiency active. Can communicate with animals, but there is a side effect of an empty ear effect when listening to others after using the skill. 4 skills in total, 3 passive and 1 active. In terms of quantity, the system is quite a big release this time around. But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, you almost got GA'd for robbing a bank, so there's no excuse for a little extra compensation. Only that one of these skills was more immodest than the other. In short, Qin Yang couldn't think of what exactly these skills should be used for. Just as Qin Yang was pondering, Tianji, who was lying on the side, suddenly opened his mouth. What I, Tianji, despise the most in my life is a white boy, especially the kind that looks like Hikari and likes to seduce other people's girlfriends. I'll see one and pinch one. Qin Yang let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, he looks like Edward, not Hiko. Tianji thought that Qin Yang was afraid and continued. Do you guys know what I mean about what it feels like to pinch and pop? It's the same as pinching an egg. All I have to do is put my hand on it, and the guy won't be a man anymore. I will make him the last eunuch in the Dragon Kingdom. After Tianji finished these words, he wanted to turn his head to see Qin Yang's reaction. After all, with all his crossbody plus putting up a tough fight, that little white boy should have been scared less, right? He ended up getting slapped just as he turned his head. That slap gave Tianji a straight-up dope. Zhang Hua said to Tianji with his white foam-stained hands, I've been putting up with you for a damn long time. Just now when I was washing my hair, I was yakking and moving my head around. Why don't you try moving your head again? Believe it or not, I'll whip you to death. Ha! Tianji clenched his fists and displayed his moving pecs, trying to shock Zhang Hua. Zhang Hua slapped him in the face again. Wash it or not. Wash or get your ass up and fight one-on-one. Tianji glanced at the razor in Zhang Hua's hand and raged a bit in anger. No anger, no anger. What's there to be angry about with the shampooer? I'm a fish out of water. Thinking of the several vicious cases that Sun Jia had told him about, Tianji's eyes cleared. Hot dry noodle murder. Arson for unpaid wages. Agent slashed for cursing. What seems like all the little things turn out to be a big deal when the whole thing comes out. Although Zhang Hua didn't seem to have muscles as big as his own. But in case he really gave himself a stab to the throat, then who would he find to justify himself? Tianji wanted to lighten the mood, so he took the initiative to find a topic. Handsome. How much do you charge for a wash and cut here? 608. Tianji's pupils quake. What the hell? So expensive. Zhang Hua was a little impatient. Didn't you order the set menu? What? It's too expensive now. Tianji was quick to smile. No, I just wanted to ask about the exact cost. Not that I can't afford it. How much do you pay for a wash here? Zhang Hua. 15. Where's the cut? 15. Tianji's eyes lit up as if he understood something. Oh. Mainly because blow is more expensive, right? Tachi scratched the itch, a wide smile on his face. And who blew it? Zhang Hua said expressionlessly. I blow. The smile on Tianji's face froze. You blow? You blow a hair. Dead pervert. I won't let you get away with this. Tianji was so scared that he got up in a hurry and ran out of the barbershop in a mess with a head of foam on his head. Qin Yang, who was cutting his hair, was also dumbfounded when he saw this scene. It's the 21st century, and people still cut their hair to get out of bills? Sure. Chapter 82, but you're a man. Qin Yang had just left the barber store after cutting his hair, when suddenly a system beep sounded in his head. Ding. Your part-time job has been updated. Your next part-time job is Sleep Taster. Mission requirements. 1. According to customer requirements, complete a single trial sleep task. 2. 50,000 new fans by live streaming the process of performing the task. Time frame of the mission. 3 days. Penalty for failure. Elbow, follow me into the house 10 times. Remarks. If it fails, the system will enhance Lu Yan's physique and boost her desire to enter the house.
Kiên nhẫn.
Nima. Stealing home, right? If you have the guts to come at me, what's the point of beefing up my wife, vile outlander system? Qin Yang's hands were already shaking. The penalty for failure before was still just emptying the private coffers, but it turned out to be a direct life and death game now. Except where to find a part-time job as a sleep tester? Qin Yang opened his cell phone's address book and began to scratch randomly. Soon, he dialed his old classmate Zhang Su's phone with a smile. As soon as the phone was connected, Zhang Su's lazy voice came out of the receiver. Hello, old Zhang. It's me, Qin Yang. Before Qin Yang could finish his words, Zhang Su directly hung up the phone. What's going on here? Although Qin Yang's relationship with Zhang Su wasn't as ironic as it was with Chao Lingyun and the others, it wasn't so bad that he hung up the phone just as soon as he introduced himself. Are you polite? Qin Yang called once more, but the result was that this time the phone only rang once and hung up. Apparently his old classmate had blacked him out. Naya, that tough? Qin Yang opened the university chat group and circled Zhang Su directly in the group. Qin Yang. Lao Zhang. What's your situation? Answer the phone. Next. Zhang Su has left the group chat.
Kiên nhẫn.
What do you mean you messed with this kid Zhang Su? Forget it. Ask the other students. Qin Yang posted another sentence in the chat group. Qin Yang. Old classmates. I've recently wanted to try my hand at being a sleep tester. Do any of you have a door to introduce? Next. The old classmates group has been disbanded.
Kiên nhẫn.
Nima. Overdo it. The chat group that usually has 999 plus messages every day was disbanded when they said they were disbanded. The netizens in the live stream were overjoyed to see this scene. See? That's word of mouth. I don't need to say it to know that the anchor's glorious deeds must have been spread. Or else the old classmates wouldn't have reacted this way. Who dares to take care of him? The industry Bacchus wither. Help him once they have to be no. To be able to make old classmates after years of graduation shun you, from a certain point of view Qin Dog is indeed considered excellent. The worst is Lai Dongpeng, right? He helped Qin Dog get a role, but the director was handcuffed and went in, and that movie was properly postponed, losing millions a day. That's too bad. So won't Qin Dog never find anyone to help him again now that he's like this? Just when everyone thought that Qin Yang would become a loner this time, he suddenly received a call from his old classmate Tongan. Qin Yang. I'm Tongan. Remember me? Tongan was obviously a man, but his voice was a little thin when he spoke, and it felt weird. But at this time Qin Yang, anxious to complete the task, also did not think so much. Hurriedly said, remember? Our class talent master well. When you were in college you were in the ballet club, you can also sing and so on. Every time the school has any large-scale activities are you to be the host, I am deeply impressed. Tongan smiled and said, it's really rare. I thought that a small character like me couldn't get into the eyes of Schoolmaster Qin. I didn't think that you actually remembered me. All right then, since you remember me, I'll do you this favor. Our company happens to be recruiting sleep testers recently, so you can come to the company and find me directly. I'll send you the address on your cell phone. Qin Yang nodded his head repeatedly to express his gratitude. It's not easy. The adult world is such a bitter place. It's hard to find someone to help when you're in trouble. Worried about Tongan's backtracking. After getting the address, Qin Yang directly called a car and went straight to the company where Tongan is located. Office buildings, offices. Seeing that it was time for lunch, Zhang Su, who worked on the same floor, ran to Tongan with a big grin. Go on, eat. Tongan picked up the powder and applied her makeup to the mirror, and without looking up, she said, go ahead and eat. I have an appointment to talk about something today. Zhang Su snickered. What kind of person is it that deserves you to dress up so carefully and wait for him? Tongan glanced at him. You know this guy too, old classmate Schoolmaster Qin. Zhang Su's face changed. Qin Yang? You're ing crazy. What are you asking him out for? Of course it's to ask him to talk about being a sleep tester. Our company is short of sleep testers, and he is interested in it, so I'll give him a hand if I can. Zhang Su thought that Tongan must be out of his mind. Didn't you listen to the things Old Li and the others said about themselves in the group before? Yuhao's factory shut down. Chao Lingyun's travel agency shut down. Old Li lost his job in place. All of these were caused by Qin Yang. This kid is so evil that it's too late for the rest of us to hide. And you're even taking the initiative to go up to him? Tongan said with some impatience. They're not doing well on their own. Why do they have to put the fault on Schoolmaster Qin? All right, old Zhang. I can't talk to you about these things. So hurry up and go eat by yourself. Zhang Su wanted to persuade him further, who knew that the secretary stood at the door and knocked. Mr. Tong, Mr. Qin Yang Qin has arrived at our company. Is it time to let him in? The expression on Zhang Su's face was a bit unnatural. How did this kid Qin Yang come so fast? Tongan nodded. Let the receptionist bring him over. You go make a latte. Remember to add more milk. Qin Yang likes it. Okay, Mr. Child. The secretary turned around and left the office, and Zhang Su finally came back to his senses at this time. He looked at Tongan with a shocked face. Tongan, you don't like Qin Yang, do you? Tongan covered his face with his hands sheepishly. Am I acting that obvious? Zhang Su was silent for a moment before saying, But you're a man. Zhang Su felt that the world was too epileptic. Tongan was relatively good-looking when he was in college, that is, what the older generation said was very bookish, and at first glance he was a reader, not a manual laborer. After graduating from college, Tong and occasionally puts on makeup and does all kinds of skincare on herself. Zhang Su had always assumed that this was because Tongan was more refined in person after all. He'd had a few girlfriends before and everything seemed normal. But now seeing Tongan's shy and timid look, Zhang Su got goosebumps. Nantung was actually by my side. It's horrible. Just as Zhang Su was about to withdraw first, the receptionist had already brought Qin Yang to the office door. Mr. Tong, Mr. Qin has arrived. Tong En was pleasantly surprised and hurriedly stood up and took the initiative to extend his hand to Qin Yang. Schoolmaster Qin, it's been a long time. Chapter 83. Are you so unsympathetic? Qin Yang subconsciously stretched out his hand. Only the next second he realized that something was wrong. Why is this old-school friend of his still wearing nail polish? Maybe I'm being paranoid. It's probably a personal preference. Qin Yang wanted to take his hand back, who knew that Tongan was still smiling, but his hand did not have the slightest intention of letting go, and his index finger even deliberately scratched the back of Qin Yang's hand. It's not right. Qin Yang forcibly pulled his hand back, feeling that his entire body was just like being electrocuted, and he got goosebumps. Seeing this reaction from Qin Yang, Tongan only smiled slightly and quickly got down to business. Tongan took out a contract that had been prepared long ago and handed it to Qin Yang to see. Old classmate, our company happens to be recruiting test sleepers recently. The time of the test sleep is no less than 10 hours each time. You need to record the video, and we will give $2,000 as a reward after each test sleep. If you don't think there's anything wrong with it, sign the contract, and I'll immediately arrange for you to try out the business ones. That easy? Worried that Tongan would pit himself, Qin Yang picked up the contract and carefully read it 3 times, and found that there was really no problem. Qin Yang couldn't help but open his mouth and inquired, Your salary for this trial sleeper is quite high. You get $2,000 for a single sleep. There should be a lot of people applying for the job, right? Tongan smiled and said, It's true that there are a lot of people who come to apply for the job, but there aren't many who can stick around. If there's no problem, just sign. We're old classmates. Can I still screw you over? Qin Yang pointed to the liquidated damages at the end of the contract and said, It's written in this contract that if you give up the trial sleep midway, you need to pay $1.5 million in liquidated damages. This amount is a bit outrageous, isn't it? Tongan pulled out the fountain pen on his chest and handed it to Qin Yang. Formal contracts, formal clauses, but you don't have to bother with that stuff, it's not much use. Besides, there's money to be made just by sleeping somewhere else. Would you run away in the middle of it? Qin Yang thought carefully and felt that this was also the reason. It's just a nap. What's there to be afraid of? Qin Yang swished and signed his name on the contract, and Tongan immediately called to arrange for a driver to wait for him downstairs. Just as Tongan personally escorted Qin Yang out, Qin Yang glanced at Zhang Su, who was standing at the side. Old Zhang, you kid can pulled me black, not to mention actively withdrawing from the group. I remember you. Zhang Su smiled calmly, not taking Qin Yang's words to heart in the slightest. We're all adults, not school kids. When I was a student, you could hit me when you were upset with me. But what can you do to me when you're upset with me now? Hit me if you dare, dumbass. After seeing Qin Yang into the elevator, Zhang Su asked suspiciously, Tongan, I can't see through more and more of what you're doing now. Your company's trial sleeper is not for everyone. Since you like Qin Yang, why do you still push him into the fire pit? Tongan smiled and pointed to the contract in his hand. It's precisely because I like him that I have to pit him hard. If he doesn't have something on me, how am I going to pin him down afterward? Zhang Su said disdainfully, You want to hold him for $1.5 million in liquidated damages? I've heard that Qin Yang is married to a small rich woman, so he should be able to shell out this $1.5 million. Tongan smiled and said, "Don't worry. Even if that little rich girl is willing to pay the breach of contract for him, I still have other ways to deal with him. Qin Yang, you won't be able to escape me." Under the office building. As soon as Qin Yang went out, he saw a van parked in the parking lot. The driver, Wei Hai, was covered in stubble and wearing a jacket with oil stains, leaning against the door and smoking. "You're Qin Yang." Wei Hai took out his cell phone and compared the photos, confirming that there was no mistake about the person. He backhanded the door of the van open and waved at Qin Yang. "Okay, get in the car." Qin Yang got on the car and took a look, then realized that there were 3 other men and 2 women in the car. "Are they test sleepers too?" Wei Hai sat in the cab and said very calmly, "Yes. Didn't the contract clearly state the requirements? 3 days of trial sleep, 6 rooms in total. One of you is responsible for 1 room." Co-pilot Lu Shang handed them 6 blindfolds. "Put them all on. Sleep and you'll be at the place." Lu Shang even pressed a button after he finished speaking, and the glass of the car window instantly turned opaque black, and there was absolutely no way for them to look through the glass to the outside. At the same time, a partition rose up from behind the driver's seat, completely separating the cockpit from the one behind it, making a small chamber. One girl was a little scared. "What's going on here? Why does this car look like this? Where are you taking us?" Wei Hai's voice came out of the speaker. "I'm really convinced that you guys didn't even read the contract carefully when you signed it. The place where you are going to experience the trial sleep next is our company's newly developed top tourist villa hotel. This hotel is not open to the public yet, so I can't tell you exactly where it is located, and I can't let you know the route on how to get there. You guys just put on your blindfolds and get a good night's sleep. You'll be at the place soon. There's no charge for your cell phones, so what do you have to be afraid of?" Hearing Wei Hai say this, the other several people all took out their cell phones and tried. Indeed, there is still a signal, can call and can also access the internet. Now they were finally relieved and slightly more at ease. Qin Yang was the only one who noticed that something was wrong. The phone does communicate fine, but there's no way to locate it anymore. This car should have been loaded with something like a locator jamming instrument, except why would it purposely be loaded with such a thing? Qin Yang was a bit flustered. The system isn't doing the whole job again, is it? He was just trying to fulfill his mission as a test sleeper, so he shouldn't get into trouble, right? Just as Qin Yang was frowning and thinking, a white-skinned woman next to him suddenly bumped Qin Yang with her elbow. "Handsome. I'm Yellen, what's your name?" Qin Yang said expressionlessly, "Wu Yanzu. You can also call me by my nickname Brother Crow." Yellen puffed. "Well, Yuyanashi, if you're not going to make a movie, why did you come to be a sleep tester too? Are you short of money?" Qin Yang asked in return, "What about you? Why did you come to be a sleep tester? Are you short of money?" Yellen's eyes dimmed and she nodded emotionally. "I grew up in a bad home. My dad was a gambler, my mom was paralyzed, and my brother is still disabled. I dropped out of school before finishing junior high school and worked outside for a few years. If it wasn't for this time when my grandfather was seriously ill and in urgent need of money, I wouldn't have." Qin Yang made a gesture in a hurry. Okay. Stop. It's rude to say any more. Ms. Yellen, we're just going to be tryouts now, not escorts. We're in a van now, and we're not in Foot, Washington. I sympathize with you for your tragic life, but I work for a living too, and I don't have any money. Get it?" Yellen was a little confused. Are men so unsympathetic these days? Chapter 84. Are you serious about this check? Ending his conversation with Yi Lin, Qin Yang looked at his cell phone with some anxiety. Previously, when he received the task of being a sleep tester, Qin Yang knew that he would have to spend the night outside. Only he didn't expect that he would be outside for 3 days in a row. What to tell my wife? Although Lu Yan didn't explicitly say so, women should all hate it when their husbands stay out at night, right? When he thought of how hard he had eaten a set of Lu Yan's combinations earlier, Qin Yang's abdomen was still vaguely aching. Now that his injuries had not yet healed, I was afraid that if he ate another set of combinations, he would go to his death on the spot. Worried, Qin Yang pulled out a cigarette from his hair and held it in his mouth, not lighting it, just holding it for fun. It was also at that moment that Sun Jia called. As soon as Qin Yang connected, Sun Jia's sneaky voice came out of the receiver. "Hello, brother-in-law. Agent Sunja reporting to you."
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang. "Let go if you have an ass. Don't talk nonsense." Sunja hemmed and hawed. Brother-in-law, Sister Yen and I came to the provincial hall for a meeting. The provincial hall invited us to do a province-wide report on security and criminal cases, mainly to impart a bit of experience in handling cases to our brother units in other municipal bureaus. According to the notice sent by the provincial office, we have to stay over here for at least 3 days. Qin Yang froze. What in the world could be so coincidental? Why does something feel wrong? Just as Qin Yang was puzzled, his cell phone received a photo from Sun Jia. In the photo, the valiant Lu Yen is sitting in front of the computer office, while Sun Jia hand holding the notification document sent down by the provincial department, with a sneak peek angle to the content of the document, and Lu Yen were photographed. Surprisingly, it's true. God help me. Qin Yang whispered to Sun Jia. All right, I know. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang sent a message to Lu Yen at the first opportunity. Qin Yang, kiss my wife? When are you off work today? I bought a bit of pork ribs at the food market. I'll give you pork ribs soup stew to drink in the evening. Lu Yen. He's going to the provincial office for a meeting soon, staying for 3 days and not coming back.
Qin Yang. Ah?
How come? What about the ribs I bought for you? I ran through several food markets before I carefully selected and bought them. Lu Yen. Good boy, when I come back after the meeting to make it up to you, eat the ribs by yourself first. Be obedient. Qin Yang. All right then. I'll wait for you to come back then, aggrieved. Seeing Qin Yang's operation, the netizens in the live broadcast room fell silent. Well, so that's how Sunja the agent is used, learned. Is this the legendary desire to escape? Qin Dog Nyoa. It's just bullying me, Ryujin, for not liking to watch live broadcasts? Or else you wouldn't blow up if you had a live replay? The Lu God has a lot of work to do every day. How could she have time to watch the live replay? Besides, Lu Xin always thought that Sun Jia was helping her to supervise Qin Dog. Who would have thought that Sun Jia was bribed by Qin Dog? After confirming that he had 3 days of free time, Qin Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, too, the van came to a stop, and before long the door was pulled open from the outside. Wei Hai slapped the car door impatiently and said, "We've arrived at the place, all come down." The 6 of them got out of the car in turn, and were instantly shocked upon seeing their surroundings. Holy, it's actually a villa? Dirtbag. This is an estate, not a villa. Pools, maids, villas, champagne. The luxury of this manor was beyond anyone's imagination. Welcome, honored guests, inside. The maids, who averaged 25 years of age, had their hands folded over their bellies and were smiling and quite professional. Seeing the appearance of several people who hadn't seen the world, Wei Hai lightly laughed and said, "This is the place where you guys are going to try to sleep and experience for the next 3 days. Don't forget what you're here for, the food, the environment, the sleep, the service, etc. Whatever you experience here, you need to turn in a detailed report of your professional experience in 3 days. If the quality of the report is not up to par, you won't get a penny. Is that clear?" A few people were in high spirits. Understood. Wei Hai nodded. Now that you've heard it all, go in and experience it. Led by the maid, the 6 passed over the pool porch bridge and headed for the villa lobby. Qin Yang was a bit strange in his heart. With such a good manner and so many maids serving one-on-one, why was it that neither Wei Hai nor Lu Shang was envious in the slightest? Not only were they not envious, but they looked at them rather strangely, with what looked like a hint of pity in their eyes. As Qin Yang was thinking, the 2 men traveling with him were the same as a bumpkin entering the city, sighing as they walked. Wow, I've only seen this kind of mansion in games before. I didn't think I'd be able to live in and experience it one day. Yeah, it must be great to live in a mansion like this, Qin Yang said indifferently. Nothing cool, the home is so big, a pool. Live for a year to get rheumatism. Who good people swim every day, and the pool water also has to always cycle self-purification, very costly. When Qin Yang said this, the 2 men froze. Brothers, how do you feel? Very knowledgeable look. Lived before. Qin Yang scratched his face. Sort of. Lived there for a while in the summer when I was on summer vacation. The 2 men looked at each other, not reacting for a moment. Dude, you can afford to live in a mansion like this. Why are you still here as a sleep tester? To experience life? Qin Yang did not say anything with a faint smile. I'm a noble system player. Can I just say such things to you? As soon as the several people walked into the villa's lobby, they realized that there were 6 exclusive butlers already waiting for them in the lobby. 3 men and 3 women, and all of them were quite good, both in looks and body. Just as the 6 people were wondering in their minds, A woman dressed in the style of a medieval European aristocrat walked down the rotating staircase step by step, holding a walking stick. Welcome. Welcome the honorable 6 guests to Mountain and Sea Manor. I am the manor's chief housekeeper, Red Ju. The next 6 guests will spend 3 days of ultimate luxury and fantasy with our 6 exclusive butlers. All the programs in the manor during this period are available for the guests to experience for free without any charges. Of course, during these 3 days, the guests also need to cooperate with us and do some fixed programs. As soon as Red Ju's words fell, several doctors in white coats walked in from outside. Red Ju introduced, "These are our manor's family doctors, in charge of monitoring and checking the health of several of you for these 3 days. If a few of you feel uncomfortable in any way, you can speak to our doctors and all items are free of charge." Wang Tao, the test sleeper, said with an excited face, "I have an incisor that has been missing for a long time. Can I get a dental implant here?" Red Ju smiled slightly. "Of course you can. As long as it's a medical program that can be completed in 3 days' time, it's free for us here." Red Ju made a gesture, and several exclusive butlers came forward, offering to take them to the medical building next door for a physical examination. Qin Yang's exclusive housekeeper is called Ajiao, with a front and back figure and a childish face that is huge. Before Qin Yang could say anything, she took the initiative to come up and hug Qin Yang's arm. "Mr. Qin, let's go for a health checkup first." Qin Yang felt his nose getting hot. "Is this check proper for you?" Chapter 85. Surging Power. Initiation. Originally, I thought the so-called medical building was just a simple medical checkup center. But when they walked into the medical building, they realized that this medical building was more formal than they had imagined. The large medical equipment that should be there are also professional doctors and nurses on duty inside. Do not know that they thought they had entered some noble private hospital. Only this hospital was only half open to them. In the middle of the corridor on each floor, there is a big heavy iron door with a combination lock, so you can't see what's going on across the street, and you can't open it without knowing the combination. That would be strange. What medical building would be built like this? What is the point of dividing a good building into 2 different areas in the middle? The dedicated butlers took a few people to have their blood pressure measured and blood drawn, and then did a series of routine medical checkups. Except for Qin Yang, the others didn't feel that there was anything wrong with these checkup programs in the slightest. Instead, they felt that they had saved money. After all, working cattle and horses people weekdays which have spare money to give themselves a medical examination are not onset as no disease, the onset of the said. "Mr. Qin, the next item is the urine test. Over there is the toilet, we need your cooperation." Ajiao handed Qin Yang a palm-sized measuring cup. Qin Yang glanced at the measuring cup, frowned and said, "This is too small, isn't it? Get me a bigger one or it will get on my hand." Ajiao didn't say anything and just brought a urinal over. Qin Yang shook his head. "Still too small." Ajiao glanced at Qin Yang suspiciously, and although she did not understand, she still showed respect and handed over a bucket of paint for painting. Qin Yang was a bit impatient. "Can you just give me a vat? I'll have a larger than normal amount." Hearing Qin Yang say that, all the other women couldn't help but look towards him. The other 2 male test sleepers bristled. Wang Tao said with a disdainful face, "What's the point of loading? Pissing more than 1 bucket can hold?" Qiu Fei nodded along. Seeing more beautiful women in heat, trying to act like he's strong in front of so many women, childish. That being said, the 2 men also mentally replaced the measuring cup with a urinal. The 2 men had already started to secretly compete with Qin Yang. They wanted to see if Qin Yang was really so capable of peeing. "Mr. Qin, do you think this bucket is okay?" Ajiao handed a brand new bucket to Qin Yang, who sighed. "Barely enough." After saying this, Qin Yang walked into the toilet cubicle with a bucket, followed by Wang Tao and the 2 of them, who went into the other 2 cubicles respectively. These cubicles are unisex, so everyone else waits outside until the 3 men are done peeing before the women go. The first to shoot was Wang Tao. As the saying goes, the big strings are as noisy as the rain, and the small strings are as cutting as whispers. This kid was fierce and then weak, which is consistent with normal urination. Next is Qiu Fei. The boy got very rhythmic, a burst of it, and the sound was so loud that the onlookers were anxious for him. A group of women couldn't help themselves. Liao Xian even laughed and whispered to Yilin, "This Qiu Fei couldn't be urinating frequently and not being able to urinate, right? It's so embarrassing, haha." Yilin's pretty face blushed, a little embarrassed. She was untouched, and suddenly Liao Xian was talking to her about these topics. She was still a bit shy. By the time both of them were about to finish, there was still no movement on Qin Yang's side. Since Qin Yang had turned off the screen, the netizens in the live broadcast room were all sending question marks in their pop-ups. What do you mean, the Qin dog plumbing is clogged? It can't be that I've been invalidated by my willow god, tragic. Just too tragic. Die laughing? And dare to play Batman again? Don't be alarmed. This is a very normal phenomenon of waiting to urinate. We have a lot of older people in our hospital with this condition. It's not fatal. That divine Dr. Lee actually said that Qin dog's kidneys are good. How amusing. Just his kind of performance, kidney deficiency is more or less the same. Wang Tao and Xiu Fei came out of the cubicle successively. One full jug and one half jug for both. Wang Tao was so proud of his ambition that he was like a proud rooster, just about to walk around the floor with a urinal to show off. Seeing that Qin Yang hadn't moved yet, just as Wang Tao was about to make a mocking remark, a surging sound of water came from the cubicle and resounded throughout the corridor. As the saying goes, the silver bottle is broken and the water bursts. Iron horsemen protrude with their swords and spears. The dragon rolls the waves. The furious sea roars wildly and shakes the 9 skies. Everyone was stunned. Is this the kind of noise people make? You kicked a ing high-pressure hose? Qin Yang in the cubicle was also quite tormented at this time. Surge of power was a passive skill, and even though he had minimized the water pressure at this point, the scene was still gradually getting out of control. It feels like you drank 2 big bottles of water before you hit the highway, held it in all the way without going to the bathroom, and then finally got to release it 2 hours later. From the numbness and lack of feeling at the beginning to the electric shock of the whole body at the end. Let's just say that brothers who have experienced it know it all. Accompanied by Qin Yang's gusty low roar, the sound of water did not tend to diminish at all. Netizens finally understand why Qin Yang wants Ajiao to take a big bucket. This kid sprinkler reincarnation, the bucket is small and really cannot be loaded. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. It took Qin Yang a full 3 minutes to finish peeing. He opened the cubicle door and walked slowly out of it, holding onto the wall. Sorry, I drank a little too much water on the way here. That bucket in there is all over the place, I can't lift it, so you guys get 2 people to go in and carry it. Ajiao blushed shyly and took the initiative to go up to assist Qin Yang. Her eyes involuntarily turned on to aim at herself. Liao Xian licked her lips and fanned herself with her hand. Why don't you guys turn on the air conditioning? It's hot. Yilin was even looking at Qin Yang with a shocked expression, as if she had seen a ghost. Wang Tao and Xiu Fei subconsciously took 2 steps back. Can't beat that, not at all. Hill House, Center Control Room. Tongan looked at Qin Yang, who came out of the screen holding the wall with a sickly expression and greedy eyes. Schoolmaster Qin, you really didn't let me down. After all these years, you're still as good as ever. A middle-aged doctor frowned and said, Mr. Tong, this Qin Yang is behaving strangely. A normal person shouldn't have such a water storage capacity, and after urinating for so long, mustn't he be directly dehydrated? As soon as the middle-aged doctor's words left his mouth, Tong backhanded a hard slap to his face. Meng Jiang, what kind of a thing are you? You're worthy of questioning school head Qin? Remember, you're just a dog I keep. You do what I say. Got it? Meng Jiang lowered his head and said, Yes, Mr. Tong. It's me who spoke too much. Tong tugged at his tie, his fingers gently stroking Qin Yang in the screen. Bring me the medical report of Schoolmaster Qin the first time it comes out, and also have Ajiao try him out tonight. I want to see where his limits are. Yes, Mr. Tong. Chapter 86. This is word of mouth. What awaited a few people after having a medical checkup was indeed the ultimate luxury experience. Red Ju prepared a pool party for the 6 people. At the party everyone is the protagonist. Even if it is Wang Tao, the kind of pressure cannot swim. As long as you dip in the pool, there will be a beautiful woman will take the initiative to lean up with the body constantly rubbing against you, all sorts of rainbow farts plus feed you cake. Liao Xian and the rest of the women would also have male models wearing only a necktie come up to them for service. The male model put the tie around Liao Xian's neck and danced around them in all kinds of seductive poses. Brother Yang, why are you sitting here alone? Go down for a swim. People feed you cake too. Ajiao, dressed in a pink bikini and holding a piece of tiramisu cake, winks like a beautiful snake and leans over. Qin Yang sat on a chair on the shore, eyes watching the nose watching the heart, immobile as a mountain, expressionless. Ajiao frowned slightly. What's going on here? When she saw Qin Yang, who was sitting cross-legged at this moment, the 4 big words, Bao Xiang Shuangdang, popped up in her mind for no apparent reason. This kid isn't gonna just sit there and soar in place, is he? Ajiao knelt beside Qin Yang with one leg, forcing her way to Qin Yang's side against two large thunderbolts. Ajiao whispered in Qin Yang's ear with a delicate voice, "Brother Yang, take a look at me. Do you not like me? If you think one is not enough, people can also call their little sisters to come over together to serve you." Ajiao beckoned and two more bikini beauties with white skin and long legs came over. Relying on the number of people, Ajiao had the guts to make a move against Qin Yang, only to see Ajiao reach out and grab where she shouldn't, who knew that just as she was about to touch, she was grabbed by Qin Yang's wrist. Qin Yang said with a cold face, "This monk, I advise you not to make a fool of yourself. With just this claw of yours going down, many people will die, including me." Ajiao was stunned at first, then giggled out loud. "Aya, so Brother Yang, you like to play this kind of role-playing game? Well then, Brother Holy Monk, I'll cooperate with you any way you want to play. Ajiao told Qin Yang to let go of her hand, then dipped her index finger into a bit of cake and smeared it on Qin Yang's face when he wasn't looking. Then Ajiao looked at Qin Yang's eyes were about to drip water. She softly said, "Brother Holy Monk, why are you so careless? Come on, I'll clean it up for you." Ajiao just stuck out her tongue, and in the next second, Qin Yang grabbed a whole cake and slapped it mercilessly on her face. Snap! The other two little sisters who were beside her were horrified. What the hell is going on here? People play fling with you, you play all out with her? The netizens in the live stream laughed out loud. Qin Yang, I didn't expect it. I'm Fa High, not a holy monk. Qin Yang, demon. I want you to help me cultivate. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Great Luo Dharma mantra. How many lives do you have? Stretching out a chicken's claw and daring to go scratching around. Don't you know that only I, the willow god, can take the lifeblood of the Qin dog? Tang Sini touched Qin dog's abs once, and as a result, 5 of the 6 bruisers died and 1 was injured. If you really catch little Qin Yang, everyone in this mountain village will have to die. You like cake, don't you? Someone, feed the lady cake. Ajiao wiped the cake off her face with her hand and forced a smile. Don't get angry, don't get angry. No one will replace you if you get sick. I've even served perverted maniacs before. What's a small scene when you get a faceful of cake? Ajiao barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Just as he was about to speak, snap, another cake slapped him in the face. Qin Yang said in a flat tone, "Although I don't know why you guys want to play this kind of game, but since you like it, I'm happy to accompany you, and anyway, there's enough cake to go around." Ah! Ajiao couldn't take it anymore. She screamed, grabbed her hair and turned to flee. Qin Yang picked up a piece of cake and looked at the other 2 little sisters, who were so scared that they fled as well. Qin Yang put down the cake and sneered in his heart. What kind of goods are they to try to seduce themselves? Not even half as pretty as Mary at home, let alone compared to Lu Yen. A bunch of mediocre fans, hard to get into Qin Yang's eyes. Just as Qin Yang was about to get up and go back to his room to sleep, Yilin walked towards him wrapped in an oversized bath towel. Unlike Liao Xian and the others who were mesmerized by the male models, Yilin was like she had a cleanliness fetish, not allowing the male models to come near her at all, let alone interact with her. Red Zhu also noticed this keenly, so she changed her housekeeper to serve her. And even though Red Zhu had emphasized that everyone should wear swimsuits to the pool party, Yelin had chosen the most conservative swimsuit she could find, still wrapped in a towel, and wearing a pair of flesh-colored short stockings on her feet. One look at Yilin's sneaky appearance, Qin Yang couldn't help but want to laugh. "Why are you wearing my grandmother's stockings out? And you don't look like you're here for a pool party, more like you're here to steal a chicken." Yilin first looked around vigilantly to make sure that no one had noticed them before she whispered to Qin Yang. "Police officer number 1025. I'm Yilin, a criminal police officer from the Shishan branch, and I'm currently on an undercover investigation mission." "Qin Yang, I know you're Lu Yan's husband. You're on a live broadcast right now, right?" Qin Yang froze, and a bad feeling rose in his heart. What's the situation? He was only here to be a sleep tester. How did he get involved with the criminal police again? Seeing Qin Yang looking at herself with shocked eyes, Yilin quickly explained, "I don't have time to explain too much to you. All I can tell you is that our leader suspects that Tongan is using the news of recruiting sleep testers to lure in human abductions. Before us, 25 people have gone strangely missing after applying for trial sleepers. I've heard about those cases you solved before in the West Mountain branch. Is it possible that you, East Mountain, have also noticed Tongan's abnormality?" Qin Yang was silent for a moment. Would you believe me if I said I was simply here to experience life? Yellen glanced at him. I believe. You big head. Would you, the sword of the dawn, the nemesis of sin, appear here by chance? Originally, I didn't have much confidence in this operation. After all, so far I haven't found any evidence of their crimes. But you being here makes me feel much more solid in my heart. It means that our direction of detection must be right.
Kim Yang.
See? It's called word of mouth. Qin Yang helplessly spread his hands and said, Officer Yi, I think you're being a bit unreasonable. I'm really here to experience life. I'll admit I did work a few big cases before, but they were all coincidences. Do you think I'm Conan, who dies wherever I go? As soon as Qin Yang's words fell, a woman's sharp popping sound suddenly came from the poolside. Dead man. Somebody help. It's drowning.
Kim Yang.
No man so facetious. You're going to risk your life to keep my reputation. Aren't you? There's no need for that. Chapter 87. Is this your belly cock photo? Hearing that someone had drowned, Yilin was the first to run over to check it out, and Qin Yang had no choice but to follow him over to see who was defending his reputation. As soon as Qin Yang approached, he saw Wang Tao lying on the shore, his stomach swollen and bulging, and 2 doctors were taking turns doing CPR on him. Every time he pressed, there was a lot of water spitting out of Wang Tao's mouth, and looking at his blurred consciousness, it did look like he was in a bad way. Yellen frowned and inquired, What's going on? How could he drown with so many people watching? Wang Tao's personal butler cried and cried. Just now, we had been playing in the shallow water, but Wang Tao insisted on showing us a snorkel, saying that he knew unique swimming techniques, and we couldn't persuade him. He ended up taking a plunge into deeper water and became what he is now, and we can't swim, so it was the lifeguards who came to his rescue. You know you can't swim, but you have to show off your unique swimming skills? Do you want to listen and see what you're talking about? Yilin keenly noticed bruises on Wang Tao's wrists and shoulders. She was about to open her mouth to speak when she was interrupted by Qin Yang, who was at the side. Do not know how to water still in the pool dip play is easy to get into trouble. Do not ask so much. First save the person back to say it. Out of professional habit, Yellen always wanted to be the first to point out any irrationality she saw. But Yellen forgot that she was now undercover. The smarter she acted, the more likely she was to attract the attention of those behind the scenes until she had hard evidence. Being so interrupted by Qin Yang, Yilin also finally reacted, closed her mouth and quietly stood aside to say nothing more. It was also at this time that Wang Tao spat out a mouthful of water, and the whole person was much more awake. Dr. Meng Jiang frowned and said, He's out of life-threatening danger for now, but his current condition requires hospitalization for 2 days of observation. Carry him to the medical department and observe him closely. 2 nurses brought a stretcher and carried Wang Tao toward the medical department. The kid doesn't realize he's already wandering around in front of the ghost gate, half asleep and squeezing out a smile to give them a thumbs up and yell that the party will continue tomorrow. Qin Yang suddenly felt that zipping into deep water like this seemed like something this kid could do. After all, this kid had a beauty of a missing brainstem. After being messed up by this incident with Wang Tao, everyone was in no mood to continue the party. Seeing that it was also late, everyone went back to their respective rooms, showered and rested. Closing the door, Qin Yang came to the room that belonged to him. The whole room is Japanese style and the bedroom has no bed, just a tatami mat. There was a large floor-to-ceiling window next to the bedroom, and standing in front of it you could just see where the pool party had just taken place. This window could not be opened, but strangely enough there was also a balcony corridor about 1.5 meters wide outside the window, connecting all the rooms on this floor, and it was not clear what it was for. After taking a shower, Qin Yang lay on the bed and took out his cell phone to check it. Fortunately, there weren't any unread messages or missed calls, so it seemed that Lu Yen had really gone to the provincial office for a meeting. New friend message. Qin Yang clicked on the friend application to take a look. The avatar was exactly Yilin holding a cup of milk tea in her hand with a bright smile. After hesitating for a moment, Qin Yang still chose to pass the friend request. Soon, Yellen sent a message. Yellen, I've pulled together a chat group, so if you're not doing anything, come in and chat. Yellen invites you to join the sleep testing group. Qin Yang originally thought that Yilin was going to say something else to him in secret, but it turned out to be just asking him to add the chat group. But it's understandable when you think about it. It's natural to be cautious as an undercover agent. Who knows if Tongan is watching them from behind the scenes? One can't rely too much on electronics. You see how chill country agents have been swept away before, and not just because of the use of chat groups to exchange business. Let's just say that the chillers, like the Azango, played as consistently as ever. As soon as Qin Yang joined the chat group, the lights in the room automatically turned off. Trial sleeper Healy posted a cute emoji in the chat group. Healy, yeah. Why did you suddenly turn off the lights? People are still in the shower. Scared me. Qiu Fei, you still play with your cell phone in the shower? Holly, so what? There's a waterproof cell phone cover in the bathroom. It's not like it's a big deal to return a message. Cupie, look at the legs. Holly, get out. Liao Xian, is Qin Yang sleeping yet? Look at your abs. Anyway, it's a long night and we can't sleep, so let's chat for a while. Liao Xian, in that case, it's okay for us girls to send leg photos and you boys to send abs photos. The ancients did not deceive me. Before coming to the estate, everyone was a cow or a horse. All they could think about was how to make money and what to eat for their next meal. But not now that I've eaten and drank enough, and little thoughts that shouldn't be there are starting to creep in. Soon, a photo of Liao Xian was sent over. All that could be seen was her entire body soaking in the bathtub, which was full of white bubbles that covered most of her body. Liao Xian wore a cute pink bunny hair band on her head, stretched out a white smooth thigh, and made a loving gesture at the camera. It's very Netflix, very aristocrat. Excited to see Qiu Fei, he followed up by posting a picture of one of his abs out. Healy was still twisting and turning and pretending to be reserved, but she found out that Liao Xian even pretended to be cute first to attract Qin Yang's attention. So Healy didn't pretend anymore. She also took a selfie, only to see Healy wearing a single thin as cicada-winged bathrobe, sideways, biting her lips, deliberately showing a pitiful expression. Under the shower, the water-dampened bathrobe clung to her body, outlining her curvaceous figure in a way that was inviting. The netizens watched with dry mouths, and Liao Xian was so angry that she almost smashed her cell phone. Ho Li, the heartthrob, took wet pictures and said goodbye to the leg pictures. Although Liao Xian was angry in her heart, she couldn't show it or she would appear to be very careful. She also deliberately circled Yellen. Lin, where are your leg shots? Hurry up and send it. Ding dong. Yellen sent a picture of her legs. Very white, very long. But it's a ING net chart at first glance. Isn't it? Daytime, outdoors, and a butterfly tattoo on his leg. How did you get this effect indoors? Are you so out of touch with finding web images? The corner of Liao Xian's mouth twitched, but she didn't say anything more. That's good. Yilin looked like an honest girl. She would instead at least not rob Qin Yang with herself. Liao Xian moved her neck and continued typing with her eyebrows raised. Handsome Qin Yang, where's your abs photo? Hurry up and send it. Ding dong. Qin Yang sent a picture of a pheasant and accompanied it with a text below. Red-bellied brocade chicken, Longwa's specialty bird, national second-grade protected animal. Mainly distributed in Qinghai, Gansu, Shaanxi, Guizhou, Sichuan, and other places. Holly? Liao Xian? You're doing this on purpose. Who wants to see a picture of your belly chicken? Just as Liao Xian was raging, Qiu Fei suddenly quoted her picture and marked the glass behind her with a red circle. Liao Xian, is there a figure behind this glass? Chapter 88. Brother, why is your attack hammer new? Behind the bathtub where Liao Xian was lying was a one-way frosted glass. The bathroom was able to vaguely see outside, but it was only logical that the outside couldn't see into the bathroom at all. But on the photo, there was indeed a black figure that looked like it was lying on the glass peering inside, and it made everyone's head spin to see it. Is it an illusion? Just as everyone was wondering, a woman's scream suddenly came from outside. Everyone panicked. Healy, did you guys hear a scream? It seems to be coming from Liao Xian's room. Qiu Fei, Liao Xian, are you okay? Send a message to report your safety. Yellen. I just called her, no answer. Got hung up on. Liao Xian sent a picture. Everyone clicked the group picture away and got goosebumps. In the picture, Liao Xian has her mouth taped shut and her hands handcuffed and suspended by a chain hanging down from the ceiling. She stood in the bathtub with her hair draped over her head and many scrapes and bloodstains, and her whole body looked as if she had fainted, her head hanging motionless. Qiu Fei, what is this, a prank? Yellen, move your brain, okay? Who's pulling this kind of prank in the middle of the night? Liao Xian must have had an accident. Yellen, everyone come to my room. We'll go to Liao Xian's place together after the rendezvous. Qiu Fei, why don't you come to my room? I'm scared too. Healy, I can't. The door of the room is locked. I can't open it at all. What should I do? I'm so scared right now. Is there anyone who can come and save me? Holly. Call the police. I want to call the police. Just after Lee sent out this message, no signal prompt appeared on Qin Yang's cell phone. The internet's down? Qin Yang looked at the live broadcast, and sure enough, the live broadcast was also disconnected. It seems that the other side is not going to pretend and is ready for a showdown. Qin Yang searched around the room, but he was hard-pressed to find any tools to defend himself. He had no choice but to pick up a pillow as a shield in his left hand and a glass ashtray in his right, which was a bit of a handy weapon. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of metal pounding rang out. The sound was like someone dragging a crowbar forward, and with each distance, the crowbar would strike the guardrail. The sound was coming from the balcony. Qin Yang bravely looked in the direction of the balcony. The white muslin curtains became his last line of defense. Crackle. A bolt of lightning suddenly crossed the sky. A petite figure holding a piece of rebar in her hand was reflected in the gauze curtain by the electric light. Brother Qin Yang. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Why does this voice sound so familiar? Qin Yang did not perform any operation, but the curtains in the house automatically slowly pulled open towards the left and right sides. Qin Yang stormed out. Nima, smart curtains are killing people. At this time you automatically open the curtains, I do not blow up. Rainy nights, lightning, steel, bloodthirsty perverts. Only after the curtains were completely pulled open did Qin Yang see clearly that the one standing outside was no one else but Tong En. Unlike the Tong En who was suited up in the daytime, the Tong En at this time was wearing a dirty white shirt, wearing heavy makeup and eyeshadow, and looking at Qin Yang with almost perverted eyes. Brother Qin Yang, I'm here. Bang. Tongan lifted the steel with both hands and chiseled heavily on the glass window. The quality of the glass window was good, but it was still chiseled with dense spider cracks. Tongan's eyes grew crazier and crazier. It was as if by breaking the glass he would be able to break out of his cocoon and be reborn. Brother Qin Yang, do you still remember that you helped me once in college? You stood in my way and helped me get rid of those people from Xiao Zihao. They all laughed at me for not being a man. They all bully me and think I'm a pussy. But soon they couldn't laugh anymore. As long as I can get your kidney, Brother Qin Yang, as long as we can merge into one, I can be a man just like you. I'll be able to become a real man. Ha ha ha. The Qin Yang people went numb. No man, Xiao Zihao and the others are bullying you, you've got my kidney? It's not bullying honest people. No wonder when all his classmates shunned him, Tongan offered to let him come to the company as a trial sleeper. So you're hitting on my loins. Tongan was too maniacal. Qin Yang was so scared that he turned around and wanted to run, but the door of the room could not be opened. It was also at that moment that Sun Jia's voice came from outside the door. Brother-in-law, are you in there? Qin Yang was ecstatic. Jia, what are you doing here? Aren't you guys having a meeting at the provincial office? Sunja? It's a long story. Qin Yang directly gave himself a mouthful. I'm just asking this one extra question. It's not owed. Qin Yang hurriedly interrupted. Let's not talk about the long story. Hurry up and break down the door. I'm going to be GA wasted. Sun Jia hurriedly consoled. Brother-in-law, don't worry first. Our people have already gone to get the door attack hammer. This door of his is specially made. We can't kick it open. Bang. The glass on the balcony shattered in response. Tongan casually threw the rebar aside, pulled out a scalpel, and walked towards Qin Yang with a big smile. Brother Qin Yang, don't be afraid. This knife is very sharp. You won't feel any pain. Look. Tongan's index finger flicked on the scalpel and bean-sized beads of blood gushed out, followed by his mouth. Nima, what a pervert. Qin Yang desperately tapped on the door. Hasn't the tapping hammer arrived yet? I'm going to die if it doesn't come. Help. The most desperate way to die in this world is when you're one door down from the police. Obviously, a group of police officers were right outside the door, but Tongan did not put them in the least, and was determined to Jie Qin Yang waste. No. Can't just sit back and wait. Eat my Pegasus meteor fist. Qin Yang was just ready to fight to the death. Who knew that Tongan's left hand was as fast as lightning, like an iron clamp directly choking Qin Yang's neck, pinning his entire body against the door. The muscles on Tongan's arms bulged, and roots of green veins gnarled above the muscles, slowly wriggling like living creatures. Qin Yang was pinched and rolled his eyes. Who would have thought Tongan was so powerful for a sissy? But it makes sense when you think about it. After all, S are mostly into fitness. No, I'm dying. Why am I still thinking about this nonsense? Honey, I'm sorry, I'll go ahead. Qin Yang had already given up struggling. Qin Yang was powerless in the face of a muscular brother like Tong En. Just as Tong En pressed the scalpel against Qin Yang's abdomen and prepared to move the knife, his pupils shrank and he suddenly felt an extremely dangerous aura. Bang! One hand punched through the door panel and grabbed Tongan's hair with precision. Before Tongan could react, the hand yanked back and grabbed Tongan's head and knocked it hard against the thick door panel. Tongan was knocked off his feet, and before he could get his breath back, the hand pushed him hard again. Tongan stumbled and fell out more than 3 meters away, lying on the ground feeling like his whole body was falling apart. And the masters? Tongan braced himself to raise his head and saw a scene that he would never forget, only to see the hand that had gone through the thick door panel, yanking straight downward, ripping the entire lock off raw. Then the door was pushed open from the outside, and Lu Yen stood in the doorway with a cold face, and behind her, the breaking and entering SWAT team held a tapping hammer in their hands, not knowing what to do. Trooper. So I go? Chapter 89. Darkness of the moon, high winds, wild countryside. The feeling of suffocation made Qin Yang's life worse than death. As his consciousness blurred, he smelled a familiar odor. Almost instinctively, he wrapped his arms around Ryu Yan's thighs and inhaled frantically, top over his lungs. The painful expression on Qin Yang's face was gradually replaced by pleasure. Ah, come to life. Lu Yan's leg flicked out, directly kicking Qin Yang to the side. I'll clean you up later. Tong En stood up from the floor with the scalpel and looked at Lu Yen with spiteful eyes. Lu Yen, so it's you. The way Lu Yen looked at Tong En was filled with disgust, as if she was looking at trash. Put the knife down. Crouch down with your hands on your head, and don't put up any unnecessary resistance or suffer the consequences. Sun Jia and a group of SWAT officers were desperately signaling Tong En from the back, signaling him to obey and not to miss the last chance given by Lu Yen. But Tong En had an iron head, and instead of listening, he just picked up a scalpel and stabbed himself in the shoulder. Sun Jia, what the hell is this? You're stacking blood rage here? As soon as the knife went down, the sensation of pain stimulated Tong En's adrenaline to soar. Originally, his whole body was sore, but at this moment, it was as if the pain was immune, and his whole body was refreshed. Tong En pointed the scalpel at Lu Yen and said viciously, "If it wasn't for you in the first place, I would have been with Brother Qin Yang long ago. Stinking woman. Only I can give Brother Qin Yang the love of my heart. What about you? You just covet Brother Qin Yang's beauty. You just want to suck his yang." Sun Jia covered her eyes with her hands, not daring to continue looking down. "Sister, how dare you say that? Don't you want to die?" Willow Face began to move her wrists and continued her warning with a blank face. First warning, put the knife down. Move your ankles. Second warning, put the knife down. The body bows slightly in preparation for the assisted run. Third warning, put the knife down. Tong En cracked, "I'll let you go." Tong En's word mom was still in his throat when Lu Yan's legs stomped and everyone felt a flash of light in front of their eyes. The next second, Tongan took off in place. Halfway through his flight, he was yanked by Ryu Yen, caught an Armstrong steam space slam, and fell hard to the ground like a flailing gyroscope. Before Tongan's work for the ground was over, Lu Yen hooked his toes and bounced Tongan's entire body, then grabbed the waistband of his pants with his right hand and violently threw it outside. A gust of wind whipped up in the bedroom, and Tongan made a beautiful arc in the air, falling precisely into the pool. The blood slowly spread out in the pool, frightening Wei Hai and the others who were holding their heads and crouching down by the pool. "Is that Tong boss?" Lu Shang, who was holding his head, inquired curiously. "It should be. What a time to be playing with diving. What a pervert." Wei Hai. Finding someone in the water, 2 police officers immediately jumped in to retrieve the person. The man was fished out, but he seemed a little dead. Luo Jun hurriedly asked people to send Tong En to the hospital. It so happened that at this time, Lu Yen led the team from afar, and Qin Yang followed behind, not daring to raise his head like a lost woman caught in the act. Report leader. The capture mission in the lodging area has been completed. Please instruct. Luo Jun forced down his anger and pointed at the ambulance not far away. Lu Yen, is this how you arrest suspects? The suspect is also a human being and has human rights. If you beat him to death, can you afford to take the responsibility? Lu Yen said lightly, I was on an arrest mission when the other party was about to commit a dangerous criminal act against my husband that violated his personal safety. The situation was urgent and I had no choice but to step in and stop it. I admit I was a little heavy-handed and will be lighter next time. Luo Jun's headache was incomparable. Do you want there to be a next time? You'll be suspended for a few days to reflect and rest at home while you wait for the results of the investigation and processing. Yes, leader. Lu Yen did not have the slightest opinion about Luo Jun's punishment. I know I'm wrong. I'll dare next time. It didn't take long for Yen Peng and the others to return with their team. Only an unharmed Lu Yen is different. Yen Peng's arm was cut by a knife, Zhou Quan was shot in the thigh, and 2 SWAT officers were also shot twice. Luo Jun rushed forward and asked, "What's going on? How come you're still injured?" Yen Peng smiled helplessly and bitterly. "The people over at the medical building have guns, and have confirmed that the mastermind behind this is the Red Spider from the Poisonous Spiders. It's just a pity that she was allowed to run away. Red Spider prepared a culvert for escape in the medical building, and there were bombs in the culvert to break the back. We didn't catch up and injured a few of our comrades." Luo Jun patted Yen Peng's shoulder and comforted. "People are fine. This time the incident was sudden. It is we did not plan to prepare well. You first go to the hospital to deal with the wound." Red Spider is one of the 5 leaders in the Poison Spider organization, responsible for human trafficking and organ trafficking. She often mixes with various professions as a medical specialist, doctor, etc., serving the powerful and wealthy in the black market with fresh donor organs. The Directorate General of the Dragon Kingdom has been offering a reward for many years to hunt down the Red Spider, only that the Red Spider has always been careful in her actions, making it difficult to catch her whereabouts. This operation was the closest Luo Jun and the others had come to successfully capturing the Red Spider, but they still let her get away. It wasn't completely unproductive, though. The ones that got away were Red Spider and her 2 right-hand men. Everyone else was captured, and there was a lot of information about the buyers in the medical building. As long as Luo Jun and the others followed up on these clues, it wouldn't take much time to uproot the entire illegal donor dark network in Zhanghai City. That's a big credit. Thinking of this, Luo Jun couldn't help but look at Qin Yang, concerned from the bottom of his heart. "Why is little Qin so listless? He's not hurt, is he?" Ryu Yen replied with an expressionless face. "Not right now." Luo Jun froze for a moment. "What do you mean, not now?" Without waiting for Luo Jun to ask more, Lu Yen spoke. "Leader, if there's nothing else, I'll take him back first." Luo Jun nodded, but there was always a bad feeling in his heart. Xiao Qin won't be tossed to death by her, right? Qin Yang was lifted into the car, and Lu Yen even thoughtfully helped him fasten his seatbelt. "It's tight, it's secure." It was also at this moment that a system beep sounded in Qin Yang's head. Ding. Unfortunately, the mission failed. Mandate penalties in effect. Lu Yan's health has been strengthened. Lu Yan's desire has increased. Counting starts now. Qin Yang was shocked. "Brother system, you're kidding. Give it a chance." Squeak. The car was parked in a place where there was no village in front of it and no store behind it. Lu Yen coldly glanced at Qin Yang, took out a black rubber band, and began to tie her ponytail. Qin Yang's face was horrified, and his hands frantically clasped the door handle. "What do you want, wife? Calm down. It's not even home yet," Lu Yen said in a cold voice. "You still have time to come out as a sleep tester. You're quite energetic. Don't snap the door. I locked it. You can't get out. You can scream out loud if you feel scared. It doesn't matter. No one is going to come to your rescue out here in the middle of nowhere anyway. And the more you scream, the more excited I get. Come on, handsome. I'd like to see how many bullets you have left in your gun."
Qin Yang.
Help. Chapter 90. Host, please pay attention to the question. What do you say? What is the meaning of man's life? On the passenger seat, Qin Yang leaned against the car window and looked at the stars in the sky with melancholy eyes. Lu Yen got up with a flushed face, took out a big cloud from the box and unwrapped it, putting a cigarette into Qin Yang's mouth. Qin Yang glanced at Lu Yen. "Not preparing for pregnancy?" Lu Yen blushed and took out her lighter, a little shyly. "I've often heard those male colleagues at the bureau say that a cigarette afterward is better than a living god. It's okay to smoke one now and then. I trust your genes." Snap. Lu Yen directly gave the point, and then leaned on Qin Yang's shoulder in a bird-like manner, her fingers drawing circles on his abs. "Honey, why do you think you're so good at this?" Qin Yang was silent. "Am I good? The little bit of physique that the system strengthened me with isn't enough anymore, a big sister. If I didn't have the power of the system with me, I would have been sucked to death by you. Empty the magazines at the drop of a hat, and you don't think that what you're emptying is probably my blood tank? Qin Yang had 1,000 words to say, but when he met Lu Yan's eyes that worshipped him, his lips moved and he didn't say anything after all. Forget it. We have to pay for our food. A wife clinging to you is a sign of love, as long as it's not too frequent. The battle was so fierce just now, at least it counts as one time, right? Qin Yang thought as he closed his eyes to check the system statistics. 0, 0, 0. System, are you ing human? Here, you tell me why the penalty completion count is still 010. Ding. Please pay attention to the subject matter. This punishment is called elbow. Follow me into the house 10 times. The host is not in the house, so the fight is invalid. I'm a ing $$ at percent. The sky is falling. Is this the kind of punishment a human being can come up with? Aren't you trying to kill me? With a sudden jolt, Qin Yang subconsciously reached out and grabbed Lu Yan's wrist. Qin Yang inquired with a trembling voice. Touching your abs is touching your abs? Can you not slip your hands? Lu Yan's entire body was as softly pressed against Qin Yang as if she had been drawn to the bone. She came to Qin Yang's ear and spoke in a soft and feminine voice, just like a cheesecake pull. Not enough to punish you again. Qin Yang just wanted to call for help, but his mouth was blocked. Murdered. Is there anyone in charge? It's a straw man. The times of joy are always short and the days of pain are always long. 2 days later, Chao Lingyun brought a few good brothers to Qin Yang to report on the business partnership. Mary brought several people into the living room and served them tea and pastries, then went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Looking at the luxurious residence, Chao Lingyun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. This kid Qin Yang, I knew he was smart from the first moment I saw him. Mad. I've worked so hard to start my own business for so many years, and I don't live as well as he does. Yu Hao took a sip of coffee and said lazily, this is called a good job is not as good as a good marriage. Our brothers together can't come up with $15 million, right? Qin Yang is good. $15 million is his pocket money. People are more angry than people. Ri Dongpeng was silent and didn't want to get involved in the topic, because in essence, he was actually the same as Qin Yang. The only difference is that Jin Wei is not as rich as Lu Yan, and her family background is not as good as hers. As for pocket money, Lai Dongpeng ha. You're a ing son-in-law and you're still getting an allowance? After Lai Dongpeng and Jin Wei got together, he was close to picking up other people's cigarette butts to smoke. Just as Li Dongpeng was depressed, Lu Yan walked down from upstairs in a casual dress. Her skin white as snow and her face pink and peach blossom. Old Yu, old Chow, you're all here today with such a large crowd? Several people stood up in a hurry. Yes, sibling. Didn't Qin Yang say before that he would take his pocket money out and partner with us to do business? Now that we've gotten the venue and all, come over to find him to report on the progress. Lu Yan gave an oh-so-natural and elegant sit on the main couch. She asked before she was able to grab a handful of melon nuts from the table and eat them as she did so. This is something Qin Yang didn't mention to me. What kind of business are you planning to do? The moment they heard Lu Yan say this, the hearts of the several brothers were immediately tightened. Bad. Qin Yang hadn't reported such an important matter to Lu Yan beforehand? That's $15 million. It's not like it's $1,500. Does it mean that Lu Yan is going to take the money back? Just as everyone was apprehensive, footsteps came from the second floor. Lu Yan got up with a happy face and put down the melon nuts in her hand and took the initiative to welcome her, her voice softening as she spoke. Honey, I thought I told you to get some rest upstairs. Why did you even come down? Mary, quick. Push the wheelchair for the young master. Mary was just about to make a move when Qin Yang said excitedly, as if he had been stimulated. What do you need a wheelchair for? I look like someone who can't walk. Instead of getting angry, Lu Yan rushed to appease, just like coaxing a child. Fine, fine, no wheelchair. Then I'll help you downstairs, you slow down husband. A few of the brothers fell silent. Is this a ing son-in-law? This kid Qin Yang was so close to riding on Lu Yan's head and ting on him. Is this really a flunky? Lai Dongping's face was the most ugly. No, man, same flunky, how come the script you got is not quite the same as the one I got? With Lu Yan's assistance, Qin Yang sat on the main sofa. Lu Yan obediently stood behind Qin Yang and took the initiative to massage Qin Yang's shoulders to relax. Honey, is there any particular dish you'd like to eat later? I'll have Mary prepare it right away. The descriptively withered Qin Yang shook his head. In just 2 days, Qin Yang gave off the feeling as if he had run out of oil burned out. Don't want to eat. Nausea, want to throw up. After hearing this, Lu Yen hurriedly said, then I'll let Divine Dr. Li come to your door to give you a look. He's not bad at medicine and should be able to help you. Ri Dongpeng was sullen and silent. He previously had to ask for connections to get the appointment number of Dr. Li. But Qin Yang was good, lying at home waiting for Dr. Li to come to his door. What? Dr. Li has become your family doctor, right? Qin Yang gave Lu Yen an impatient look. Why are you talking so much today? Old men talk about things, why do you keep interrupting here? Get your own ass to the kitchen and make whatever you want to eat. A few brothers subconsciously sat up straight and got restless. It's a feeling like when you're watching a horror movie and you know the ghosts are coming soon, but you have to squint hard to see them. The heart was in a panic, but it couldn't show it yet. After all, in their opinion, Qin Yang dared to talk to Lu Yen like this, and they would find it a normal situation to have their heads blown off by an ashtray in the next second. Yet the imagined domestic violence did not come. Lu Yen bit her lip and stood in place, drawing circles on her toes, her hands twisting her fingers in shyness, as if she was expecting something. Snap! Qin Yang slapped her hard on her arse. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Yen Yen was satisfied. She took out a bank card and put it on the table. Hubby, I heard you house say that you guys are starting a business. There's $30 million in this card. Take it and use it first. Talk to me if it's not enough. Qin Yang glared at Lu Yen. You're teaching me things? Several brothers. Chapter 91. What's the trick? If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Lai Dongpeng would never have believed that it was something that really happened. Soft food. Hard food? What the are you daydreaming about? Lai Dongpeng was as tired as a dog outside, but he had to return home in good spirits to pay his rations. Or Jin Wei immediately stormed out to show you. Being so fierce by Qin Yang, Lu Yen hurriedly said that she wouldn't dare. She covered her arse and headed for the kitchen, only to turn back 3 times a step. The winks in her eyes were almost as if she could seduce her soul. It was so tantalizing. There was a brief silence in the living room when Willowface was fully in the kitchen. Yu Hao cleared his throat and said somewhat awkwardly, Old Qin, you can do it. Previously, we had been telling the brothers that you were having a hard time at home, and we thought that you didn't have much of a family status, but now it seems that we were overly concerned. Chao Lingyun also joked. Sister-in-law is pretty and has money. I really don't know how she fell for you. We're all brothers. What's your trick? Pass it on. Ri Dongpeng nodded. I want to learn too. Qin Yang smiled, smiling unrestrainedly, like a worldly man who has seen through the world. Only heard Qin Yang said flatly, where's the know-how? And don't go to the internet to learn those what fancy tricks. One word, dry. Practice in the dry, learn in the dry, everything is like that. When you are skilled in the dry, you are naturally proficient. Of course, a hard worker like me does pay a small price. Qin Yang reached for the coffee on the table. Obviously only 1 meter away, from the moment Qin Yang picked up the coffee, the entire coffee cup was shaking violently, constantly banging against each other with the coffee cups and plates, making clanking sounds. Several brothers had an epiphany, tears welling up in their eyes. Nima, is it that bad? Lai Dongpeng also understood. There is no such thing as a soft meal or a hard meal. It's all just the struggle and cry of life. Qin Yang's physical fitness during his university days was a complete explosion of sports specialties. And you look at him now, empty of a pair of good-looking skin, the body inside all hollowed out. Those so-called pocket money Qin Yang gave before were all his hard-earned money. Chao Lingyun really can't bear it. He opened his mouth and inquired, Old Qin, the venue we have found in accordance with your requirements, the prime location, a total of 6 floors, more than 2,000 square meters of area per floor, right next to the river. We've estimated the renovation and design, and we can probably finish it in a month if we give enough money. What's more troublesome now is that it's harder to find chefs after all. None of us have opened a restaurant before, we don't have much of a reputation in the circle, and those chefs who are pursuing a level of excellence won't necessarily join us. Qin Yang rubbed his temples and said, You don't need to care about the chef's business. I have a friend who happens to be a chef as well, and he has his own team of chefs. I'm going to have him come to our store as a sous chef, and then he'll recommend and test him, and we'll try to build a team of chefs for our restaurant within a week. Hearing Qin Yang say this, the other few people were instantly relieved. Qin Yang's connections were still trustworthy. His cell phone address book had people in all walks of life. Even if Qin Yang said he had the president's phone number, they wouldn't be surprised. After some detailed discussions, the few people finalized the general direction of the restaurant and some details. And just then, the meal was ready. Lu Yen led them to the large, long table in the dining room and sat down, followed by Mary and a couple of maids who had been pulled in on short notice to serve everyone one-on-one. The long table was not good for chucking, but it wasn't a problem at all. All Yu Hao and the others needed to do was point with their chopsticks and a maid would take the initiative to clip, cut, and mix the sauce for them. There's no such thing as having to stand up when you can't get a dish. The ambience was perfect, the service was perfect. It's just that these dishes were weird for them to eat. Tastes pretty good, but I'm just parched after eating it. Chow Lingyun unwrapped a mouthful and took another sip of the chilled drink as he opened his mouth to inquire. Sister-in-law, what kind of dishes are these? How come I've never seen them before? Is it convenient to introduce them to us? Lu Yen was feeding Qin Yang's soup with a spoon, and when she heard Chow Lingyun ask this, she signaled Mary with her eyes. Mary stood by and introduced herself. This is the Royal Buddha jumping wall, and the main ingredients are island Kanto ginseng, South African abalone, royal flower gum, scallop pillars, pigeon eggs, and deer tendon. This is glacial liaoshen in a small quantity of wild rice, using Arctic glacial wild liaoshen, with wild rice from Jeligong Mountain in Yunnan, accompanied by saffron juice. Those were steamed king crab with Himalayan rock honey, baked Australian Wagyu beef ribs with black truffle, braised golden thread turtle with snowy cordyceps, and braised wild rhubarb fish with saffron. Several brothers. Compliments. Too damn complimentary. Although Chow Lingyun didn't know the exact preparation of these dishes. Just by hearing the names, he felt that he was already deficient. A meal of a dozen dishes. All of them great. Hot and dry. You're lucky you didn't just spurt blood. How could the brothers dare to eat more after hearing Mary's introduction? Eat a little less to prolong your life, and a few more bites to fly in place. Several brothers are still very self-aware. If it is because of too much tonic sudden death, then the fun will be great. However, Qin Yang acted as if it didn't matter at all. In short, he ate whatever Lu Yen fed him, mainlining a non-picky eater who would come and go as he pleased. A few of the brothers were admired from the bottom of their hearts. It's Qin Yang's turn to eat this soft food. They can't really learn without talent, and whoever learns will die. It was hard to get to the end of the meal. Lu Yen originally wanted them to stay and play a little longer. A few brothers and saw a ghost, waved their hands and refused. After sending off Chow Lingyun's brothers, Lu Yen returned to her seat and picked up the soup spoon to feed again. But at this time, Qin Yang's donkey temper came up. He pursed his lips and tilted his head to the side in an uncooperative manner. Lu Yen very patiently coaxed, "Hubby, good boy, finish this last bowl of soup. These are tonic, good for your body. No drink. Good boy. No drink." Lu Yan's face sank as she placed the bowl on the table. "Not drinking, huh? Fine, I won't force you. Elbow, follow me into the house." Qin Yang shook his head repeatedly. "No, I specified that I can't. Wife, let me go." Seeing that Qin Yang was not cooperating, Lu Yen raised her eyebrows and issued an ultimatum. "I'm going to ask you one last time. Are you coming inside?" Qin Yang panicked. "Honey, what are you doing?" Lu Yen got up and clapped her hands, and Mary left with the servants in a sensible manner, and had the smart curtains closed automatically before she left. Qin Yang broke the defense. "How many times have I told you not to install smart curtains in your home? Sunlight is important to me." Qin Yang got up and tried to bolt. "Honey, calm down. Don't be impulsive. I'll waste away." Willowface didn't care. The curtains were closed and no one was home anyway. Lu Yen hemmed and hawed, grabbing Qin Yang's shirt and ripping it directly and violently. She chased, he ran, he winged it. Chapter 92 Dalong, it's time to drink your medicine. Next day, noon. Qin Yang opened his eyes with a splitting headache, feeling a cool chill on his body and sore muscles all over his body. Hearing slowly returned and the sound of a vacuum cleaner working at high power came to his ears. "Young Qin, lift your foot, please." Mary, who was dressed in a black and white maid outfit, held a duster in her left hand, lifted one of Qin Yang's legs with her right hand, and swept the ash from the bed very calmly. Qin Yang said helplessly, "Mary, didn't I tell you to knock before coming in?" Mary said with an innocent look on her face. "I knocked. Maybe you didn't hear me. I've already cleaned all the other rooms. Now only the bedroom is left. You go ahead and sleep. Young Qin, don't worry about me. I'll be done cleaning soon." Qin Yang said in a serious tone. "Mary, it's for your own good to knock before letting you in. After all, a lot of things are too hideous and I can't bear to scare you." Mary smiled contemptuously. Hideous, isn't it? Miss has gone back to Madam's house, saying she wants to get some little blue piece. I see you're in pretty good spirits. Young Chin, keep it up. Miss will be back this afternoon. Technology and ruthless living. Chin Yong didn't dare to brag anymore, and hurriedly got up and put on his clothes to bugger off. The first day was fine. Ryu Yen acted more reserved and would make some excuses before fighting. For example, she purposely holds the chips away from you so that you accidentally touch her thighs, or purposely puts her face up for a kiss while you're turning around. By the time the next day rolls around, it's not even acting. A good morning, a glance at each other, or even a breath could be the trigger for a big fight. A love affair is like a battlefield. If it wasn't for the fact that Mary had brought in the meals to secure the logistics for the two of them over the past few days, Chin Yong would probably have died of exhaustion. Walking out of the villa, a fresh breeze brushed his face. Chin Yong opened his hands and inhaled deeply, tears streaming down his face. I, Shawshank, escaped. Is this what freedom feels like? It's so cool. Ding. Host survival detected. Stop searching for new hosts and continue to dispatch missions.
Kim Yang.
What do you mean, system brother? So you think I cannot live, is it? Return mission updated. Your next part-time job is cook. Mission requirements. 1. Participate in a food competition variety show with a popularity value of not less than 100,000 people and win the program. 2. Live streaming while performing the task. The account will increase 50,000 fans. 3. The dishes are required to trigger strong mood swings in the judges or the audience, and the greater the mood swings, the more generous the reward settlement. Time frame of the mandate. 1 week. Mission punishment. Oro, drink your medicine. Remarks. If the mission fails, the system will further enhance Lu Yan's physique and issue the tonic, upside-down phoenix scatter.
Kim Yang.
What the kind of netherworld punishment is this? No good, this system wants to kill the host in a very novel way. Chin Yong pulled out the lollipop from his pocket, and his hands were shaking as he unwrapped the candy paper. He was now beginning to miss the novice protection period with no penalties. How happy he was in those days, just flinging a couple of rods to get the job done. Now, it's outrageous to ask him to win a championship at the drop of a hat. Chin Yong took out his cell phone and searched online. It just so happens that Shanghai TV has recently held the Who is the God of Cookery program, with 2 rounds of competition and a prize of $50,000 for the winner, and the first round of the auditions will be held this evening. Chin Yong hurriedly took out his cell phone to enter the registration. Not a moment later received a notification text message from the TV station, allowing Chin Yong to advance to the TV station to participate in the interview, ready to go on tonight to record the program. Television, Studio 3, backstage. Bai Bingbing was sitting on the sofa, holding a tableau in her hand as she was familiarizing herself with the flow of the program. As the gold medal host of Shanghai TV, Bai Bingbing was used to arriving early to get herself into the mood, which had been her habit for many years. Director Chen, isn't there a bit of a problem with our program flow? Let's talk about the first round of auditions. There are 50 stoves prepared on site, but the threshold requirement for contestants who come to register is extremely low. Will there be enough stoves by then? Chan Haimin smiled and said, Bing Bing, this is your first time hosting this kind of program, so it's only natural that you would feel puzzled. Our kind of food festival at present 3 is basically internalized, and then arrange a few professional chef final round to accompany the run. As for those so-called chef at the time of the audition, the vast majority of them are involved in the hilarity. As long as those people can fire and cook and can be a backdrop, that's fine. We don't have any excessive requirements for dragon sets. The threshold is naturally low. Bai Bingbing came to a realization. No wonder I've seen some chefs on many food programs who can't even figure out the most basic cooking process, so that's how it is. Bai Bingbing looked at the list of judges and was a bit surprised. First-tier actress, Tang Sinny. Variety artist, Wang Sam Shek. Popular idol, Choi Ki-Kuan. It looks like the show has invested a lot of money this time around, and it's amazing that they were able to invite so many heavyweights to be judges. Just as Bai Bingbing was thinking that, the groundskeeper came in from outside and placed a list on the table. Director Chun, all the people who signed up for the audition have been selected. This is the list of auditioners. Chun Haimin hummed and continued to play with his cell phone without lifting his head. Bai Bingbing glanced at the list with her glass of water, and in the next second, a name caught her attention. Chin Yong? Why does that name look so familiar? At 7:40 p.m., the taping of the program officially began. As the countdown to the start of the show ended, Bai Bingbing stood center stage with a microphone and a big smile on his face. Sautéing and frying, 8 cuisines. Who is the god of cookery? Proud of the crowd. Good evening, dear viewers. This is the first round of auditions for Who's the God of Cooking, and I'm your old friend, Bai Bingbing. It hadn't been long since the program had started, and the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room had already exceeded 100,000, and the vast majority of them were running to Bai Bingbing. Bai Bingbing is extremely professional and has an excellent image. In just a few words, the netizens have been aroused and the rules of the competition have been explained. Chun Haimin picked up the walkie-talkie and said, "Camera 3, give a panoramic view so that the audience can see those contestants from the audition. Move a little slower when the camera is filming. Advance slowly and let those contestants behave happily." The crew that received the instructions carried the camera slowly forward. The assistant followed the photographer and gestured to the contestants to have fun and get high. These contestants don't get to be on TV on a regular basis, so each one of them showed a lot of excitement. Only Qin Yong, who was wearing a chef's clothing suit, had his arms wrapped around him with an impatient face. "Hurry up and get started, my chopper is starving." However, when the camera was given to Qin Yong, the netizens in the TV broadcast room instantly exploded. A screen full of question marks floated up in the live room. Chapter 93. "Honey, you mustn't watch TV. Qin Dog. I said, why the hell didn't you open the live broadcast for a few days? So you came to be a chef behind our backs, didn't you? It's not quite right. Why does Qin Dog look extra haggard today, with such heavy dark circles under his eyes? What kind of program group is this that can bring in Qin Dog with so much rice?" Scared me enough to glance at the winner's purse. $50,000 for the winner? Are you sure it's not $500 million? The pocket money given by my mother-in-law is $15 million. Do you lack this $50,000 prize money? Abstract. Qin Dog is so abstract as always. The pop-ups in the live broadcast room erupted in a big blowout, and this anomaly also caught Qin Haimin's attention. The assistant in charge of monitoring the back-end data was dumbfounded. "Director Chun, the number of online viewers of our live broadcast has exceeded 500,000. The staff is excited. $500,000. This is not a paid zombie fan. These are real online netizens. What's going on here? How did the sudden splash of traffic come about?" Chun Haimin sat up straight and carefully read every single pop-up posted by the netizens. But the more he looked, the more confused he became. Who is Qin Dog? Is it some big star? Why is everyone saying it's at least $500 million to have him on the show? Is there a certain superstar hidden among the people in the audition? Quick! Give me the list of auditioners. The assistant handed over the list, and Chan Haimin quickly skimmed through it, realizing that there was only one Qin Yong with the surname Qin among the people in this audition. Found it. So it's this kid. Chun Haimin took another close look at Qin Yang's personal profile: family cook. Many years of experience in home cooking, king flunky. Chun Haimin was confused. Is this still Chinese? Family cook and home cooking he can read. What the hell is a king's flunky? The king has a new hero. Soon there was no Qin Yong in the camera. After all, he was just a passerby here in the program, a background board. As a result, the netizens in the live broadcast were cursing and demanding that the camera be moved back. Looking at the screen full of pop-ups, Chun Haimin contemplated for a moment before making a decision to go against his leader. Chan Haimin picked up the walkie-talkie and said in a deep voice, "Cameras 5 and 6, immediately adjust your camera position now and focus on filming contestant number 8. Now that there's been a change of plans and we're going to let contestant number 8 win the title, we'll try to give him as much footage as possible when the show is filmed later. Bing Bing, you don't need to go and interact with Chow Yifan later, go and interact with Qin Yong more, and take all those explosive questions we prepared earlier and use them for Qin Yong. Brothers, whether we can fire or not depends on this time. All departments are in the spirit, don't make any mistakes." On the stage, Chow Yifan, dressed in a gold-colored chef's uniform, was confident and dignified. His chef's suit today was customized before the competition in order to make a good impression on the audience in today's show, to create a chef god persona for himself, and then to eat a wave of bonuses ruthlessly. From a distance, his golden-colored chef's uniform was a standout among the crowd. If you didn't know, you'd think all the others were cooks and he was the emperor. Seeing the staff carrying the photographer towards him, Chow Yifan finally straightened his collar and did his expression management. He flashed a gentle yet dominant, confident yet elegant smile, ready to greet the netizens in front of the camera, who knew that just when the camera was about to push in front of him, the cameraman, as if he had received some kind of instruction from his headphones, had a footstep and slowly folded back again. Chow Yifun. What's this, a takedown? I'm in a ing pose and you're leaving? Chow Yifun fixed his eyes and realized that somehow all three photographers had appeared by Qin Yang's side. One person took a full body shot, one person gave a close-up of the face, and one person gave a close-up of the hand, ready to record the whole process of Qin Yang's cooking later. Chow Yifun breaks guard. Shouldn't that be an ing treat for me? Did you guys shoot the wrong guy? Qin Yang was also very puzzled as he looked at the three camera lenses in front of him. Please imagine having three photographers carrying cameras in front of you, pointing them at you in all sorts of weird positions, as if you were crouching in front of three people with cameras. How do you feel? But soon Qin Yang reacted. These are three guys who are here to steal traffic from him. Qin Yang himself was running a live broadcast only from the first viewpoint. No wonder the speed of his own live broadcasting room to increase the powder is so slow. It's because of these three dogs, and he grabbed the traffic. Qin Yang was about to start cursing when Bai Bingbing, who had finished introducing the rules of the match, shouted, "Time limit is half an hour. Now the match officially begins." With Bai Bingbing announcing the start of the competition, the contestants started their pans of oil and began to prepare their dishes. Qin Yang had no choice but to cook first and then settle the traffic-grabbing score with the program's people afterward. At the judges' table, the three judges also took their seats in turn, and Bai Bingbing interacted with the three. Wow! We could see that hot atmosphere immediately as soon as the game started. I'd like to ask the three judges, who do you favor the most? Huang Sancher jumped the gun and said, I'm not a professional chef by any means, but I used to study under a state banquet chef for a while, so I have a bit of a say in this area. I think Chow Yifun is just great. Look at his whole temperament, it's different from others. And he's also the chief chef of Jiawei Lu, a very powerful person. Everyone knows about Jiawei Lu, one of the top 10 famous restaurants in our Dragon Kingdom, and naturally, I don't need to say much about Chow Yifun's strength. Choi Ki-gon spoke up. I think Chef Su Fan is good. I've eaten his food before and it's really delicious. Bai Bingbing looked toward Tang Xini. What about you, Miss Tang? Who do you favor? Tang Xini didn't answer Bai Bingbing, but instead entered a number on the keyboard on the table, and then directly exploded the lights. The flashy special effects of the exploding lights were glorious and everyone was dumbfounded. Chun Haimin's face changed. Isn't light bursting a part of tasting the dishes? How come Tang Xini pressed it now? Tang Xini picked up the microphone and shouted, Cheer up, brother Qin Yang. You're the best. I'll always be your biggest little fan. Yang Yang flies bravely. Xine follows forever. Love you, love you. Crowd. Qin Yang, who was in the middle of chopping vegetables, shook his hand and almost cut off his index finger. It wasn't until this time that Qin Yang noticed that Tang Xini was actually one of the judges for this competition. Toxic, right? Isn't she a popular actress? She doesn't go to the movies all day long to be a judge. But soon Qin Yang thought of something. The crew had been quarantined and inspected for several days before because of the incident of the psychopathic murderer. And now Tang Xini didn't really seem to have anything to do. It's a sin. Karma. Qin Yang secretly prayed in his heart. Honey, you mustn't watch TV. Chapter 94 Miss Tang's Default Favorable Review. Due to Tang Xini's crazy behavior, the guide was so scared that he hurriedly cut away the camera, disabling her microphone in the process. But even so, Tang Xini's voice could still be vaguely heard in the background as she cried out in solidarity for Qin Yang. The assistant director hurriedly gestured to Bai Bingbing, signaling her to come out and attract the audience's attention. Bai Bingbing was worthy of being a gold medal host and understood the assistant director's intentions in the first moment, idly walking next to Qin Yang in astonishment. Wow, we can see that Mr. Qin's knife work is quite exquisite, and his handling of the ingredients is spot on. Please ask the camera brother to give a close-up. We can clearly see through the lens that not only are these minced green onions finely chopped, they are also uniformly almost identical in size. Mr. Qin, may I ask if you purposely kept the size of all the chopped green onions to less than 1 millimeter? Qin Yang was filled with black question marks. What the hell are you talking about? Chopping scallions, basic skill. How come you say I control the size on purpose? Don't you know how to chop scallions? Seeing Qin Yang ignoring himself, Bai Bingbing's expression was a bit awkward. It was also at this moment that a large ball of fire suddenly emerged from Qin Yang's back, drawing gasps from the entire audience. Bai Bingbing fixes his eyes on the pot and realizes it's upside down in the back to show off his skills. Chow Yifun utilized all sorts of exaggerated cooking techniques in a frantic attempt to steal the camera. However, The big brother cameraman was just about to cut the picture to him when Chan Haimin's voice of angry curses came from his headphones. What's going on behind Qin Yong? How can anyone do something as childish as grabbing a camera? Photography, your lens don't shake. Today's protagonist is Qin Yong. Those 3 machines of yours will be exclusively responsible for filming him on the line. Don't worry about anything else. Got it? Camera 3, shoot from a different angle. Don't let Chow Yifan be the backdrop. That kid is too rowdy. Upon receiving Chun Haimin's command, the 3rd machine directly changed its position, just in time to squeeze Chow Yifan out of the picture. Chow Yifan was so angry. On purpose, the show must have done it on purpose. Is that Chun Haimin kid's brain broken? Taking money and not doing anything? As far as Chun Haimin and the old boy's credibility is concerned, it is estimated that they can't even sweep the rechargeables. In order to win the championship, Chow Yifan privately gave Chun Haimin a small $100,000 to make a good arrangement for himself. Is that how it turned out to be organized? The game was in full swing and the clock was coming down to the final 2 minutes. Before that, by being hard to stand in front of Qin Yong did not move, small mouth blah 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 is hard to praise Qin Yong cooking good. Anyway, as long as she herself is not embarrassed is someone else. It's good for your health to accidentally crack eggshells into a bowl, and that's for calcium reasons. Oil accidentally put too much is wide oil fierce frying. More show that Qin Yong is a master chef. It would have been fine if Bai Bingbing had said these words in private, but she had said them in front of Qin Yong, making Qin Yong himself embarrassed to hear them. Once the dishes are prepared, it's time for the tasting session. Tang Sini naturally do not need to say much. Before eating, this vote is definitely voted for Qin Yong. But it's up in the air as to how Wang Sam-suk and Choi Ki-kwan will vote. Looking at the soaring data in the background, Chow Yifan had already determined that Qin Yong must be some kind of traffic netizen. Otherwise, it would be impossible for so many netizens to flock in to watch the fun. Seeing that the 3 judges were about to start tasting, the assistant rushed over with a flustered face. It's no good, director. Both Mr. Huang and Mr. Kai are temporarily asking for more money. Otherwise, they would still insist on choosing Chow Yifan. Chow Yifan frowned, but was not overly surprised. Apparently, the 2 men were sitting on the ground as he had expected. How much do they want to add? The assistant said. Mr. Huang wants to add $50,000, and Mr. Kai wants to add $5,000. Chow Yifan slapped his head and immediately felt a slight headache. Choi Ki-kwan, after all, is the first time to participate in this kind of variety show, not much experience, so even the temporary increase in money did not dare to ask for much, only dare to shout 5,000. Mr. Huang is not the same, it looks like an old man. Just let him temporarily change the voting object. Open his mouth is 50,000 yuan. Choi Ki-kwan's place agreed directly, and you'll communicate with Mr. Huang. The assistant said with a bitter smile. Can't communicate at all, director. You're not unaware of Mr. Huang's character. What he recognizes. No matter what others say, it's useless. You think about his previous roasted suckling pig and boiled bean curd, and you think about him coaching Coach Lu to play, there is not a single time that he has compromised. Chow Yifan seemed to be true when he thought about it carefully. Other people are aware of their mistakes. Mr. Huang is I'm not wrong. Only my way of doing things is not quite the same as yours. Anyway, asking is not right. Just as Chow Yifan hesitated, the tasting had already begun. Each contestant has 3 dishes, and each of the 3 judges must try each dish and rate it accordingly. Naturally, those supporting characters in the front don't need to be mentioned, and the 3 judges are always able to pick out faults big and small. When only Qin Yong and Chow Yifan were left in the tasting, the attitude of the 3 judges all became serious and unanimous. Bai Bingbing also noticed the change in the trio, so she immediately opened her mouth. 3 judges. Now only our last group of contestants remain. Master Chow Yifan Chow of Jelly House, and Mr. Qin Yong Qin, the king's flunky. One is a famous chef's personal disciple, the restaurant's chief chef, and one is a luxury flunky with years of experience in home cooking, with the honorary title of Little Pawn of the Dragon Bay District. Which one of them is actually the better cook? I invite you 3 to taste it. Bai Bingbing spoke passionately. Only the more Chow Yifan listened, the more wrong he became. It's like a ping-pong Grand Slam winner with a full medal hanging off his head, and the winner of the neighborhood victory cup on the same stage. How can there be suspense with that? I'll let him have a handful of easy seconds. It's not right, it's very wrong. How come the more this sounds, the more I feel like a supervillain in an anime who's going to be turned around by the protagonist against all odds. Just as Chow Yifan was thinking this, the lid of the first course for the 2 was uncovered. Chow Yifan made sweet and sour pork, with bright oil color, thick juice and thick sauce, which was very appetizing at first sight. And Qin Yang made braised pork and bean curd stew, which was very homely indeed. The three of them each tasted a mouthful of sweet and sour pork. Tang Xini didn't say a word, ate a mouthful and then didn't eat, wiped her mouth with a paper towel and was silent. Huang Sanchi's eyes lit up after taking a bite, and he and Choi Ki-Kuan exchanged glances and initiated a conversation. Kai, is this sweet and sour pork the same as what you had before? The flavor is really good, and the fire control is also very good. Choi Ki-Kuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's what it tastes like. He's really quite a good cook. Hearing the two of them speak so highly of themselves, Chow Yifan tilted his chin up in triumph. Looks like he's still his own champion this time. He was totally overthinking it before. When it was the trio's turn to savor the braised pork and bean curd stew, Qin Yang shook his head at Tang Xini, signaling her not to eat it. Tang Xini understood, her chopsticks picked up a piece of meat and just sniffed it, then immediately gave it a favorable review. Chapter 95. Director, that's Qin Yang on stage. Yes. Tang Xini's sudden cry of goodness dumbfounded all the people around her. Bai Bingbing was also stunned and subconsciously inquired, Miss Tang, where do you think this braised pork is good? Tang Xini said in a serious manner, the most important thing in cooking is to have both color and flavor. Color naturally need not say much. You see this plate of braised pork, the red, the green, red with green, have appetite. Just now I picked up a piece of braised pork and smelled it. The aroma is appetizing, so naturally it's good. Bai Bingbing pursued, then why don't you eat? Tang Xini smiled faintly. I've already tasted the color and aroma, so naturally the next taste should be left to the more professional two teachers. The audience nodded in realization, not expecting Tang Xini, a big star, to be quite modest. Huang Sancher and Kai Kikan thought that Tang Xini was really giving herself face and smiled as they ate a large piece of braised pork. Soon, the two men's smiles froze. No more hee-hee. Choi Ki-Kwan did not spit because $5,000 to the account, take people's money, always have to do things for people, right? Huang Sancher didn't throw up, purely because the flavor was too familiar and he was too embarrassed to throw up. The two of them contributed their best acting skills in their lives and swallowed the red meat with smiles on their faces as they held back their regurgitation. Ding! Congratulations to the host. He has gained 100 disgusting values from Huang Sancher. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 50 disgusting values from Choi Ki-Kuan. Congratulations to the host. He has gained a curiosity value of 500 from the audience. Qin Yang was happy. So that's what's called causing mood swings. Kind of interesting. Ding. Congratulations to the host. He has gained 3,000 favorites from Tang Xini.
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang was shocked. Tang Xini alone contributed 3,000 emotions, and it was still a favorite value? It's just a sniff of red meat. You're exaggerating. Don't mess with it, brother system. It'll kill you. Tang Xini's eyes were all about Qin Yang, and while the other two were straight up nauseous, she still had the time to wink and discharge at Qin Yang, comparing her heart with her right hand. Boy, she dared to do it. Qin Yang didn't even dare to look at it. This is not an expression of love. This is clearly an attempt to get himself to go and meet the Teukai in advance. After the two of them had managed to swallow the braised pork, Bai Bingbing inquired, Two teachers, what do you think of this braised pork and bean stew? Choi Ki-Gon covered his mouth and gave a thumbs up for everything. After all, Huang Sancher was an old man. He wiped his mouth with a tissue and inquired in a deep voice, Young man, who taught you to cook this red meat like this? Qin Yang said in a serious manner, I learned from you, Mr. Huang. I didn't put a drop of water in this braised pork. It was stewed with 2 bottles of cooking wine. And this bean curd, I strictly followed your steps, Mr. Huang, and it's absolutely original. Huang Sancher. Sure enough, the boomerang of fate had hit him after all. Huang Sancher is now tempted to call the police. Putting aside the braised pork for a moment, could he not know what the effect of the bean curd stew would be when it came out? Seeing Huang Sancher's ugly face, the netizens in the live broadcast room were happy. I originally thought that the Evil Gardenia program was already very bullish, but I didn't think that Qin Dog was even more bullish, directly coming up with a wave of perfect replicas. Qin Yang. Mr. Huang, I followed your steps to make the dish. So you can't say that the recipe you developed to make the dish isn't good, can you? Huang Sancher. Are these string beans old? I don't think it's old at all. It tastes just right. Mr. Huang has been running obedience tests all his life, and he didn't expect to end up in the gutter, ha ha ha. Bai Bingbing inquired curiously, Mr. Huang, what do you think of this dish? Huang Sancher drank a mouthful of tea to moisten his throat, and reluctantly said, the taste is okay, the practice is certainly no problem, only the fire is almost. I still think Chow Yifan is better. Each of the 3 judges gave their scores. Tang Xini and Kai Kikan naturally, needless to say, supported Qin Yang. But Huang Sancher was determined to earn that $50,000, so he strongly supported Chow Yifan and gave quite a high score, equal to Tang Xini. In this way, the first round was just a close call for Qin Yang. Chow Yifan was instantly anxious at the situation. This Huang Sancher, is he that short of money? If you want to make a name for this show, then the person who wins the title must be the one that the 3 judges always think is good, or else what makes you the god of cookery? Thinking that the program's current sky-splitting traffic was all brought about by Qin Yang, Chow Yifan clenched his teeth and said to the assistant at the side, you go, and put 50,000 into Mr. Huang's account. Let Mr. Huang play well according to the previous tableau. Don't make it a bad ending for everyone. Okay, Director Chen. The assistant's side of the money had just been transferred, when Huang Sancher received an alert in his headphones. He changed his previous seriousness and said to Qin Yang with a kind smile, although it lacks a bit of fire, it's already very good for the young man to be able to achieve this level according to my recipe. I'm looking forward to your play in the next 2 dishes. Just as Huang Sancher was tasting, a group of leaders in jackets entered the studio through a side door with an amazing aura. The leader at the head looks like a person who has been in a high position for a long time and is not angry. TV station director Yang Bo followed, always half a body behind. Respectful but not flattering, observant and natural. Leader Liang pointed to the stage and inquired, is this your TV station's food program? Yang Bo hurriedly introduced himself with a smile. Yes, leader. This is a new food program recently started on our TV station called Who's the God of Cooking. The show is intended to focus on a family fun, but it can also teach people to cook through the show and enhance the happiness of the viewers. Liang nodded. The format of the program is quite good. It's the fire safety measures that must be done properly. Look at the dozens of stoves on this stage. It would be troublesome if an accidental fire started. Yang Bo immediately said, please don't worry, leader. Our station has a person in charge of fire safety inspections every day, and the city's fire department will also come to do random inspections once a month. Liang nodded with a smile and said to Jiming Liu, who was standing by the side, Jiming, it looks like your city is still doing a good job with fire safety. It's just a poor public safety environment. In less than half a month's time, your city has seen several major and important cases, and among them there are cases with extremely bad social impacts, which is not like your level of governance. The above sent me to inspect this time just to see what your social security environment in Shanghai City is really like. If your public security can do as well as firefighting, then all of us will be saved. Lu Jiming said, this aspect of the social security environment has always been the responsibility of Director Zheng Yi of the General Administration. Director Zheng, say a few words. Zheng Yi was confidently about to open the microphone, when Luo Jun from the precinct suddenly changed his face and secretly tugged on him. Zheng Yi frowned. What are you dragging me for? Luo Jun laughed bitterly. Director, the one on the stage is Qin Yang. Chapter 96. It's not easy to make money these days. Every city has a required crime-solving rate, not too low, not too high. Too low means your city is highly likely to have an umbrella. Too high means your city is incapable of policing. But it's not the same in Shanghai City, which is straight up bursting at the seams. Murder and dumping, theater hiding, cottage in the woods, tire hiding. The recent big cases in Shanghai City have been frequent, and the police officers of Dongshan Police Station have one or the other, and almost all of them have been able to rake in the credit. What's going on here? Shanghai City has become the capital of Luosheng, hasn't it? This is also why the people above deliberately sent Liang Guodong to investigate. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Liang Guodong is here to find out where this demon is. General Director Zhang Yi didn't react for a moment. What's wrong with Qin Yang? What does who's on stage have to do with me reporting to the leader? Zhang Yi signaled Luo Jun to stop. Not everyone had the opportunity to report with the Imperial Commissioner. However, just as Zhang Yi was about to open his mouth to speak, he reacted with hindsight and his face changed drastically. He hurriedly glared at Luo Jun. Qin Yang? Didn't you put Lu Yen on vacation? How come she didn't keep an eye on Qin Yang and let this kid run out? Luo Jun smiled sarcastically. People are in a husband and wife relationship, not a guard and prisoner relationship. No one can restrict his freedom of movement. Zhang Yi wanted to say something else, but Liang Guodong spoke up. What are you two whispering about? Are there any words I can't hear? Being asked by the leader, Zhang Yi could only say stiffly, Leader, it's nothing. Just now Luo Jun and I said that the person on the stage looked a bit familiar. And when I took a look at it, it seemed to be Officer Lu Yan's husband, Qin Yang. Liang Guodong was instantly interested. Oh, Jimin, your son-in-law. It was only then that Lu Jiming noticed that Qin Yang was standing on the stage in his chef's uniform, graceful and elegant. It is indeed my son-in-law Qin Yang, Liang Guodong said with great interest. I've long heard that your old Lu family has found a dragon son-in-law, hiding it and not bringing it out for everyone to see. I didn't think he's still a chef? Yu Ji Myung answered truthfully. I only just realized that he's also a chef. Lu Jiming and his wife were busy with official duties and business. Both of them were rarely at home, and after Lu Yan and Qin Yang got married, they even seldom went back to their mother's house. So the couple never actually had the chance to be able to taste Qin Yang's handiwork. Originally, the group had planned to stroll around the studio for a while and then leave. But Liang was so interested in Qin Yang that he simply stood and watched for a while longer. It also happened to be at this time that the second course was revealed. Chow Yifan confidently introduced, Judges, my second dish is the famous national banquet dish, squirrel mandarin fish. This dish is the first dish I learned after I paid my respects to my master. I have been studying it for close to 10 years. Please taste it. Chow Yifan spoke confidently with these words. With these words, he was trying to tell everyone that he had absolute confidence in this dish, and that he would definitely be able to win with this dish. Huang Sanshi tasted it and reacted flatly. Well, it's a medium flavor, and it lacks a bit of fire. Chow Yifan, Nima, again, lacks a little fire. A jack of all trades, right? After Kai Ki-kun tasted a mouthful, he didn't dare to look at Chow Yifan's glasses and said with his head lowered, It's not as good as the last time I made it. Maybe Master Chow isn't in good shape today. Chow Yifan now sort of understood that these two people were collecting money. Tang Xini didn't even eat, directly using her chopsticks to casually flip over the squirrel mandarin fish. You didn't cook this fish, did you? This meat is still bouncy and disgusting. And this sauce is normal sauce this color? I have no appetite at all when I look at it. Fail. Chow Yifan was enraged. Shady. Definitely shady. Noticing that Chow Yifan's mood was off, Bai Bingbing hurriedly made a gesture to signal the sound control to mic Chow Yifan's microphone off, while asking the cameraman to cut the picture to her side. Thank you to the three judges for their wonderful comments. Now let's taste Qin Yang's second dish, 9 turns of fatty intestine. A plate of steaming fat sausage was brought up and set on the table. I have to say that Qin Yang is still very talented in cooking. At least this fatty sausage looks good on sale. The three judges also began their performances. Choi Ki-gon was the first to say, This fatty sausage is delicious and appetizing at first glance. Tang Xini froze for a moment. That's my word for everything you've said. Huang Sanshi also gave his professional opinion. You guys don't look at fat sausage as a home-cooked dish, but it's actually very difficult to do it right. The difficulty in frying the fat intestines is actually not in the seasoning, but in how to clean the fat intestines and suppress its original fishy flavor. By the way, Qin Yang, why is your dish called 9 turns of fatty intestine? Qin Yang smiled faintly. You'll know when you eat it. Huang Sanshi laughed. And you're still selling us out, naughty. Alright, then we'll taste it first. Huang Sanshi and Kai Kikin picked up their chopsticks and put a piece of fat intestines into their mouths. Tang Xini had always listened to Qin Yang, so she still just used her chopsticks to flip through the fat intestines and didn't eat them, pretending to be interested in the plating. The fat sausage enters the mouth with a rich flavor. Choi Ki-gon didn't hold back the urge to vomit, and his professionalism made him cover his mouth at the first opportunity and forcefully swallow the fat sausage. It's hard to make money. It's hard to eat. If he had known that $5,000 was going to be spent eating this kind of stuff, he would have preferred not to take the $5,000. After all, Huang Sanshi was an old man. His performance was not as exaggerated as Kai Kikin's, but the eyes that looked at Qin Yang were already not right, and could be described by the 4 words of murderous heart gradually rising. I'm afraid to chew not much at all. Other people's fatty sausages spew out a rich broth that fills their mouths with each additional chew. But although the fat intestines made by Qin Yang also spewed out something thick, we all knew what kind of stuff was being spewed out. Huang Sanshi held back his nausea and inquired with his teeth bared. Is this the 9 turns of fatty intestine you made? How come it feels like it wasn't processed cleanly? Qin Yang explained in a serious manner. Mr. Huang, it's not that it wasn't processed cleanly, but I selectively retained a portion of the original flavor of the fat intestines so that I could stir-fry the 9 twists and turns of the fat intestines. If you taste it carefully, Mr. Huang, you'll find that there are many layers of flavor in this fatty sausage, just like cat poop coffee, and those who know how to drink it will even be able to figure out what that cat ate the day before, and whether or not it usually has a healthy gut or something like that. Huang Sanshi. Ki Kuan Choi. Everyone was shocked. The original flavor of fat sausage. Wouldn't that be? Nyoa. It's still my brother Qin. Feeding the judges with Shang in front of so many people. I would call it a top-notch Yang plot. Investigate the anchor closely. I suspect he's from the same organization as Mr. He. Huang Sanshi. I had 9 turns of fat intestines once, and it was a taste I can't forget for the rest of my life. That taste is pure. Chapter 97 Discovery of the Butcher's Trail. Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit off, Bai Bingbing hurriedly said, "It seems that all 3 judges are impressed with this 9 turns of fatty intestine by Qin Yang. So let's ask the 3 judges to score it now." Tang Xini naturally didn't have to say anything and directly gave the highest score. Although Huang Sanshi and Kai Kikan were upset, the fat sausage had already been eaten. So if they gave Qin Yang a low score at this time, wouldn't it be like eating for nothing? Nobody messes with money. In 2 successive rounds of tasting, Qin Yang was far ahead. In the 3rd round, there were no surprises, with a handful of Westlake vinegar fish skills surprised the audience, and once again took the high score. After the recording was over, Huang Sanshi left straight away with a sullen face. Choi Kigan hugged a trash can and threw up for a long time. Only Tang Xini didn't take a bite and nothing happened. She came up to Qin Yang and quaintly wrinkled her nose at him. "You're so bad, Brother Yang. Why did you deliberately screw those judges?" Qin Yang said in a serious manner. "I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Those 3 dishes are already masterpieces of my carefully selected cooking skills." "Nonsense." Tang Xini poked the floor with her toes on her back. "We went camping once in college, and you made a pot of bamboo shoot pheasant soup for all of us. That fresh flavor I still remember now. If others don't know what level of cooking you are, can I not know?" Qin Yang was on the verge of crying. "There's no need to mention such stale things. I've forgotten about them," Tang Xini said with a naive face. "How can you forget? The 4 years of college with you by my side was the best time for me. That camping trip I broke my foot, and you even carried me up a mountain on your back. At that time I felt that your back was so wide. It was so comfortable to lie on it, and it was like I didn't have to be afraid of anything." When she said this, Tang Xini's face suddenly reddened. "You that time also disliked people too fat, said softly pressed you very tired. Oops, you must have deliberately said so nasty." Tang Xini covered her face with her hands and stomped her feet, trembling. Qin Yang was sweating. "Sister, I'm on the air here, you're telling me everything, right? The live feed is full of emoticons of squinty-eyed smiles. What's soft? What are they talking about? Adults chatting, children don't talk too much, play aside. Why do you guys think Tang Xini used to have the nickname Milk E? Let's just say know-it-all. Don't get mouthy, brothers. Be honest when you get a girlfriend like that. It's a really heavy, heavy burden. Upstairs, brother. I sympathize with you for your suffering, however. I am a man who likes to rise to the occasion. So please let me bear the burden." Seeing that Tang Xini was getting more and more outrageous, her manager Hiyu hurriedly came over and wanted to take her away. "Xine, have you forgotten that you have an interview program later?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. We Xini still have work to do, so we won't talk much. We'll leave first." Qin Yang nodded repeatedly, signaling Hiyu to hurry up and take Tang Xini away, who knew that Tang Xini's mouth was still chattering. "Yang, do you remember that camping night when we were in the tent?" Hiyu was so shocked that he hurriedly covered her mouth and forcefully dragged her away. "Gollum." Qin Yang swallowed his saliva and hurriedly called Sun Jia. On the other side of the phone, Sun Jia's confused voice came through. "Brother-in-law? What's the matter with you?" Qin Yang inquired in a deep voice. "Are you watching the live broadcast?" "No, people are sleeping." Qin Yang let out a cold smile. "You sleep in the middle of the day?" Sun Jia yawned. "Yeah, taking a nap. I worked late last night and I'm sleepy now." "What the hell is wrong with you, brother-in-law?" Qin Yang took out his other cell phone and opened the live broadcast, going down the list one by one. "There's a Sun Deshang in my live broadcast room, do you recognize him?" Sun Jia instantly became a little nervous. "I don't recognize it." Since I don't recognize it, then I'm pulling the plug. Sonia was on the verge of tears. Don't a brother-in-law. This Sun Deshang didn't provoke you or mess with you. What are you doing pulling the blackout on her for nothing? It's showing a hole, isn't it? Alright Sun Jia, you're still playing small with me. Since you're in the live broadcast room, you heard what Tang Sini said just now, right? Sun Jia said with a sigh. Don't worry, brother-in-law. I know what to say and what not to say. I'm always on your side. I'm your undercover, a brother-in-law. We're on our own. Qin Yang nodded in satisfaction. Good to know. Click it. A crunch came. Qin Yang frowned. What's that noise? Sun Jia panicked and explained. Oh, it's nothing. I'm frying eggs. I accidentally broke 2 eggs just now. Qin Yang was suspicious in his heart, but he didn't say anything more and hung up the phone. Sun Jia put the phone down and glanced fearfully at Lu Yan, who was sitting on the sidelines. Dongcheng District, Tong Ren Tang Chinese Medicine Center. Xiaoyan's sister, don't be angry. University occasionally and female students go out outdoor camping is very normal. Female students with broken feet cannot walk. To help carry a little is also very normal. Killing intent surged in Lu Yan's eyes. And it's normal to stay in the same tent at night? Sun Jia scratched his neck, not knowing how he should round it. She stammered. It's possible. That brother-in-law just simply helped Tang Sini put on a medicine and rubbed her legs. Then the rubbing went up. Not good. I'm talking about something. Sun Jia hurriedly covered her mouth, itching to give herself 2 slaps. Immodest fiction kills. The plot of those immodest novels that I had read automatically came in, very silky and natural, without any sense of incongruity. As expected, Lu Yan's anger level soared. Originally, she was still heartbroken that Qin Yang had been tossed around a bit hard by himself in the past 2 days like an animal. So she came back to the Chinese medicine hall after buying the little blue tablets to prescribe him some tonic medicine. It turned out that Qin Yang played so flowery in college. Come on, the medicine is ready. Divine Dr. Li walked out from the pharmacy with his assistant, putting 6 bags of decocted Chinese medicine into a bag and handing it to Lu Yan. Miss Lu, this is the medicine you asked for to strengthen the kidneys and the body. 6 bags for a course of treatment. It will have a good effect on Mr. Qin. Lu Yan said coldly. Divine Dr. Li, do you have that kind of tiger and wolf medicine here? The smile on Divine Dr. Li's face froze. Tiger? Tiger what? Willow Yan explained. It's the kind of drug that when you take it, you can burn off your energy at home, and it's best to go out and not be any threat to other women straight away. Sun Jia was trembling on the sidelines. I'm chemically castrated. It's too hard. Divine Dr. Li said awkwardly. Don't joke, Miss Lu. Even if there is this kind of medicine, I can't possibly prescribe it to you. It's not purely harmful. Lu Yan wanted to say something more when her cell phone suddenly received a call from Yen Peng. Team Willow, we've got Butcher's trail. Willowface. Bite him. Send me the location. I'll be right over. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yan slapped the things in her hand on the table and turned around to leave with the herbal medicine. Divine Dr. Li fixed his eyes and his blood pressure went up. Little Zhang. This pile of powder on the table. Why does it look so familiar to me? Xiao Zhang said awkwardly. Elderly. This pile of powder seems to be the pair of iron walnuts you just put on the table. Dr. Li smiled. Coil iron walnuts for 20 years and they just end up crumbling to pieces? Tired. Destroy. Chapter 98. Shut up or get out. After making the call, Qin Yang was just about to leave when he was stopped by Lu Jiming. Qin Yang. Qin Yang was astonished. Dad, what are you doing here? Work. Jiming Ryu's answer was succinct. It was only at this time that Qin Yang also noticed that there were several people standing around Lu Jiming, all wearing white shirts and executive jackets. Seeing that Qin Yang was a bit puzzled, Lu Jiming introduced, Qin Yang. This is the special agent from the imperial capital Liangguodong. Qin Yang hastily took the initiative to greet him. Good leader. Liangguodong laughed out loud. There's no need to call me leader. If you don't mind, call me Uncle Liang. Jiming and I have been close friends for many years. His juniors are my juniors. His son-in-law is my son-in-law. The people around him looked envious. No wonder Liang Guodong to Zhanghai City named Lu Jiming as a companion. It turns out that the two have such a good relationship. Qin Yang, this kid is really traitorous luck. Dipped into the light of his father-in-law, without any operation to make Liang Guodong become his Liang uncle. In the future, if Qin Yang really encounters anything, just based on the name Uncle Liang will not sit idly by. Everyone else thought that he was rubbing off on his connections, but Qin Yang had a wary look on his face. What do you mean, Yu Jiming's son-in-law is his son-in-law? Why does that sound so awkward? Without waiting for Qin Yang to inquire, Luo Jun's cell phone rang. What? Sure, it's him. If it's really him, then call 2 more teams to go. We definitely can't let him get away this time. After hanging up the phone and seeing everyone looking at him with a curious expression, Luo Jun hurriedly explained, Leaders, we have just discovered the trail of the international assassin Butcher. And now I've ordered Yan Peng to take the SWAT to round up the area. Special Agent Liang. I'll have to excuse myself. This operation requires me to return to command. Liang nodded in understanding. Be careful on the road. Safety first. Luo Jun saluted and left quickly with a few subordinates. Liang inquired curiously, The butcher Luo Jun mentioned just now is the international assassin who has been roaming around in our country, right? Zhang Yi answered, Yes, leader, this butcher is very cunning, and the means of committing the crime is extremely cruel. Even the forensic pathologists from our general directorate would feel physiological discomfort after looking at the scene. According to the files coming from the Interpol side, the butcher is a well-trained and extremely perverted killer, and such a killer roaming around Zhanghai City will have a bad impact on the entire social environment of Zhanghai, so we've been offering a heavy bounty for his wanted. Liang pondered with his hands behind his back. An international assassin, instead of staying well abroad, he had to run to the country with the tightest control. Can any of you guess what he's really thinking? No one spoke, and everyone looked at Qin Yang unanimously. Qin Yang was confused. What are you looking at me for? Zhang Yi smiled and said, Before, Lao Luo said to me, if it's a case that encounters a ferocious thug, then leave it to Captain Lu Yen Lu to deal with. But if it's a case where the thoughts are blocked, then it's definitely right to look for you. Qin Yang, you are the Dawn Sentinel and Sinbuster personally authorized by the provincial office. So we want to hear your thoughts now. Why do you think the butcher came to Zhanghai City?
Qin Yang.
Okay. Playing hard to get with me. Huh? Such a shameful title. Qin Yang himself did not dare to say it in full. But Zhang Yi said it in a serious manner, and it was not difficult to defeat him at all. Qin Yang said awkwardly, Bureau Zhang, you're pulling your punches. Everyone has different ideas in their heads and cares about different things. Like I care about my wife the most, and wherever she goes, I follow, and I don't actually think past my brain in the process. It's a completely instinctive reaction. Now you're asking me to guess what the butcher was thinking. What if he wasn't thinking that much at the time and just drew a random city to scourge? Qin Yang originally just wanted to tell these people 2 of the simplest truths: don't be metaphysical. Believe in science. Who knew that the crowd had actually thought seriously after listening to Qin Yang's answer, thinking that Qin Yang's speech was definitely not without a purpose, and that there must be important clues hidden in it. Qin Yang people numb, these people have heard what they are saying? Zhang Yi shook his head after thinking for a moment. You're talking too profoundly, I don't quite understand. Qin Yang, now that Special Agent Liang is here, you'll give us a small demonstration to guess what the butcher is thinking, just in case you win. Qin Yang laughed bitterly. There's no such a thing as a million director, trust in science. Qin Yang was just about to refuse further, who knew that his father-in-law, Lu Jiming, suddenly spoke up. Then take a wild guess as long as it makes sense. Qin Yang still had a lot of respect for his father-in-law. Since Lu Jiming had spoken, Qin Yang could only make a hard guess. Everyone saw Qin Yang closing his eyes and his index finger tapping the side of his leg in a certain rhythm. The live streamers were happy. No way. Qin Dog came for real and started invoking the gods? Let him talk. Let him talk. I'd like to see what kind of tricks he can come up with. Butcher. Danger. Qin Dog guessed right this time. I directly eat 3 pounds of xiong. The brothers in the live broadcast room bear witness. Upstairs. You boys came here to cheat on your food and drink, didn't you? Just as the netizens were talking, Qin Yang opened his eyes. Bureau Zhang, have you guys ever thought of a question? Why you all couldn't discover the butcher's trail before, but now you've suddenly discovered it? Zhang Yi froze for a moment and a man standing in the corner burst out laughing. I thought you had some earth-shattering deduction, and this is it? Qin Yang looked him up and down. You are. The man was furious. I'm Xiao Gao Shou, we've met before. Qin Yang let out an O and scratched his head. I'm sorry, it doesn't ring a bell. I've never really cared much for people with a lower presence. Xiao Gao Shou's lungs were about to explode. He was at least a respected criminal investigation expert in Nanshan branch. How did he become non-existent when he came to Qin Yang? Liang encouraged. Xiao Qin, you have any idea on boldly say out. Said the wrong does not matter, anyway. Just between us chatting well. Qin Yang nodded, ignoring the self-defeating Xiao Gao show, and continued his analysis. Just as you said, the butcher is a very cunning international assassin, and after lurking for so many days after committing the crime at the foot of the mountain before, you guys can't find a single clue, which is enough to show how strong the butcher's counter-surveillance ability is. Then the question arises, why was there no clue at all in the previous days? But today the butcher's whereabouts were revealed. Xiao Gao Shou sneered. What's so strange about that? Nowadays there are skynets everywhere, criminals can hide for a while, but they can't hide for a lifetime. As long as he dares to show his head in places with surveillance, it's only a matter of time before he's discovered. Qin Yang couldn't bear it anymore and directly disliked it. Who the hell brought this in here? Can you shut him up? Or maybe tell him to get the hell out. Crowd. Chapter 99. People want to save face. People, they want to save face. What is the greatest fear of the interlopers? The biggest fear is that people won't give them face. The reason why he only dares to een and yang you instead of directly badmouthing you is because he both looks down on you and doesn't want to tear you apart, wanting to maintain his so-called decency. But Qin Yang didn't care about that at all. Has he ever been afraid of anyone but Lu Yan in his life? Joke. At home by Lu Yan as livestock Qin Yang does not matter. Anyway, is his own wife, eat rates and pay food as natural. But out there who dares to treat him like an animal? You really think your brother Qin has no hands? In the face of Qin Yang's face-to-face rage, Xiao Gao Shou looked flustered, waving his hands repeatedly but not knowing what to say. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "Expert Xiao, it's time for Qin Yang's analysis. Can you listen to him first? It's impolite behavior to interrupt others frequently. If you really can't hold your tongue and want to talk, then get out." Zhang Yi's words were already considered a very serious warning. Xiao Gao Shou, where he dared to dislike the leader, he could only lower his head and obediently admit his mistake. After lecturing Xiao Gao Shou, Zhang Yi smiled and said, "Qin Yang, you continue." Qin Yang reorganized his thoughts and substituted himself as a butcher. "I was clearly able to lurk silently all along, only to suddenly show up. I could have obviously escaped to a more remote city or to a bigger city, but I had to come to Zhanghai City. I also have an identity as an international assassin." Connecting these clues together, a very crazy and terrifying idea appeared in Qin Yang's mind. "Uncle Liang, was your visit to Zhanghai City this time an impromptu decision from above?" Liang didn't understand why Qin Yang would suddenly ask himself this question. But he still answered seriously, "Not really. Every year the Empire sends special agents to each major city to investigate and research, all with good planning in advance. It's just that you've been having too many big and important cases in Zhanghai City lately, which is why I had to come a little early to see what kind of situation you're in here." Qin Yang's heart thumped as he subconsciously took a stick from the side to defend himself. Seeing how nervous Qin Yang was, Lu Jiming encouraged, "It's all right, Qin Yang. Just say whatever comes to your mind. No one will blame you if you say something wrong." Qin Yang said after taking a deep breath, "If I'm the butcher, there's only one possibility for me to suddenly show up, and that's that the one who showed his face was a double and wasn't him at all. He's just trying to steal the house by using the trick of transferring the tiger from the mountain." Qin Yang glanced at Liang Guodong as he said this. "Uncle Liang, the butcher seems to be coming for you." Zhang Yi was the first to react to Qin Yang's words. No wonder his eyelids had been jumping since just now. So the route was here. Liang Guodong was the one sent by the imperial capital. His safety must come first. That was why Luo Jun and a few plainclothes men were there just now. They were the ones responsible for Liang's peripheral security checks. Now it's good. A fake double fooled Luo Jun and a few criminal police officers. So who's going to protect Liang Guodong's safety? Zhang Yi shivered in fear and subconsciously looked around. After the show, the studio was basically empty, with only a few staff members cleaning and packing up props. Zhang Yi barely managed to squeeze out a smile and said, "Xiao Qin ah. Don't say it in such a scary way. Mr. Liang is the Imperial Capital's Special Commissioner. Even if the butcher had lost his mind, he wouldn't be able to attack Mr. Liang, right? What is he after?" What Zhang Yi said was not unreasonable. While the fight against crime requires evidence and the fight against terrorism requires lists, the counterinsurgency only requires coordinates. No matter who the butcher is working for, if Liang Guodong really died in the attack, then all the executive jackets on the scene, one counting one, all have to go in and step on the sewing machine. Why would he do that? Is it just to experience the fun of a 9 clans elimination game? Zhang Yi had gotten nervous and drew his throwing stick, signaling Qin Yang to continue. "If you were the butcher, What would you do now that the tiger has been transferred? Qin Yang smiled and said, naturally, it's straight to the target and kill it in one blow. Except it's hard to do that, you have to be close enough to the target. That's how you can guarantee a kill. Qin Yang rubbed his chin with his hand and suddenly saw a hunched old man clearing the stage with his back to them. Qin Yang casually pointed his hand at the old man and said with a smile, Bureau Chief Zheng, did you see that? If I were the butcher, I would disguise myself as a staff member of this TV program. With the identity of a staff member, I wouldn't look out of place when I appear here and could approach the target in a more reasonable manner. The old man's sweeping hand lurched into silence. Mud! There's hanging. Zhang Yi was also the first to notice the old man's abnormality and directly pulled out his gun and aimed it at the old man. Hands up and don't move. The old man's eyes flashed with a hint of murderous intent, and the mop he held in his hand moved stupidly. But just then, 2 more police officers with guns leaned over and signaled him to cooperate with the inspection. The old man sighed and glanced at Qin Yang unwillingly. How did you see through me? Qin Yang cried and laughed. You ask me, who do I ask? I just said that. Do you believe me? The old man removed his wig, revealing the pale to slightly sickly face. The netizens were dumbfounded. Holy, it's really the butcher. It looks exactly the same as the online bounty wanted notice. Is that a microcephaly upstairs? How can a bounty wanted not be the same as myself? Where's the brother who just said he wanted to eat Shang? Trouble to open a live broadcast. You just dare to eat my high and low to brush you a rocket. But don't say that. Wouldn't you blow up if you met a king of Ali's giving? This butcher looks pretty svelte. Is he really a perverted killer? A real psychopathic killer would have fought to the death when he was discovered. Right? How could he obediently tie his hands? Man, you've got 3 guns on your head and you're gonna fight to the death? How do you resist? By crushing pistol bullets with your skull. Qin Yang did not answer the butcher's question. Don't talk, play the master. Zhang Yi handcuffed the butcher with his own hands and had a few colleagues specialize in escorting him to the car. Until the butcher was taken away from here, Zhang Yi still had a dreamy and unreal feeling. The butcher that Interpol has been chasing for 3 years is caught by me? Zhang Yi was overjoyed. It's true that people sit at home, but the credit comes from heaven. The butcher hadn't even had the chance to make a move before Qin Yang, the prophet, reported the point in advance. So who could stand up to this? Zhang Yi patted Qin Yang's shoulder, his eyes full of appreciation. Good boy, worthy of the sin buster. This is too good for you. Liang Guodong also spoke. Xiao Qina, your uncle, I owe you a life. Before Liang could finish his sentence, another staff member mopping the floor suddenly pulled out a dagger and stabbed him in the chest. Chapter 100. The sky is falling. The mission has failed again. Leader, old Liang. Seeing Liang being stabbed, Lu Jiming and Zhang Yi rushed over at the first opportunity, trying to hold the murderer down, who knew that the other party was very agile, kicked Lu Jiming down and slipped right out of Zhang Yi's hands like a loach. Zhang Yi was also in a hurry and raised his hand for 2 shots. The man was hit by a bullet just as he ran to the window and fell with a thud. Quick! Call an ambulance! Blood seeped out along Liang's white shirt, and Liang, who had been laughing and joking just a moment ago, almost instantly wilted in spirit, his entire face pale and his lips black. Yu Ji Myung covered his chest with his hand. Old Liang, you mustn't die. 2 police officers went to the window to see that the man who had just sneaked up on them had been shot in the undershirt and died on the spot. 5 minutes later, the ambulance arrived to pull Liang away, and Zhang Yi said with a serious face, lock down the TV station. Everyone for identity verification. Chen Haimin, who had just gotten the news and rushed over from backstage, had his sky fall. What's going on here? Originally, today was a happy day. See, the traffic is good is about to take off. How also suddenly closed the TV station. Just then, the assistant ran over shivering and said, it's no good, Director Chan. One of our sweepers was arrested and one was killed. It seems like both are wanted fugitives on the run. Chen Haimin was furious. Arresting people is fine. What's the point of blocking our TV station? We have to continue recording our program tomorrow. The assistant cried and laughed. Someone's been stabbed. It's a guy in an executive jacket. Chen Haimin wanted to say something, fell silent, and his hands began to shiver. Nima, seriously, a guy in an executive jacket got stabbed? This is a big deal, and the station is probably in for the biggest havoc in its history. Are those 2 sweepers you mentioned sure they're from our TV station? Not sure. The assistant was on the verge of crying out. Our TV station cleaning has always hired temporary workers. It's not that the station manager is trying to be cheap and not willing to give someone else the staffing. Chun Hai-min felt an immense headache. And no identity checks when recruiting? I've always seen ID cards and such. The assistant still smiled bitterly and shook his head. Temporary workers where there is a need to see what ID card, do the work to pay the money on the end of the job. Sometimes the work is not good and no money after all, also do not have to sign a contract with them. Chan Hai-min covered his face with his hands. The station manager is really a pure animal. They go out every day nightclub seafood big abalone. The result is that even the station's this health sweeping fee to pit. You really should save and spend. No, I have to go home. Chan Hai-min was just about to head out when Sun Jia came in from outside with hundreds of police officers, sealing all the important file cabinets and rooms of the TV station. Chun Hai-min looked embarrassed. This officer, what are you doing? Sun Jia said expressionlessly, on official business, the TV station is temporarily blocked, and you guys will have to follow us back to be investigated. So please cooperate. With a wave of Sun Jia's hand, Chun Hai-min and his assistant were directly taken away by the police. Qin Yang felt that the sky had collapsed as he looked at all that was happening in front of him. Maru Spice, what about my mission? Ding. I'm sorry, host, but the mission has failed. Mandate penalties in effect. Lu Yan's physique has been strengthened again. The tonic lover's troubleshooting has been released.
Kim Yang,
Qin Yang's heart was like ashes. Your granddaddy's butcher. Where did you stab Liang's chest? You're clearly stabbing me in the waist. No, you have to go out and get out of the way yourself. Qin Yang was just about to leave when he was stopped by Sun Jia. Where are you going, brother-in-law? Qin Yang looked around furtively. Is Willow Face here yet? Sun Jia shook her head. Sister Xiaoyan followed Captain Yen to catch the butcher, and won't be coming over for a while. Qin Yang blankly glanced at Sun Jia. Catch a ghost. Butcher has already been caught by our side. But this is good. I'll withdraw first, you help top it off. Qin Yang was just about to walk out when he was grabbed by Sun Jia. Qin Yang froze. What do you mean? What are you grabbing me for? Men and women don't get along. Sun Jia said helplessly. I'm sorry, brother-in-law. You'll have to go back with us to be investigated as well. Qin Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, I'm going back with you guys too? I'm not a suspect. I don't have a motive. Sun Jia still said helplessly. Brother-in-law, this is a necessary process. Everyone present is suspected. As for the motive of the murder or something like that, we'll have to inquire about it before we know. So please cooperate and take a trip with us. I'll cooperate. Now the system to Lu Yen strengthened and a female god of war. Qin Yang every time and her against the line were tossed to death. Now if you do not run after it, still run away. Qin Yang threw Sun Jia's hand away with a forceful shake. Who knew that the next second, 2 policemen directly blocked his way. Sun Jia also no nonsense. Click on the handcuffs to him, worried about Qin Yang escape. Sun Jia also deliberately handcuffed the 2 of them together. Qin Yang's head was full of black question marks. What do you mean, just handcuff me? Sun Jia smiled awkwardly. Understand, brother-in-law, I'm not afraid that you'll run away. If Sister Xiaoyan knows that you ran away from me, I'll end up in a bad situation. Hakaja, you guy, still saying you're not undercover. Come on, brother-in-law, let's go back to the precinct. Half an hour later, East Hill Precinct. Because of the recent surge of various major cases, Dongshan Police Station was directly upgraded to Dongshan Branch, next to the Special Police Station and Fire Station respectively, and not too far from the temporary prison. The handcuffed Qin Yang got down from the police car, and as soon as he looked up, he saw Lu Yen standing on the steps with an expressionless face. Me, standing, in the blazing wind. For some reason, Qin Yang suddenly thought of this line of lyrics. Qin Yang was just about to walk forward when his legs suddenly went weak and his whole body almost fell. Seeing this, Sun Jia hurriedly assisted him. What's wrong with you, brother-in-law? Legs are shaking like spaghetti. Not only were Qin Yang's legs shaking, he couldn't speak. He's got a weak heart. Lu Yen told him to stay home properly, but he ended up running out to participate in some kind of kitchen god variety show. It's not even enough to participate in a variety show, but Liang even got stabbed in front of his face and his life is in danger. The surrounding people had more or less realized that Qin Yang was somewhat evil. Where he's around, people don't necessarily die, but something is bound to happen. Liang is a special agent of the imperial capital. People just arrived at your Zhanghai city on the front foot, and then they were stabbed on the back foot, and they were stabbed in front of your Zhanghai city general director. Isn't this purely being punched in the face by a criminal? Lu Yen on the step spoke. Let him walk on his own. Don't hold him up. Sun Jia retracted her hand like lightning, and Qin Yang stumbled and almost fell. Nima, you're too obedient. Qin Yang managed to walk to Lu Yan's face and squeeze out a smile. Wife! Lu Yan raised an eyebrow, and Qin Yang immediately changed his words. Officer Ryu. Chapter 101 I guessed. Do you believe me? Lu Yan glanced at Qin Yang and said indifferently. Let's go. Follow me to the interrogation room and I'll question you personally. Maru Spice. This chick's tigerishness is back. And her own husband has to be brought into the interrogation room for questioning. A dimly lit interrogation room with 4 walls soft-covered, cold, hard, regretful chairs, and desk lamps as bright as little suns. Qin Yang sat down towards the chair, only to feel his butt cackling with pain, and immediately felt remorse. He actually had the urge to give an account of all the bad things he had done since he was a child. Is this chair so evil? Couldn't be any special props, could it? Lu Yen, sitting across from her, frowned. What are you squirming for here with a needle under your ass? Sit down. Qin Yang smiled sarcastically and could only force himself to sit down. When everything was ready, Lu Yen started asking questions and Sun Jia was in charge of recording. Name. Qin Yang's eyes widened. Huh. Lu Yen. What? Answer whatever you're asked. Straighten up your attitude and cooperate well with the questioning. So awesome. Qin Yang nodded his head in a hurry. Yes, yes, yes. I'll cooperate. I'll cooperate. I'll ask you again, name. Qin Yang. Gender.
Yin Yang.
No, officer, you're going too far. You don't know what sex I am. Do you? Seeing that Lu Yen had a stern face waiting for his answer, Qin Yang also lost his temper and said in a bad mood, helicopter gunships. Puffing. Sun Jia, who was in charge of recording, couldn't help but laugh out loud from the sidelines. When Lu Yen slapped the table, Sun Jia was immediately silenced. Lu Yen looked at Qin Yang coldly. Qin Yang, do you think you're in a good humor? Qin Yang did not say anything. Yui not humorously asked Sun Jia. Just now she is not laughing. Seeing that Qin Yang did not realize the seriousness of the matter, Lu Yen said in a deep voice. Liang Guodong was a special agent from the imperial capital, and he came here this time to assess the security environment of our Zhanghai city. Do you know what his assassination means? Qin Yang shook his head. I don't know. Lu Yen continued. There used to be a city that was selected by the imperial capital to be prepared as a pilot city for economic development, and an investigation team was also sent to conduct an environmental safety assessment. As a result, the local evil forces, in order to give the investigation team a head start, set fire to the hotel where the team was staying, resulting in 3 deaths and 2 injuries. Then this pilot city was directly abandoned. Even the high-speed railroad had to go around this city. Do you understand when I say this? What happened today affects not just one person or one group of people, but the entire city. If we can't give an explanation to the top in a short period of time, then the top will take matters into their own hands and give us an explanation. Qin Yang, I hope you can have a bit of a big picture perspective and not think that this is a trivial matter. Qin Yang was also silent. He knew that Liang had a special status, and his assassination would certainly cause an uproar. It's just that he never expected the impact to be so great that it would affect this Zhanghai city. I see, just ask. I'll cooperate. Seeing that Qin Yang had corrected his attitude, Lu Yen then asked, earlier you judged that the butcher was deliberately letting us know his whereabouts, and also judged that the butcher was at the scene. May I ask on what basis did you base your judgment? To accurately predict the butcher's behavior once or twice can still be said to be a coincidence. To accurately predict it every time is certainly not a coincidence. Qin Yang scratched his face. This? I really guessed. Qin Yang didn't know how he should explain it to Lu Yen. He couldn't say that he had the ghostly skill of a word for a prophecy. Could he? The key to this skill isn't under his control either. It worked sometimes and sometimes it didn't, and he was careful whenever he spoke now, afraid that something might actually happen. Guess. Lu Yen was clearly dissatisfied with Qin Yang's answer. According to our latest investigation report, the butcher is not a single person, but a small group of 3 assassins. This time they came to Zhanghai just to assassinate Liang, wanting to provoke the entire Dragon Kingdom's police security system with such a move. None of us were able to tell at first glance that the butcher was tuning out the tiger. How come you happened to guess correctly? You have special powers? Qin Yang was once again silenced by Lu Yan's question. It's not that I don't want to cooperate, But I can't. These are normal questions you ask. But if I'm honest, the answers will be outrageous. Seeing that Qin Yang didn't say anything, Lu Yen continued, all right, I'll take it as your guess. So now guess again what Butcher's motivation was for doing this. Simply to provoke us? You have to know that Butcher was an international assassin before, and he didn't have any interactions or personal grudges with Liang. Now that 2 of this small gang of 3 are dead and 1 has been captured, what are they after? Qin Yang smiled bitterly. How am I supposed to know what they're after? It can't just be to go to jail, can it? Just as Qin Yang's words fell, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Yen Peng said with a serious expression, Lu Yen, the tarantula is dead. Once she heard Yen Peng say that, Lu Yan's face changed. Isn't the tarantula in jail? How did he die? Killed by a butcher. Yen Peng said in a deep voice, Tarantula and Butcher were put in the same temporary prison, but not in the same cell. Just now, the Butcher attacked the guards, grabbed the key, and opened up Tarantula's cell and poked him in the carotid artery with the key. The tarantula could not be saved and died on the spot. Lu Yen and Sun Jia both looked at Qin Yang with surprise. So the Butcher's purpose is really to be taken to prison and executed for tarantulas? That is, the Butcher and the poisonous spiders might be related. Although the tarantula had been captured and returned for a long time, it had not been very cooperative with the police's questioning, revealing a little bit of information about the poisonous spiders every time it was questioned as if it were squeezed out of a tube of toothpaste. It was also to facilitate the interrogation that the tarantula was put under guard in a makeshift prison, and it didn't occur to him that it would allow the Butcher to take advantage of the situation and kill him outright. Lu Yen then remembered that before the tarantula appeared to be very fearful, even living in the prison most of the night, often ghostly. It turns out that Tarantula had known that she might die if she betrayed the organization, which is why she was so scared. This poisonous spider, too arrogant. Yen Peng sighed and said, once the tarantula died, all of our clues were broken, and I'm afraid it's hard to get the poisonous spiders behind the scenes in one fell swoop. Sun Jia said, isn't there still a Butcher? Can't we ask him? Yen Peng shook his head. Had it looked at by a doctor, pure psychosis. Questioning and all that won't work on him, and since Poison Spider paid him to do his job, he must have considered the outcome of the Butcher's capture, and can't ask anything. Seeing that the entire case was at a stalemate, all of a sudden, the 3 of them looked at Qin Yang unanimously. Sun Jia said, brother-in-law, why don't you guess again where the Poison Spider's boss is now? Chapter 102, what if his headquarters are right here? Seeing that all 3 of them were looking at him with expectant eyes, Qin Yang wrapped his arms around himself and laughed coldly. Now you know to keep me guessing. Didn't you guys suspect me? Now why don't you? Okay, I admit it. I crashed the Twin Towers and I burned Notre Dame. Does that satisfy you now? Qin Yang's words caused the 3 to be embarrassed. Sun Jia gave Lu Yen a wink, signaling her to hurry up and coax. Yen said nothing with a stern face. Sun Jia gave Yen Peng another wink, signaling him to go. Yen Peng's eyes widened. Me? How am I supposed to coax a ing guy? Women are definitely the best at things like coaxing people. Sun Jia rolled her eyes. She had to go on her own at the critical moment. Sun Jia walked next to Qin Yang and said, brother-in-law, don't be angry. The main thing is that this time the matter is really too big. The above will definitely investigate it severely. Xiaoyan's sister advanced trial you again is actually to go through a process, so that the people above down after we also good to explain. Of course we know that these things have nothing to do with you, brother-in-law, you really don't be angry. Really I can't do it, I'll give you an ultimate pure dance. Seeing that Sun Jia was ready to slide with a swing of her hands, Qin Yang hurriedly opened his mouth and said, stop. Don't dance. I'm not interested in watching. Are you done with the trial? If you're done, hurry up and untie me. I haven't eaten yet. Lu Yen still didn't say a word, pretending to be high and mighty. I'll do it. Sun Jia attentively helped Qin Yang unlock the horizontal board and helped him stand up. Brother-in-law, why don't you take a real guess? I think you're a pretty good guesser now. All 3 of them looked at Qin Yang, their eyes all upturned. Qin Yang moved his wrist and intentionally wanted to tease them. Think of it this way, why did Liang not get assassinated when he went to other cities for research before, but got assassinated when he came to our Zhanghai city? Could it be because Zhanghai city this is more special for Poison Spider? Or the boss of Poison Spider is in Zhanghai city? The 3 men's eyes lit up with interest. Yen Peng took the initiative to pour a cup of tea for Qin Yang and handed it over. Brother-disciple in detail. Qin Yang did not say anything even after receiving the tea, but just stared at it and frowned. Yen Peng did not know where the problem was, but instead Sun Jia reacted quickly and quickly took the initiative to help Qin Yang blow. Brother-in-law, it's blowing cold and ready to drink. Qin Yang smiled in satisfaction. Understood. Sip, sip, sip. Hey, cool. After a mouthful of hot tea, Qin Yang's heart was much more comfortable. He spat out a mouthful of tea foam on the ground and continued. As you all said just now, Liang Guodong came to our Zhanghai city this time because he wanted to investigate how the security environment in our city really is. And when we think about the poison spider cottage we took down in Morning Old Mountain before, and the poison spider flower transit station we took down in the second ring road downtown, then can I reasonably surmise that in fact, the poison spider's headquarters has always been in our city of Zhanghai, but it's just a bit more secretive? When Qin Yang said this, the three of them only felt their scalps tingle, the pores of their entire body stretching open, and their eyes flashed with golden auras. Poison Spider's headquarters is in Zhanghai City. What does that mean? That would mean a mountain of gold right under their noses. Knowing that Poison Spider is one of the few mega criminal organizations in the Dragon Kingdom, where the headquarters is located has always been a mystery. If they were able to terminate the poisonous spiders, it would not be a dream for all of them to be promoted to the third rank. Sun Jia was so anxious that she scratched her ears and felt like there were ants crawling all over her body. Yan Peng is not good at words, can only learn Sun Jia just like to help Qin Yang blow tea. The result is that he opened his mouth is a smell of garlic and smoke, almost a Qin Yang smoked closed air. Sibling brother, blow cold, drink tea. No, quit. Qin Yang smoothly placed his teacup on the table and continued his analysis. If I were the boss of Poison Spider, I would also choose to make Zhanghai City the location of my headquarters for 3 reasons. First, the city of Zhanghai is as its name suggests, with a river and a sea. The river can connect to the inland, the sea can connect to the overseas, the geographical location is superior, and the waterway transportation is not only bad to check, the freight is also cheap. Secondly, Zhanghai City is only a third-tier city. The infrastructure and security system is not as perfect as the big cities. Big cities have cameras everywhere, and there are SWAT officers patrolling with robot dogs. What about us here? Many of the old towns and dark alleys are complete security dead zones. Now there's a bunch of lost girls over on Dongguan Street standing on the street every day, flamboyantly inflating prices. Qin Yang said with righteous indignation. Sun Jia and Yen Peng people silly. Lu Yan's icy voice came from behind Qin Yang. Price gouging? So you know quite a bit about it. Qin Yang's heart tightened and he said with forced composure, "What are you talking about, wife? I've always been clean. You wouldn't be unaware of that, would you?" Lu Yan had no intention of letting Qin Yang muddle through. "And how did you know they were price gouging?" Qin Yang said stiffly. "These are all told to me by that kid Yu Hao. You also know that this kid is quite good, but his style is problematic." Lu Yan reached her hand down, and Qin Yang subconsciously protected his shrine. Luckily, Ryu Yen didn't choose to tear down the shrine, but instead pulled his cell phone out of his pocket. "Call Yu Ho and tell him to come to the station and turn himself in."
Qin Yang.
"Honey, this isn't very good." Ryu Yen pointed to the uniform she was wearing. "It would be fine if I didn't know about the things you just said, but since I know about them now, I'm obligated to help your friend change his ways. Either you call him first or I call you first and you call him, your choice."
Qin Yang.
Is it not the same ing result? Just one more victim. Knowing that Lu Yen was impartial, Qin Yang had no choice but to call Yu Hao. As soon as the phone was connected, Yu Hao's gasping voice came through the receiver. "Old Qin, what's the matter? Say it quickly, it's busy." Qin Yang cracked his mouth. "What are you up to in the middle of the day? Don't you want your waist?" Seeing Qin Yang's misunderstanding, Yu Hao hurriedly explained. "What are you thinking? I'm helping to move things. Yuanji is a shirker, a few brothers for the opening of the new store before and after the busy and tired as a grandson. Your conscience does not hurt." As soon as Yu Hao's words fell, Lai Dongping's voice came from the side. "Old Yu, pay attention to control your emotions. The one who talked to you on the phone is our gold master father. People invested $15 million. Yu Hao took a deep breath and turned into a sissy for a second. "Egu oi. So it's our big boss Qin calling. Do you have anything? Please command Daji as much as you like." Originally, Qin Yang still felt a little embarrassed about pitting Yu Hao, but now that he was so ouchy by Yu Hao, the fingernail-sized guilt in his heart vanished. Daji is Daji, don't add tone auxiliaries to give yourself a gold medal. "Okay, you come to me. I have something important to tell you, just so you can rest for a few days. I'll send you the address, Hurry up and come. It's important. After hanging up the phone, Yu Hao received a localization from Qin East Hill Precinct? What's the big deal? You have to talk about it in the police station. Chapter 103, Operation Thunderbolt, now on. After sending the address, Qin looked at Lu Yen. Honey, it's all done as you asked. Yen nodded in satisfaction. Okay. Go ahead. Say what the third is. Knowing that the hurdle of saying too much was considered to be over, Qin let out a sigh of relief and continued. Thirdly, the overall economic level of Shanghai City is poor, and when the economy is poor, the citizens have no money in their hands. When the citizens don't have money in their hands, people are short-tempered and do things in an extreme manner. A rich man looks ahead and does things because he has assets and has to think about a lot of things. But it's different with people who don't have money. They believe in take a chance and turn a bike into a motorcycle or pokies. It's a kind of wisdom. Under the influence of this notion, the poisonous spiders are able to pull together a large group of people to work for them at only a small financial cost. Qin Yang's three analyses are very reasonable, especially the third one. Yan Peng is even more experienced. The average monthly salary per capita in Shanghai City is around 2,200, which is far below the average level of monthly salary in other cities in the Dragon Kingdom. Because of this, the people of Shanghai City were short-tempered and the folk were tough. $30,000 would dare to level the playing field for someone. $100,000 would dare to waste someone's arms and legs, and $1 million would be willing to lay down one's life to help take the fall for someone. It is also because of the hard work of the police officers in Shanghai City over the years that this vicious and crooked trend has finally been suppressed. But poverty is the root cause. Citizens don't get rich. There will always be people desperate to make money. Just when the three were still ready to inquire more, the door of the interrogation room was pushed open. Luo Jun stood in the doorway with a sullen face and inquired, "What are you guys doing in there? Going through the motions? All come to the conference room on the second floor for a meeting." One look at Luo Jun's face told him that the next meeting would definitely not be simple, and the three of them hurriedly headed out. Qin saw the moment and was ready to bolt, who knew that Luo Jun had called him back. "Qin, you come too." The Qin people were dumbfounded. "Huh? Me? That's not good. I'm an outsider at your police meeting." Luo Jun said in a deep voice, "You're a Dawn Sentinel handpicked by the provincial office? Who dares to say you're an outsider? Just don't turn on the live broadcast. Come over and have a meeting with us." Without giving Qin a chance to refuse, Luo Jun took a step forward. Qin rubbed up against Lu Yen and whispered, "Wife, I still don't think it's a good idea. Why don't you guys go? I won't go." I don't know if it was his own illusion, but Qin actually felt that Lu Yan's eyes seemed to be a bit freaky. She took the initiative to help Qin straighten up his clothes and said gently, "There's nothing wrong with it. You behave yourself later. If the harvest from this operation is big, I should be able to make you a real one of my own as well. And in the future, you and I will be able to charge into battle together. How romantic."
Qin
"Ma'am, do you have some misconceptions about romance? And charging into battle together is romantic? What about me and Lao Yu and their daily crossfire in college?" But one look at Lu Yan's expression, Qin also reacted. In Qin worldview, the most romantic thing she could think of in this world was probably the couple storming into the criminal's lair and killing against the superb vigor of the opposite Vulcan Gatling. Qin now finally knew why she had been returned by the special forces. Proper war monger. When he thought of those novels he had read online before, Qin felt a little uneasy and decided to ask anyway. "Honey, what special forces were you in before? Dragon Team?" Lu Yen frowned. "What's the point of asking? Our unit number is top secret and cannot be revealed." Qin heart sank. "It's bad. It's 3 times similar to the protagonist of those God of War novels." Qin hardened his head and then asked, "So do you have any titles in the army? Like some kind of King of Cold, Supreme, God of War, Heavenly Father or something like that?" "Lu Yen, you're talking about code names, right? Code names are also top secret and can't be told." "It's broken. It's a 5-point resemblance." Qin butt crack was sweaty. "So, then, when you give an order, will there be 100,000 generals rushing to our Shanghai City? Or can you mobilize a few aircraft carriers to help out or something like that?" Lu Yen sneered. "You can. At my command spaceships can run over our Shanghai City to set off fireworks. Do you want to see them?" Qin face was horrified. "Shocker. My wife is an alien queen." Lu Yen poked Qin eyebrows with her finger. "Read less ghost fights all day long. Uninstall all those 7.8 cats you have, and download Tomatoes. Why? Qin Yang asked in disbelief. Because tomato books are better and free with substance. 50 cents on this one. Qin Yang immediately complied, highlighting a superb execution. Second floor, large conference room. It was only logical that Luo Jun, the director, should preside over an important meeting of the Dongshan branch. As a result, Luo Jun, who was originally supposed to stand on the podium, sat down on the stage at this time. Just as everyone was talking, the door opened. Zhang Yi walked in from outside with a serious face, walked up to the podium from the right and then walked down from the left and sat down on the stage. Crowd. Isn't it sick? Aren't you sick? Don't think that just because you're the leader this behavior is okay. There's an aisle right in front of the podium that you can walk down, so why did you have to run up to the stage to sneak around a bit? But everyone was wondering in their minds. Zhang Yi was the chief director of the entire Zhanghai city. Did he mean that even he was not qualified to preside over this meeting today? And who will be presiding over this meeting today? Just as everyone was speculating, a very gentlemanly-looking, very gentle man walked into the conference room. He was followed by two plainclothesmen with stern eyes and cold temperament. After the man walked into the conference room, the two plainclothes men stood by the door on the left and right and unlocked the door to the conference room with their hands. Black clothes, inches of hair, and a face with a facepalm. Chest out, back hands, small straddle. These two plainclothesmen were already weighing people down just by standing there with their aura. The man walked to the center of the podium and smiled. Don't be nervous, folks. This is just a normal work scheduling meeting. To introduce myself, my name is Ling Kai. I'm the director of the Dragon Kingdom Special Services Department, and I've been ordered to take over from Mr. Liang and continue to assess the security environment of Zhanghai City. This assessment will last for a month, during which time all police forces in Zhanghai City will be supervised and dispatched by me. Ling Kai said as he took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the conference room's computer. A few seconds later, a course of action was cast on the big screen. I'm sure everyone knows about Mr. Liang's assassination. He's still in the ICU. This is a provocation by the criminals against us, and we are bound to respond. I therefore declare that Operation Thunderbolt now begins. Chapter 104. So this is how the brain works. Poison Spider Headquarters. Basement. The chandelier overhead swung and the white light shone on the table in a diagonal triangle. The light shone through the lingering smoke, illuminating the table and the few pairs of hands resting on it, but never illuminating the person next to the table. Those people were hidden in the shadows, and the outline of a human figure could be vaguely seen, mysterious to the extreme. Squeak. The iron door was pushed open and a fat man in a red suit kept wiping his sweat with a handkerchief, whispering apologies as he found his seat and sat down. After closing the iron door behind them, the meeting officially began. Deputy Black Crow spoke up. Our people sent back the latest news. The tarantula has been killed by the butcher, and Liang's surgery was successful, and he has just gotten out of a life-threatening situation. The Imperial Capital's Secret Service has sent a chief named Ling Kai to temporarily replace Liang, and is launching what's called Operation Thunderbolt against the city. My personal suggestion is that everyone should be a bit more peaceful in the recent period of time, and those unseemly businesses should be stopped for the time being, so as not to let the police catch a hold of them. If you accidentally expose our Poison Spider headquarters because of your mistakes, everyone will have to play through. In a word, try to hunker down and avoid them. As soon as Black Crow's words left his mouth, the muscular bull spider with a cigar in his hand was not happy. What are you talking about, Brother Black Crow? I have more than a dozen venues under me, and I make money every day just by fixing some pills. Do you know how much I make a day? And I avoid him? Black Widow also nodded her head and said in a petulant voice, Yes, Brother Black Crow, a bunch of my sisters below me have their legs open to eat and are waiting to be fed. If I don't let them follow the guests out to play, where will I get the money to feed them? These businesses don't just stop. Without food, the little ones down there will get rowdy. With Bull Spider and Black Widow taking the lead in commenting, a few others nodded their heads, feeling that the so-called settling down and hibernating for a while was complete bull. People are already having a hard time, and you want to give them a month off from making money. The last boss who didn't pay his employees has been reincarnated for months now. It's a cow or a horse, but you have to have something to chew on in your mouth. Seeing that the basement was getting noisier and noisier, the boss sitting in the main seat placed the wine glass in his hand on the table with a clunk. The basement was instantly silent, and everyone looked at the man in the shadows in silence, not daring to utter a breath. The tarantula is dead. The red spider's organ supply chain is also broken. Originally, the butcher made a move. Liang was bound to die, but now he is only seriously injured and out of danger of his life. Don't you guys think that the current Zhanghai city has suddenly become very strange? It's as if there's an invisible pair of eyes watching our every move in the darkness, and the slightest misstep and we'll draw a lightning strike. The man was silent for a moment as he spoke. He was in the shadows, but everyone could feel him seemingly scanning the room, watching everyone. I don't care if you want to get killed, but you can't drag your brothers down with you. The East Mountain branch has been very active lately, with a high detection rate, and a policewoman named Lu Yen has an even better record. No Spider, if I remember correctly, it seems like all your venues are in the Eastern District, right? Ox Spider replied respectfully, yes, boss. All in the East District, that is, under the East Mountain branch. The man nodded. Since we're all in the East End, let's be honest. Don't sell those pills in the yard, and restrain those women who are looking for work to do. If I find out that we've been exposed because of your field's uncleanliness, the tarantula is your downfall. Hasn't everyone made so much money for so many years safe and sound by being careful? If the little brothers below are hungry, then as big brothers you yourselves will have to cut the meat and feed it to them. Is that clear? Everyone in the room didn't look good. It's easy to eat something like fat, but it's so hard to spit it out. However, due to the man's status and position, everyone could only agree for the time being, and no one dared to sing against the man. After all, who can't be afraid of a boss who can buy international assassins to do his job whenever he wants? Half an hour later, the meeting was over, and several of the leaders got up and left the basement, cursing under their breath on the way back. Black Crow knew the character of these leaders well and opened his mouth to inquire. Boss, the cow spider, they are oral conviction. Need I go? Black Crow made a neck-wiping motion. The man rolled his eyes. Are you stupid? Do you think a senior management is so easy to train? How many times have I said, what is the most lacking thing in the 21st century now? Talent. Don't move to finish people off. Use your head more and your hands less. The man picks up the bag of walnuts and puts it on the table. Go on. Get the tongs and chuck a couple of walnuts for your brain. As soon as the man's words left his mouth, he heard a thud, and Black Crow smashed the walnut directly with his head. Men 6. Coming out of the precinct, Qin Yang stretched his muscles and yawned. No wonder people don't like meetings. They are indeed boring. Ling Kai had actually been considered the type of person who was ruthless and didn't talk much, but for some reason, every time Qin Yang saw the battle plan on the big screen, the whole person was sleepy, resulting in a meeting down. Qin Yang also heard the code name Operation Thunder and missed out on all the rest. Go back to sleep while the effects of this sleep aid are still fresh. Qin Yang was about to go home when a cab stopped at the door and Yu Hao happened to come down from the car. Old Qin, what on earth are you looking for me in such a hurry for? And you still have to come to the police station to talk. As if Yu Hao thought of something, he said with a fluttering brow. Tell me the truth, you kid. Is there some business secret you want to tell me? Is it a secret recipe for a signature dish or something else? Looking at the innocent Yu Hao, Qin Yang reached out and patted his shoulder, wanting to speak. Old Yu, I hope you don't blame me. I can't help it a lot of times. Hearing Qin Yang speak so seriously, Yu Hao immediately frowned. What do you mean by that? That's a very wrong tone for you. Are you dying or am I dying? Qin Yang was just about to speak when Lu Yan's voice came from behind. Coming? You're kinda on time. Sun Jia. Bring him in. Sun Jia responded and beckoned for 2 male co-workers to help. Before Yu Hao had a chance to speak, he was set up by 2 policemen, one on the left and one on the right. Bad. This kid Qin Yang punked me. Yu Hao just wanted to run, but as a result of being lifted up by this rack, his legs were suddenly suspended in the air, and he couldn't borrow any strength at all. Yu Hao breaks guard. Old Qin, how dare you and you backstab me? Chapter 105. We really want to make progress too much. Yu Hao's furious curses faded away, and Qin Yang stood on the steps, a tear slipping from the corner of his eye. I'm sorry, brother. 1 death is better than 2. You rest inside for a few days. I'll avenge you. Qin Yang clenched his fists, wanting to remember this incomparably painful moment. Lu Yen pulled out a lollipop from her pocket and tenderly put it into Qin Yang's mouth. Hubby, good boy. Yu Hao is to blame. You should not fool around with him in the future. Don't worry. I'll let Sun Jia help him transform properly in these few days. And when he comes out after he's transformed, you'll still be good brothers. The mouth is sweet. The heart is bitter. Qin Yang smiled to himself, shook his head and said, "It's useless. What men hate the most is betrayal. I have betrayed you, how now? We won't even be good brothers anymore in the future." Sun Jia said with a naive face on the side. "No, the friendship between you men which is so fragile, Yesterday we caught a batch of ghost fire teenagers, the 3 detachments handed over. Before we even started to ask, they all gave an account. Said a whole 12 pages of names of people. All of them were brothers who had worshipped each other. But after the interrogation they were still talking and laughing in the detention center."
Qin Yang,
"Are all kids these days so ungrateful?" Qin Yang said righteously. "That's because the youngsters don't understand the weight of the word brother. But I'm different. Yu Hao and I have worshipped Guan Gong." Sun Jia looked at Qin Yang and sighed. "Brother-in-law, don't be tough. If you make Sister Xiaoyan angry, even Master Guan Erfan won't be able to protect you. You're a handful of years old and you're still talking about righteousness? Childish. Haven't you heard the saying? What stabs you from behind is not necessarily a knife. What is carried on your shoulders is not necessarily a responsibility. What enters the body at midnight is not always sleepiness, and what sprinkles the face in the morning is not always sunshine."
Qin Yang,
"Hakaja, you guy. Do you want to hear what the hell you're talking about? What kind of segments do you brush up on all day long?" Sun Jia also realized that she seemed to be giving the wrong example. She blushed and forcefully explained, Anyway, what I mean is that adults can't just look at things on the surface. Sometimes they also have to look at the inner." "Oh no, the inner." Qin Yang held his forehead with his hand. Okay. Shut up. Now I suspect you're mentally polluting me. Honey, if there's nothing else, I'm going to head back. I'm a little tired and want to go to bed early." Lu Yen painfully pinched Qin Yang's face. "Okay, hubby. You've been so tired lately, it's time to rest early. The dark circles under your eyes are coming out. You have the nerve to say that. Don't you know how I got these dark circles under my eyes?" However, Qin Yang quickly reacted. He suppressed the joy in his heart without moving and tried, "Wife, aren't you coming home tonight?" Lu Yen shook her head helplessly. "As you heard, Commissioner Ling is going to carry out Operation Thunderbolt, and all the police in the city will have to cooperate, so I'll probably be going home very little for the next month." "Good Lord, not coming home for a month. Thanks to Titus, thanks to the leaders, and thanks to Director Ling. Saved the day." Qin Yang was ecstatic in his heart, but on the surface he was in pain and made an expression of reluctance. "Huh? A month does not go home? Wife, you like this? I miss you. How to do? You know, I cannot leave you. At night do not hold you to sleep. Hit a thunder, I am afraid." After thinking seriously for a moment, Lu Yen said, "Then why don't you stay in the dormitory with me? I'm in a single room anyway, so we can be together when I'm resting."
Qin Yang,
I'm a ing mouthful. Qin Yang couldn't wait to give himself 2 slaps. "Calm down, Qin Yang. The more this time you have to be calm. Hurry to think of a way to break the situation and reverse the situation." Qin Yang's mind flashed. Then he said to Lu Yen in a serious manner, "Wife, I don't think this is too good. Although you live in a single room, the soundproofing effect is definitely not as good as at home. And the beds in your dormitory aren't good either. You know how strong I am. So how embarrassing would it be to get a reputation for destroying public property?" Lu Yan's pretty face reddened and she twisted with her legs clamped together. What Qin Yang said about this was the truth. Don't look at the bed at home, but it's actually a customized model, and it took a month to tune the shocks alone, not to mention all the front and rear balancing, power balancing, and such. Sun Jia was listening to the side with glowing eyes, and the fire of gossip was burning. So brother-in-law is so fierce. Seeing that Lu Yen had taken his words in, Qin Yang came back to her ear and whispered, "Honey, you can't do this kind of thing every day. You get tired of it after a while. As the saying goes, a little goodbye is better than a wedding. So think about it. We all abstain from sex for a month first. So what's it going to be like after that month?" Images flashed quickly through Willow Face's mind. Meteorite impacts, undersea explosions, supernova annihilation. It's exciting to think about. Images also quickly flashed through Qin Yang's mind. Cows dying of exhaustion in the fields, monkeys collapsing in trees, horses foaming at the mouth and convulsing. It's scary to think about. Lu Yen licked her lips and looked at Qin Yang imploringly and said, "Yeah, then I'll listen to you. It's just that I've just prescribed you some Chinese medicine from the Chinese Medicine Center. So it wouldn't be a waste if you didn't drink it?" Looking at the bag of Chinese medicine that Lu Yen handed over, Qin Yang's back went cold. He hastily took the initiative to take it and said, "It's not a waste. Don't they still have Lai Dongpeng? Anyway, it's all kidney tonic. I'll take it to them to drink. Lu Yen was a little hesitant. That's not good. It's medicine, eh? Would they want to drink it? Qin Yang let out a cold smile. For other medicines they may not want to take, but you have to say kidney tonic. There's no way they won't be interested. Those Cubs' 6 flavors of groundnut pills are as sugar beans dazzle. I have to say that these bags of kidney tonic medicine is you specially helped me to buy. They can use scissors to lick the inside of the bag all clean, do you believe it? Lu Yen and Sun Jia listened in confusion. Men are strange creatures. It's a medicine that is not afraid to take a kidney tonic. All right then. Go back to rest early then, and be safe on the road. Qin Yang waved his hand to indicate that it was fine and walked to the entrance of the precinct to call a cab, to prepare to go to Li Dongpeng and the others first. As soon as Qin Yang got into the car, Lu Yen and Sun Jia immediately ran to the parking lot, pulled open the door of the van and got in. Quick, Xiao Lu, follow that cab in front. As soon as Lu Yan's words left her mouth, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Seems a little crowded. Lu Yen turned her head and realized that Luo Jun, Zhang Yi, Yenpeng, Zhou Quan and the others were all in the car. Several people looked at each other, and the scene was awkward for a while. You guys are on a mission. A few people nodded. Lu Yen was silent for a moment before asking, your mission wouldn't be to stalk my husband, would it? A few of the men buckled their toes in embarrassment, but nodded stiffly. Yenpeng spoke, Lu Yen, don't be angry. It's mainly because all of us want to progress too much. Well. The Sentinel of Dawn is being treated like a police dog by you guys. Isn't it? Lu Yen sighed helplessly. Okay then we'll progress together. As soon as Lu Yan's words fell, a few more vans followed in the next parking lot. Willow Face was confused. What department is that co-worker from? Zhang Yi said after a moment of silence. It seems like it's Director Ling's car for them? Lu Yen. Chapter 106. What little toy are you holding? Strange. Why does it feel like the back of my head is cold? Qin Yang, who was sitting in the cab, touched the back of his head with his hand and looked back with a puzzled expression. The only thing I ended up seeing was a van-type minivan following him, with the driver's uncle wearing a torn white undershirt, his left hand on the steering wheel, his right hand picking his nose, and a bottle of macro bowls filled with cigarettes sitting in front of the windshield. Qin Yang smiled to himself. It seems that I've become sensitive after being betrayed by that dead girl Sun Jia too many times. How could I be followed by someone as a 5-star good citizen? I'm overly concerned. Qin Yang lowered his guard and leaned back on the seat with his entire body very relaxed. This time, in order to avoid Sun Jia's surveillance, he didn't even turn on the live broadcast. Although Qin Yang didn't know what the hell Operation Thunder was, Lu Yen would definitely be too busy in the next month to care about himself. All one needs to do is to send a text message every now and then to greet her and express his care and love for her, and the rest of the time is free. Just as Qin Yang was thinking about how he should organize his next free time, the minivan made a right turn, revealing the 7 vans following behind it. The windows of these vans are all plastered with black anti-peep film. The cab and the back belong to a 2-compartment structure, with a partition in the middle to avoid people passing by seeing the situation in the back compartment. Deputy Chang Dong asked with a puzzled expression, Director, aren't we going to execute Operation Thunder? Why don't we sit in the central command room and run after this Qin Yang? Ling Kai said with a calm face. Have you read his file? Chang Dong nodded. Ling Kai, since you've seen it, you shouldn't ask such childish questions. Regardless of whether or not Qin Yang is related to the Poison Spider Crime Syndicate, has a grudge or has interests entangled, none of this matters. The important thing is that following him will lead to a big case, and maybe even expose more poisonous spiders hiding in the shadows. You think the title of Dawn Sentinel of the provincial office is given casually. He's not one of our police officers, or he'd have been transferred to the provincial office to assist in the case. Chang Dong cried and laughed. Commissioner, this is too evil. Don't we have to believe in science when handling cases? Science. Ling Kai smiled slightly. You still haven't been exposed to enough things. Not enough experience. When you get to my position, you'll realize that there are a lot of things in this world that can't be explained by science. Have you heard of dreaming to solve a case? My brother was killed and the police couldn't find a breakthrough to solve the case. So my brother gave his sister 2 consecutive dreams at night to help the police find his body and lock up the murderer. Can you explain this kind of thing with science? Chang Dong was silent, but he still didn't agree with what Ling Kai was doing now in his heart. If they can really solve the case by following Qin Yang, then what do they need these SID SWAT officers for? Just as Chung Dong was thinking this, the body of the van suddenly vibrated and then stopped. Ling Kai frowned. What's going on? The driver didn't answer, just pointed out the window. Ling Kai turned his head, only to realize that a minivan had hit their car while merging and changing lanes. A middle-aged man angrily got out of the car and directly and angrily pounded the window glass. Nigga, I just bought a new car. Get your ass down here. A flamboyant little model followed suit and got out of the car, tugging at the man's hand to pamper him. Hi. Forget it. Don't be so angry. Just call the traffic police. Get out. Fu Hai pressed his face against the window to see what was going on in the car. But this anti-peep film was so effective that he could only see pitch black. You don't want to come down, right? There is still someone in this part of the East District who dares not give me face to pay the sea. Just see Fu Hai took out a pistol from his waist, arrogantly and incomparably knocked the car window with the pistol, is to make a pair of if you do not open the window at any time to shoot the posture. Just then, too, the window glass slowly lowered. A car full of masked SWAT officers holding 9.5s were looking at Fu Hai with calm eyes. The Fu Hai people were dumbfounded. Noodles. Bread SWAT? No. A van full of SWAT? Why would SWAT ride in a van? Aren't punks the only ones who ride in these vans? Ling Kai was all smiles. What little toy did you take? Bring it to me. Ling Kai took the pistol from Fu Hai and pulled the bolt to unload the magazine. Glock G17, you're good. You can get this kind of rare goods. But it's a pity that the wear and tear is serious, and I don't know how many hands have been sold. Fu Hai was on the verge of tears. Brother, no, officer. This is a toy I bought online. Not a real gun, much less a Glock. Ling Kai squeezed a bullet out of the magazine and held it up to Fu Hai. Is this a toy too? Fu Hai was dumbfounded and sweating like a pig. All right, get your little girlfriend. You guys get in that car back there and hold on tight. Fu Hai wanted to cry and escape, but he didn't dare. Because there were always two pistols pointed at him in the car window, and if he made the slightest move he was expected to immediately eat a peanut. After all, illegal gun possession is a felony in the Dragon State. What's more important is that guns are completely banned in the Dragon Kingdom. Where did you get this Glock from? It can't be an online purchase, can it? When the two got into the car behind them, the driver looked in front of him and said, Commissioner, we lost him. Ling Kai very calmly opened his own cell phone and put it on the car's cell phone holder. It can't be lost. I put a tracker on Qin Yang's body. Just follow the navigation. Chung Dong. Ling Kai is worthy of being a leader. There was obviously no physical contact with Qin Yang during the previous meeting. When did he put the tracker on him? What's even more wicked is that they can run into Fu Hai, who rushes to deliver the performance in a normal car. Does it mean that the kid Qin Yang really has any supernormal capabilities? The van convoy continued to move forward. Fu Hai and his girlfriend crouched in the trunk with their hands on their heads, surrounded by a group of loaded SWAT officers. Fu Hai wanted to cry. What a way to go out without reading the calendar. He originally took the gun out just to scare the other side. Now, well, pistol meets rifle, hairy thief meets brocade guard. Hi, it doesn't seem right. The young model muttered up in a small voice. Fu Hai was furious. Nonsense. It's all NG squatting here. Can it be right? I don't mean that. What I mean is that the direction this van is driving seems to be over the sugar factory in the southern suburb. That's where we're going to negotiate later. Fu Hai peeked out the window and realized that it was still true. Bad. It can't be such a coincidence. Does that mean there's a mole? Fu Hai subconsciously tried to touch his cell phone to secretly notify Cow Spider. As a result, in the next second, handcuffs were put on him, black cloth was put over his eyes, and a towel was stuffed in his mouth and black tape was put on it. The Fu Hai people were dumbfounded. With that kind of skill, you're telling me this is SWAT? It's clearly a Hummer. What made Fu Hai even more desperate was that Chung Dong looked ahead and said suspiciously, Strange. Isn't this sugar factory abandoned? Why are there so many people in front of it? Chapter 107, Memories of the Southern Suburbs? Sugar Mill, Southgate. Qin Yang had just gotten out of the cab, and Lai Dongpeng, wearing a flowery shirt and holding a bottle of beer in his hand, waved and greeted him in a very dashing manner. Old Qin, this way. Qin Yang walked over with a puzzled look on his face as he carried the bag. I thought I told you guys to find a place to party. What did you make me come to an abandoned factory for? Ri Dongpeng hemmed and hawed. Outdated, right? Young people nowadays like this kind of environment. Abandoned factories converted into nightclub bars, large space, cheap rent, and many customized themed private rooms with special features. You'll be satisfied. Aren't you from Rongqing? It's reasonable that you should know about this kind of stuff. I think it's called what's called Eastern Suburbs Memory in your Rongqing. Qin Yang let out a cold smile. So this wouldn't be called South Suburban Memory, would it? Lai Dongpeng gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. Genius. You can even guess this. Qin Yang sighed helplessly. Guess what? It's not like you don't know that I have a sensitive status and I can't come to places like bars. I asked you to pick a party place, meaning I asked you to pick a tea house so that all the brothers can get together and drink tea, or go to the park to sunbathe in the sun is fine, sunbathe your back, get rid of dampness and energize the meridians. Qin Yang's words had dumbfounded the people of Li Dongpeng. Brother Qin, weren't you the one who told me that you were free, and that the next few days were going to be completely crazy? Drinking tea and tanning your back? Crazy about health, right? My grandpa is Angie trendier than you. He at least goes to the park and knows how to get those ants to dance. And you're telling me you want to tan your back? Qin Yang scratched his head, somewhat helpless. Blame me for not making it clear, my fault. This way, you go in and get your brothers out, and I'll treat you to a Sichuan opera. Lai Dongpeng sneered and pointed at the two men who were smooching next to him. You can watch Sichuan opera here too. Do you have to go to the theater? Hurry up and go. What are you pretending to be? I don't know you yet. Lai Dongpeng dragged Qin Yang toward the bar. Qin Yang pushed back in 100 ways, all helpless. Gee, no, you're no, don't know. Half pushed, Qin Yang reluctantly walked into the bar. As soon as he walked in, all kinds of brilliant lights flashed and shone, and the men and women on the dance floor twisted their bodies madly, releasing their passions to the fullest. Qin Yang was not interested in the men in the bar. His eyes were all on those women. The most fun part of coming to a bar is seeing what other people are wearing. There were those who came out in cheap pink lingerie, those who wore suspenders, and those who played Spider-Woman. Anyway, the dance floor was swarming with them and they weren't afraid to get naked. They wore them just for you to see. They weren't pretentious at all. Lai Dongpeng brought Qin Yang to the card table, and Chao Lingyun and Gu Nanxing had already drunk several bottles of wine. Chao Lingyun's face went up when he drank, but his drinking capacity was actually not bad. Gu Nanxing is just the opposite. No matter how much he drinks, his face does not change color. But in fact, 2 bottles of beer are already almost down. The point is that it's unthinkable that a drinker of his caliber would open a bar. As soon as Qin Yang sat down, Chao Lingyun opened his mouth and inquired, "How come you're the only one who came? Where's Olju?" Qin Yang said very calmly, "Went out for a trip and said he was taking a few days off." The 3 brothers were full of black question marks. Bull, right? The new store opening, we are busy crazy, he went out traveling? Qin Yang nodded. Yeah, he said he's going on a road trip and told us not to contact him for the last few days. He's going to cleanse his soul. Li Dongpeng took out his cell phone and called Yu Hao, hanging up in seconds. Hey, the kid's still unreachable. The more Chao Lingyun thought about it, the more outrageous he felt. It's not right. I remember that he used to ask him to go climbing the mountain he was not happy to go. Now how do you like to travel and so anxious? Is it stimulated by what? How dare Qin Yang say anything? After all, a 7-day trip to a detention center is a trip, isn't it? Every day in there to receive ideological education and reform. It's not wrong to say that it's washing the soul, right? It was good that at this time Gu Nanxing spoke up. There's something wrong with this bar, it's best for us to leave early. Ri Dongpeng was a bit reluctant. Nanxing, you're at it again. Every time you come out for a drink you're all over the other bars. Even though peers are enemies, you can't act so obviously. Lai Dongpeng pointed at the women on the dance floor with a fluttering brow and said, "Look at those big white rabbits, and look at those white thighs. TSK, 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 TSK. Don't you feel the adrenaline rush?" Gu Nanxing glanced at him. "You want to talk about hormones, right?" "Not important." Li Dongpeng licked his tongue. "What's important is that it's not easy for us brothers to indulge a little. Shouldn't we take advantage of the opportunity?" Ri Dongpeng said as he took 5 Smurfs out of his pocket and set them on the table. "Don't say a brother didn't think of you. Choose for yourselves, 1 for each." Pissed. Chao Lingyun sprayed out a mouthful of wine. "No way, Lao Li, are you for real? You have a wife. Don't you want to play with your life like this?" Li Dongpeng gritted his teeth and said, "I have long not wanted to live with that pussy. Bullied me every day. I'm a big man letting him call and shout. No dignity at all. I want to fight back. If you're a brother, hurry up and take it. And after we do, we'll go to the pool and each pick up one and come back. How about that?" Qin Yang smiled disdainfully and picked one up directly from the table and tore it open. "It's not Smurfs in there, it's disposable gloves." Chao Lingyun couldn't hold it together and laughed out loud. I originally thought that Lai Dongpeng wanted to play a big game, but I didn't expect to pull a big one. However, it is also true that don't look at Li Dongping's 5 big and thick, but in fact, he is notorious for being a goon. Before he met Jin Wei he did play with flowers, but after he met Jin Wei he restrained himself. After all, his kidneys are weak. Ri Dongpeng covered his face and cried. Qin Yang patted his shoulder and handed over the Chinese medicine he carried. Good girl, don't cry. It's normal for people in middle age to have no choice but to soak goji berries in a thermos. This is the Chinese medicine Lu Yen prescribed for me from divine Dr. Li. Take it back and drink it. It's for tonifying the kidneys. Maybe you're still saved? Actually, the trick to eating soft food is not to be soft, but to be hard. If you feel aggrieved, it's mainly because you're not hard enough. As long as you're hard enough, then it's soft rice to eat hard. So how can you be without dignity? It's like when I'm at home. I can be down there if I want to be down there. I can be up there if I want to be up there. Isn't it all up to me? Qin Yang's words deeply irritated Li Dongpeng. Ignoring Qin Yang's dissuasion, Li Dongpeng directly took out a bag of traditional Chinese medicine and tore it open to drink. A mouthful of boredom. The 3 brothers were stunned. Drinking herbs in a bar? Cow. You boys are a real character. A bag of Chinese medicine down, Li Dongpeng immediately feel the belly heat. The whole body blood accelerated flow. The nose is almost spraying white mist. Chao Lingyun and Gu Nanxing also realized that something was wrong. Old Qin, are you sure this is Chinese medicine and not Tsubaki medicine? Doesn't this medicine work a little too fast? Qin Yang looked at the bags of Chinese medicine and fell into deep thought. Not good. Inside, there's the upside down scattered. Chapter 1083 Slaps to Subdue a Tigress. Hot. I'm so hot. Old Qin Yuanji drugged me. Lai Dongping's entire skin had begun to turn red as Hellboy's. Qin Yang smiled helplessly and bitterly. Dongpeng, this time really has nothing to do with me. Chinese medicine is certainly serious Chinese medicine, but the additives in it, well, needless to say, it must be the system that's messing with it. Previously, Qin Yang was also curious about how the system gave Lu Yen the upside-down phoenix powder, and now he realized that the system directly gave it to the next traditional Chinese medicine. Isn't that shady? Looking at Lai Dongping's hot and almost undressed, Chao Lingyun said anxiously on the side. Old Qin, this can't go on. Is it necessary to hurry to find a woman to let him vent? Qin Yang pointed to the dance floor and said, there are plenty of women over there, he can find them himself. No, I can't apologize to my wife. I can't cheat on her. Lai Dongpeng, who had just clamored for revenge against Jin Wei, now suddenly turned into a pure-hearted housewife again. Li Dongpeng came over to Qin Yang's side, and a face began to rub against his body. Old Qin, what perfume did you put on? You smell good.
Qin Yang.
I'll paint your sister. Get your hands off me. Qin Yang never thought that the effect of this upside-down phoenix scatter was so good that even a straight man of steel like Li Dongpeng was now indistinguishable from a man and a woman. Seeing that Li Dongping's sanity was gradually lost, Qin Yang hurriedly took out his cell phone and called Jin Wei over, telling her that Li Dongpeng was picking up a beautiful woman in a bar. Jin Wei's angry voice came through the receiver. You send me the address? I'll be right there. Watching Lai Dongping's smile become more and more perverted, Qin Yang emphasized, you'd better hurry up or Lai Dongpeng might not be able to hold on any longer. After hanging up the phone, Qin Yang activated the global positioning skill in passing. Luckily, Goldwell was in the neighborhood on business and should be able to make it in 5 minutes' time. Just as Qin Yang had just breathed a sigh of relief, Li Dongpeng suddenly jumped onto the table with an arrow step, pulled off the belt around his own waist, and waved it in the air with a loud scream. Yeah. Clip the coinel. Oh yeah. Lai Dongpeng imitates Michael Jackson and walks up too horribly directly on the table, pressing one hand on his waist and starting to top his crotch like crazy. The 3 brothers covered their faces with their hands and could not bear to look at them. This dog. It's so embarrassing. This one is like a beefed-up version of a human teddy, and you're dancing. Everyone's eyes on the dance floor looked this way. Even the music had stopped, and Lai Dongpeng was still coinel on the table. Old Qin, think of something. Qin Yang had a helpless look on his face. What can I do? He can jump if he wants to. It's better than wreaking havoc on others, right? In the field, a small yellow hair witnessed the whole thing. With a cigarette in his mouth, he looked at Lai Dongpeng, who had fallen into madness, thoughtfully, and then turned to leave to find his big brother. Little Yellow Hair had just left, and Jin Wei, who had gotten the news, arrived just in time. Seeing Lai Dongpeng, who was standing on the table and had already unbuttoned his shirt, Jin Wei was furious. Lai Dongpeng, get your ass off the table. If this were usual, by the angry Jin Wei so yelled, Li Dongpeng would have been on the ground trembling. Who knew that now he was not only not afraid, but also had glowing eyes after seeing Jin Wei. Only to hear him turnip lakes, jumped down from the table, hugged Jin Wei and buried his head down, and shamelessly rubbed it. Honey, you smell good. The Goldwells were dumbfounded. She hadn't expected Lai Dongpeng to be so bold. In front of so many people, he dared to do something so humiliating. Lai Dongpeng, are you crazy? Hurry up and get back to me. Don't embarrass yourself here. Snap. Li Dongpeng slapped Jin Wei's arse hard, causing her to cry out in pain and blush. Lai Dongpeng asked very stiffly, what did you just call me? Nima. Lai Dongpeng, you dog. Snap. U-I-N-G. Snap. Honey. Stop hitting, it hurts. Crowd. Jin Wei, who was just like a tigress a moment ago, went straight to pouting with 3 slaps? Is that right? Seeing Jin Wei's softness, Li Dongpeng directly picked her up in a princess hug, and without looking back, he headed for the private room that had long been set. It wasn't until Li Dongpeng closed the door behind him that Chao Lingyun reacted. He's not going to mess around here. Chao Lingyun quickly followed, but unfortunately the door to the private room was already unlocked. Soon, the sound of Jin Wei loudly begging for mercy came from the room, and those who didn't know thought that Li Dongpeng was domestically abusing her in the private room. I'm afraid I won't be able to get out for a while. Chao Lingyun sat back on the sofa and smiled awkwardly when he saw that the men and women on the dance floor were still staring at them. It's all right. The young couple had a falling out and are quarreling inside. Go on with the music and the dance. The awesome music played and everyone continued to dance as if nothing had happened. Chao Lingyun couldn't help but pick up the 2 bags of Chinese medicine and stuff them into his bag. No wonder your younger siblings are responsive to you, and the effect of this Chinese medicine is too good to be true. Old Qin, do you have a prescription for this Chinese medicine? Share it? Qin Yang cried and laughed. It's an unauthorized addition to the system. Where am I going to get you the recipe? The prescription was lost, and these are the only bags, so if you drink them, there will be no more. Seeing that Chao Lingyun was going to stuff a 3rd bag into his bag, Qin Yang frowned. I thought you weren't married. What are you doing with all those bags? Chao Lingyun hemmed and hawed. I recently made a young girlfriend, young and energetic. Originally I thought I was a bit overwhelmed, but now with the help of this divine medicine of yours, I feel like I can do it again. Qin Yang rolled his eyes and looked at Gu Nanxing again. Nansen, you don't want it? Gu Nanxing shook his head. Abstinence, no. Qin Yang remembered when Gu Nanxing said this. Of their brothers, Gu Nanxing was the ascetic little wolf dog, looking exactly like those high-cooled male counterparts in TV dramas. Gu Nanxing did like women too, and his girlfriends changed every few months, but he really didn't have a strong need in that area. How can someone who can talk to you about a drop of sperm and 10 drops of blood in his college days indulge? However, if we really want to do this conversion, I'm afraid that Lai Dongpeng's blood will be drained today. Just as the 3 brothers were about to drink and wait for Lai Dongpeng to finish and come out, Little Yellow Hair came over from a distance with a few of his little brothers and sat next to Qin Yang. Brother, what kind of gang do you belong to? And you don't even say hello when you come to sell drugs in our yard?
Qin Yang.
Qin Yang was confused. Selling drugs? Sell what medicine? Little Yellow Hair picked up the bag of herbs on the table and weighed it. The packaging is quite good. It looks quite formal. It's not easy for the police to check when it's made to look like traditional Chinese medicine. Your kid is really a genius. Say, what kind of is added to this? Red pills or blue tablets? Do you know that this venue is owned by Brother Nyo? And the money you make from selling drugs in this venue has to be turned over 60% to Brother Nyo? Do you understand? Qin Yang now understood. This Little Yellow Hair in front of him was the pharmacist in the field. He was treating himself as a peer. Qin Yang was just about to explain when suddenly the sound of shooting came from outside. The venue went quiet, and the dance floor was a little tense. Little Yellow Hair quickly stood up and pacified. It's okay. There are firecrackers outside. Don't be afraid. That being said, Little Yellow Hair wondered in his own mind. It's not like the 2 sides are talking about moving guys, is it? Chapter 109, New Type of 2-Generation Transportation Vehicle. Sugar Mill, Southgate Open Space. Wearing a gold necklace and dark sunglasses, Cui Chong sat grumpily in a chair, teetering and shaking his legs. Behind him stood more than 50 disgruntled-looking minions, all of whom were holding various weapons in their hands, ready to go to war at any time. Across from Chui Chong, the muscular bull spider had a cigar in his mouth and was gulping smoke. Chicken, we all hang out on the road. If you bring your brothers here to play with me, I welcome it. But if you bring them to my place to cause trouble, then it's too much to put me, barbarian bull, in your eyes. Chui Chong sneered. Cut the bull. I've brought so many brothers here today to ask you one thing. Are you willing to let this field out or not? At first, this abandoned sugar factory was actually pinched in the hands of Chui Chong. Only Chui Chong, this person, does not have a business mind. This factory in his hands for several years put hard not to develop, put aside to eat dust. As a result, after being bought by the cow spider, it took less than 2 months for the entire sugar mill to be refurbished. The outside looks like an ordinary factory, but the inside is lavishly decorated, and there is an endless stream of rich kids coming to play every day. It's like a gold mine. Seeing the cow spider run so well, Chui Chong naturally got red in the eyes, which is why he brought people over to cause trouble. Finding that Nyo Spider didn't say anything, Chui Chong continued, "It's fine if you don't want to let it go. In this case, in the future, the proceeds of this venue will be half for you and half for me, so that people won't say that I'm bullying you." Cow Spider was amused by Chui Chong. "Brother Chicken, this sugar factory was bought from you when I spent $500,000 of real money on it. And now that I've got the factory up and running, you want to come and get a piece of it? On what grounds?" Trey Strong pointed to the minions behind him. "With these brothers of mine, is it enough? I'll give you 5 minutes to think about it. Either we all work together to make money, or I'll let my brothers go in and sweep the field, and I'll come every day from now on." Seeing that Chui Chong was moving for real, Bull Spider also moved to kill. Nyo Spider inquired to Ma Gang, the deputy at the side. "Didn't you say that Fu Hai went to get help? Where is he?" Ma Gang looked at his watch and said, "It should be almost here, Brother Nyo, don't worry. That kid Fu Hai is still very reliable. He's been on the road for more than 10 years, and he's never dropped a chain." Cow Spider glanced at Margan. "How old is Fu Hai today?" 30. "He's been out for over 10 years? Margan nodded. Cow Spider followed up with, "You debuted before you graduated from elementary school, right? What are you doing? Being a child prostitute?" Ma just looked embarrassed. Fu Hai, these out of the mixed all like to pose seniority, as if out of the mixed the longer the more powerful. The mantra of these punks used to be, "You were still wearing open pants when I came out." But now it's become, "The old man came out in open pants." Seeing that Ma Gang is full of talk, Nyo Spider also knows that Fu Hai may not be able to rely on it, and he has to rely on himself at the critical moment. Bull Spider drew his Nepalese machete from his leg, and just as he was about to slaughter Chui Chong first, 7 vans drove up from outside. Ma just got excited. "Big brother, our men are here. I told you that Fu Hai is reliable. My goodness, 7 vans. How many brothers must come down from the vans?" The old geezer saw these 7 vans have begun to legs shaking, but the newbie junior was puzzled, and quickly whispered to ask the seniors around him. "Brother Yong, it's only 7 vans. Why is Xiao Ma so excited?" Yong gave his little brother a contemptuous look. 7 vans? Only? Is that 7 vans? Have you seen the movie with Brother Ho Nam? This is the 2 Canton Light Infantry Transport Vehicle, also known as the Chon Ho Nam Mobile Office, Causeway Bay Community Service Center. It's more of a yuan and people loading car, because this car does its business with either the people or the yuan in the trunk. The minions listened in disbelief. "Is that much of a reach? Brother Yong, you're fooling us, right? It's just a van. Is it that mysterious?" Yong put a cigarette in his mouth and said in the tone of an old man, "You guys don't underestimate this van. In the 2 regions, it's no big deal if you drive a luxury car, but if you drive a van like this one, God forbid. A woman riding in a car like this would say, 'Oops, shame on you.'" My little brother asked, "What about the men?" "Men say that even in this car, shame on them." "Little brother," Ayong continued, "and the people who take this car are all very educated and love to read. Everyone will be pinching a roll of newspaper in their hands, and the air conditioning in the car is very strong and the temperature is very low. So everyone who gets off the bus yells, 'Freezing hands! Freezing hands!' The people in the car are also very clean, and the first thing they do every time they get out of the car is sweep the street. There's a limit of 12, but there's no telling how many people can actually sit in it. It could be 20, it could be 40. The minions listened in awe, and for the first time, they thought the van was so high-flying. Seeing that his juniors were looking at him with adoring and inquisitive eyes, Yong said confidently. Watch. These vans usually open their doors before the car even stops. When our men come down from the car later, Chicken and the others will all crouch on the ground in fear. Do you believe it? The minions will be skeptical, obviously not very convinced. Squeak. 7 vans braked sharply, their tires dragging marks on the ground. Sure enough, the door opens before the car stops. A group of SWAT officers leapt out of the van with guns in hand. Nobody move. Put your hands on your head and crouch down. Ma Gangman was stupid. The cigarette in Yong's mouth dropped, and Chicken and a group of juniors squatted on the ground holding their heads without saying a word. The cow spider sidekick gave Yong a thumbs up. Awesome, Yong. They're really squatting. Brother Yong, we all hang out under Brother Nyo. Why do they have guns? Yes, Brother Yong. They are so handsome in this outfit. Are they our uniforms for work? When will they be issued to us? Brother Yong. What are those 2 words written on the front of their chests? Is it the name of our gang? So what does it say, SWAT? Uneducated. It's scary. Yong didn't say anything, just sharply held his head and crouched down. He couldn't figure out in any case why it wasn't readers but a group of SWAT officers who got off the 2 troop carriers. Could it be that Fu Hai betrayed Nyo? The bull spider thought of this as well and blanched. That Fu Hai kid knows quite a bit about himself. His identity shouldn't be exposed, right? The cow spider got up and was about to run away. Ling Kai raised his hand and shot him directly in the calf. Chapter 110. The career path is not that easy. Hit in the calf, the bull spider can only lie on the ground and play dead. The 2 SWAT officers were just about to help him up when bull spider backhanded him. Clang. The Nepalese army knife slashed at the butt of the gun, nearly sealing the throat of one of the SWAT officers. Before the other SWAT officer could react, the bull spider grabbed his head and slammed it. Headbutt. Dang. Cow spider felt a little dizzy. The SWAT team held up their helmets and grabbed the bull spider's head in reverse. Headbutt. Another clang and the cow spider rested. I have to say that the bull spider is really good at close combat and has a lot of power. But people have helmets. What SWAT team do you see that doesn't wear helmets in the line of duty? If this thing is bulletproof, it can't protect you from a headbutt? Bull spider's men are also well known in the road. There is one counting, more or less hands are stained with a little blood. But in the face of these heavily armed SWAT officers, they slid to their knees at light speed. There's no way around it. They're really brave enough to shoot. A warning? It doesn't exist. Let you run for 3 seconds first. Let's see if you can run faster than a bullet. Anyway, if something goes wrong, there is Ling Kai to take the lead. They just need to act thunderously. By the time Bull Spider came to his senses, he was in a van with Fu Hai. You betrayed me? The cow spider looked at Fu Hai menacingly, and Fu Hai shook his head in fear. I'm tied up like a ing dumpling. I betray you? Brother, you do not just practice muscle, occasionally also use a brain, Fu Hai was well aware of the character of the ox spider, and he was never merciful to traitors. You think the worst thing that can happen to a betraying cow spider is to be killed? So naive. Half a year ago, there is a pharmacist in the field earned a little money, some drift, behind the back of the cow spider want to go out on their own. The result was the cow spider under the jungle rape and kill order. Yes, the pharmacist was male. From then on, no one under the bull spider dared to betray him. After all, death is a small matter, but disability is a big matter. You don't want to get old and not be able to pocket, do you? Just as Fu Hai desperately tried to explain, the car door was pulled open. Ling Kai quietly looked at the bull spider and inquired, "You're their boss?" The cow spider shook her head in denial. "No, I'm just a lookout, not a boss." Ling Kai made a gesture, and his deputy Chung Dong brought over a bag, all of which contained the cell phones of Bull Spider's minions. Ling Kai casually took out a cell phone, opened his address book, and dialed the number with the memo name, Bossox. The cow spider's pants pocket vibrated. "Cow spider? Your cell phone rang?" The cow spider said stiffly, "Maybe it's a harassing call. You know, since the real name system of phone cards, all kinds of harassing calls are too many. I have to receive dozens of them a day." Ling Kai let out an oh-so-quiet sound, took out another junior cell phone and opened his address book, dialing the number with the memo name of Brute Boss. The cow spider's pockets began to vibrate again. "Is this one a nuisance call too?" The cow spider stopped talking. His limited brain capacity really couldn't think of how he should argue. He couldn't say that it wasn't the cell phone that was vibrating in his pocket, but the what's-his-name egg, right? Ling Kai smiled and said, "Originally, I only wanted to catch some small shrimps, but now it looks like I've caught a big fish. Chung Dong, this person's identity is not simple. Go find 2 brothers with better skills to come over and specifically watch him. He's a good fighter. Tell those 2 brothers that if he shows any signs of trying to escape, they can just shoot him. They shoot him, I'll write a report, and when the time comes, just pay the family accident compensation. Cow spider? It's outrageous. It's outrageous. Are the police enforcing the law this much now? If you kill me for itching my feet and rubbing them together, will I die in vain? As per Ling Kai's instructions, Chang Dong had specially selected 2 elite SWAT officers to guard the area. Waiting to get a little farther away, Chang Dong then inquired doubtfully, "Commissioner, isn't our scale of enforcement slightly too large?" "Great." Ling Kai glanced at him and said indifferently, "Imperial Special Agent Liang Guodong is still lying in the hospital right now, and what poison spider stabbed with this knife is the face of the entire Dragon State police system. According to the normal process, the nearby armed police force should have moved into Zhanghai City to clear the area by the time Liang Guodong entered the hospital. If it wasn't for the fact that the Lu family has people in the imperial capital and requested that this matter be handled in a low key, there wouldn't have been a so-called thunderous action at all. If this operation pays off, Lu Jiming will still be the head of this Zhanghai City. But if this operation doesn't yield any gains, Lu Jiming will be suspended from his post, and there won't be any room for advancement in the future. It's a matter of appointing or retaining the head of a city. Do you still think we're enforcing the law on a large scale?" Chang Dong was silent. He had originally thought that Operation Thunder would just be a positive response to Poison Spider's provocation, but he hadn't thought that there were so many interests involved behind this operation. Chang Dong couldn't help but ask, "Director, does this Lu Jiming have anyone in the imperial capital?" Ling Kai smiled slightly. "If you can be the head of the city, can there be no one above you? The Lu family, one of the 9 great families in the imperial capital, Lu Jiming is only the least favored sideline descendant. But even if it's a sideline, it's still someone from his Lu family. Originally, at Lu Jiming's age, there shouldn't be any possibility of moving up the ladder, let alone this Thai place in Zhanghai City. But that son-in-law of his is kind of interesting, so maybe he can actually move up a little further." The gap between Chang Dong and Ling Kai was reflected in the experience. Ling Kai was able to know those famous families in the imperial capital like the back of his hand, and even more so, he knew the background of people like Lu Jiming and the others. But Chang Dong is a question and answer. 2 eyes only know the case. In real life, how do you tell if someone has a future? It's easy, you just need to see what are the things he is usually interested in. Whether it is work or life, if you can eat your leader's information, his personal preferences, family background, workability, and what all, then you want not to be promoted are difficult. On the contrary, if all you think about all day long is picking up girls, lying down and playing games, even if you are good at your job, how can you possibly move up the ladder? They are all spouting about other people holding the Buddha's feet temporarily, but when it's your turn to have your own accident, you can't even find the Buddha's feet to hold when you want to hold them. Ling Kai patted Chang Dong's shoulder and said, "Young man, the career path is not that good. You still have to learn." Chang Dong said confidently, "Please don't worry, director. I will learn well, and I firmly believe that I can learn well myself." Ling Kai's smile grew wider. "Really? So you've been working under me for almost 3 years now. Have you ever paid me a visit during the holidays? Do you know my personal favorites?" Ling Kai gave Chang Dong a dumbfounded question. "So you've been waiting for me here all day. It's okay. Take your time. It's okay if you can't learn. The last thing we need in this business is smart people. You mustn't be anxious." Ling Kai finished walking forward with his hands behind his back, leaving Chang Dong alone and dumbfounded. Chapter 111. Now these are exhibits. Brother Yellow Hair. It's bad. The boss let the SWAT team hold him down, and a lot of brothers were arrested. Yellow Hair managed to calm down the people in the field, but a junior brother stumbled in from outside, looking very wretched. Just before anyone could react to what was going on, the junior was kicked to the ground. Wearing a black bulletproof undershirt, Lu Yen grimaced, drew out his throwing stick and shouted, "All crouch down and don't move. SWAT on the case." Pest! The 3 brothers who were drinking threw up in fear. Almost at the instant Lu Yen appeared, Qin Yang's legs catapulted to start, transforming into a black shadow that passed through the crowd and headed straight for the back door. A SWAT officer raised his gun to shoot, but was hurriedly silenced by Sun Jia. "Are you crazy? That's brother-in-law. If you beat him to death, Sister Xiaoyan won't want you dead." Sun Jia hurriedly took out his walkie-talkie and said, "Attention everyone. Brother-in-law has run away from the back door. Don't shoot, let alone block. Try to pretend you didn't see him." A team of SWAT officers responsible for guarding the back door were originally going to block the road. Once they heard Sun Jia say this, Yen Peng hurriedly made a retreat gesture, and a group of SWAT officers desperately retreated back. 2 other troopers slipped their feet because of the suddenness of the incident, and were fortunately dragged back into the shadows of the corner by their teammates tugging on their body armor. As soon as they hid, Qin Yang ran out like a dog chased him. Realizing that the back door was not guarded, Qin Yang was secretly happy in his heart. Haha, God help me. Looking at Qin Yang's back as he left, Yen Peng couldn't help but sigh. Worthy of being a younger sibling brother, even the posture of fleeing for his life is so handsome. The vice captain inquired, Team Yen, do we still block this back door? It's jammed, why not? Didn't you hear what Mr. Ling said? Not a single person will be let go today. The vice captain asked with an embarrassed face. Then just now brother-in-law Oh, he doesn't count as a person. Don't mind him. Yen Peng made a gesture, and the SWAT officers repositioned themselves against the wall back to their designated positions. They had just taken their positions when Little Yellow Hair hurriedly ran this way with a few of his minions. Mud. What the hell just went by? Did you guys see it? Brother Yellow Hair, it seems to be a person. No way. Is there anyone else in the East End who can run faster than my little Bolt? The minions are a little unsure too. After all, the black shadow just now was so fast that they indeed didn't see clearly whether it was a man or a dog. Seeing the exit in front of him, Yellow Hair was happy. Whatever that thing is, it's kind of scouting us out, or at least proving that the path is safe. Guys, step it up. Just wait until we run out. Before Yellow Hair could finish his words, the heavily armed Yen Peng rushed out directly from behind the wall and slammed an iron mountain lean into his chest. Little Yellow Hair felt as if he had crashed into a large truck. His sternum broke 3 bones directly, and he was hit with a stiffening effect. Taking advantage of the fact that the stiffening effect did not end, Yen Peng grabbed Little Yellow Hair's hand and did an over-the-shoulder drop, then put the handcuffs on him. This set of movements flowed smoothly and took less than 3 seconds in total. The Little Yellow Hair that was thrown to the ground cried, "It's not scientific. Why didn't you stop that dog from running over? Against me, right? Family, I've been capitalized." In the bar, a group of men and women who had been singing and dancing vigorously a moment ago were all holding their heads and squatting on the ground. Seeing Lu Yen walking this way, Chao Lingyun and Gu Nanxing shivered. Willowface asked, pretending not to know anything, "Why are you guys here?" Chao Lingyun barely managed to squeeze out a smile. "I've been busy for a few days, so I'm free. So I came over for a drink to relax." Lu Yen deliberately asked, "Qin Yang is also there?" The 2 brothers quickly waved their hands. "No, he's definitely not in. As you know, sister-in-law, Qin Yang, he doesn't like these kinds of occasions. He's allergic to bars and will vomit once he enters a bar." Yen Yen picked at the bag of herbs on the table with her dump stick. If Qin Yang didn't come, then why are these herbs here? The 2 brothers were sweating all of a sudden. Gu Nanxing, who had always been quiet, held back 4 words, delivered by running errands. Lu Yen was still planning to tease the brothers, but Sun Jia ran over and reported, "Sister Xiaoyan, we've opened all the other private rooms. Only one of them is locked, and it seems like there's a woman screaming inside. Should we ram the door and go in?" When Chao Lingyun heard it, he quickly said, "You can't bump it. Sibling, that private room is Lai Dongpeng and his wife Jin Wei. They are exchanging feelings in it." Lu Yen instantly frowned upon hearing this. Communicating feelings screams? Lu Yen led Sun Jia over, who knew that as soon as she reached the door, her face went red. Sun Jia said in a serious manner, "Sister Xiaoyan, I didn't lie to you, right? This woman sounds like she's dying. She's screaming too much. Let's hurry and bang on the door to save her." Lu Yen glared at Sun Jia. "You have nothing to do in a couple days, go to the forensics team for a couple days." "Huh?" Sun Jia was confused. "Why a Sister Yen? Did I do something wrong?" Annoyed, Willowface knocked her with her hand. "Is this a scream? Don't you have a boyfriend? You can't even tell if this is a scream." Yen Yen didn't understand. Usually Sun Jia looks like an old driver, a word on the highway. How even the sound cannot distinguish between the district. Sun Jia lowered her head and said accusingly, "People follow you overtime every day. How can they have time to fall in love?" Sun Jia seems to know quite a lot, in fact quite pure, otherwise it would not be in love with Tianji, even do not let him hold hands. Because in Sun Jia's opinion, the so-called relationship is the same as a child being a good friend. You help me to bring some food to the commissary. I will help you to spell shou cut a knife. That relationship is close enough. As for deeper communication, Sun Jia really didn't know much about it. All she knew was that it seemed to require the two of them to engage in some very physically demanding activities in bed, and a good waist was key. Old Chow, how did Lai Dongpeng and the others do this kind of thing here? The couple has always been like this? Chow Lingyun cried and laughed. It's not because Lai Dongpeng drank that bag of Chinese medicine and went to the head and couldn't control himself. By the way, sister-in-law, do you still have the recipe for this Chinese medicine? I have a friend. Before Chow Lingyun could finish his sentence, he saw Lu Yen take the plastic bag out to fill the remaining bags of Chinese medicine. She glanced at Chow Lingyun's bulging briefcase and waved at him to take it out. Chow Lingyun pulled out the several bags of Chinese medicines in his bag and said reluctantly, "Sister brother, aren't these Chinese medicines the ones you asked old Qin to bring to us?" Lu Yen said very condescendingly, "These herbs are now evidence. I have to take them back and study them." Chow Lingyun dared to be angry. "You're just trying to take it for yourself because it's too good for you." Lu Yen also regretted it in her heart. "Originally, I thought that these herbs were simply a kidney tonic, but I didn't realize that they were so potent. It's a pity to let this kid Lai Dongpeng drink a bag of it. It's a waste." Willow face ached. She decided to take a vacation later, go back and test the potency of these herbs overnight. Chapter 112 Age never fails a beauty. After running out from the bar, Qin Yang walked down the street for a while in a bit of a daze. The feeling is like leaving home in the middle of the night, only to realize that you don't have your ID card with you and have no way to go to an internet cafe, and instantly you lose your purpose in life. It's a bit too early to go home at this point, and I can't explain it if Lu Yen asks, "So why don't I just go to the hospital?" Liang Guodong is his elder and heard people say that he is out of life-threatening danger. He should go to visit instead of his wife to care about condolences is also considered to be the right thing to do. Qin Yang took a car to the entrance of the hospital and walked into a fruit store in the meantime. "Boss, how do you sell this fruit basket?" The owner of the fruit store walked out of the store with a cup of water in his hand and glanced at Qin Yang impatiently. "It's got a price on it, doesn't it?" Qin Yang smiled and said, "What I mean is, can you get these fruit baskets cheaper? I'm there to visit my elders." The boss said coldly, "All the people who come to buy fruit baskets from me are visiting the sick. Is there anyone else who buys them back to eat themselves? If it's too expensive, go buy it at another house. We don't discount it here." Yoo-hoo, this boss has quite a temper. If this were someone else being disliked so much by their boss, they would have turned around with a curse on their lips and left. But Qin Yang was different. He felt that if the boss had such a bad attitude, it meant that his fruit basket must be better. This was the experience that Qin Yang had summarized over his years of eating out. Anyway, if you want to eat good food in Rongqing, you mainly look at 3 hard indicators. The first is to look at the environment. If the restaurant is very well decorated, opulent, then certainly the taste is not good. On the contrary, if the environment of the restaurant is simple but clean, then the store is mostly reliable. The second is to look at the boss' attitude. Amiable hate and every guest as a brother, hurry up and run, the flavor must be poor to death. But if the boss and you say love to eat do not eat, then this flavor is mostly good. Lastly, it's all about attendance. The more popular the restaurant, the shorter the opening time. There are even some restaurants that sell only breakfast or only dinner with a limited supply and close when they're sold out, so there's no overtime or anything like that. So when Qin Yang realized that this fruit store owner had a bad temper, instead of being angry, Qin Yang felt that he must have found the right place. Doing business, boss, harmony makes money. No discount is no discount. In this case, I pick a few fruits and you get me a new fruit basket. Seeing that Qin Yang had so much to do, the boss opened his mouth to curse. Just at that moment, a woman came out of the inner room, reached out and tugged at the boss, glaring at him. "You're still not happy to have a guest come to buy something? If you're not happy, go to the side. I'll entertain the guests." Being scolded by his own wife like this, the boss couldn't say anything more and could only honestly go to the side and stay there. A minivan pulled up to the curb at just the right time, and after the driver said something to the owner, the two began moving box after box of fruit to the store. The boss's wife walked up to Qin Yang and said with a big smile, "Young man, you want to buy a fruit basket, right? In this way, which fruits you have your eye on you pick for me, I will weigh them for you one by one." Right, this is like the attitude of business. The previous boss's attitude is also too bad. Don't look at Qin Yang's house, but he's actually very socially experienced. Make sure that you don't buy fruit baskets ready-made around the hospital, but rather buy ones that you have hand-picked yourself. Ready-made fruit baskets are just like the fruit cuts that the fruit store gets for you. They tend to show the good side on the outside and the bad side all on the inside. Plus, fruit baskets are usually taken for gifts. It's okay if people don't eat your fruit basket, but if you find out that all the fruit inside is rotten as soon as you open it, aren't you screwed? After Qin Yang had finished picking the fruits, the boss's wife started tying up the fruit baskets with a sharp movement. When the boss's wife wasn't paying attention, Qin Yang smoothly took another passion fruit and stuffed it in. I can't help it. This store sells too much fruit and I have to stuff myself with a passion fruit to get back my money. Boss, how much is the total? The boss's wife put the fruit basket in a bag and said with a smile, $67 in total. You can just pay $65. Qin Yang didn't cut the price, paid the money and left with the fruit basket. When Qin Yang left, the smile on the boss's face tightened up, casually throwing the money into the iron box and giving the boss a wink. The owner was so scared that he reached down and pulled the roll-up door down, out of business. The roll-up door had just closed when the boss's wife slapped the boss hard across the face. The boss flopped down and immediately fell to his knees. How many times have I told you? We run a fruit store now, and we depend on these fruits to feed our family. Who are you making faces for when the guests are here? You don't want to live, do you? The boss said very aggrieved. I didn't sleep well last night. My mind is not clear. I won't do it next time. The boss's wife stepped on the boss's shoulder, and under the earthy and vulgar big red flower pants, her feet were surprisingly white and slender, not at all like a laboring woman, but rather like a lady who was raised without touching the water of Yangchun with her 10 fingers. What? Blame the old lady for making you serve last night? The boss hurriedly cupped the boss's wife's feet and couldn't help but rub them. What are you saying, Sister Zoe? It's a blessing for me to be able to serve you. As long as you need it, I'm always willing to serve. Zoe's eyes softened as she was rubbed by her boss. Humph. Just so you know. If it weren't for the sake of accomplishing my mission, I could have as many men as I wanted, and it would still be your turn to serve them? As soon as Sister Zoe's words left her mouth, she suddenly let out a gasp. It turned out to be the boss's hand that had traveled up her calf and launched a surprise attack. Sister Zoe wanted to say something, but she ended up being picked up by her boss and walked straight into the bedroom. So what if Sister Zoe was her own female leader? No point in talking too much, just do it and be done with it. After inquiring from Sun Jia which ward Liang Guodong was staying in, Qin Yang carried the fruit basket directly to the outside of the ward. He was just about to knock on the door when he realized that his in-laws were also inside. Han Shan was wearing a jewel blue, slim-fitting cheongsam with a pearl necklace around her neck, bringing out her noblewoman's temperament. She held her hand on Yu Ji-min, her proud bosoms rubbing against Yu Ji-min's arm every now and then, making Yu Ji-min uncomfortable. The years never defeat the beauty, soft and charming from day to day. Han Shan was as seductive as if she had no bones, leaning against Ryu Jimin's body and swaying. Sitting on the hospital bed, Liang's blood pressure went up when he saw this scene. Are you two here to see me or to piss me off? Han Shan, can you stand still and stop showing love in front of me? Please? Han Shan laughed and hooked her hand under the strap of her heels. It's not my fault. It's that these shoes don't fit and I can't stand. Old Lu, why are you sweating? Let me wipe you off. Chapter 113 Unique Spring and Autumn Brush Technique. Han Shan took out the handkerchief she used for her own personal use and carefully wiped the sweat from Ryu Jimin's face. The handkerchief's womanly scent came to his nose, making Yu Ji-myung uncomfortable. Qin Yang, who was standing outside the door, saw this scene and seemed to understand why Lu Yan was cold on the outside and hot on the inside. In front of outsiders, Lu Yan and Lu Jiming are very similar. Both father and daughter slate their faces without anger. There is a kind of feeling of ready to finish you off at any time. But at home, Lu Yan is undoubtedly the Han Shan at this time, forming a strong sense of contrast. Qin Yang really cannot top it. Even Qin Yang had once suspected that Lu Yan was schizophrenic. After all, what sane woman can be high and sultry at the same time? But now Qin Yang had come to his senses. It's all ing hereditary. Yu Ji-myung grabbed Han Shan's wrist and glared at her fiercely. Stop it. Let old Liang see the joke. Han Shan grunted. What a joke, he's envious. Liang smiled a bitter smile. The three of them actually went to the same university back then, and Liang chased Han Shan for 3 years and Han Shan was indifferent. Instead, it was Lu Jiming, a collateral descendant who was not valued by the Lu family, who was taken down by Han Shan with a scheme. Han Shan is the white moonlight in Liang Guodong's heart. But it's a pity that Han Shan never has Liang Guodong in her eyes. Only Lu Jiming, who has a stern face and pretends to be serious all day long. Okay, you've seen it all. So hurry up and go home and don't piss me off here. Liang waved his hand, signaling the two to hurry. Lu Jiming said with great guilt, I'm sorry, old Liang. If it wasn't for me this time, you wouldn't have been able to do it. Stop. Liang Guodong waved his hand and said, It was the above that sent me to Shanghai to do investigation. It's not like I took the initiative to come. This assassination has nothing to do with you either. It only shows that your Shanghai city still has a lot of hidden security problems. You, as the head of the city, must put in more effort in this area. Besides, I've always been lucky, or I wouldn't still be lying here talking to you now, would I? Liang wasn't wrong about that. You should know that the butcher and the others are professional killers. Killing people is just like killing a pig, they seldom miss. As a result, this time the inevitable knife did not hit the heart. Liang Guodong was indeed considered very lucky. Seeing that the conversation between the two sides was about to come to an end, Qin Yang then straightened up his clothes and walked in with a fruit basket, greeting the three in turn. Uncle Liang, I came to see you. Qin Yang placed the fruit basket on the bedside table and obediently stood next to his parents-in-law. Lu Jiming still had a serious expression, but as soon as Han Shan saw Qin Yang, her eyes instantly lit up and she walked over to pinch his face. Agu, son-in-law is here, knows how to behave, knows to bring fruits to visit elders. Qin Yang smiled awkwardly. In front of Han Shan's face, he was like a child who was praised for everything he did. Why isn't Ryu Yen here? Lu Jiming asked. Qin Yang hurriedly explained. Dad Lien, she's busy with work. There's a covert operation going on at the station. She asked me to visit Uncle Liang on her behalf. Han Shan gave Ryu Jimin a blank look. Your daughter is working so hard not to help you? What kind of attitude is this? Speak in a better tone. Lu Jiming frowned and said, What do you mean for me? I didn't agree with her becoming a police officer in the first place, especially if she's still on the front line. How dangerous. If she's really doing this for me, she should go into the tax office and get on and off on time, and save me the trouble of worrying about her all day long. Snap. Han Shan reached over and spanked Yu Ji-min and gave him a smooth squeeze. She threatened fiercely. Almost done? You're getting excited, aren't you? What Xiaoyan wants to do is her freedom, we just support her. It's because of your attitude that Xiaoyan's relationship with us has become so frosty. If it wasn't for her son-in-law, do you think she'd still come back to see us on New Year's holidays? Facing Han Shan's slap attack, Ryu Jimin dared to be angry. Don't look at him as the head of a city. If he really messes with Han Shan, it's hard for him to get out of it easily. Noticing that Han Shan's eyes were already looking at her not quite right, Lu Jiming quickly said, Forget it, it doesn't make sense to talk to a woman like you. I still have things to do in the city hall. Lao Liang, I'll go back first. Liang nodded his head repeatedly and waved his hand to indicate that he should hurry up and get lost. Yu Ji-myung stepped outside the hospital room, followed closely by Han Shan, her hands pinching and squeezing. What's wrong with a woman like me? Go ahead, you have a problem with a woman like me, don't you? Yo, you know to watch your influences now?
Qin Yang,
Ji Ming Ryu. Liang Kwok Tong. Worried that Han Shan would speak out of turn again, Yu Ji-ming hurriedly covered her mouth to speed up the pace to the outside. On the bedside table, Liang's blood pressure monitoring instrument had started to alarm. It's so infuriating. Yu Ji-myung. This dog. What did he tune my white moonlight into? Qin Yang didn't move and took out a fruit from the fruit basket. Don't be angry, Uncle Liang. My in-laws are just like that, used to playfulness, it's not against you. Liang's smile became even more bitter. Qin Yang, this kid, he is quite handsome, but it is a pity that he has a long mouth, so he really can't comfort people. What do you mean by used to playing around? It means that the old couple has been playing around for so many years, and their relationship is still quite good. Shall I peel an apple for you, Uncle Liang? Liang shook his head. No appetite, don't want to eat. Qin Yang let out an "oh." So I'll peel you a pear? Liang still shook his head. All right, I'm glad you came to see me. There's nothing to do, so go about your business. I'll take a break. As soon as Liang's words fell, the door to the hospital room opened. Ling Kai and Lu Yen and their group walked in from outside. Liang froze for a moment. Why are you all here? Ling Kai and the others also carried fruit baskets and various bone-strengthening powders. And after putting them down, they smiled and said, Leader, we've come to see you. The originally cold ward became lively all of a sudden, but Liang was even more puzzled in his heart. Shouldn't you guys be on Operation Thunderbolt? What are you looking at me for? Not doing your job? Ling Kai said with a smile. It's not busy. It just so happens that it's also time to eat. We stopped by to see you. But don't worry, leader. The operation is still going on and hasn't stopped. Ling Kai glanced at Qin Yang when he said this, causing Qin Yang to feel a little weak. What's he looking at me for? Did I get caught going to the bar? Qin Yang took out a passion fruit from the fruit basket and handed it to Lu Yen. Honey, it's been hard work. Want a passion fruit? Lu Yen took the passion fruit and pinched it with her hand, and it burst on the spot. Qin Yang felt his eggs hurt a little phantom pain. Where were you just now? Willow Face inquired. Qin Yang opened his mouth to say that he had been here the whole time, but he keenly smelled the scent of death. No way. Can't lie. Lying is an added offense. Qin Yang quickly changed his words. I sent the Chinese medicine to old Chow and the others. Then I came to the hospital. What's wrong, wife? Did something happen? Qin Yang directly used the spring and autumn brush technique and made a single stroke. After all, he did deliver the herbs and he did come to the hospital. As for where Lao Chow and the others were and how long he had been at the bar, he didn't mention it. These are survival tips. Why don't you write them down? Chapter 114. Is this rope strong? Looking at Qin Yang's sincere eyes, Lu Yen sneered in her heart. It is said that the eyes are the windows of the soul. Lu Yen looked carefully. Qin Yang, this guy installed a security window, lying without blushing. But Lu Yen didn't say much. After all, it wasn't the time to expose him. Just then, Liang suddenly sat up with strong support. When he moved, the people around him hurriedly tried to go up to assist him. Leader, what are you doing? The doctor ordered you to rest. Liang stared up. I'm getting up to go to the bathroom. Ling Kai was about to go get the urinal when Liang continued. Can I pee with a bunch of you standing here? Get out, all of you. I can do it myself. Being said so by Liang Guodong, the group of people were a bit embarrassed and honestly withdrew from the ward. It was only after Qin Yang walked out of the room that he realized that there were a dozen or so men wearing leather jackets standing on both sides of the corridor. The men were clear inches, stout, sharp-eyed, and appeared to be practiced. Qin Yang was puzzled in his heart. Why did Ling Kai and the others bring so many plainclothes to visit the sick? Doubtful in his mind, Qin Yang took out a wet tissue from his pocket and took the initiative to help Lu Yen wipe her hands. Wife, you also really do not like to eat passion fruit, and I said it, why pinch it, burst it, so that your hands are dirty? Ha! What is this thing? Originally, Ling Kai and the others who exited from the hospital room were still a bit disappointed. After all, they had already seen Qin Yang's ability and thought that Liang would be in some kind of danger. Turns out nothing happened after staying so long. Now that they saw Qin Yang take out a red plastic bag from the passion fruit, everyone's face changed. Don't move. Just keep it like that. Don't ever move. Ling Kai made a gesture. Cheng Dong immediately put on gloves and took this bag from Qin Yang's hand, gently tore an opening and poured out white powder from inside. Everyone was silent. What a guy. How can you get a second-class credit for eating a passion fruit? The Dawn Hounds really live up to their name. Cheng Dong foolishly asked, Director, do I need to bring it back for testing? Ling Kai snorted coldly. Laboratory hell. Packaged like this and hidden in passion fruit. Could it still be laundry detergent? Even if it really is laundry detergent, we have to arrest someone before we say anything about the lab tests. This kind of thing is unattainable. Every second counts. Ling Kai looked at Qin Yang. Mr. Qin, where did you get this passion fruit? Qin Yang froze for a moment. The Happy Fruit store in front of the hospital. I took one away when the boss's wife wasn't looking. No offense, right? Ling Kai glanced at Qin Yang and said, It's not illegal, but it's immoral. Qin Yang took a long breath. It's good that it's not illegal. It scares the hell out of me. Immorality doesn't really matter. Ling Kai wanted to say something. He originally wanted to praise Qin Yang, but he just couldn't open his mouth to see Qin Yang's shameless appearance. 1,000 words turned into one sentence of action. Ling Kai left with a group of plainclothes in a flurry, and the originally bustling corridor suddenly became quiet. Lu Yen shoved the plastic bag she was carrying into Qin Yang's hand and followed the group. Qin Yang opened the plastic bag and took a look, scared, closed his eyes and tilted his head back with a headache. Didn't you give away these herbs yourself? Why are you back again? Qin Yang's hands were trembling as he carried the plastic bag, and his waist was already starting to hurt. No wonder he always felt that Lu Yan's eyes were not quite right when he looked at himself just now. So it turned out that this tigress was planning to go back at night and settle the score with herself. No, you have to find a way to save yourself. Just as Qin Yang was cracking his head, a female nurse came over this way with a tray. The female nurse has a delicate figure, a pair of big eyes bright and charming, walking with her waist swinging, looking flavorful. Qin Yang's first reaction when he saw the female nurse was to tempt ramen. Should I buy a nurse's uniform for Lu Yan online as well? Help her with a little undercover special training. As soon as this thought started, Qin Yang was startled. Holy, how could I have such evil thoughts myself? Could it be that the bags of herbs had reached the point where they didn't need to be drunk, and just holding them in your hand could affect your sanity? Brother system, that's a bit evil. I know you want to put me to death, but you can't go against science. In the middle of his thoughts, the nurse with the tray had come to the door of the hospital room. The two plainclothes men in charge of the guards got up and stopped the nurse with serious expressions. What for? The nurse smiled and explained, changing the patient's for bottle. Take off your mask and show your work license. The nurse raised her hand, signaling that she had a tray in her hand that was inconvenient, and asked one of them to help with it. It was also at this moment that Qin Yang noticed that something was wrong. Are nurses so trendy these days that they can wear black silk at work? Nope, she's not a nurse. One of the plainclothesmen had just taken the tray when the female nurse made her move. She saw her left hand turn into a palm, poking straight at the plainclothesman's throat, and her right hand fished out the blade from under the tray, slitting the throat of the other plainclothesman with great speed. The plainclothesman who was poked in the throat reacted extremely quickly, his chin tucked down to block the nursemaid's fatal blow. The plainclothesman whose throat had been slit also forced himself to punch the female nurse in the stomach, then wrapped his hands around the woman's waist to try and get a hold in place. Go! The plainclothesman roared. Qin Yang reacted extremely quickly, the first time he ducked into the ward to unlock the door. Liang, who was in the middle of peeing, was so scared that he peed all over his hands. Little Qin, what are you doing? Qin Yang put his back against the door and said very nervously, Uncle Liang, don't pee. Someone is coming to kill you. Liang lifted his pants very calmly and wiped his hands with a paper towel. What's the point of panicking? There are guards outside who can get in. You kid is still too young. You panic at the slightest thing, you're not composed at all. As soon as Liang Guodong's words fell, there were 3 shots outside the door with a bang. 3 bullet holes appeared on the door against Qin Yang's ear, and the bullets shattered the vase behind Liang. Liang was silent for a second and ran to the balcony with both legs and shouted, Help! Murder!
Qin Yang,
Where's the promised composure? Worried about being mistakenly injured by the female nurse, Qin Yang didn't dare to stick to the door. He came out onto the balcony holding the sheets and quilt, tying knots as he tore them. Liang looked confused. Little Qin, what are you doing? Escape! Qin Yang tied one end of the knotted sheet to the railing and threw the other end down to form a simple rope. After getting all this done, Qin Yang said with great righteousness, Uncle Liang, you go down first. I'll take the rear. Liang glanced downward. For stories high 12 meters. This height is not too tall or too short. The fall won't kill you, but it will certainly maim you. Liang tugged at the bed sheet with his hand, his heart not in the right place. Are you sure this is okay? Are the sheets sturdy? Qin Yang nodded very solemnly. Don't worry, uncle. That's how it's done on TV. It's definitely sturdy. Bang! The nursemaid kicked the door of the room so hard that the lock was on the verge of failing to hold. Qin Yang urged, Uncle Liang, there's no time to think now, hurry down. Okay, I believe you. Liang clenched his teeth, grabbed the bed rope and prepared to slide down. Who knows that he just slid down not long, only to hear a click, the steel pipe of the balcony deformed and snapped, only to climb to half of the Liang Guodong directly and heavily fell down. New York! Liang's curses came to an abrupt end. Chapter 115, What a luck to pick up money. Bang! The door to the ward was kicked in and the female nurse ran quickly to the balcony with her gun. She was just about to look down when suddenly she instinctively tilted her head as if realizing something. A bullet flew by, cutting a gash in her good-looking face. The nursemaid fixed her eyes on Lu Yan, who was downstairs with a gun in both hands aiming at her, her eyes cold. The nursemaid sensed a great threat in Lu Yan's eyes, and she knew she didn't stand a chance. She wiped her face with her index finger and licked the blood clean with her tongue. She turned away after giving Lu Yan a deep look. No sooner had the female nurse left the room than a series of hurried footsteps came from outside. Sun Jia rushed into the ward with a group of SWAT officers. Search! 5 SWAT officers with guns searched the entire ward as Qin Yang's voice rang out. There's no need to search, the killer has escaped. In the shocked gazes of the SWAT officers, Qin Yang, who had a plastic bag in his mouth, grasped the curtain-hanging rail with both hands, slowly lowered his curled legs down, and walked out from behind the curtains. Qin Yang patted the dust on his body and let out a sigh of relief. It's a good thing I was smart enough to think of hiding behind the curtains in the first place, or I'd be dead. Sun Jia. Swat? Brother-in-law. How did you hide back here? Sun Jia truly admired Qin Yang. These curtains aren't that big. Can this hide a person? Qin Yang smiled faintly. I practiced hiding as a kid, which means I'm pressed for time, or I could hide on the ceiling. Sun Jia asked suspiciously, then why didn't you bring Special Agent Liang to hide behind the curtains just now? Qin Yang gave her a blank look. Are you stupid? The lady killer's target is him. If he disappeared out of thin air in the ward, wouldn't the lady killer search for him? But I'm different. I'm just a soy sauce player. If Uncle Liang goes down, won't I be safe? The female assassin realized that the assassination had failed. She couldn't run for her life and had time to search me? There's no need for that. Sun Jia gave Qin Yang a thumbs up. You're a real dog. Let the leader go down first to draw fire for you, right? With Lu Yan's assistance, Liang limped back to the hospital room. Did you get the man? Sun Jia hurriedly stood at attention. Reporting Special Agent. The female assassin has escaped. Liang was beyond angry. Shame, shame. I was assassinated twice in a row in one day, and that too with a guard. Has the law and order in your Jianghai city gotten this bad? I'll give you 3 days. If you can't catch this female assassin in 3 days, and can't root out the criminal organization in Jianghai City, then I'll report it to the Imperial Capital and let the Imperial Capital State Security Bureau handle it. Sun Jia did not dare to answer. After all, her level is not enough. This big black pot has to be carried by Zhang Yi this level. Uncle Liang, let me change your ward, Lu Yan said. No. As soon as Liang's words left his mouth, he suddenly glimpsed the balcony without a guardrail, and his mood worsened. Forget it. Just give me another one. Liang held his waist and limped toward the new ward. Qin Yang hurriedly went forward to offer his courtesy, only to be glared at by Liang Guodong. Didn't you kids say that rope was strong? I almost broke my back. Qin Yang said in a serious manner. Uncle Liang, it's not the rope that broke. It's the railing. You can blame me for the broken rope, but you can't blame me for the broken railing, right? Liang Guodong said without any good humor. If I don't blame you, who do I blame? Can I still blame the person who repaired that railing? Qin Yang looked at him with innocent eyes. What else? Liang said through gritted teeth after a moment of silence. Go. Call the hospital director for me. I have something to say to him. 10 minutes later, the sleepy hospital director rushed to the hospital and was scolded for an hour by Liang Guodong pointing at his nose. Outside the hospital room, Zhang Yi, Luo Jun, Ling Kai and the others were suffering so much that they wanted to die. 2 assassinations in one day, and each time it was extremely treacherous, almost letting the other side get it. And what the hell is the execution of Operation Thunderbolt, which is not a slap in the face? The 3 big men were squatting against the wall, like 3 schoolchildren who had failed the exam and were about to be scolded by the teacher. Worried. How did things come to this? Old Luo, Director Ling. Do you think the special commissioner will be happier if we go in later and report the results of the raid on the fruit store first? They had just raided the Happy Fruit Shop and seized 1,500 kilograms of contraband, which was a good haul. Ling Kai sighed and said, if this were ordinary times, seizing so much contraband would definitely be a great achievement. But if we put it in the present time, wouldn't it just show that the problem of harboring dirt in Jianghai City is very serious? All 3 sighed at the same time. Worried. Luo Jun reflected, it's still my fault. I didn't protect the special agent well. If I had arranged more manpower, this wouldn't have happened. Zhang Yi shook his head. You can't say that female assassin's skill is so good that even the 2 brothers from the Special Services Department couldn't stop it, let alone the SWAT team you arranged. Luo Jun said, then we have to summarize our experience. Think about how we should avoid this situation next. As soon as Luo Jun's words fell, the 3 of them suddenly thought of something and looked at Qin Yang at the same time. Qin Yang froze. What are you looking at me for? And what does it have to do with me? Zhang Yi said to Lu Yan, who was standing by the side. Lu Yan. You followed us for a day. It's been hard. Go back and rest earlier. Lu Yan said lightly. Bureau Zhang. I'm not tired. Zhang Yi hurriedly said. We're tired. You hurry up and take Qin Yang home and rest for a few days. You should not participate in the Thunder operation for the time being. During this period of time, you'll only have one task. Stay well with Qin Yang and don't let him go near the hospital.
Qin Yang.
What do you mean it's my fault? I didn't hire that hit woman either. Qin Yang was just about to explain a few sentences for himself when Lu Yen said after thinking for a while, Okay, Bureau Zhang. I understand. Then we'll go back first. Without waiting for Qin Yang to open his mouth to speak, Lu Yen held his hand and directly walked out. Honey, you don't really think I had anything to do with this, do you? This is baseless speculation on their part. It's slander. I'm the one who saved Uncle Liang. I'm the one who got credit for it, all right? Willowface. Shut up. Qin Yang obediently shut up and stopped talking. Who knew that as soon as he stepped out of the hospital, he felt as if he had stepped on something. He bent down and realized he had stepped on $200. Hey, it's a lucky day. You can pick up money while walking on the road. In the meantime, hospital. Liang, who had just finished scolding the dean, felt a little hungry. He smoothly took out a bucket of instant noodles from the nightstand and prepared to make a bucket to fill his hunger. Who knows that, after tearing open the package, Liang froze. Where's the fork? Where's the seasoning packet? Why is the pastry still all crumbly? What a situation. Does that mean you're waterlogged today? That's not true. I've obviously always been quite lucky.